Although awakened by the chill, Wei Ninger felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Her awareness signified she was still alive. This affirmed the strange man's words were indeed truthful. However, she harbored no illusions regarding his intentions. Having entered into a contract with her, he would inevitably extract something in return. Yet, what he sought remained an enigma to Wei Ninger. As she surveyed her surroundings, a moment of bewilderment ensued. Although she understood she would not instantly find herself within the opulent confines of the palace and might have irrevocably lost her days of luxury, she pondered her current location. Upon closer inspection, the scene bore a resemblance to the place of her childhood. Born into a family of concubines, Wei Ninger was a girl, and her father's disappointment was palpable. He yearned for a son to inherit his legacy, yet his first two offspring were daughters. Following Wei Ninger's birth, her mother tragically succumbed to complications, intensifying her father's disdain, leading him to send her to live with a distant relative in the countryside. By the age of 5, she was tasked with cooking for the family, and by 10, she was already gathering firewood. Though her uncles and aunts appeared polite, they subjected her to considerable hardship. Had it not been for her innate cleverness, she might have perished from starvation or exposure. After a thorough observation, Wei Ninger began to understand her present situation. It appeared she was in a factory. The workers, clad in identical attire, bore expressions of exhaustion and pallor. They tirelessly transported soil and placed it into a colossal iron apparatus, which produced small bricks. The sight of these bricks, coupled with the distant view of 2 towering chimneys belching smoke, led her to wonder if she had indeed arrived at a brick factory. Before she could fully digest her thoughts, a message infiltrated her Mindan announcement from the so-called system. This information detailed her current identity and background. It became clear to Wei Ninger that she had been transported to the year 1977, a century removed from her familiar Qing Dynasty. In disbelief, she realized she had entered a world 100 years ahead, a reality she would have deemed impossible had it not been for the system's revelations. Reborn and rejuvenated, her skin retained the youthful luster despite being slightly weathered by the sun. A smile unconsciously graced her lips as she closed her eyes, inhaling the crisp air deeply. Finally, she laughed. In Wei Ninger's eyes, aside from the fear of death, no other trials could intimidate her. Once the thrill subsided, she began to scrutinize her environment further. This locale was a small town in southern Anhui, a blend of rural and urban landscapes. She resided in Xiahe village, where the original owner, Anai Jia, had met her demise at the tender age of 16, having been pushed into the water from behind. Anai Jia's final wish was to uncover her killer and see them brought to justice, alongside a desire for her family to thrive. After her brother started a family, his wife assumed control of the household, harboring resentment towards Anai Jia, whom she deemed a burden. Fortunately, Anai Chung continued to protect his sister, supporting her education while working at the brick factory to sustain the family. Anai Jia was set to take her entrance exams the following June, but an unforeseen tragedy struck the family. Her sister-in-law whispered to her brother about Anai Jia being an ungrateful child, which compelled the fiercely competitive Anai Jia to abandon her studies and work at the kiln instead. As a girl lacking both strength and skills, she was relegated to the most basic tasks of digging. Despite her helpful demeanor and diligence, she tragically met her fate in the water after less than 3 months at the factory. Wei Ninger found herself reborn on the eve of Anai Jia's untimely death. Soon after, a line of text appeared in her taskbar detailing the original owner's wishes. 1. Find her murderer. 2. Help him complete his studies. Clue: none. Completion reward: Level 1 mental power, access to Level 2 worlds. Available resources: System resources, select items from the system store. The addition of a fee indicated these resources might not be entirely free. Having absorbed Anai Jia's memories, Wei Ninger grew familiar with many unfamiliar concepts, though the sheer volume of information overwhelmed her. A woman who had once resided in a secluded palace now found herself in an entirely new world, rife with complexities she struggled to comprehend. Upon examining the system's prompts, she realized her unfamiliarity with such advanced technology. The sudden influx of text was baffling, and questions regarding mental power lingered. Only upon further investigation did she discover that mental power was an ability to influence others' consciousness, akin to a martial artist using internal energy to sway actions. Understanding that possessing mental power would grant her a means of self-defense, she acknowledged the importance of this initial task, uncertain of the challenges that lay ahead. With renewed focus, she contemplated the nature of the resources available to her. "System, appear before me, I have inquiries to make." "Speak," came the succinct reply. "Is this how you treat me?" Wei Ninger, still adjusting to her new identity, spoke with an assertive tone reminiscent of her past. "In my eyes, you are merely one of many hosts. Until you fulfill your tasks, you remain inconsequential. You should modify your speech to address yourself in the first person and speak politely, referring to me as master." Such disdain was unexpected. With a resilient spirit, Wei Ninger chose not to engage in a verbal conflict with this so-called system. Instead, she calmly asked, "Might I inquire what the available resources entail?" "Quite literally, you may utilize your mental energy to access the system store, where items for your use await. As your system level increases, so too will your access privileges." Upon grasping this, Wei Ninger nodded and immersed herself in exploration. Moments prior, she had sought to please, but now, having received her answers, she dismissed the system without a word of thanks. Observing her earnest engagement, the system withdrew, wishing to witness the advancement of its new host. Reflecting on prior hosts, the system had been disheartened by incompetence that had led to the degradation of its internal structure. In selecting Wei Ninger, the system hoped her illustrious potential would not lead to further disappointment. Chapter 2. Rebirth. In 1987, Wei Ninger possessed commendable insight. Upon hearing the system inform her that she could access the system's space through her own will, she decided to give it a try. By the third attempt, she finally perceived the emergence of a door before her. As the door swung open, she discovered an area resembling an empty room. The space was shrouded in a grayish haze, appearing quite expansive yet indistinct. Before her lay a bare room, furnished with a few items. As she surveyed the available resources, she found them to be quite rudimentary, including a storage compartment filled with some food and water, along with a selection of tools. Wei Ninger frowned upon noticing the lack of utility in these items. "This system dares to deceive me," she mused. Unbeknownst to her, the system was not antiquated. Rather, the inhabitants of this realm were in dire need of sustenance. Outside this room, there was a desolate well and a barren field devoid of anything. The surroundings were a chaotic blur, rendering visibility nearly impossible, appearing both vast and confined to the palm of her hand. Lost in her thoughts, she remained oblivious to the fact that her dazed state had already attracted the attention of others. Suddenly, an unpleasant voice, akin to a rusty bell, erupted in her ear. "Hey, and I ja, while others toil away, you are slacking off. Hurry up and get to work, young lady. You may look presentable, but your laziness is quite evident." The foreman, resembling a shriveled jujube, had eyes as small as sesame seeds. As he spoke, he cast furtive glances at her modestly developed figure, his gaze brimming with an unmistakable sense of entitlement. Clad in blue uniforms issued by the brick factory, the workers' attire was loose-fitting, rendering it impossible to discern any beauty. However, it was undeniable that Anai Jia, despite her tender age of 16, was notably more attractive than the average female laborer. It was no wonder this older man regarded her with such lecherous interest. Wei Ninger, adept at reading people, quickly discerned the foreman's ulterior motives. Yet, his glances were merely those of a man appreciating a woman, devoid of any malicious intent. It seemed he bore no hostility, and the absence of any conflict of interest assured her that her safety was intact. With a sigh of relief, Wei Ninger replied, "I'm coming right away. I didn't eat enough at noon and I felt a bit dizzy." Drawing from the original owner's memories, she concocted a plausible excuse. "Indeed, Master Chen, Jia Jia is still young. Please be lenient with her." At that moment, A plump woman in her 30s seized Wei Ning's arm and promptly pressed half a steamed bun into her hand. "Hurry and eat this, Jia Jia. I haven't had much of an appetite lately due to my morning sickness." Wei Ning recognized her as Aunt Li, the wife of Zhang Lao-san from next door, who was expecting her third child. Given that her previous two were daughters, the family was not pleased. Despite her condition, she still worked at the brick factory. The circumstances of Aunt Li's family contrasted sharply with those of Wei Ning's elder brother, Anai Cheng, who had two sons and a daughter, further intensifying their financial strain. It was often said that growing boys could be a burden on their parents. Originally still in school, Wei Ning found herself thrust into a harsh reality when her brother was suddenly injured. Initially resistant to his wife's pleas, Anai Cheng ultimately relented when he realized the necessity of his sister's contribution to the household. "Jia Jia, I'm sorry for not being able to take care of you after our parents entrusted you to me," her brother lamented. "Don't say that, brother. I am doing this willingly." Thus, Wei Ning began her labor at the brick factory, subsisting on a bowl of thin porridge while enduring a full morning of work. The still developing Jia Jia found herself both exhausted and hungry, ultimately succumbing to unconsciousness. Now that Wei Ning had fully embraced Jia Jia's body, she discreetly assessed her frail physique. "Thank you, Aunt. Once I receive my wages, I shall buy you some brown sugar." At that time, brown sugar was considered a luxury, while purchasing malted milk would be akin to indulging in capitalist extravagance. Contemplating this, she recalled the provisions stored within the system's warehouse. Aunt Li was indeed kind. If given the opportunity, she would repay her generosity. However, based on her own observations, Wei Ning noted that Aunt Li's pronounced belly and steady heartbeat likely indicated another daughter on the way. If Aunt Li were to bear yet another girl, it remained uncertain whether Zhang Lao-san would continue to pursue a son. What a pitiful woman, Wei Ning mused. Oblivious to the twinge of sympathy reflected in Wei Ning's gaze, Aunt Li cheerfully remarked, "You have such a sweet tongue, dear. Unfortunately, I cannot do much to assist you. It's a pity that with your impressive grades, you cannot attend vocational school, otherwise, you would surely make a fine primary school teacher." I'm not meant for such fortunes. Surviving without starving is already a blessing," Wei Ning replied in an attempt to mimic Jia Jia's youthful tone, her heart brimming with curiosity about living life through another's identity. Gradually, Wei Ning began to appreciate her new persona. She devoured the bun Aunt Li had given her and then immersed herself in her labor. With the sustenance of half a bun in her stomach, she felt a surge of energy, allowing her to persist until the midday break. Chapter 3. Rebirth of the Factory Bell. In 87 according to the factory regulations, after lunch, there is an hour of rest. Anai Jia's home is not far, but to avoid seeing her sister-in-law's widow's face, she brings her own lunchbox with some food and pickled vegetables to make do. She opens the lunchbox in the water room, adding some hot water to the rice to warm it up. As the food heats, she takes the opportunity to finish it all. The taste is unlike anything she has ever experienced. Even the wild pickled vegetables are quite enjoyable to Wei Ning. After her meal, she strolls around the factory, seeking to familiarize herself with the layout and the operational steps of various machines, thereby enhancing her proactive stance. This is Wei Ning's character. Regardless of the task, she approaches it boldly and meticulously, which naturally makes her stand out among her peers. Many only perceive the surface of matters, oblivious to the efforts behind the scenes. Such insights do not require instruction, but rather a sense of self-awareness. This is why, even as a palace maid, Wei Ning garners admiration, ultimately earning the favor of the kind-hearted Empress Fu Cha. Contemplating the benevolent queen, Wei Ning finds herself momentarily lost in thought. If there truly existed an omnipotent system, she would wish to rekindle her bond with her original mistress, even if it meant serving as a mere palace maid by her side. The original Anai Jia had been timid, merely digging soil when instructed, never daring to look beyond the confines of the factory. In contrast, the current Wei Ning embodies the spirit of a mature woman, one who has thrived in the treacherous court filled with beauty and intrigue. Rising to prominence amidst the 3,000 beauties, even the Emperor Qianlong viewed her with a discerning eye until her demise, undeniably showcasing her exceptional qualities. In pursuit of the individual responsible for the original owner's demise, It is equally essential to transform the current state of the young girl's life, for it is far too stifling. During lunchtime, most individuals are resting, as the machines that have toiled for half the day also require respite. Jia finds herself wandering near the brick-cutting machine. Unexpectedly, just as she approaches the machine, she hears a voice nearby. "Hey, young lady, don't touch that. It's dangerous near the machine." The voice belongs to a man, laced with a hint of languor, as if he has just awoken. Initially, Jia thought she was alone and intended to inspect the machine, only to be startled by the sudden voice. However, rather than feeling frightened, she stands her ground, unwilling to appear timid. She slowly turns around, fixing her gaze on the speaker, her eyes reflecting a certain defiance. "Who are you calling young lady? I haven't even touched anything. How can you say that?" Not far ahead, two long benches are visible, where a man with long limbs reclines. To an unknowing observer, he might appear to be asleep, but his eyes seem to be glued to the back of his head. Even while speaking, he maintains his posture, a cap covering his face. According to factory rules, idle individuals are not permitted near the machines. "Since it's your first day, you may leave," he states bluntly. "Who are you to call me fat?" she retorts, rolling her eyes. The man simply scoffs, seemingly uninterested in further conversation, his cap obscuring his face, leaving her uncertain if he has fallen asleep or is merely indifferent. Wei Ning glances at him once more, noting his military green attire. Based on the original owner's memories, she deduces that this is the camouflage uniform of a soldier. In these times, possessing such attire brings considerable prestige, whether or not one is a true soldier. She casts a hurried glance at him, not bothering to observe his features, and continues to inspect the pile of brick molds nearby. Surely, she can examine the pile of molds. Wei Ning possesses remarkable intelligence. She grasps concepts quickly. Initially unfamiliar with the brick-making process, her closer inspection reveals much, and she starts forming comparisons in her mind. First, soil must be excavated, ensuring it is of a sticky yellow variety. Next, a mixer is used to blend and shape the earth, compressing a block of clay into a perfect square. This is then placed beneath a cutting machine for division. Once cut, the bricks cannot be immediately placed in the kiln. They must be sun-dried, achieving a moisture level of approximately 90%. The bricks must be neatly stacked in a hollow manner to allow for ventilation, preventing sun exposure that could lead to cracking and defects. A grass mat is used to cover them. Once adequately dried, about 80% moisture, they can be placed in the kiln. Wei Ning observes that only half of the molds have been moved, roughly at the 8 to 90% drying stage. Directly opposite is the kiln's core, where the actual firing occurs. After arranging the molds, the kiln is sealed with bricks and clay. The high-temperature firing lasts 3 days and nights, transitioning from a visible flame to a blue flame, signaling the bricks are ready for cooling and removal. Post-kiln, the bricks are assessed for quality, first class, second class, and defective. These bricks are valuable, sold at varying prices to different construction sites. Defective bricks are often sold at reduced prices to the factory's workers, while outsiders must rely on connections to purchase them, serving as a form of employee benefit. During her time in the palace, Wei Ning accompanied the emperor on a southern tour to Qing, where she witnessed the entire porcelain-making process. Naturally, the artisans showcased their finest techniques. On a whim, she even tried her hand at pottery. Little did she know how beneficial that experience would prove today. After reviewing the processes, Wei Ning realizes that the brick-making techniques share similarities with pottery creation, with the latter being more intricate. The brick firing process, when compared to porcelain, seems rudimentary. Hearing the same man's voice again, laced with mockery, Wei Ning perceives him as rather petty. She was merely observing. So, why does he feel the need to follow her? "I'm just looking around. Is that a crime?" she retorts. "Feel free to look," he replies, adding, "But if merely watching leads you to become a kiln master, I'd be impressed." Wei Ning silently scoffs, thinking, I am the exception. However, her interest in conversing with him wanes. Without sparing him a glance, she strides away towards the construction site. As she walks, her mind races, contemplating the kiln techniques and soil excavation methods. Quite the temper, she hears the man mutter behind her, casting a lingering gaze before turning away. Adjusting his hat, he walks toward the office, slightly perturbed by the encounter. Chapter 4. The rebirth of the factory flower in 87. Digging earth in the brick factory is not a skilled task, but rather a laborious and filthy one. Wei Ning'e has spent nearly 3 months here, laboring until her delicate hands have developed 4 or 5 calluses. Her originally fair face has also taken on a few shades of reddish dirt, a testament to the heat. The workers are compensated based on the quantity of earth they dig each day, with a requirement to fill 5 carts to earn 50 cents. If one manages to dig an additional cart, an extra dime is granted. Although Wei Ning'e toils in the factory, she lacks authority over her wages. To secure some personal savings and avoid a life of financial strain, she must devise alternative strategies. While working, she realizes that digging shovelful by shovelful is labor-intensive and slow. Consequently, she devises a clever method by scavenging a broken door panel from outside the factory. By placing the panel atop the earth cart and standing on the slope, she rolls the excavated soil directly into the cart. Remarkably, by employing this technique, she manages to dig 3 extra carts in the afternoon, earning herself 80 cents in a single day. Her unorthodox method does not go unnoticed, prompting murmurs among her fellow laborers. Wei Ning'e contemplates, "I am neither stealing nor cheating. What can you do to me?" However, unbeknownst to her, many idlers in the factory report her actions to the director of the brick factory. At the end of the workday, Wei Ning'e is indeed summoned to the office. Director Chun, a young man with a delicate appearance, greets her with a warm smile and invites her to sit down. "Ning'e, please make yourself comfortable, as if you were at home," he says, his tone suggesting a familiarity that unsettles her. A slight frown creases Wei Ning'e's brow as she recalls information about this individual. Shen Chong, the son of farmers, began working at the factory after graduation. With his good looks and eloquence, he ingratiated himself with the factory manager's niece, Song Tingting, and within a year, he ascended from an ordinary worker to the position of office director. Shin Chong is notorious for his flirtations, often making advances toward female workers, including married women, as long as they possess a modicum of beauty. In the factory, Wei Ning'e is considered exceptionally attractive. Since her employment, Shin Chong has frequently summoned her to his office for discussions. On one occasion, he even attempted to make inappropriate advances, and she narrowly escaped his grasp, leading her to avoid him thereafter. Perhaps due to the trauma of that experience, Wei Ning'e feels an overwhelming sense of vigilance upon seeing Shen Chong again. However, she is perplexed. While memories of him resurface, she cannot connect him to her past misfortunes. Could her adversary be someone else entirely? Observing his demeanor and intentions, it is plausible that he is the one who sought to entrap her, perhaps luring her to a secluded spot by the river with malicious intent, resulting in her unfortunate fall. As Shin Chong gazes at her, his eyes flicker with a predatory interest, lingering not on her beautiful visage, but rather on her exposed arms. It is summer, and Wei Ning'e is clad in simple blue work pants and an unremarkable short-sleeved uniform. Yet, her innate beauty allows her to exude a semblance of grace, even in such attire. Her waist appears slender, and her modest bosom is accentuated, with the faint outline of her delicate bra straps barely visible. Wei Ning'e wonders what Shen Chong desires. Is there a reason for my summons? The day is waning. Please speak swiftly. Under the weight of his gaze, she feels an impulse to retaliate with a slap, yet her current position forbids such actions. She cannot afford to lose her job. Despite her sister-in-law's disdainful treatment of her, she too is a part of the impoverished laboring class, constrained by her circumstances. It's still early. Your home is not far from the factory. A few steps and you'll be there, so there's no rush, Shen Chong remarks, reclining casually with a teacup in hand. Wei Ning'e remains silent, her hands neatly resting on her blue work pants. Noticing her reticence, Shen Chong continues with a smirk. The situation is as follows. Someone has reported that you violated factory regulations and stole company property, threatening to involve the authorities. It is only through my intervention that this matter has been downplayed. Wei Ning'e sees through Shen Chong's ulterior motives. Her expression remains impassive, her tone measured. Director, we must adhere to the principle of evidence. I merely picked up a discarded door panel. I demand to confront the person who accused me of theft. She recalls retrieving the panel from an open area caked in dirt, which she later cleaned before bringing it to the worksite. To her astonishment, this incident has been used against her. Do not be agitated. I have already quelled the issue. However, you must avoid any preferential treatment from now on to prevent further gossip. He glances at her once more, and she notices a fire igniting in her wide eyes. Her fair complexion flushed with indignation, rendering her even more striking. Since that is the case, will the factory issue a notice to remind everyone? Wei Ninger inquires. That has not been done. Shin Chong chuckles, approaching her with an intent to place his hand on her shoulder, only to be met with her piercing gaze. Cold and dismissive, as if assessing something trivial. For reasons unknown, Shin Chong feels a chill of fear in that fleeting moment, as if he glimpsed a hint of murderous intent within her. A cold sweat breaks out along his back, and he retracts his hand, resting it instead on the desk behind Wei Ninger. However, you must understand that the factory is filled with chatter. Today, I can protect you, but who knows what tomorrow holds. Chapter 5. Rebirth of the Factory Flower. In 87 upon completion of his statement, Shin Chong added, I have heard that your family is not faring well, and your sister-in-law is rather unkind. Why not consider my suggestion and become friends with me? Rest assured, once you agree, the tasks involving the machinery will be yours. A monthly payment of 20 yuan, with bonuses for commendable work. Shin Chong believed his invitation to be quite discreet, preserving his dignity while alleviating any significant pressure from Jia. As long as he could get her to the dining table, the conversation would be under his control. Dining invitations? Such matters are rarely straightforward. Although Jia was unfamiliar with the intricacies of workplace dynamics, her experience in the palace had taught her the art of reading faces. She suspected this might be a treacherous banquet. A cold smirk formed in her heart, though her expression remained impassive as she stood up, deliberately maintaining a distance from Shin Chong. Seeing Shin Chong's hand encroach upon her space, Wei Ninger swiftly slipped from his grasp, positioning herself opposite him. With a smile gracing her lips, she exuded an air of inviolable authority. Director Shin, you overestimate me. I am quite well at home, and I am satisfied with my current job. I must thank you for today's events. However, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. As Shin Chong professed his unwavering commitment, Wei Ninger suddenly perceived that all men in the world were indeed fickle, enamored with one and all, lacking in virtue. To her, men were akin to luxury items, unattainable. She harbored no desire to create unnecessary tension and turned to exit. Very well, Director Chen, I shall earnestly consider your words. If there are no further matters, I will take my leave. With a clean and decisive farewell, Jia swiftly opened the door and departed before Shin Chong could respond. All right then, perhaps next time, Shin Chong muttered weakly as she exited. Once her footsteps faded, he jolted, realizing he had indeed broken into a sweat. He murmured to himself, how peculiar, why should I fear a mere young girl? Though she had not acquiesced, her tone had softened somewhat. Shin Chong smiled slightly, pleased, thinking, it seems the fish is about to bite. He began to contemplate how to craft an excuse to draw closer to Jia, hoping to seize the opportunity. Despite having Song Tingting, it did not hinder his pursuit of other women, provided that the fierce matriarch remained oblivious. In his mind, there was no woman he could not conquer, not even the delicate Miss Song Tingting. Thus, he felt confident that Jia, who was yet unversed in the world, would be easily managed. Wei Ninger hastily exited the director's office, her thoughts racing as she pondered the arduous path to revamping the cart and the need for alternative means of income. Lost in thought, she failed to notice the narrowness of the hallway and, in a sudden turn, collided with someone. Both instinctively tried to yield, but fate dictated otherwise, leading to a rather unfortunate encounter. When a young girl stumbled directly towards him, Song Qingyu's first reaction was to catch her, fearing she might tumble down the stairs. However, he was met not with gratitude, but with a fierce slap. Though Wei Ninger was skilled, she was still but a girl, and striking Song Qingyu would require years of practice. Her delicate hand, imbued with a faint fragrance, never touched his face as he firmly grasped it with his iron grip. Perhaps it was his hold that was too tight, or perhaps his swift action startled her. She momentarily froze, then, in a fit of defiance, aimed a knee towards his groin. Song Qingyu was taken aback by her fierce response. After all, he had merely wrapped his arms around her waist. Wei Ninger, determined to strike, found her intentions thwarted as he swiftly subdued her, leaning closer with an imposing demeanor. Such a young age, and yet your guard is so high. Your parents must have taught you well, he remarked, irritation etched across his face. As he released her, Wei Ninger momentarily paused, her anger dissipating, only to be replaced by a surge of resentment as her parents were mentioned. "What's it to you?" she retorted, brushing past him, perhaps influenced by the original owner's emotions. Wei Ninger felt a wave of agitation, yet she would not yield to tears. A stranger invoking her mother stirred a whirlwind of complex feelings within her. As she descended the stairs, the factory workers began to gossip, their voices rising as the clock signaled the end of the workday. Women and men alike carrying lunchboxes filled the air with laughter and banter. Those with keen eyes spotted the scene unfolding between Wei Ninger and Song Qingyu. However, their focus varied. The men were captivated by Wei Ningyu's hurried descent, while the women whispered about her emergence from Director Chen's office. "Who is that handsome fellow?" one exclaimed, awed by Song Qingyu's stature. "Don't you know? He asked the new security captain. Notice his uniform?" Another replied, her admiration evident. "Wow, he has quite the catch. I wonder if he has a girlfriend." A younger girl chimed in, her attire far less flattering compared to the factory flower, Wei Ninger, whose elegance rendered her labor attire enchanting. "Xiang, are you so eager to marry?" teased one of the older women, her face adorned with freckles. Xiang, flustered, replied shyly, "Sister."
"You jest."
"A man like him. Would he ever notice me?" She cast a longing glance up the stairs, her heart aflutter. Chapter 6. Idle chatter. It appears that this may pose quite a challenge. The nearby female workers couldn't help but chuckle, considering the stark contrast in stature and appearance between the two individuals. Ha ha ha. As these women giggled, Song Qingyu descended the stairs with an expression of utmost seriousness. As he passed by, the previously chattering women fell silent, as if their throats had been constricted. The reason was simple. The man's aura was overwhelmingly potent. It felt as though the very air around him had solidified. Once they regained their composure, they began to pat their chests, their hearts racing as they exclaimed, "Goodness! That man resembles a movie star. He is so tall, so handsome, and his presence is remarkable." Indeed, when he glanced in this direction, I found myself unable to dare look back. I felt the same way. However, just moments ago, an Jia had been playfully engaging with him, clearly attempting to attract his attention. I even saw her deliberately bump into him. Ugh, how shameless. The group of women couldn't help but feel indignant. The security captain, who wouldn't he spare them a glance, was so openly affectionate with Ni Jia. The thought of this made them seethe with resentment. They considered her a temptress and felt utterly inferior in comparison. Yet, alas, they lamented, they were not fortunate enough to possess such charms. Reflecting on Ni Jia's formidable sister-in-law, they exchanged knowing smiles. "Who are you all gossiping about? Speak more respectfully." The group of female workers, engrossed in their derogatory remarks about Ni Jia, were overheard by Aunt Li, who had just finished her shift. She immediately intervened. If anyone were to take care of Ni Jia, it would be her, as they were neighbors. Ni Jia had always been considerate, often assisting Aunt Li in watching her children. Yet, she frequently faced scolding from her sister-in-law, leading Aunt Li to inadvertently neglect Ni Jia. "Aunt Li, you continually look out for her, but I fear you might be deceived. Ni Jia is merely a poor girl. Is it her fault that she is more attractive? You are unaware that she fainted from hunger earlier today." Aunt Li felt a wave of sympathy for Ni Jia, recognizing her potential. If only she could take the exams, she would undoubtedly secure a place in a vocational school. A diploma would guarantee her a stable job, securing her future and making it easy for her to find a husband. Yet, instead, she now toils away as a laborer, much like them, with little hope for advancement, thanks to her short-sighted sister-in-law. You should have seen her just now, emerging from Director Chen's office, her face flushed. She was exchanging glances with the security captain. "Ugh, you women. Why do you gossip so maliciously? That girl is a fine young lady, and you speak of her in such a way. Just wait. You'll face consequences for your spiteful words." After Aunt Li's admonition, she spat in their direction. Given her pregnant state, the others dared not confront her. "Let it be. We shouldn't provoke her." We can't afford any trouble. It felt all too real. And I curse her to have a daughter. You lot. The older female workers cast disapproving glances at the group, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Fortunately, Wei Ning'er had left early, otherwise she would have witnessed this spectacle. Unlike Anai Jia, Wei Ning'er was adept at reading the room and often took the initiative to help her sister-in-law with chores. Although still somewhat reticent, her movements were remarkably agile. Noticing her positive change today, her sister-in-law remarked, "You see, sending Jia Jia to the kiln factory was a wise decision. Look how well she's doing now. She's earning money and becoming more talkative." After dinner, Wei Ning'er voluntarily washed the dishes, bringing immense joy to her sister-in-law. Once the household chores were completed, Wei Ning'er hurriedly washed up and climbed into her narrow bamboo bed, which creaked ominously at the slightest movement. Their home was small, and with her brother's 3 children occupying one room, Wei Ning'er was relegated to the loft. Fortunately, it was clean, though climbing the stairs was quite the test of endurance. After battling the stairs for what felt like an eternity, her legs trembling, she finally reached the top. Her back slick with sweat. Dressed in a cotton nightgown, a loose, old garment that smelled faintly of perspiration, she felt quite uncomfortable. With patience, she opened the small window, allowing a hint of warm breeze to drift in. Although the air was still warm, it was better than nothing. Sleep eluded her as her mind raced with thoughts of how to earn money and escape her current predicament. According to Director Chen, using public resources was inappropriate. If she could find a way to improve the shovel herself, perhaps that would suffice, or devise another method to earn a living. After pondering fruitlessly for some time, she slapped her thigh in sudden realization. The system. Was it not said that the system contained resources she could utilize? Jia Jia, what are you doing? She exclaimed, her excitement nearly attracting her sister-in-law's attention. Sister-in-law, I'm fine. Just swatting at mosquitoes. Wei Ning'er crouched to peer down the stairs, observing her sister-in-law fanning her young son with a palm frond. Keep your voice down. Xiao Jia is sleeping. Oh, right. What else is happening? The system, taken aback by her change in address, wondered if she sought something. I wish to earn some pocket money. Do you have any suggestions, dear system? Although it did not respond kindly, the continued interaction suggested that this system was not merely a figment of her imagination. To ask such a simple question. Are you foolish or naive? Go check the system's store yourself, it retorted before falling silent. Chapter 07. Finding ways to earn money although the system's demeanor was rather brusque. It indeed resonated with Wei Ning'er. Sweet words often fail to convey sincerity, while the harsh truths serve as valuable counsel. The system prompted her to explore its contents, suggesting there might be resources to aid her. Thus, Wei Ning'er entered the system once more, recalling that she could do so merely by focusing her thoughts. As expected, with a single thought, the scene before her transformed, transporting her once again to this wondrous realm. Within, she discovered a warehouse brimming with various items at her disposal. Noticing that her rice jar at home was nearly empty, she resolved to procure some supplies the following day. Upon encountering the option for product attribute modification with a wealth value of 50 points, Wei Ning'er's eyes sparkled with intrigue. This meant that if she possessed a wealth value of 50 points, she could modify product attributes. After considerable contemplation, she discerned that this wealth value equated to 50 yuan in the real world. Thus, to modify a product's attributes, she needed to acquire 50 yuan, which posed a dilemma as she was currently empty-handed. As for locating the culprit, that would require time and patience. Fortunately, Wei Ning'er was not lacking in cleverness, and she redirected her focus to the warehouse. After rummaging for a while, she unearthed several items. As dawn approached, she quietly rose, extinguished her candle, and set out into the streets with her modest achievements, several exquisite silk handkerchiefs. The fabric for the handkerchiefs had been provided by the system, readily available in the warehouse for her use. Thankfully, the system had not cornered her into a desperate situation. Otherwise, she would have been at a loss for how to proceed. Her needlework skills were indeed her forte. These simple embroidered handkerchiefs were something she could produce swiftly. Had time permitted, she could have elevated their beauty even further. Upon reaching the bustling town market, she noticed numerous vendors selling various goods. Yet she stood alone in her endeavor to sell handkerchiefs. Observing her efforts, a kindly older woman nearby advised, "Little girl, it's early in the morning, and no one is buying. You might fare better at the entrance of a shop." Wei Ninger thought to herself that selling at a shop's entrance would only invite misfortune. Although she had not engaged in commerce before, she understood the unspoken rules of precedence. "No, I prefer to stay here." "Thank you, Auntie," she replied. The woman, realizing her intentions had been discerned, frowned and retorted, "Step aside. Don't occupy my space." Wei Ninger chose not to argue, aware that certain unwritten rules govern business. She shifted slightly to the side and began to call out, "Handkerchiefs for sale. Authentic silk handkerchiefs. Come and take a look." Her melodious voice, akin to a song, drew the attention of passers-by. People were intrigued by this petite girl selling such fine items, prompting them to approach and inquire about the price, only to shake their heads in dismay. Unfamiliar with the market value of her handkerchiefs, Wei Ninger sensed she might be asking too much. "These are handcrafted, and if it weren't for my urgent need, I wouldn't sell them at such a low price," she smiled. The onlookers dismissed her, thinking her quite mad. However, Wei Ninger remained optimistic, thinking that if she couldn't sell them today, she would return in the evening. She couldn't believe that no one would want her exquisite handkerchiefs. If they were in the palace, she could easily command 500 taels for them. Thus, she resolved to persevere, regardless of the challenges ahead, simply to survive. "How much for your handkerchiefs?" inquired a woman in her 40s, elegantly dressed in fine fabric, unlike the drab attire of most townsfolk. Her fair arms and well-maintained skin suggested she had once been quite beautiful. "Ah, such a sweet little girl. You even call me madam. Are you from out of town?" The woman found Wei Ninger quite amusing, for the locals typically address one another with more familiar terms like older sister or aunt. "Little girl, aside from embroidery, what else can you do?" The woman examined the handkerchiefs closely, scrutinizing the stitches as if she might use a magnifying glass. Astonishment flickered across her face as she discerned various embroidery techniques, including the rare twisted flower stitch and buried satin stitch, as well as round treasure stitches and exquisite double-sided embroidery. Upon the pristine silk lay a snow-white lotus, its leaves vibrant green, evoking the fragrance of a serene pond. "This is exceedingly rare," she exclaimed, moving on to another handkerchief adorned with a lifelike orchid, equally impressive in its detail. The middle-aged woman cast a discerning gaze upon Wei Ninger, who felt a flutter of anxiety in her chest. The woman's evident appreciation suggested she possessed some knowledge of embroidery. Wei Ninger noted the subtle signs on the woman's fingers, indicating she was likely a practitioner or enthusiast of the craft, as the thumb of an experienced embroiderer often bears a flattened shape from years of handling needles. "I can do nearly all forms of embroidery, and I can sew clothes, though it may take longer," Wei Ninger offered. The woman's lips curled into a slight smirk, perhaps skeptical of a young girl possessing such skills, as true masters of the craft seemed a rarity. After examining the handkerchiefs once more, the woman inquired, "Did you truly embroider these yourself?" "Indeed, madam. If you find something to your liking, I can offer a discount if you purchase too." Wei Ninger sensed the woman's refined demeanor indicated she possessed the means to buy, spurring her to encourage a larger sale. Chapter 08. The transaction. To her surprise, the middle-aged woman demonstrated a shrewdness in business acumen. "I'll take another look," she said, releasing her grip and preparing to leave. In her heart, she was convinced that Wei Ninger was lying. Perhaps she had secretly taken out a cherished handkerchief from her home to sell. Such exquisite silk could fetch no less than 100 yuan on the market, and its value was often dictated by demand rather than a fixed price. Wei Ninger had initially sensed the woman's interest, feeling a surge of hope. However, to her dismay, the woman turned to leave. Panic set in. She couldn't let a discerning buyer slip away. Even if the woman wasn't inclined to make a purchase, she needed to ascertain the reason. Thus, she hurriedly approached her, asking, "Madam, do you find something unsatisfactory about this handkerchief? Or is it the price that concerns you?" Seeing the eager expression on Wei Ninger's face, the middle-aged woman hesitated for a moment before smiling and responding, "Well, the truth is, I'm not here to buy a handkerchief. I'm looking for a sofa cover, but I've yet to find one that appeals to me." "A sofa cover?" Wei Ninger pondered briefly and suddenly grasped the situation. "Would you allow me to visit your home? I can create exactly what you desire with just a glance." Taken aback by Wei Ninger's confidence, The woman regarded her with newfound respect. "I must admit, I underestimated you," she remarked. "Come along then." With that, she led the way. A surge of joy coursed through Wei Ninger as she quickly stuffed several handkerchiefs into a small, shabby bag and followed her. Fortunately, the woman's residence was not far from the marketplace. Wei Ninger normally started her work at 9 in the morning and had lost track of time. She thought to herself that, at worst, she could skip breakfast and still make it on time. She even contemplated treating herself to a bun from a street vendor if she successfully closed a deal that day. As they walked, she noticed various stalls selling buns, rice dumplings, and other delicacies she had never tasted, all appearing quite appetizing. The woman, whose surname was Wang, indeed had an old sofa cover that was quite outdated. After a few glances, Wei Ninger understood how to embroider a new design and was confident she could create something far more beautiful. "Madam, would you like the embroidery to resemble this one exactly?" she inquired. "Close enough," Mrs. Wang replied. "This was a gift from a former teacher of mine. Achieving an exact replica would be quite a challenge." "Then how about this?" Wei Ninger proposed, sketching a design that was similar yet far more exquisite. Mrs. Wang was immediately captivated, exclaiming, "This is truly impressive. I didn't expect such skill from someone so young. What is your name? Where do you live? Who else is in your family?" Feeling the weight of Mrs. Wang's gaze, Wei Ninger felt a bit shy. "Forgive my questions. I seem to have gotten carried away, Mrs." Wang chuckled, realizing her inquisitiveness might have seemed intrusive. After a brief conversation, Wei Ninger found Mrs. Wang to be quite amiable, despite her initial skepticism. "You may call me Ni Jia. I reside in a village near the kiln factory," she said, gesturing in a particular direction. Mrs. Wang nodded. I know that area." "Mrs. Wang, I have a small request," Wei Ninger said, noticing a hint of concern on her face. "I may need 2 days to complete the order. Would it be possible for you to pay half of the deposit up front? If it makes you uncomfortable, I can leave a few handkerchiefs with you as collateral." Desperate for funds, Wei Ninger quoted the price of 50 yuan. Mrs. Wang considered this to be quite reasonable, given the size of her old sofa cover. Without sufficient capability, it would likely take a week to fulfill the order. "I trust you," Mrs. Wang reassured her. "Besides, you've shared your name and address. There's no way you could run off." She added with a smile, "You can call me Aunt Wang from now on." Receiving the payment filled Wei Ninger with a sense of security. She bowed deeply to Mrs. Wang, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Aunt Wang. I will leave the handkerchiefs here, and we can exchange them later." "Very well. Since you trust me, I shall extend my trust to you as well." As Wei Ninger prepared to leave, Mrs. Wang suddenly stepped into an adjacent room and returned shortly with a bag. "Here are some materials. They might not be sufficient. Feel free to purchase whatever is missing," she said. Wei Ninger nodded, relieved to find that the materials would cost her nothing. Her system warehouse contained an ample supply of threads, all free of charge. With a heart full of joy, she took her leave with the money in hand. Meanwhile, Mrs. Wang gazed thoughtfully at the handkerchiefs on the table, already contemplating showing one to Mr. Su. If this girl possessed genuine talent, it would be a great loss not to keep her around, even if it meant spending a little more. Just then, her son entered the room. "Mom, who is here?" Song Qingyu inquired, having caught sight of a familiar figure. The ponytail swayed as she walked, evoking a sense of déjà vu. "Oh, it's nothing. A young girl skilled in embroidery. She is quite charming, calling me madam all the time," Mrs. Wang replied. Even with an imaginative mind, Song Qingyu could not reconcile the image of a girl laboring in the kiln factory with one who could effortlessly transform fabric and thread into beautiful brocade. "Indeed, you are a madam, an elegant and cultured lady," he teased, brushing his teeth. "Stop being cheeky while brushing your teeth. Didn't you mention having important matters at the factory today? Hurry, I've prepared porridge for you. Eat it yourself. I'll head to the hospital to see your father." "Yes, I'll visit Dad after work. Tell him not to worry. With me around, everything at the factory is under control." In truth, Song Qingyu's visit to the kiln factory was prompted by his father's request. His father, the factory director, had been hospitalized due to health issues. Initially thought to be a minor ailment, it had turned serious, leading to a 2-month stay. As time progressed, his condition showed no signs of improvement, prompting concern. Meanwhile, Mrs. Wang had entered the kitchen, placing the groceries on the floor and pouring the porridge into a thermos, ready to visit Song Qingyu's father. With 50 yuan in her possession, Wei Ninger suddenly noticed an increase in her system's wealth value and an addition of 500 points of favorability. What did this 500 favorability mean? She realized that if someone developed a fondness for her, the system would reflect this sentiment. Chapter 09. Indeed, it has transformed. Not only had Wei Ninger earned money, but she had also unexpectedly garnered 500 points of goodwill, which filled her heart with joy, a promising beginning, indeed. Furthermore, she discovered that with this goodwill, she could exchange it for items in the system store, which could be considered akin to currency. What should she redeem? Ideally, something that would be of the utmost assistance in the short term. The murderer had yet to be found, and she still needed to devise a way to persuade her brother and sister-in-law to allow her to participate in the high school entrance examination. At this moment, Wei Ninger slowed her pace and instinctively entered the system store to explore what she could acquire with her 500 points of goodwill. After much deliberation, she realized that she could exchange her goodwill for a spatial spirit pet. These spirit pets possessed a certain level of sentience, while they resembled ordinary pets in everyday life. They could provide warnings and protection for their masters at crucial moments. Feeling somewhat isolated with no one to converse with, Wei Ninger was intrigued by the idea of a spirit pet that could accompany her. Once it acknowledged her as its owner, it would remain loyal for a lifetime. You shall be the one, she decided, selecting a gray hamster named Pudding without hesitation. Examining its attributes, she noted that it was not picky with food, had strong alertness, and was protective of its master. Its skills included speed like lightning and swiftness like the wind, with an attack power of 1. Content with her choice. Wei Ninger felt that this little creature was at least slightly stronger than herself. Given her low system level, she could only afford this tier of spirit pet. Higher tier options, such as snakes and foxes, required over 10,000 points, far beyond her means. Larger pets, like cats and dogs, demanded 5,000 points, a daunting sum for a novice like her. Thus, it seemed prudent to settle for this hamster to address her immediate challenges. She also noted an intriguing explanation. If a spirit pet grew up alongside its master from infancy, it could cultivate their bond and trust. Additionally, this breed of hamster had the potential to evolve and upgrade if presented with favorable opportunities. In essence, as Wei Ninger's strength increased, so too would the status of Little Pudding, possibly allowing it to evolve alongside her. The system initiated their bonding process, which required Wei Ninger to place a drop of blood on Pudding's forehead. As the drop seeped into its skin, a faint glow enveloped the hamster. Once the light faded, Wei Ninger was surprised to find Pudding scratching at the back of her hand, leaving a paw print as a gesture of greeting. Was this the successful formation of a contract? Wei Ninger had to admit, her adaptability was remarkable. Though her essence was that of an ancient being, the memories of Ni Jia had seamlessly integrated her into this world, leaving her feeling entirely at home. Now, she had the opportunity to observe her new pet. Pudding was approximately the size of her palm, entirely snow-white, with a small tuft of black fur around its eyes, giving it an adorably clumsy appearance. Initially wary of being bitten, Wei Ninger grew bolder as she watched it sit comfortably in her palm. She gently poked its belly, and to her astonishment, the little hamster rolled over, exposing its soft underbelly, all 4 paws raised in a gesture of delight. How endearing! It was utterly unreserved, and in that moment, Wei Ninger found herself smitten. However, a perplexing thought crossed her mind. Why was no one expressing surprise? Were the people here so accustomed to the extraordinary? After all, since the establishment of the nation, such transformations were prohibited. Was this little creature not an anomaly? Curiosity piqued, Wei Ninger decided to conduct a small experiment. She placed Pudding in her palm and began to playfully tease it. Spotting a woman in her 40s passing by, she approached and feigned ignorance of her surroundings, asking, "Excuse me, do you know the way to the kiln factory?" The woman scrutinized Wei Ninger, noting her clean, fair appearance, and casually pointed the way. "You look like an outsider. Just keep going straight and turn 3 corners." "Thank you." Wei Ninger expressed her gratitude, then turned her attention back to the hamster in her hand, pondering aloud. "Are you invisible? Can others not see you?" She realized her questions would likely go unanswered. so she tucked pudding into her backpack. To her surprise, it resisted, using its little feet to brace against the opening. "Don't shove me in there. No one can see me except you and the system," it squeaked in a high-pitched, childlike voice. Wei Ninger, taken aback, felt annoyance bubble up inside her. "Ah, so you can talk. Why didn't you say so earlier? Were you waiting to see me make a fool of myself?" A standoff ensued between the girl and the hamster. Their gazes locked. "What did you say?" "I didn't hear you," Wei Ninger urged, prompting pudding to repeat itself. The spirit pet, however, seemed to have already discerned her intent. It lay there, eyes half closed, feigning indifference, utterly ignoring her. Being disregarded by a mere hamster was a new low. What could she possibly say? "Fine. I'll let it slide for now. I'll take care of you, and once you're big and plump, we'll see what happens next." With that thought, her spirits lifted slightly. As she bit into the steamed bun she had purchased, she found it cold and hard, lacking any appeal. Moments later, her attention was drawn to the vibrant world around her. Since her arrival in this realm, she had been unable to comprehend many things and had encountered countless novelties. For instance, she observed two-wheeled contraptions zipping by, bicycles, as they were called. Then there were those metal boxes on four wheels known as cars, which filled her with trepidation due to their speed and the deafening sound of their horns. The buildings towered high, and even cars traversed the bridges above. Though she possessed fragments of the original owner's memories, she understood that seeing these things firsthand was an entirely different experience. How fascinating! Wei Ninger's feelings mirrored those of Lu Laolao stepping into the Grandview Garden for the first time. Chapter 10. Do not mess with Sister Wei. Observing Wei Ninger's intense reaction, Song Qingyu found himself at a loss for words regarding her unkind tone. This little girl certainly had a fiery temperament. Could she truly not discern between his sincere intentions and mere folly? A girl of such intellect should not be so naive. Initially resolved to turn away, he couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for her, seeing that she had to traverse nearly an hour's journey early in the morning. After all, a gentleman ought not to quarrel with a lady. Thus, he stepped out of the car and walked alongside her. "Hey, I suggest we speak kindly to one another, shall we?" Song Qingyu softened his tone. To his surprise, Wei Ninger continued to stride ahead, evidently disregarding the authority of her security team leader. Rather than feeling offended, he kindly remarked, "Do you realize that moving at a snail's pace like this will cause you to be late? You are aware of the factory rules. Tardiness results in a deduction of wages." Upon hearing the mention of tardiness and penalties, Wei Ninger's attention was finally piqued. Her steps faltered slightly as she abruptly halted, turning to face him, her eyes still tinged with suspicion. "Am I truly going to be late? But I feel as if time is on my side." "Then check your watch," he replied, confidently extending his wrist for her to see. His wrist bore a delicately crafted circular timepiece, featuring two slender hands, one long and one short. Was this, indeed, a watch? The original owner, an Jia, had never encountered such an item, which was a rarity at the time, primarily found in large cities like Shanghai, beyond the reach of ordinary households. In regions like southern Anhui, it was even less common unless one hailed from a prominent family. However, Wei Ninger was not an ordinary girl. She had seen watches before, though the one on Song Qingyu's wrist was different from the Shanghai brand she had encountered. She recalled having seen a pocket watch in the Imperial Palace, which Fu Heng had acquired at great expense from an English merchant during a naval battle. He had presented it as a gift to Hong Li on his birthday, which had delighted the emperor immensely, earning Fu Heng significant praise. The women of the harem, having never seen a pocket watch, had flocked to the Yangxin Hall to catch a glimpse of the glittering treasure. Lost in these memories, Wei Ninger's expression turned wistful, tinged with a hint of sadness. Yet, this was not the time for lamentation. She needed to complete her tasks to receive her rewards. Fortunately, she had won the emperor's favor, allowing her access to privileges that others could only dream of. Hong Li had once taught her how to tell time, explaining the significance of the long and short hands, the former indicating the hour and the latter the minutes, all within a 12-hour framework. She cast a glance at the watch's face. Sensing her confusion, Song Qingyu pointed to the watch and said, "You see, we start work at 9 o'clock. And it is nearly 8:30 now. This means we have only half an hour left." Feeling a surge of urgency, Wei Ninger inquired, "What should we do then?" We need to hurry. Perhaps it is you who should hasten. I have a bicycle, which will arrive shortly, he replied, glancing at his bicycle as if to say, you should plead with me to take you. However, Wei Ning'er pursed her lips tightly, even as the threat of tardiness loomed over her. She remained silent. Her demeanor had shifted from warm to indifferent as she stated, so, I've wasted your time? You should go ahead and not let me hold you back. With that, she bypassed him and continued on her way. This turn of events surprised Song Qingyu, who had intended to tease her and witness her flustered response. Instead, he found himself at odds with her. Hey, wait. Hold on, he called out, only for Wei Ning'er to quicken her pace. This girl was certainly stubborn. After mounting his bicycle, he pursued her. In truth, they were not running late. Rather, they had ample time. As Song Qingyu had mischievously adjusted the time on his watch to be 50 minutes fast, allowing them a leisurely 50 minutes on the road. Why are you walking so fast? I was only joking. If I didn't intend to take you, why would I stop to speak with you? He called out, hastening his steps to catch up with her, ultimately blocking her path with his long limbs. Wei Ning'er looked up at him, her expression tinged with annoyance. No. It was more accurate to say she fixed him with a fierce gaze from her sparkling eyes. It was then that Song Qingyu saw her face clearly for the first time, an unforgettable visage radiating youthfulness, her skin so delicate it invited closeness. Yet, there was a defiance in her eyes, suggesting she was not easily swayed. Suddenly, the thought of dominate crossed his mind, prompting him to scorn himself inwardly. She was merely an innocent child. Why should he grapple with her? With this realization, he softened his expression and smiled. Nothing is more urgent than avoiding tardiness. Let us set aside our quarrels. Why not hop on and allow me to take you to the factory? He anticipated that his softened tone would earn her acquiescence, but instead, she stepped over his offered gesture as if it were beneath her. No need. I will merely be late. It is my own fault, and I shall accept the consequences. As she resolutely continued her stride, Song Qingyu felt a flicker of irritation. How could this girl be so obstinate? He had never encountered anyone quite like her. So he caught up again, grabbing her arm. Wait, are you afraid of riding? Is that why you refused my offer? Fearing she might misunderstand, he continued, it's quite safe. Just hold on to the metal rod beneath the seat, and you'll be fine. Besides, look at my long legs. If anything goes awry, I can easily stabilize us. Chapter 11. The deceit of words do not sit. Did you not say that being late is my concern? Then let me be late. Wei Ning'er remained unfazed, exhibiting a tone of rationale in her argument. The dynamics of human interaction resemble an unbalanced seesaw. When one side advances, the other retreats. When one tightens, the other loosens. Indeed, seeing her indifference, Song Qingyu found himself at a disadvantage. I admit my fault. Is an apology not enough? Walking from here to the factory will surely wear your feet raw. You have work to do during the day. What if you collapse from exhaustion or fall ill? Wouldn't that reflect poorly on me as the security captain? So you fear being implicated. In that case, you need not concern yourself with me. That is not my intention. For the first time, Song Qingyu realized how inept he had become with words. What I mean is, if you tire yourself out, your family will be worried. If I see you unwell, I would undoubtedly step in to assist. Are you then wishing for my illness? This left Song Qingyu momentarily speechless. He had not anticipated that Anai Jia, this young girl, could wield such sharp wit. It was now his turn to chuckle at himself for deeming her naive. Clearly, in her presence, he appeared the fool. Feeling disheartened, Song Qingyu ceased this verbal sparring, realizing he was confronting the irrationality of a woman. It was a delicate dance, where every step mattered, and yet he found himself stepping on toes. With a discontented pout, Wei Ning'er glanced down at her worn sneakers, originally white canvas shoes. They had now become unrecognizable, sporting a small hole at the big toe. If one did not scrutinize closely, it would be nearly impossible to notice. She did not dwell on Song Qingyu's words. Instead, her thoughts were consumed with the prospect of purchasing a new pair of shoes once she had some spare change. Hey, I'm speaking to you. Are you listening? Song Qingyu gazed helplessly at the sky, wishing he could strike someone. Yet, how could he bring himself to harm the girl with such delicate, youthful skin? Yes, I'm listening. With all his might, he struck a soft surface. yielding no resistance, a true reflection of his current emotional state. Completely at a loss. I am not jesting, I am speaking of serious matters. Are you listening? As he pedaled furiously on his bicycle to catch up with Wei Ninger, he found the vehicle increasingly burdensome. Without it, they could walk side by side. Wei Ninger, however, was too apathetic even to respond, merely nodding to indicate her attentiveness. Men's words are often deceptive, and a woman's waist, a deadly blade. Who would believe he had matters to discuss with her? He had not mentioned anything earlier, and now he sought to have her ride with him. Who could say he did not harbor ulterior motives, perhaps intending to ensnare her into a trap? Wei Ning's mind raced with these thoughts, concocting several scenarios in mere moments. Just as she prepared to hurl another retort at Song Qingyu, an unexpected voice interrupted, silencing her completely. Please accept the hidden task. 1. Gain Song Qingyu's favor. Reward, 2,000 points of goodwill. 2. Obtain Song Qingyu's true love, which will grant a surprise reward of great value. Please endeavor earnestly, host. Upon hearing this directive, Wei Ninger could no longer suppress her fiery temper. Her expression soured as she internally raged, System, you are not being fair. I have yet to complete my initial task, and the culprit remains at large. Why must another hidden task appear inexplicably? Please do not be anxious, host. The hidden task is a temporary trigger from the system. It will be randomly issued when conditions are met. Additionally, please note that upon completion, the rewards are indeed substantial. And if I fail to complete it, perhaps a minor penalty will be imposed. Grinding her teeth, Wei Ninger inquired in a hushed tone, what rewards are there? The goodwill of 2,000 points hardly requires explanation. However, securing the male lead's true love will yield an impressive surprise. This prospect intrigued Wei Ninger. If her journey through this first world proved so tumultuous, having the ability to rewind time might expedite her tasks in the future. Being astute, she understood the implications of weighing pros and cons, and she would undoubtedly make the most judicious choice in due course. Very well, it is settled. She promptly accepted the task. The system expressed satisfaction with her response, though its expression remained inscrutable to Wei Ninger. You actually chose this mouse. What of it? Is there a problem? No, it is excellent, truly excellent. After this affirmation, the system lapsed into silence once more. Wei Ninger, being exceptionally clever, quickly discerned that the system's words were not entirely truthful. Perhaps misfortune awaited her. However, her curiosity was piqued not by the potential pitfalls, but by the promise of the 2 bountiful rewards. According to the information she garnered from the system, if she accumulated goodwill points, she could directly bestow them upon someone, instantly garnering their affection, a veritable golden opportunity for her aspirations. Chapter 12. Gaining initial affection. The only minor flaw was that both the time reversal skill and the affection points were consumables that vanished once depleted. Wei Ninger had yet to uncover any clues about the murderer, and she pondered whether to take a leap of faith. Since the system indicated that conditions were ripe for triggering a hidden task, it suggested a significant likelihood of her success. Observing the current situation, it seemed that Song Qingyu harbored some degree of fondness for her. Otherwise, he wouldn't linger by her side, almost late, after she had clearly expressed her refusal to engage. Instead of riding his bicycle, he remained to accompany her. Had she been the innocent and carefree girl she once was, she might have overlooked his intentions. However, his actions were as transparent as daylight. Perhaps it was time to discover the true reason behind his claim of needing to speak with her. What do you wish to say? As they strolled, Wei Ninger suddenly halted, turning to face him. Her enchanting gaze fixed upon him left Song Qingyu momentarily stunned. His eyes lingered on her, a mix of daze and admiration washing over him. Feeling somewhat embarrassed under his gaze, she brushed her wind-tousled hair behind her ear, inadvertently revealing her delicate, fair ear. Given her already striking beauty, Song Qingyu found himself entranced. Song Qingyu's affection increased by 200. Song Qingyu's affection increased by 500. Song Qingyu's affection increased by 800. Upon hearing the system's progress report, Wei Ninger felt a twinge of surprise. Did this mean he had completed his initial task? Indeed. The system promptly announced her latest data. Ding! Congratulations! You have completed the first hidden task, achieving 1,000 points of affection from Song Qingyu. Reward, 2,000 affection points. However, Mere affection points were insufficient. She needed to strive further to win the male lead's true love.
Vending er jenslig bitterligt.
Yet, this statement went unheard by her. At this moment, both harbored their own thoughts, exchanging only glances before turning back to their respective musings. Wei Ning contemplated securing Song Qingyu, while he remained enveloped in the earlier electric sensation. As he observed her deftly tucking her hair behind her ear, the sight of her porcelain ear and delicate hands, combined with her flawless visage, struck him like a bolt from the blue. A warmth spread through his chest, accompanied by an inexplicable joy that began to bloom within him. This feeling was beyond words. For the first time, he realized he might have developed feelings for this girl, and it was this realization that fueled his attentive demeanor. Typically, he was not one to deceive. Under Wei Ning's clear and penetrating gaze, he felt that any words he uttered would be transparent. They continued to walk silently for several paces until Wei Ning broke the awkwardness. "Why are you blushing? You're sweating on your forehead? Do you feel hot?" Upon hearing her inquiry, Song Qingyu became aware that he indeed was perspiring. Disregarding his image, he wiped his forehead with his sleeve and forced a smile. "It seems a bit warm, yes, just from walking." Wei Ning remained silent, producing a clean handkerchief from her pocket to gently dab his forehead. Their height difference was significant. Standing before Wei Ning, Song Qingyu resembled a tall pine tree. A subtle fragrance wafted towards him, causing him to straighten his posture, feeling somewhat stiff and hesitant to move. Yet, his gaze was irresistibly drawn to her face, long eyelashes curling slightly, a dainty nose, and softly parted, rosy lips. His mind buzzed, as if something within him was shifting. It felt slightly embarrassing to be so undignified in front of a girl. "Thank you. I felt a bit dizzy earlier. The sun is quite blinding." His reasoning seemed rather feeble. "Yes, it is somewhat warm," Wei Ning replied earnestly, nodding. "By the way, you haven't told me what you intended to say earlier," she pressed curiously. Unexpectedly, the well-prepared words he had in mind evaporated under her gaze. Had he truly lost his train of thought at such a critical moment? This was an occurrence foreign to him. Throughout school, he had been an exemplary student, a model of diligence and leadership, ultimately becoming a squad leader in the military within 2 years. Such a lapse in memory was beyond comprehension. I wanted to ask why you ventured into town so early this morning. Why not borrow a bicycle?" Finding a suitable opening, Song Qingyu exhaled softly. Yet caution crept into his mind. Could it be that this woman possessed a beguiling allure that rendered him speechless? He recalled the whispers among the factory workers, suggesting that Wei Ning was a temptress, ensnaring the director. The memory of seeing her emerge from Shin Chong's office yesterday, flushed and flustered, doused his thoughts with cold water, awakening him to reality. "There are no vehicles in the village, and besides, I woke up early." Regaining his composure, Song Qingyu's expression grew somber, erasing the previous joy. Wei Ning immediately sensed a shift in his demeanor, as if he had been enveloped in a sudden chill. "Are you still taking that ride? If we don't hurry, we'll be late," he urged once more, concerned that if he abandoned her now, she might unveil his earlier foolishness. "All right, thank you," she replied, but Song Qingyu's eyes dimmed, realizing her intentions were deliberate. Very well, he would take her to the factory's entrance and part ways. "Are you all right? Your expression seems a bit strange," he commented. Negative emotions from Song Qingyu. 200. Negative emotions from Song Qingyu. 400.
Weininger?
Chapter 13. The Invincible Universe of You with the System's Reminder. Wei Ning finally realized that the issue lay with Song Qingyu. What was the situation? What had he perceived? Or was he simply highly alert, sensing something amiss? The crux of the matter was that she had done nothing at all. Oh, then she recalled the earlier incident, when she had taken the initiative to wipe the sweat from Song Qingyu's brow. Initially, his expression had been somewhat bashful, but soon turned to one of negative emotion. Could it be that he too was reborn? Or possessed a system? Seated in the back of Song Qingyu's car, Wei Ning continued to ponder the earlier events. After much contemplation, she could devise no solution and resorted to poking the small creature, the mouse treasure pudding, nestled in her pocket. The tiny creature was half asleep, eyes squinted and mouth slightly ajar, a droplet of white substance at the corner of its mouth, fully engrossed in slumber. Wei Ning first prodded its back, but there was no response. She then poked its belly, to no avail. Growing impatient, she grasped its ears, causing its beady eyes to pop open, all four limbs flailing in confusion and innocence. Once it realized Wei Ninger was holding its ears, it protested, "Let go of me. What do you want?" Observing the laziness of this mouse treasure, Wei Ninger began to comprehend the system's earlier statements. "It's good. Very good. Time to get to work. I wish to inquire how I can alleviate the 400 points of negative emotion that Song Qingyu harbors towards me." The mouse treasure, now visibly irritated, retorted, "First, let me go. How can I assist you if you're treating me like this? It's clearly your own laziness. Fine. Now that I'm free, speak your mind." The mouse opened its eyes slightly and yawned, speaking slowly. "I suppose I can tell you, but you must treat me better in the future. Unlike you." The last host was quite gentle. With a sigh of exasperation, Wei Ninger found herself yearning for roasted mouse. Unbeknownst to her, the mouse sensed her thoughts. "No need to curse me in your heart. You wish to roast me for a meal? I am not being lazy. I was just summoned by you, and the system has been significantly compromised. My energy is nearly depleted, and I fall into slumber after a brief awakening." Realizing she had wronged it, Wei Ninger conceded, "All right. I admit my mistake. So what shall we do now? You are the host, and I am your spatial spirit pet. We are inextricably linked. We must work together from now on. Naturally, if I desire something, I have my reasons, and you are free to act accordingly. I won't let you suffer." Indeed, it had gained sentience. "You're so foolish. Didn't you just acquire 2,000 points of favorability from that guy? You could use 600 points to negate his negative emotions." It was clear that the mouse had no attachment to what was not its own. 600 points were precious, and she had intended to use them for something significant. Reluctantly, she resolved to follow the mouse's advice, recognizing its newfound sentience and superior understanding of the situation. Thus, Wei Ninger expended 600 points to erase Song Qingyu's negative emotions. Once the transaction was complete, she noted the absence of his negative feelings. The mouse yawned once more, stating, "I'm going back to sleep. If there's nothing urgent, don't summon me." Without waiting for Wei Ningguo's consent, it burrowed back into her pocket. Its formerly white fur now appeared somewhat translucent, confirming its earlier claim about the system's severe damage and its own weakened state. One could only wonder what misdeeds the previous host had committed. Fortunately, Song Qingyu was oblivious to the mouse's presence, and Wei Ninger communicated with it through her mind. However, she was not touching the car's back seat, yet Song Qingyu sensed something amiss.
"Ah,"
Wei Ninger replied, "Who is taking advantage of your man? If anyone is being taken advantage of, it's us women." His light laughter filled the air. "Isn't that just the way, Wei Ninger?" At this moment, she realized she had been ensnared by Song Qingyu's words. As the car descended, her body instinctively leaned downward. Embarrassed, she clung to his waist, resorting to gently tugging at the edges of his clothing. Unintentionally, her childish action drew another chuckle from him. After a rather uneventful journey, they finally arrived at the junction outside the factory. Upon reaching the intersection, Wei Ninger, wary of being seen by others, disembarked from the car before Song Qingyu could offer. "Thank you, security captain. Hey, I'm Song Qingyu. Song from Songjiang, Chung from Taber, and you from the Invincible Universe." This caught Song Qingyu off guard, as he had not anticipated Wei Ninger would salute him.
"That's how it should be."
To his surprise, Song Qingyu approached her, adjusting her posture as he corrected her salute. The moment their hands touched, both of their faces flushed crimson. Fortunately, the awkwardness didn't linger long. Having learned the proper salute posture, Wei Ninger lowered her hand and inquired, "So, you really did serve in the military? No wonder you seem different from others. We're all human. What is so different? Now, hurry to work." Song Qingyu offered a brief smile, providing no further explanation. Realizing she was nearly late, she began to jog, only for Song Qingyu to call out from behind, "Slow down. There's plenty of time." She halted in surprise, pondering the unusual situation. Most likely, everyone was eager to get a head start before the sun rose. Upon her arrival, several female workers had already gathered. They seemed to have just arrived, busying themselves with their clothes, checking teacups, and chatting. When they noticed her, their expressions turned peculiar. Wei Ninger paid little mind, moving to her locker to retrieve her lunchbox. She prepared to wash rice and steam it, opting for her usual fare of salted vegetables soaked in hot water. She had brought a large bottle that would remain fresh for several days. However, to her astonishment, as soon as she arrived, she overheard the two women nearby whispering. Rather than mere whispers, it felt as though they were deliberately speaking for her benefit. Chapter 14. After the lunchbox was overturned, even the words spoken were laced with veiled barbs and insinuations. How surprising it was that such a liaison had formed so swiftly. Indeed, I had remarked just yesterday, never expecting it to come to fruition so soon. By early morning, the two were already entangled together, clearly in a rush. The speaker was a woman in her early 20s, her gaunt face betraying a sharp demeanor. Beside her stood a slightly younger woman, possessing a more voluptuous figure and a more pleasing appearance. "Yenner, if I may suggest," she said, "a person like Captain Song deserves a beauty like you. You possess both status and looks, unlike some who resemble cunning vixens, yet still aspire to ascend the social ladder despite their humble origins." The girl named Yenner, brimming with pride, straightened her chest and deliberately raised her voice. "Oh, you might not know, but I suspect it is she who is courting him." After their exchange, they cast furtive glances toward Wei Ninger, chuckling amongst themselves. Initially, Wei Ninger paid little heed to their chatter. These women, idle and bored, often spoke of the affairs of Zhang's wife and her husband, or fixated on the young men in the vicinity, devising ways to capture their attention. Their words, crude and explicit, rivaled even those of married women. However, as the conversation progressed, she sensed an unsettling shift, noticing the disdainful glances directed at her. At that moment, Aunt Lee arrived at work. Since her pregnancy, she had developed a penchant for pungent foods, and today she brought with her a batch of fermented pickles, the sour scent permeating the air upon her entrance. Yenner and her companion immediately grimaced, complaining, "What is that awful smell? It's unbearable." Aunt Lee, having overheard their remarks and noticing their pointed gestures towards Anai Jia, leaned closer to Shinanan, inquiring quietly, Jia, do you smell anything strange?" Understanding Aunt Lee was defending her, Anai Jia decided to reciprocate the support, replying purposefully, "I don't smell anything unusual. If anything, it must be the delightful aroma of Aunt's cooking." Strangely enough, while others found the smell of the pickles nauseating, the villagers from her hometown relished the dishes made from them. Although the scent was off-putting, the taste was delectable. Wei Ninger, known for her voracious appetite during her time as a palace maid, had a fondness for peculiar flavors and did not shy away from them. Her words were not unfounded. Aunt Lee chuckled, Jia, you are mistaken. My dishes are fragrant, but some people's words are more foul than the refuse in a latrine." Wei Ninger playfully retorted, "Thank goodness I remained silent earlier." Her comment unmistakably pointed out that those who had spoken ill of her bore the foulness of a latrine. Aunt Lee continued, "In life, one must cultivate a degree of decorum. Do not presume that one's father or uncle being a minor official makes one remarkable." At this, Yenner could no longer contain herself. Rising to confront Aunt Lee, who are you referring to so explicitly? Aunt Lee was unperturbed. Being pregnant afforded her a certain respect from the factory workers, who would naturally steer clear of her. "Oh, look at Yenner today. Dressed so splendidly. Are you off to ensnare a man? Too bad the men in this factory do not favor such overt advances. Do not go too far, or I shall tear your mouth apart." Yenner seethed, her anger flaring as she attempted to strike Aunt Lee, only to be restrained by her companion. "Yenner, do not engage with her. It could lead to trouble." "Just you wait," Yenner declared, storming off with her friend in tow. Wei Ninger, grateful for Aunt Lee's warm-heartedness, remarked, "I appreciate your support. May it deter them from bullying us further." Aunt Lee gently squeezed her arm, smiling, "That's the spirit." They both returned to work, and in gratitude for Aunt Lee's assistance, Wei Ninger helped her with various tasks throughout the day. By lunchtime, Aunt Lee had completed more than usual, while Wei Ninger managed to shovel only 2 carts. Aunt Lee felt a twinge of embarrassment, but Wei Ninger was unconcerned. Her thoughts were on finding ways to earn more money, hoping to avoid the drudgery of labor. A girl was ill-suited for such work. The harsh elements and meager pay were disheartening. Moreover, the people here, though seemingly simple, harbored unspoken judgments. Wei Ninger prided herself on her ability to read people. Yet she had not anticipated the complications that would arise. She wished to avoid trouble, but trouble would find her regardless. She should have known that Yenner would not simply let things be. During the lunch break, she went to retrieve her lunchbox but found it missing after searching the steamer. In a panic, she rushed to the kitchen staff, inquiring if any lunchboxes had been overlooked. The cooks informed her that all lunchboxes were stored in 2 large bins. Just as despair began to settle in, her lunchbox appeared, held aloft by Yenner, who bore a look of condescension. "Is this your lunchbox, Jia? I imagine you must have been quite anxious to lose it. No food means an empty stomach, and an empty stomach means you can't work this afternoon. Lucky me. I found it for you," she said, feigning kindness, yet dripping with sarcasm. The audacity was astounding. She had caused the trouble, yet acted as if she were the benefactor. Wei Ninger immediately adopted a stern expression, reaching for her lunchbox. "Do not pretend I am unaware of your intentions. I am uninterested in your affairs or anyone else's. Simply return my lunchbox." One who is already courting someone else yet claims disinterest in others. Is that not the height of arrogance? Yenner thought, her mind shifting. Just as Wei Ninger reached for the box, Yenner deliberately loosened her grip. With a resounding crash, the lunchbox fell, the lid popping open and its contents spilling onto the grimy floor. Chapter 15. A proper meal. The rice steamed from the lunchbox is distinctly different from freshly prepared rice. It forms a solid block, perfectly shaped like the lunchbox itself. When tipped out, it lands as a large, fluffy mound, directly on the ground. This is the kitchen area, where a row of sinks stands, typically used by the female workers for washing lunchboxes and fetching water. The floor is muddy, further soaked by the water flowing from the pipes. Upon spilling, the rice transforms instantly, with a portion turning black. The stark contrast of the rice, resembling mocking eyes, seems to laugh at Jia. Wei Ninger felt a simmering anger rising within her, though her expression appeared frozen in shock. "I'm sorry, I accidentally slipped." She feigned innocence. "How about this, Jia? Let me take you to the cafeteria for a special meal." After speaking, Yenner deliberately gauged Jia's reaction, noticing her stillness, which only fueled her disdain. She thought to herself, perhaps this fool is overjoyed at the prospect of being treated to a meal. The food tea particularly exquisite, and she wouldn't let money go to waste. If this simpleton dared to accept, she would find a way to humiliate Jia in front of everyone. The cafeteria in the factory offers a variety of dishes. These are prepared in small pots, presented attractively, and generously seasoned, making them undeniably delicious. Each dish is served on a small plate, lined up beside the cafeteria window, priced at 1 yuan each. Options like green pepper with mung beans, cucumber stir-fried with eggs, and minced meat with steamed eggs are fragrant and mouth-watering. Typically, Jia couldn't afford even a single bite. One plate would consume 2 days of her wages. A luxury she could not afford, especially with a sister-in-law who regarded money more dearly than her own eyes. As Yenner awaited a grateful response from Jia, hoping for her company at lunch, she was taken aback by the cold gleam in Jia's starkly contrasting eyes. The once charming face now exuded an air of aloofness. In a voice that felt foreign, she pointed to the rice on the ground and coldly commanded, "Pick it up." For reasons unknown, this sudden fierceness from Wei Ninger startled them, instilling a sense of fear. Yet, Yenner steadied herself, reminding herself that this was merely a young girl, still in her teens, lacking experience. Why should she feel intimidated? Gaining confidence, she pushed forward, causing Wei Ninger to stumble slightly without falling. "What's the matter? Trying to intimidate me? I already said it was an accident. I'm inviting you to a good meal inside. Why don't you drown in pickled vegetables, country bumpkin? You should be grateful. Yet you act so fierce. I truly wonder how your family raised you." Her words, though meant to belittle, carried a tinge of pity. After speaking, Yenner waved her hand dismissively, saying, "All right, I'll let this slide today, but next time, keep an eye on your things and don't blame others without cause." As the two chuckled and attempted to leave, Wei Ninger swiftly stepped in front of them, blocking their path. With a firm tone, she reiterated, "I'll say it once more. Pick it up." This time, Wei Ning's eyes were devoid of any unnecessary emotion, replaced solely by a chilling intensity. Her lovely face bore an expression of frost, exuding a maturity that belied her age, instilling a sense of awe in those who beheld her. The nearby female worker, witnessing Wei Ning's sudden transformation, felt a pang of fear and instinctively huddled closer to Yenu. Yener, an Jia is terrifying. Could it be that Wei unsettled her, causing her to lose her mind over something as trivial as a lunchbox? We could simply compensate her. Yener, who prided herself on her image, noticed the fear in the younger girl's eyes. Puffing out her chest, she adopted an air of arrogance, extending her hand almost to Wei Ning's nose. What are you so proud of? It's just a lousy lunchbox. Do you expect to extort me? Truly a country bumpkin. Let us go. However, before she could finish speaking or turn away, something yanked her back, immobilizing her. To her shock, an object suddenly descended upon her face. Her jaw was forced open, and a cold, muddy substance was unceremoniously shoved into her mouth. Since you love this rice so much, you might as well finish it before you leave, Wei Ning remarked, patting her shoulder. You don't need to accompany me. Her demeanor was strikingly assertive. It wasn't until Wei Ning walked away that Yener and the other worker comprehended the gravity of what had just transpired. Yener had been force-fed rice and Jia. That foolish girl had retaliated with such a straightforward and brutal method. Who granted her the audacity and courage? A ripple of applause erupted from the onlookers, sparked by an unknown individual, soon echoed by many who cheered in approval. Yener, who had long reigned in the factory, had displeased many. Today, Wei Ning's intervention was a surprising twist that left everyone astonished. Rather than chastising her, they felt a sense of relief. And Jia, I'll make you pay for this. Yenu's eyes blazed with fury, ready to charge at Wei Ning. Yet, for reasons inexplicable as she stood up, she was either bumped by something or lost her footing, suddenly collapsing to the ground. Wei Ning observed her from above and said, "No need for such grand gestures." At that moment, Yener faced utter humiliation, losing both her dignity and pride. In a fit of rage, she shouted, "Enough. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, would I have been hit?" Chapter 16. Dog bites dog. The female worker named Lienu was abruptly shoved to the ground by Yenu, scraping her hands in the process, which ignited her fury. Unable to contain herself any longer, she shouted, "Li Wenyuan, do you really think so highly of yourself? Everything good that you have is due to my suggestions. If it weren't for your father being the director, who would pay you any mind? You're not even as attractive as others, and you're foolish to boot." When Li Wenyuan was insulted so brazenly by this woman, she trembled with rage. She had never anticipated that Liena, who had always fawned over her, harbored such contempt. In truth, Liena was nothing more than a person who relied on a somewhat capable father to gain the favor of others. How laughable it was that Liena would dare to compare her to that muddy-legged Jia. At this moment, when Yuan's eyes seemed to blaze with fire, her legs still throbbed painfully, and Liena was only adding fuel to the fire, pushing her to the brink of fury. "You dare to speak to me like that? I thought of you as a good friend, yet you've lost all sense of decency." Liena, coming from a humble background and raised by her grandmother, had a brother who was a layabout. Were it not for Wen Yuan's kindness in supporting her, Liena would not have had the luxury of feeling superior. Yet, the words that Liena hurled at her cut deeper than she could have imagined. "Good friend? Huh. You consider me a friend, yet I feel as though you regard me as your maid. I fetch your things, provide ideas, and you reap all the benefits while I bear the consequences. When you fancy a man, you can't wait to attach yourself to him, but when you lose interest, you expect me to seduce him so you can catch him red-handed and break up properly. Huh. If it wasn't for your occasional generosity, who would even bother with you?" Upon hearing this, the onlookers exchanged glances, their expressions brightening. A male worker surged from the crowd, pointing an accusatory finger at Li Wenyuan. "Li Wenyuan and Liena. So you two were playing me for a fool, you shameless women." Bah. This left Wenyuan flustered, and she hastily defended herself. "No. Don't listen to her. She's framing me." It seemed that Liena, having been provoked and seeing her own injuries, was determined to retaliate. She coldly retorted, "Frame you? For the man you desire. What wouldn't you do? Even if they are a happy couple, you would use your little power to intervene. Have you forgotten what happened that day? If you want to keep secrets, you must not engage in wrongdoing. Liener, you foul-mouthed wretch, silence yourself. Today, I shall end you. At that moment, Wen Yuan felt utterly humiliated, her facade stripped away by Lien's words. The mention of that day caused her face to pale. If she were exposed, her fate would be sealed. Without a moment's hesitation, she picked up a brick from the ground, ready to strike Lien, who had dashed into the cafeteria. The scene erupted in chaos as the cafeteria became a battleground. Yet, no one felt sympathy for either woman. They both deserved this fate. Observing the fray, Wei Ninger felt no interest, knowing that friends like them would inevitably find themselves in such predicaments. However, the intensity of their confrontation was surprising, revealing a drastic change in Li Wenyuan's demeanor. As Wei Ninger calmly entered the cafeteria, she was met with curious, respectful, and somewhat familiar gazes from the crowd. She retrieved some coins from her pocket, purchasing 2 dishes and 2 bowls of rice, and began to eat slowly. One bowl was for herself, while the others sat beside her. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that although no one was seated beside her, the food in that bowl gradually disappeared. Is this your doing? Wei Ninger glanced at the emptiness beside her. There sat a tiny hamster, clutching a fork larger than its arm, devouring the food with gusto. Between bites, it remarked, I merely sowed a bit of misfortune upon them, and this is the result. You are far too kind. One must be fierce to deal with such people. Lives could be at stake. The commotion at the entrance escalated further. Rest assured, no lives will be lost. Besides, my intervention might even turn their fortunes around. Otherwise, they would face dire misfortune. As the hamster continued to eat with enthusiasm, its cheeks stuffed with rice, Wei Ninger inquired, what kind of misfortune could they encounter? Love troubles, the hamster replied nonchalantly. At that moment, Wei Ninger recalled Liener's earlier accusation that Li Wenyuan had deceived someone's affections. Perhaps, as a result, the men Wenyuan had previously misled would come knocking at her door. A woman's reputation is paramount. If it is tarnished, her plight would be more tragic than that of a divorced or widowed woman. Let us hope there are no threats to life. After a brief pause, she asked, can you really help them turn their fortunes? Of course. When a person's misfortune and fortune reach a certain threshold, they will either become lucky or unlucky. We can add numbers to their misfortune score, causing them to either experience great misfortune or great fortune instantly. However, if someone is already fortunate, forcibly altering their luck requires a hefty price. Wei Ninger was unaware that the hamster possessed such capabilities, thinking it merely a pet that was greedy, fond of sleep, and occasionally adorable. Little did she know that when it chose to act, it could be quite formidable. What would be the cost of changing someone's luck? She asked. Without hesitation, the hamster replied, it could be years or even decades of one's lifespan, or you could sacrifice your own luck for another. But this is inadvisable, as it would only harm you. The hamster's warning was not exaggerated. Wei Ninger, a remnant of a soul, existed in this other realm due to a system's influence. Should she violate the laws of existence by transferring her luck or lifespan to another, it would only result in her own detriment. Understanding the gravity of the situation, she asked, can I see a person's luck? The hamster shot her a disdainful glance, clearly irritated by her questions. Once it finished the last grain of rice, it licked its tongue and stated, not yet. Your abilities are still too weak. If you can earn more favor, you might exchange it for a pair of luck-seeing glasses. Then, you could glimpse into another's fortune. But this would only be temporary. Nodding in comprehension, Wei Ninger thought to herself, though she was currently powerless, this little creature could be of great help. It seemed she would need to treat it well in the future. Chapter 17. The Peeping Fruit Versus. The devil fruit. Wei Ninger was slightly slower in consuming the fruit, and she observed Pudding sitting earnestly, sifting through today's harvest. After finishing, Pudding excitedly raised its paw and smiled at Wei Ninger, exclaiming, our performance today is commendable. Come and take a look. Following this, it pulled out the system's package menu. The details were meticulously recorded, akin to someone's daily accounts. It noted the specific date, June 23rd, at 8 in the morning, gaining a favorability score of 200 from Song Qingyu. The total favorability reached 1,000 points, followed by a negative value of 600. and further indicated that she had consumed favorability points to cover this gap. Additionally, it recorded a dislike value of 500 from Yenu and 200 from Lianer. Then, to her astonishment, there was a reward. Congratulations, host. You have successfully challenged the villainous Li Wenin and achieved a reversal, earning a reward of 1,000 points and 1,000 courage points. Wait, there's a reward? Wei Ninger exclaimed joyfully. Pudding glanced at her with a hint of disdain, thinking to itself, how could this woman focus solely on the rewards and overlook the dislike values? After deductions, she had merely received 300 reward points alongside 1,000 courage points. Did you think that was the end? There's a temporary triggered task that you might want to consider. Wei Ninger, lacking pudding sensitivity, was oblivious to the existence of a triggered task. The thought of today as hidden tasks gave her a headache. With 2 tasks already unfinished, the prospect of an additional triggered task was overwhelming. Without a second thought, she promptly declined, stating, I won't do it. My life is my priority. Moreover, she was exceedingly cautious, preferring to tally her rewards before considering deductions and contemplating how to improve. After finishing its statement, Pudding yawned, covering its mouth with its soft, slightly pink paw, appearing ready to sleep. Wei Ninger, hearing this, weakly inquired, I'm afraid I won't be able to complete it. If I fail, will there be deductions or punishments? Of course. However, if you manage to complete the task this time, the rewards will be substantial. The same phrase again left Wei Ninger feeling uncertain. The prospect was enticing, but it required her to possess the capability to seize it. What rewards? Let me see. Pudding then reached out, tapping at something before it, squinting slightly. With an air of seriousness, it remarked, not bad. It's a peeping fruit. What is a peeping fruit? Wei Ninger inquired. Once consumed, it enables one to glimpse into the innermost thoughts of others. Upon hearing this, Wei Ningu's heart stirred. If she suspected someone of being a murderer or wished to uncover critical information, administering this fruit could unveil their secrets effortlessly. After much contemplation, she resolved to take the risk. Otherwise, she would remain oblivious to the identity of the murderer. All right, I'll accept the task, but you must assist me. We're in this together, she said, gazing earnestly at Pudding. Pudding, feeling uncomfortable under her intense gaze, waved its paw dismissively, exclaiming, I know. I've already been helping you. Instantly, Wei Ninger donned a cheerful expression, grinning at Pudding. Little mouse, if you help me, I promise to treat you well and prepare delicious food for you. Little mouse? What an odd nickname. Fearing it would not believe her, Wei Ninger raised her hand to the heavens and vowed, I swear that every word spoken today is true. Should there be any falsehood, may lightning strike me. Before she could finish her solemn oath, a morsel of food was shoved into her mouth, and a plump paw pressed down on her hand. Naturally, the food was from her bowl, as Pudding had long finished its share. All right, I concede. I'll accept the task. With that, Pudding pressed a button, and a task notification materialized in Wei Ning's mind. Assist the supporting character Li Wenin in dispelling rumors and protecting her from personal harm. Below were the task completion requirements and details of the rewards. Task completion level 1. Dispel rumors to prevent damage to her reputation. Reward: 1,000 points and a bottle of mental strength potion. Task completion level 2. Successfully enable Li Wenin to retaliate against Liena, reversing her unfavorable situation while ensuring her safety. Reward: 2,000 points and 2 bottles of mental strength potion. Task completion level 3. An upgraded version. Convert Li Wenin from foe to ally, successfully incorporating her into your camp. Reward: 3,000 points and a peeping fruit. The description of the peeping fruit indicated it was a versatile fruit, allowing the consumer to access another's innermost thoughts. Upon reading this, Wei Ning's eyes brightened, and she eagerly said to Pudding, "This peeping fruit is quite remarkable. It can even be upgraded." The subsequent explanation revealed that consuming a double portion of the peeping fruit could transform it into the more formidable devil fruit. The devil fruit would influence a person's psyche and behavior, prompting them to act in ways entirely contrary to their usual character. However, it remained uncertain whether everyone who consumed a double portion of the peeping fruit would develop a devil fruit. A kind-hearted individual would remain unchanged regardless of the quantity consumed. Having perused the task details, Wei Ninger found her enthusiasm waning. She felt the system had devised an exceptionally perplexing task. Why must the individual she was to assist be none other than the troublesome Li Wenyin, who was always at odds with her? This woman had a problematic personality and was far from likable, yet she remained oblivious to her own shortcomings, leading to her being struck down by Lianer with a single blow. What to do? What to do? At this moment, Wei Ninger abandoned her meal, pondering how to complete the task. Surely, the one who tied the knot must be the one to untie it. It seemed Pudding was quite self-assured in its guidance. What do you mean? Look outside. Your opportunity has arrived. Pudding pointed its mouse paw outside, and suddenly its expression shifted as it leapt onto Wei Ninger's shoulder with remarkable speed. At that moment, Wei Ninger spotted Lianer sprinting towards her at breakneck speed. Help! Help! And Jia, save me. Li Wenyin wants to kill me. Lianer exclaimed before dashing behind Wei Ninger, just as Li Wenyin's brick was about to strike her face.
Stop.
Haven't you caused enough trouble? Is there no shame left? Wei Ninger shouted, her voice rising, leaving her throat slightly sore. At this moment, Pudding, perched on Wei Ninger's shoulder and watching the commotion, promptly gave her a thumbs up and whispered in her ear, "That's right. Just like that. You need to assert your presence to suppress Li Wenyin's momentum to resolve this crisis." Chapter 18. Who is the true lotus flower? If given the opportunity to strike the mouse, Wei Ninger would dearly wish to seize the mischievous creature perched upon her shoulder, to strike it down, only to revive it and strike it down once more. At this moment, she could only silence it. Be quiet. Can't you see I'm trying to think? If you keep chattering, I shall withhold your food for an entire day. On hearing Wei Ninger's threat, Pudding became somewhat serious, yet its expression remained cheeky, its head tilted in a rather amusing manner. All I need is plain rice. I am easily satisfied, it replied. Plain rice? You haven't even had a drop of water, Wei Ninger retorted, noticing its paws tugging at her hair. A wave of irritation washing over her as she yanked a trinket from her shoulder. To onlookers, the mouse's presence was invisible. They merely saw Wei Ninger angrily waving her arms, leading them to believe she was about to strike someone. Startled, nearby individuals quickly urged, "Hurry, go stop her." When they noticed Li Wenyuan and Lianer were about to clash, there was no one to intervene. Yet, upon seeing Jia about to make a mistake, bystanders felt an irresistible urge to prevent her. Li Wenyuan, witnessing Wei Ninger reaching towards her, recoiled in fright. The hand that had raised a brick now lowered slightly. Jia, our affair is not settled yet. Mind your own business. I know you harbor ill intentions. With that, she aimed to strike at Lianer, who cunningly hid behind Jia, daringly challenging, "Go ahead and strike. If you don't, you're just a coward." This enraged Li Wenyuan, her brows furrowed. Impulsively, she raised the brick to strike. However, at that moment, Jia stepped forward, directly positioning herself in front of Li Wenyuan, pointing to her forehead and defiantly proclaiming, "Go ahead, strike here. Do as you wish. Once you're done, you'll spend your life in prison." Li Wenyuan, perhaps intimidated by Wei Ninger's fierce aura, stood there dumbfounded, her hand still raised, lips quivering, tears welling in her eyes. As tension thickened, fists clenched tightly in anticipation of the first move, a tall figure suddenly burst in like a gust of wind, positioning himself between the two and swiftly snatching the brick from Li Wenyuan's hand, tossing it out the window without a glance. "What do you intend to do? Do you wish to revolt?" Li Wenyuan was taken aback to see Song Qingyu arrive. This was the first time she had seen him so closely, her gaze fixated.
I,
she stammered, unable to articulate her thoughts. Lianer, seeing her savior had arrived, rushed forward, gripping Song Qingyu's arm and exclaiming, "Captain Song, you arrived just in time. If you had been any later, I would have been beaten to death by Li Wenyuan. Look at my hand, she pushed me, and now it's in this state." Noticing Lianer's theatrical performance, Wei Ninger began to pay attention to this petite woman, who, despite her unremarkable appearance, was adept at manipulation and feigned innocence. It became evident that she had underestimated this woman. If Li Wenyuan was foolishly naive, Lianer was the epitome of a cunning lotus flower, an upgraded version at that. Initially unassuming, her shrewdness and adaptability emerged in critical moments. She had pretended to be subservient to Li Wenyuan, showering her with flattery and eager to serve her. Now that Li Wenyuan had turned against her, she shamelessly sought refuge behind Jia to avoid the backlash. Upon noticing Song Qingyu's arrival, she perceived him as stronger than Jia and swiftly changed her tune, beginning to flatter him. Truly, a country girl with deep schemes. Song Qingyu glanced at her scratched palm and instructed another young man beside him, take her to the infirmary for treatment. The young man, unfamiliar yet obedient, nodded and prepared to escort Liena away. Reluctant to leave, Liena looked at Song Qingyu with a pitiful expression. Captain Song, my hand is in this state. I can't work. Can this be considered a work injury? Wei Ninger could no longer bear to watch. She turned away to tidy her recently used utensils, preparing to leave this place of turmoil. Bystanders observed Lien's transformation in front of Song Qingyu with a sense of bewilderment, questioning how this woman could change her demeanor so effortlessly. Unaccustomed to being so close to a woman, Song Qingyu gently pushed Lien's arm away, patiently advising, I will have someone investigate your situation later. As for the factory's decision, you will be notified in due course. Oh, I see. Captain Song, I am innocent. You must stand up for me. Li Wenyuan felt utterly disgusted by Lien's behavior. Watching her act this way made her want to confront her directly. At this moment, she truly regretted her previous actions. Comparatively, Jia was far more agreeable than this duplicitous woman. Captain Song, do not be deceived by this enchantress. She is the master of theatrics, Li Wenyuan warned. Captain, she is quite promiscuous. She flirts with anyone. Next time you see her, keep your distance to avoid contracting any diseases. Li Wenyuan was taken aback by Lien's slanderous accusation that she had a disease. How could a virtuous young woman like her have such a reputation? Anger boiled within her. Wang Liener, do not slander me. I merely had a boyfriend. Not once did he touch me. Speak further, and I shall dig up your ancestors' graves and break your brother's legs. Suddenly recalling something, she reached out. By the way, you still owe me 100 yuan. Return it quickly. Who borrowed money from you? Lien's expression shifted slightly upon hearing the demand. She had initially had no need to curry favor with Li Wenyuan, yet due to her good-for-nothing brother, who had developed a gambling habit, she had to borrow from Li Wenyuan. If she didn't, her brother threatened to force her into marrying an old bachelor. Thus, Liener had resorted to flattery to obtain the loan, forgetting about it in her moment of satisfaction. However, she felt no fear, for Li Wenyuan had not documented the loan, leaving her with no evidence to leverage against her. As this thought crossed her mind, her expression steadied. How shameless! When you borrowed money, you cried and begged me.
Now,
you dare to deny it? Wang Liener, I will ensure you pay dearly. Chapter 19. Disdained by a foolish woman, Li Wenyuan was in a frenzied state, recklessly charging at Liener, attempting to grasp her hair. Sensing the imminent threat, Liener, unable to find anything to shield herself with, impulsively pushed Jia away. When a person fights for their life, they can become terrifying, even devoid of strength. Wei Ninger had already packed her belongings, preparing to depart, but to her dismay, Liener shamelessly used her as a human shield. Li Wenyuan's target was Liener, but little did she know how cunning Liener was. In a moment of unrestrained ferocity, she found herself poised to claw at Jia's face. Move aside. At that instant, Song Qingyu noticed the commotion and urgently called out, be careful. He rushed to the rescue, a hero in a critical moment. Originally positioned 2 places apart from Jia, Song Qingyu leaped forward with impressive force to save her. Unfortunately, the intensity of his actions was not to be underestimated. Consequently, disaster struck. While he successfully pushed Jia out of Li Wenyuan's grasp, the sheer momentum caused them to tumble together in a heap, resembling a human pyramid. To prevent Jia from hurting her head, he instinctively wrapped her in his embrace. As they fell, their faces were nearly touching, and in the ensuing roll, their lips inadvertently met. Song Qingyu's teeth collided with Wei Ninger's, causing her to wince in pain, tears brimming in her eyes. Perhaps the sensations between men and women differ. Wei Ninger was enveloped in his scent, while Song Qingyu was captivated by the softness and faint fragrance that lingered on Jia's skin, as well as her pleasantly soft lips. Although the moment was fleeting, for Song Qingyu, who had never kissed a woman, it was an unforgettable experience. His body tingled, as if electrified, and Nigea's delicate face was mere inches from his own, nestled like a kitten in his arms. Any man would find it hard to remain indifferent. Thus, it was only natural for him to experience a reaction, though his bashfulness made his cheeks flush slightly. Irritated by how tightly Song Qingyu held her, Wei Ninger seized the opportunity to scramble away from him, casting a fierce glare in his direction before vigorously wiping her mouth.
Ding!
You've received your first kiss from Song Qingyu, triggering feelings of affection. Reward: 1 item from the system. The system's notification momentarily froze her actions, as she had not anticipated such an unexpected delight. However, what shocked her even more was the thought that Song Qingyu might actually have feelings for her. Seeing Nijia rise and wipe her mouth, Song Qingyu's fleeting excitement was doused like cold water, leaving him feeling icy and his expression darkened. He pondered with frustration. Am I truly that inadequate? It was just a brief contact, yet she displays such disdain. Earlier, she had nestled comfortably in his embrace, gripping his shirt tightly. He had felt a genuine connection, only to realize it had all been one-sided. Moreover, the incident had not been his intention. It was merely an accident. Had he not recklessly rushed to save her, she would not be so high and mighty now. He felt a slight sting in his elbow, probably from a scrape. But such minor injuries were inconsequential to him. Without further ado, he darkly commanded, "You 3, follow me to the security room. I need to have a serious talk with you." With that, he strode forward, hands clasped behind his back, exuding the demeanor of a seasoned official, albeit a rather handsome one. Wei Ninger stood there, feigning innocence as she called after him, "Hey, Captain Song, I'm the victim here. Why must I go? I just twisted my waist." Mentioning her waist reminded Song Qingyu of that soft sensation, her body imbued with a subtle fragrance. Recalling the softness of her lips, he inwardly scolded himself, thinking, she's just a woman. What do I want from her? Why must it be her? He forced himself not to turn around, his tone slightly stiff. Are you really so innocent? I've heard it was you who instigated today's events. Then tell me, Captain Song, if someone were to bully you, would you not resist? Wei Ninger was unafraid of him, countering his remarks. To her surprise, he coolly retorted, "In my world, there are no ifs." With that, he resumed his stride outwards, his black military boots echoing loudly on the ground, demanding attention. Wang Liener, Li Wenyuan, and the other women present looked on, their eyes wide with disbelief, some almost bursting with envy as they followed Song Qingyu. Wei Ninger, lost in thought, suddenly recalled that she had forgotten to thank him for saving her. Yet, it was clear he had taken advantage of her. Why should she be the one to apologize? It was all so perplexing. With no other option, she sought assistance. "Mouse treasure, I think I've offended someone. What should I do?" At that moment, she remembered her savior, the all-knowing one. "Humph, now you think of me? I don't know," it replied, bearing an expression of discontent, a stark contrast to its outwardly smug demeanor. Noticing its attitude, Wei Ninger endeavored to appease it, seeking its wisdom. "Dear, sweet little one, please do me a favor and offer me some advice. If I'm punished today, my brother and sister-in-law will surely be furious." Wei Ninger, having taken on the original owner's persona, was inevitably influenced by her thoughts. Yet her unique advantage lay in retaining her own memories. Otherwise, with just a fragment of the original soul, she would be outmatched by others. She vowed to utilize the original owner's memories to gather the most charming expressions, even sneaking a glance at the system's vocabulary, ultimately selecting 3 delightful words to charm the little fluffball before her. Chapter 20. The Fragile Vessel of Friendship. Seeing that Pudding had not responded for quite some time, Wei Ninger could only continue to coax and persuade with increasing fervor. "Oh, little darling, little cookie, please help me out." The words she uttered were almost painfully saccharine. Mouse Treasure could not help but tremble slightly. If she continued, it would soon become unbearable. Unexpectedly, this mischievous little sprite was exceedingly adept at putting on a show. Hastily, it raised a paw to signal her to stop. "Stop, stop, stop. I have an idea, so hurry and share it." Mouse Treasure touched its whiskers, which were rather sparse, and, after a moment of contemplation, it finally had an idea. "I have a splendid notion, guaranteed to work every time." "What is it?" Wei Ninger perked up, eager to listen. "I want 3 grilled small Christian carps, perfectly charred on both sides. Mouse Treasure extended its 3 short, pudgy little hands, looking quite comical. Before even discussing the matter at hand, it had jumped straight to conditions. Was this mouse perhaps reborn as a glutton? Fish? Where am I supposed to find fish? Don't you see I eat pickled vegetables every day? Wei Ninger felt a pang of despair. Her heart was heavy. Yet there was no one to confide in. Regardless, I don't care how you go about it. If you don't procure those fish, don't expect my assistance next time. And if you dare to go back on your word, I have my ways to deal with you. After much deliberation, she finally nodded. Mouse Treasure then leaned in and whispered its brilliant idea in her ear. Upon hearing it, Wei Ninger felt a wave of regret wash over her. Unable to contain her exasperation as she exclaimed, "You deceitful little creature. What kind of ridiculous idea is that? Anyone would know. I am not human." Mouse Treasure retorted with great conviction, causing Wei Ninger to scowl. "Also, you clearly lack confidence in yourself. Otherwise, why would you come to me for advice?" It continued, ignoring her displeasure. "Don't forget your promise to me. 3 grilled small Christian carps. That's just 3 fish, understood?" Seeing Mouse Treasure's smug expression as it pointed its little finger, Wei Ninger felt an intense irritation. How glorious her past had been. Yet now she found herself outmatched by a mere mouse. Then a thought struck her. When she seasoned the fish, surely adding more chili and Sichuan peppercorns would not be a problem. With this in mind, her expression finally brightened. While she pondered, a voice suddenly broke through her thoughts, and someone tugged at her arm. Startled, Wei Ninger turned to find Li Wenyuan had approached her, initiating a conversation. "Hey, what are you standing around for? Hurry up and leave. I've heard that when that song gets angry, he can be quite unforgiving," she added, "but he is indeed handsome, even when angry. He looks remarkably dashing." Wei Ninger was speechless. Even with fire at her heels, Li Wenyuan was still contemplating men, oblivious to the flames licking at her own doorstep. "He should be all right. I don't think he's that fierce," Wei Ninger replied, echoing Li Wenyuan's sentiments. However, this provoked her mockery. "Oh, it's easy for you to stand there and say that. He's different with you. I saw him heroically come to your rescue earlier. If you hadn't insisted that there was nothing between you two, I might have believed you were dating. Did you see how anxious he was when you almost fell? He even scraped his elbow. He got hurt?" Suddenly, Wei Ninger understood the source of his anger. It was not merely because she had failed to thank him, but rather his concern for her had led to his injury, and she had seemed ungrateful. Feeling a faint blush creep to her cheeks, she wondered how he viewed her now. Perhaps he regarded her as an ungrateful wretch. "I didn't notice. It was rather chaotic at the time." Li Wenyuan, observing Wei Ninger's seemingly aloof demeanor, felt a surge of irritation. However, she found Wei Ninger preferable to Wang Liana. At least she was genuine, without ulterior motives. So her anger dissipated. "Fine, you always act like you have no heart or soul. People say you're aloof, but I think it's just shyness." Is that how they perceive me?" Wei Ninger was entirely unaware. What kind of person had the original inhabitant of this body been? She only knew she was well-behaved, and the attitudes of others toward her revealed much. To her surprise, Li Wenyuan was offering such an assessment today. Noticing Wei Ninger's silence, Li Wenyuan's awkwardness resurfaced. Assuming she was displeased, she couldn't help but ask, "Are you still mad at me for not talking? I apologize for today. Now I can finally see clearly who treats me well and who does not. Even if you don't say it, you still consider me during critical moments, right?" Wei Ninger found Li Wenyuan's capriciousness quite overwhelming. She had been so cruel before, nearly wishing for her demise, yet now she was suddenly conciliatory. Humans, it seemed, were indeed complex creatures. As Wei Ninger, a woman of ancient times, now inhabited a modern body, she couldn't help but marvel at the happiness of modern women compared to those of the past. They were so much more open and forthright. Love was love, and dislike was dislike. Everything was straightforward. Unlike the women of her era, burdened with numerous reservations and constraints, often leading to convoluted paths that resulted in tragedy. With no one even aware of the true culprit. "You, at least, haven't completely lost your wits." Wei Ninger smiled faintly, the corners of her mouth curving upward. Li Wenyuan was momentarily stunned by this rare smile from Wei Ninger, her eyes widening in surprise. Unbeknownst to Wei Ninger, her smile was enchanting, even captivating Li Wenyuan, who gazed at her in awe. Wow, you actually smiled today. Honestly, you look stunning when you smile. You should do it more often.
Is that so? Now.
Wei Ninger hesitated to smile again. It was said that beauty could bring misfortune. And perhaps the phrase referred to someone like the original inhabitant of this body, beautiful yet incapable of safeguarding herself. How else could she have met such a tragic fate at such a young age? The perpetrator remained elusive. As they continued walking toward the security office, Wei Ninger unexpectedly received a delightful surprise. She had successfully assisted Li Wenyuan and had begun to earn her trust, resulting in a reward of 2,000 points from the system. She had yet to claim the system's item, which allowed for a single draw. Wei Ninger decided to postpone the draw for now, choosing instead to see what was happening with Song Qingyu. Chapter 21. Do not anger the bees, lest you attract the flies due to an injury on her hand. Lianer was first taken to the infirmary. Although it was called an infirmary, it lacked proper medical equipment. It was merely a place where alcohol and cotton were used to dab on some red ointment. If one wished for antibiotics, one would have to go to a larger hospital, and such treatment came at a steep personal cost. Naturally, Lianer, without money, could not procure any decent medicine. Observing the old doctor's simplistic treatment, her lips curled in discontent. Remembering her usual charm, she began to plead, "Doctor, is this sufficient? Will my hand leave a scar? Would you mind taking another look?" As she spoke, she intentionally tugged at the old doctor's arm. The elderly physician, with his reading glasses perched on his nose, was nearly dizzy from her antics and coughed sharply. "You let go of me at once." Hearing the commotion inside, the young man who had accompanied her immediately appeared at the doorway. He stepped forward to pry her hand away, admonishing, "What are you doing? If you don't behave, I will send you to the security office for confinement." How fierce! "I am merely concerned about my condition and asking the doctor a question, nothing more," she retorted. The old doctor, feeling somewhat uncomfortable from her insistence, noted that she hadn't truly crossed any lines and waved them away, saying, "Young lady, you may leave now. It's nothing serious. Just avoid getting your hand wet or exerting yourself too much in the coming days, and apply the medication daily." Then, as if struck by a thought, he retrieved a small red bottle filled with liquid from a nearby drawer. "You need not return. I will give you the anti-inflammatory medicine directly. Just wash your hands and apply it daily. Isn't there any better medicine? I've heard of a new treatment that heals scars upon consumption. Look at my delicate skin. It wouldn't do for me to have an unsightly scar. We have no such excellent remedies here. This is already quite adequate. Now off you go, young lady." The old doctor appeared eager to conclude the discussion. Reluctantly, Lianer accepted the medicine and left. As she walked, she began to mutter curses at the old doctor. The young man beside her, unable to bear her complaints any longer, interjected, "Miss, mind your words, lest you invite retribution." However, engrossed in her tirade, she failed to notice a protruding stone beneath her feet and tripped, falling to the ground. After a moment, she sat up, gasping, her pants torn from the fall. In her frustration, she exclaimed, "Damn it! That wicked soul left stones here." The young man, witnessing Lienni's misfortune, thought it served her right and seized the opportunity to taunt her further. Indeed, Lianer was startled by his words. Struggling to rise, she managed to stand, only to discover her leg was slightly injured. "Hey, could you lend me a hand? I've hurt my leg," she pleaded. "I wouldn't dare touch you. What if you accused me of wrongdoing?" he replied. Liena was taken aback by his stubbornness and retorted, "Are you from our factory? Are you here to make my life miserable? Didn't I just speak ill of me to the captain, and that's why you're treating me this way?" The young man could no longer suppress his laughter, glancing at Lianer with incredulity. "You think you can compare yourself to others? You wouldn't even be fit to carry their shoes." What Lianer did not anticipate was that Song Qingyu was indeed handling matters with strict professionalism, summoning them one by one for questioning, and they were separated for the process. Li Wenin was the first to enter, leaving Lianer to wait in the lounge area. Though termed a lounge, it was merely a small room of about 10 square meters. Outside, the weather was stifling, yet inside was surprisingly cool. Upon entering the room, She noticed a large window had been opened, allowing a full view of the factory grounds. He must often stand here, hands clasped behind his back, observing the situation. She mused, a smile creeping upon her lips. Behind the window was a long row of offices, warehouses, and the residences of various leaders. A narrow alley ran between them, through which a gentle breeze wafted, carrying a faint floral scent. Surveying the neat and tidy appearance, Liena noted that it differed greatly from her previous impressions of the security office, which had been chaotic and reeking of sour sweat. Leftover food was often piled at the entrance, attracting swarms of flies. Now, however, everything was arranged neatly and orderly, and to her surprise, there was even greenery. A rectangular flower bed had been placed in front, behind which several rows of trees had been planted. Curious about the arrangement, she leaned out to catch a glimpse and saw that a row of trees had indeed been planted in front of the offices, emanating that delightful floral fragrance. The scent reminded her of camphor trees, commonly found in the countryside, known for repelling mosquitoes. However, their leaves were particularly abundant, and year-round, one would be occupied with the fallen leaves and flowers. Bored, she sat on a bench and closed her eyes to rest. After working late the previous night, she felt drowsy, and the coolness of the room, combined with the lack of disturbance, lulled her into a light slumber. She was abruptly awakened by a tap. Realizing it was Li Wenin, with a pout and a look of deep grievance, it was evident that the conversation had not gone well. Awakened, Liena found her weariness dissipating. Her mind sharpened immediately. Seeing Wenin's distress, she knew her heart was unusually large to have fallen asleep in such a situation. What happened? She inquired, still hesitant to use affectionate terms like Yen Yen or Wenin, given their earlier altercation. Humph, that surname Song is indeed ruthless. He has sentenced me to clean the factory for a week. In such a vast place, he might as well be burying me alive.
Li Wenin vented her frustrations.
Hearing this, Liena felt a sense of relief. The punishment did not seem overly severe. It demonstrated Song Qingyu's resolve without appearing to be protective. Fear not, for I am here. However, I do not wish to be grouped with Liena. Liena thought that naive individuals were easier to handle. But those who feigned sympathy while being unreasonable were truly troublesome. I would rather provoke bees than have those flies latch onto me. Chapter 22, Captain Song. Could we come to an agreement? That little wretch, should she dare to associate with me, I shall tear her tongue to shreds. The mere mention of Wang Lianer ignited a fierce animosity in Li Wenyuan, her teeth itching with hatred. She had entirely forgotten that not long ago, she harbored similar sentiments towards an Ai Jia. Thus, the two conspired to face punishment together. What transpired next took Wei Ninger by surprise. Despite her anticipation, Song Qingyu did not summon her for a discussion. Instead, it was Wang Lianer, who was ushered in by a stern-faced young man. As Wang Lianer approached Wei Ninger, she could not resist pausing to cast a disdainful glance her way, spitting out, "Fox spirit," with even more contemptuous words following. Though Wei Ninger possessed a gentle disposition, she found herself irked by the insult. However, she refrained from retaliating, merely regarding Wang Lianer with a seemingly unperturbed gaze. "Mind your tongue. Should you continue to misbehave, I shall have the captain dismiss you," warned the young man with the dark complexion. This threat rendered Wang Lianer cautious, for losing her job at the factory would plunge her family into dire straits. Her scoundrel of a brother had amassed debts beyond reckoning, debts that would take more than her life to repay. "Hey, little brother, why does she get to go in first? Shouldn't it be me? I've been waiting out here for ages." Unable to contain herself any longer, Wei Ninger finally spoke out as she observed him preparing to lead Wang Lianer away. Perhaps taken aback by the earlier insults, she had remained momentarily speechless, but now her frustrations spilled forth. The young man glanced at her, perhaps momentarily captivated by her beauty, before quickly averting his gaze. "I cannot speak to that. I am merely following orders." With that, he propelled Wang Lianer forward, nearly thrusting her into the adjacent room. The room was connected by a long corridor, and as Wei Ninger felt a growing sense of unease, she began counting their footsteps. After nearly 30 steps, she found herself astonished. It seemed that this building harbored secrets unknown to the outside world. With her mind wandering, she pondered the location of the interrogation room and what Song Qingyu might be doing. Time passed slowly, and she found herself absent-mindedly counting her own hair, when suddenly, Wang Lianer emerged, sobbing. However, upon seeing Wei Ninger, she spat, "Humph. Little wretch, do not think that by clinging to someone powerful, you will lead a charmed life. I shall not allow you to revel in your fortune." What had transpired inside to provoke such a reaction? With a sharp slap, Wei Ninger retaliated, her expression chillingly cold, starkly contrasting her usual sweet demeanor. The young man was momentarily taken aback. "I harbor no malice unless provoked. If you offend me, I shall repay in kind. Should you wish to contest this, feel free to report me to the captain. I am more than willing to engage." How captivating, exuding an aura of authority. The young man cast another glance at Wei Ninger, who, after asserting herself, reverted back to her usual docile appearance, appearing remarkably obedient. Yet, Wang Lianer's visage was a dismal sight, her face marked by 5 distinct fingerprints, her hair disheveled from the force of the blow. A heavy price indeed. The young man had anticipated her reaction and grasped her arm firmly. Wei Ninger regarded him, thinking, at last, he had emerged. She had half expected him to remain hidden indefinitely. As Wang Lianer was escorted away, Wei Ninger remained unaware of the nature of her punishment. Observing him turn and stride forward with a steady, powerful gait, Wei Ninger steeled herself to follow. The corridor proved lengthy, and she counted 35 steps beneath her feet. Captain Song felt a wave of exasperation wash over him as he reflected on Wei Ninger's unpredictable nature. He bore her antics patiently, awaiting the moment she would approach him in tears, but she was not one to weep. Instead, she would likely mock herself. Yet her lips were moving, not directed at him. What could possibly engage her so intently? Was there gold on the floor, or perhaps a treasure hidden beneath? With a patient demeanor, Captain Song inquired, "What compels you to count? Are you so bored?" "Indeed, it is precisely my boredom that leads me to count, while I await your summons to enter." They have walked over 30 steps, and I have now counted 35. Clearly, she was chiding him for his delay. Suppressing a reprimand, Song Qingyu replied curtly, "Since you are so intrigued by counting, do take your time." This provoked urgency in Wei Ninger, who reached out to grasp his arm. When his gaze fell upon her hand, sharp as a knife, she quickly transformed her grip to clutch his garment instead. Song Qingyu shot her a sidelong glance, noting her newfound timidity. Just moments prior, she had been bold enough to strike, yet now she appeared meek and compliant. Chapter 23. Unexpected revelations. Caught off guard and confronted directly, Wei Ninger could only respond, "Isn't it because the situation was urgent? If I hadn't intervened with Li Wenyuan, would I truly allow her to harm Wang Lianer and face imprisonment? Moreover, that Wang Lianer came over and insulted me as a little enchantress and a vixen. When I approached, she called me a little wretch. Am I not entitled to retort?" In the vast corridor, aside from the footsteps of the two, the only sound was that of Wei Ninger's voice, like pearls dropping onto a jade plate. For the first time, Song Qingyu discovered how engaging it could be to listen to someone speak. However, after hearing her, he maintained a stern expression and remarked, "You aren't angry with Li Wenyuan for treating you that way, yet you still assist her?" Perhaps Song Qingyu had already grasped the situation upon arrival. "Wenyuan isn't inherently malicious. We are colleagues, and I don't wish for her to stray down the wrong path." "So, you genuinely wish her well? You women are quite peculiar. One moment your adversaries, and the next friends. Yet, as for Wang Lianer, your disdain for her is palpable." Hearing this, Wei Ninger felt a warmth in her heart. He was showing concern for her. Yet, she quickly reconsidered, wondering if he was merely testing her. After all, bringing them over was merely for an investigation. In truth, today's events were not monumental. It was simply a trivial spat among female colleagues. Surely, Captain Song wouldn't truly intend to take any serious action against them. Wei Ninger glanced at his face, but he was slightly taller, and the dim lighting rendered it impossible to discern his expression. Unexpectedly, her covert glance was caught, and he suddenly turned his head. Startled, Wei Ninger swiftly turned away, causing her stride to falter. Observing her secretive glance and her startled reaction akin to a frightened rabbit, Song Qingyu couldn't help but find her somewhat endearing. This version of her radiated a certain vitality. contrasting sharply with the woman from yesterday who had threatened to reduce him to a mere shadow of a man. Should they blow this out of proportion or downplay it? The two lapsed into silence, leaving Wei Ninger feeling anxious. After a while, they arrived at Song Qingyu's security office. He produced a key, unlocked the door, and said, "Please.
Come in."
The space is a bit cramped, but make yourself comfortable." Wei Ninger followed him inside. The room was somewhat different from her expectations. The most prominent feature was an oversized desk, flanked by 2 stools. There were also a few cups for drinking water and a modest bookshelf containing several volumes on military tactics and firearms, alongside exercise equipment like dumbbells. Clearly, he placed considerable importance on physical fitness. After a moment, Wei Ninger realized she might have overlooked something. A delightful aroma wafted through the air. Her gaze settled on a food container beside the desk, from which the enticing scent emanated. "Please sit down and don't be shy." Wei Ninger was uncertain of his intentions, but couldn't afford to appear flustered. After all, the day's happenings were not overly significant. The outcome hinged largely on the leader's approach. However, just as she settled onto the stool, something was placed before her.
"Here, take this."
To her surprise, Song Qingyu handed her a pair of chopsticks. She accepted them, watching as he opened the lacquered wooden food container. Though it appeared small, it contained 3 layers filled with rice, soup, and vegetables. The container bore signs of age. Its lacquer faded to a pale purple. Inside were delectable dishes: braised pork ribs, stir-fried greens, fried potatoes, and notably, a portion of steamed fish. Perhaps lured by the aroma, Pudding, who had been dozing, suddenly poked its head out.
"Wow, fish.
"It smells divine." Before the words were fully uttered, its little paw reached toward the fish bowl. Noticing Song Qingyu's bemused gaze, she offered an awkward smile. There was just a little fly. A fly? He had failed to notice, having focused intently on her expressions, missing no nuance. Seeing her staring blankly, like a little fool, Song Qingyu hastily clarified, "The truth is, I received an extra meal at home today. I figured you might not have eaten enough earlier, and it would be wasteful to let it go to waste, so I thought of sharing it with you." She couldn't believe her ears. "Captain Song, are you really inviting me to dine with you?" This is utterly unexpected. Earlier, when he had left the cafeteria, his expression had been quite forbidding. Yet, after leaving her hanging for a while, he suddenly invited her to share a meal. What did this mean? Was it a gesture of goodwill or a reconciliation? Well, discussing the report and dining aren't mutually exclusive, are they? Song Qingyu seemed at a loss for words, struggling to articulate his thoughts. When she attempted to leave, he feigned indifference, saying, "Oh, don't overthink it. It's merely a surplus of food. Look, this is my mother's braised pork, tender and delicious. And the fish is from a shellfish species I personally caught from the pond. It has no bones, just pure meat. It requires minimal seasoning, just a bit of ginger, some rice wine, salt, and monosodium glutamate, steamed for 20 minutes. Timing is crucial. Too long or too short won't do. Do taste it. It's incredibly fresh." Wei Ninger remained still, her excitement bubbling over as she inquired, "You can cook? And you fish, too?" Suddenly, she felt that this man before her was a treasure trove of talents. "You really served in the military? No wonder you're always in uniform." He chuckled shyly. "I've grown accustomed to it. Wearing other clothes feels a bit odd." Just then, Pudding decided to join in, fluttering around her ear.
"Wow, he can cook and fish."
"Dear little Ninger, you must win him over." Pudding bounced on her shoulder, excitedly chattering away. Fortunately, Song Qingyu remained oblivious to Pudding's presence, sparing them both from an awkward situation. Chapter 24. Dish evaluation. To her surprise, Song Qingyu actually listened to her and walked out, which made Wei Ninger breathe a sigh of relief. Before she could even pick up her chopsticks, Pudding had already joyfully pounced into the fish bowl. "This one is mine. No stealing," it declared, shamelessly licking the entire fish from tail to head with its tiny tongue, fearing that Wei Ninger might compete with it for the fish. Seeing this, Wei Ninger couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. "All right, I want to compete with you. But don't you think it's dirty to lick the fish like that? If a person were to use their tongue on food, it would carry a taste. Even if it's your own saliva, I would still find it distasteful." "What's dirty? It's all mine anyway," Pudding retorted confidently. Wei Ninger was rendered speechless. casting it a disapproving glance. This little creature was undoubtedly quite intelligent. After all, despite being a mouse, it possessed wisdom akin to that of a human. With its somewhat childish voice, it seemed to have the intellect of a 5- or 6-year-old child. If she treated it like a little nephew, perhaps her mood would be somewhat soothed. Then let us use this to offset my 3 little crucian carp. Wei Ninger felt quite anxious. Where would she find 3 little crucian carp? The key was that she didn't know how to prepare them. She could grill fish, ensuring both sides were golden brown and exuding a captivating aroma. It seemed pudding was quite the foodie in its past life as well. No way, we agreed on this. You can't go back on your word. Well, after eating such a large fish today, aren't you afraid of gaining weight? If you get chubby, it won't look good. Wei Ninger thought this might deter pudding from its desire for fish. However, she was mistaken. It was all in vain. I'm not afraid. Besides, I'm not marrying anyone. Hearing this, Wei Ninger could only raise her hands in surrender. It appeared she would need to find a way to have Song Qingyu teach her how to fish. Once she learned, dealing with this mouse would be much easier. Wei Ninger had to admit she had never tasted such delicious meat before. Perhaps it was due to her hunger over the past 2 days, combined with Nigia's excessively bland meals. Even if a piece of fatty meat were placed before her now, her eyes would light up, and she wouldn't hesitate to take a few bites. The meat had been pierced with pine needles, then coated in flour before being fried in oil. She could tell immediately that it was pine needles, rather than golden or silver needles, that had imparted a natural pine fragrance to the meat. After flattening the meat with the pine needles, it was placed in hot oil along with scallions, ginger, and garlic, stir-fried over high heat to enhance the flavor. As she ate, the process of making braised pork ribs automatically formed in her mind. Moreover, not every dish had a rating. The braised pork ribs scored a commendable 90 points, while the steamed shellfish fish received a score of 85. The only drawback noted was that it lacked sufficient heat, which could affect the taste. The other 2 vegetable dishes did not have scores. Wei Ninger found this quite strange. What was going on? Let me explain, pudding chimed in. Didn't you just obtain a system item? I noticed you were too busy to draw rewards, so I took the liberty of pulling one for you. Surprisingly, I managed to get you the divine nose of a food god. You should thank me quickly. Humph. You meddle with my things without punishment, and now you want credit? Seeing Wei Ninggu's displeasure, Pudding hurriedly promised never to take matters into its own paws again, which appeased her. Then she recalled what Pudding had said about the item called the divine nose of a food god. The name sounded peculiar, so she asked, "What exactly does the divine nose of a food god mean? Is it related to the evaluations and scores I just saw regarding those dishes?" "Of course. It's definitely related. Otherwise, how could you have not noticed before?" Wei Ninger found Pudding's reasoning sound and nodded, urging it to continue. The divine nose of a food god essentially grants you the keen sense of smell possessed by a culinary deity. Once you master the cooking methods of those delicacies, you will be invincible. So impressive? What must I do? Pudding looked quite pleased. It couldn't use chopsticks, so it replaced them with its mouth and paws. Taking a bite of the fish as it continued to explain, no matter what food it is, once it's prepared, or even certain ingredients, as long as you utilize the skill of the divine nose, any dish with a score of over 80 will be displayed. If the score is too low, the system will automatically shield it and you won't be able to see it. However, for you, with the nose of a food god, just remember the good flavors. And you can exchange your points for the corresponding cooking methods. Is it really possible? Wei Ninger felt intrigued and wanted to give it a try.
Indeed.
When she focused on the recently prepared steamed shellfish fish, the entire cooking process appeared vividly in her mind. The other 2 dishes displayed critiques as well. The stir-fried greens had a decent taste but were made with insufficiently fresh ingredients, resulting in a deduction of 5 points, failing to meet the standard. The fried potatoes used oil that had been reused, and with an excess of chili, it affected the taste. Now Wei Ninger understood a bit more, though she still found it hard to believe. Seeing her confusion, Pudding quickly tapped its tiny paw in front of her. Suddenly, a screen resembling a television appeared before them. Unaware of the existence of computers in this world, Wei Ninger was astonished by the size of the screen and exclaimed, "This television screen is enormous. It must be very comfortable to watch." After a moment, she added, "Oh, there are some words here too." Leaning closer, she noticed that the screen displayed various small boxes and dialogue frames. It clearly stated that the exchange for the cooking skill of braised pork ribs required 1,000 points, while the exchange for the skill of steaming fish required 800 points. Below were explanations that provided evaluations of the dishes before her. After reading, Wei Ninger was so excited that she found herself at a loss for words. This system item was truly remarkable. Isn't it amazing? But this is just the beginning. You will gradually learn more, Pudding said. Our system is a new generation one, equipped with the most advanced technology. Unfortunately, it was damaged by the previous host.
Now,
Whether we can restore it to its former glory depends entirely on you. Wei Ninger pondered. She didn't possess such remarkable abilities and felt a bit hesitant. She merely wished to quietly be a small soldier, not a general. It should be us working together to rebuild the system. Besides, your abilities surpass mine. You ought to take the lead. Pudding pouted, but only you, the host, can complete system tasks to earn points. I'm merely an assistant. If I could earn points, why would I be here wasting time with you? You little mouse, are you starting to find fault with me? To her surprise, Wei Ninger gently grabbed Pudding by its 2 ears. It felt as if she had gained some divine assistance. Her agility seemed enhanced compared to before. After hearing Pudding's explanation, Wei Ninger checked the system for her points and discovered that she had accumulated quite a few. Additionally, her combat power had increased by 1 point, while her mental strength and culinary skills remained at 0, with a note indicating the commencement of her culinary journey. It seemed she had earned those points through tasks. Now I'm on the same level as you, Pudding. With this realization, she felt much happier, knowing she could freely tease this little mouse from now on. Chapter 25. Swiftly eradicate the evidence. Just as Wei Ninger was reveling in delight, the little mouse was far from pleased. It had realized that this woman was exceptionally clever, seemingly aware that their martial prowess was evenly matched. It appeared that persuading her to heed its words would not be an easy feat. The little mouse pondered silently, finding intelligent women quite formidable, and those who combined beauty with intelligence even more so. However, it still possessed a trump card, its knack for being mischievous. With this in mind, it promptly turned its attention to the delectable food before it. Lowering its head to sniff, it licked its pink tongue, squinted its eyes, and with a mischievous grin, plunged both paws into the dish, alternating between them. The food seemed to dance like toys in its palms, eagerly flying into its mouth in an orderly fashion. Perhaps the little mouse's antics were too exuberant, as Wei Ninger, who was engrossed in her ribs, was startled by its comical display, nearly bursting into laughter.
Hey, slow down.
I won't compete with you for food. Won't you choke doing that? Who said I would choke? But just as Pudding finished speaking, a sudden gagging ensued, and its little eyes rolled back. Alarmed, Wei Ninger exclaimed, "What's wrong? Hurry and spit it out." She moved to assist it, only to be met with a disdainful glare from the little mouse, as if to say, "Is this little matter worth your worry?" Uncertain, Wei Ninger asked again, "Are you really fine?" To which it responded with a gesture, indicating her to turn away. Reluctantly, she complied, saying, "Getting something stuck in your throat is no trivial matter. Please don't be stubborn." Surprisingly, the little mouse paid her no mind, holding its breath until its eyes bulged like 2 little glass marbles. Once its pupils turned black, it suddenly expanded its thin neck, and as the longest fishbone lodged in its throat, it resumed chewing nonchalantly, savoring the taste with a satisfied expression, smacking its lips. "Hey, keep your voice down. You're not the only one here." Wei Ninger only heard the exaggerated crunching sounds emanating from its mouth, unaware of the extraordinary feat it had just accomplished. She had always adhered to the principle of eating quietly, and the sudden ruckus from the mouse was almost unbearable. "It's delicious. That's why I'm making noise. You have no idea how good this is." Following its gaze, Wei Ninger noticed the plate before the little mouse was already empty, her eyes widening in disbelief. Where did the fishbone go? Upon seeing its earlier struggle to swallow, she couldn't help but chuckle. "Hurry and spit it out, or the fishbone will pierce your stomach." "No worries. As long as it's something I can eat, I can handle it. Besides, you should keep an eye out for harder things in the future."
Why is that?
"You'll understand later. It's hard to explain now." Once again met with disdain from the mouse, Wei Ninger turned her back, choosing to ignore it and let it indulge. As she enjoyed the incredibly delicious braised ribs, she mused whether such a delightful dish had been intentionally prepared for her by Song Qingyu. Yet, she quickly dismissed the thought, realizing they had known each other for less than 2 days. Forget it. Overthinking will only bring wrinkles. Better to enjoy this meal wholeheartedly. Undeniably, the ribs were exquisite, rivaling the flavors crafted by palace chefs. However, after only consuming 2 pieces of ribs, a bit of greens, and a fried potato, the rest of the meal had been swiftly devoured by pudding. Miraculously, the little mouse had managed to consume everything, including a large bowl of white rice, without any visible sign of a bulging belly. Even after finishing, it let out a satisfied burp, reciting a little poem, "In the joy of life, one must indulge. For the golden goblet faces the moon alone." This. Wei Ninger could only roll her eyes at the little mouse's haughty behavior. After finishing her meal, she began clearing the dishes, suddenly struck by an awkward realization. They had devoured everything completely. The crucial issue was that Song Qingyu was unaware of the presence of such a gluttonous mouse by her side. This little creature had gone so far as to consume fish bones. How would she explain that? Would Song Qingyu think differently of her upon witnessing her appetite? Thus, she resolved to swiftly eliminate the evidence. I've finished eating and even washed the dishes. With a smile, Wei Ninger stepped outside, where she found Song Qingyu standing with his hands behind his back, surveying the factory grounds. The scene was precisely as she had envisioned, a model of a diligent worker, his expression serious and meticulous. It was evident he was a person who approached tasks with earnestness. She couldn't help but wonder about the family from which he hailed. Lost in thought, Wei Ninger inadvertently stared at him, her gaze not fully focused. Noticing her, Song Qingyu cast a curious glance in her direction. "Why did you eat so quickly?" Because it was so delicious. But I've finished now." Upon speaking, she felt her cheeks flush slightly. To her surprise, Song Qingyu seemed pleased, smiling as he said, "That's good. It prevents waste. I should commend you for that." Afterward, he stepped inside, glancing at the now clean table and chuckling. "Well, it seems I won't even need to clean up after this meal. Today, I truly got my money's worth." Unaware that he was merely being polite, Wei Ninger replied, "Captain Song, you're too kind. I feel undeserving of such a delightful meal. Tidying up the place is no trouble at all. Besides, it looks quite clean here." Song Qingyu smiled and replied, "Then let us spare each other the pleasantries. You needn't thank me. I should be the one thanking you. Let's keep things friendly." With that, he pulled out a chair from his desk, seated himself, and gestured toward a small round stool beside him. "Sit here. I'd like to show you something." Curious about what he planned to reveal, Wei Ninger complied and took a seat. Song Qingyu then produced a large notebook, opening it to reveal several pencil sketches. Upon seeing them, Wei Ninger was reminded of the stack of books on the sole bookshelf in the room. Noticing her puzzled expression, Song Qingyu glanced at her and pointed at the sketches. "Can you tell what these are?" Hearing his question, Wei Ninger leaned forward slightly, taking the notebook to examine it closely. After a long moment, she finally discerned its content. Seeing her quick understanding, Song Qingyu looked quite pleased and exclaimed, "You guessed it correctly. However, this idea originated from you." "Me?" Wei Ninger pointed to herself in surprise. "Yes. I remembered your idea for the loader board yesterday. I thought if you, a petite woman, could come up with such an idea, why can't I? With all the mechanical knowledge I've learned in the army, innovate our outdated technology?" In truth, during his days here, he had been observing their factory operations, feeling that something was amiss. It was her sudden insight that had sparked his realization. Was this the reason he had dozed off in the workshop that day? Wei Ninger pondered internally, uncertain whether his words were heartfelt or merely casual remarks. Nonetheless, she found herself unable to fully trust his compliments, sensing they might be somewhat exaggerated. She raised her head, gazing intently at Song Qingyu's expression, her countenance a blend of innocence and playful skepticism, as if she were both serious and somewhat naive. "Is Captain Song jesting? I feel as though I have said nothing of significance to you." Song Qingyu seemed to anticipate her response, thinking to himself that this little fool was blissfully unaware of her own exceptional qualities. Her indomitable spirit, even in the face of past grievances, showcased her commendable virtue. Thus, he resolved to delve deeper into the matter, continuing, "One can discern a person's potential from a few minor incidents. This is why Among 100 individuals performing the same task, there will be 100 distinct approaches. In the same role, some are destined to remain obscure, while others may soar to prominence, leaping over the dragon's gate. You possess such a mindset. Wei Ninger felt a tinge of embarrassment, perhaps astonished by his remarks or taken aback by his ability to derive so much from a trivial matter. Are you referring to me? I cannot help but feel this is about someone else. Of course, I am speaking of you. Why else would I expend so much effort? Upon hearing this, Wei Ninger's gaze toward him shifted, tinged with curiosity. She mused silently. What is his intention? Initially, he offered her a lavish meal, and now he seems determined to lavish her with praise over a trivial incident. Is this a precursor to my dismissal? She was not yet ready to depart. At least not until she had clarity from the school. Captain Song, could you refrain from terminating my position? I assure you, I will work diligently henceforth. And I promise there will be no further antics. As she spoke, she scrutinized Song Qingyu's expression, hoping he would heed her words and not be angered. Do you believe I would dismiss you?
Why would you think that?
Are you contemplating an escape? And no, not at all. As she felt the intensity of his presence bearing down on her, she was suddenly inclined to retreat.
Yet.
The chair beneath her felt as if it were anchored to the ground, immovable. Is that so? Song Qingyu replied, his tone laced with skepticism. As his expression darkened, the atmosphere in the room grew increasingly oppressive. The crux of the matter lies in your intentions. You have spoken so much. Perhaps I am misinterpreting. Noticing his unwavering gaze fixed upon her, Wei Ninger felt a surge of trepidation. She longed to exclaim, could you please cease staring at me so intently? I do not have flowers adorning my face. In a bid to divert her gaze, she turned her attention to the drawings before her. Additionally, I think your sketches are quite commendable, truly. Are you speaking from the heart? Song Qingyu inquired once more. Indeed, she affirmed vigorously, nodding her head emphatically. Following this, she watched as he reached for something on the table. To her astonishment, it appeared his hand was moving toward hers, leaving her agog. Her mouth agape, as if she could fit an egg within it. Was he attempting to seize her cup, or was this an excuse to grasp her hand? Then, Song Qingyu raised his voice, calling out, Where's my teacup? Why did you take my teacup, leaving me with the wrong item? At that moment, engrossed in eavesdropping outside, nearly tumbled from the window upon hearing the shout. A loud thud followed, signaling something had fallen to the ground. Soon after, the young man who had escorted Wang Lianer to the security room appeared at their door, standing at attention and announcing, report to the platoon leader. You did not brew tea earlier. At this, Song Qingyu felt his composure slipping. After a moment of silence, he replied, I clearly brewed tea, yet you took it away.
Did you not?
Song Qingyu was attempting to save face, but being quite literal, remained oblivious to the nuances of his superior's expression. Moreover, he had been taught that right is right and wrong is wrong, red is red, and white cannot be misrepresented as black. Thus, he continued, report to the platoon leader. You truly did not brew tea, I swear it on the party's name. Seeing Song Qingyu's face darkening further, Wei Ninger nearly burst into laughter, though she refrained, not wishing to exacerbate his plight. Observing his struggle to maintain his dignity, she felt a pang of sympathy. Oh, dear, it is getting late, she exclaimed, rising swiftly and politely returning the small round stool to its original position. Chapter 27. Rejecting his kindness unexpectedly, Song Qingyu remained remarkably calm, lightly tapping the table with his long, fair fingers to indicate that she need not fret. If this was the reason, there was truly no need for haste. After speaking, he seemed to succumb to a craving for nicotine, leisurely retrieving a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, extracting one, and placing it between his lips before igniting it with a lighter. Having never witnessed the act of smoking before, Wei Ninger was somewhat astonished, for she had never seen such a graceful motion associated with smoking. Noticing her slight frown, Song Qingyu held the cigarette in his mouth and rose to open the window behind him. I apologize, you are not fond of the smell of smoke, are you? I will be quick. He then stood by the window, taking a deep drag, and promptly extinguished the half-burnt cigarette butt against the concrete ledge outside, his movements precise and efficient. Seeing him make an effort to consider her feelings, Wei Ninger felt a pang of embarrassment and hastily took a couple of puffs herself. However, As fate would have it, she was positioned directly in the path of the wind, and as she opened her mouth, the lingering smoke wafted towards her face. Having never encountered the scent of smoke before, she was immediately choked, covering her mouth and coughing repeatedly, her face flushed with discomfort. Noticing her intense reaction, Song Qingyu quickly closed the window and retrieved a small bottle of water from a nearby simple bookshelf, offering it to her after unscrewing the cap. This is mineral water, extracted from mountain springs. It has a delightfully sweet flavor. A sip will surely alleviate your discomfort. At that time, mineral water had yet to permeate daily life, and few had experienced it. The original owner, an Jia, was unfamiliar with it, so when he presented it to her, Wei Ninger felt a tad bashful as she accepted the petite bottle, its soft texture and crisp, refreshing taste appealing to her. Is this mineral water? It tastes wonderful. Seeing her satisfied expression, Song Qingyu couldn't help but chuckle softly to himself. Who would have thought that a mere bottle of mineral water could elicit such a lovely smile from her? She truly seemed easily pleased. Reflecting on the previous day's confrontations, he surmised her fierce demeanor was merely a means of self-protection. This is for you. If you enjoy it, I can gift you a whole case. A classmate of mine has just ventured into this, planning to acquire a mountain with a good water source and cultivate something there. Intrigued by his words, Wei Ninger responded eagerly. That sounds like a splendid idea. You could plant trees and vegetables on the mountain. If it's secluded enough, hunting would be an option. If there's a pond, fishing could also be delightful. The spring water must be pristine and refreshing. I can only dream of such a pastoral life.
Haha.
I didn't expect you to be so inventive. Your mind is quite agile, he remarked amused. He wondered if she had somehow gleaned his thoughts, as if she had seen it with her own eyes.
What did you say?
Wei Ninger, not having caught his words, was about to inquire further when he unexpectedly began to remove his shirt. Startled, her complexion paled, and she quickly turned away, exclaiming, Hey, you could have mentioned you were taking off your shirt. Finding her reaction amusing, Song Qingyu teased, I thought you were bolder than this. Are you really too shy to look at a man removing his outer garment? I'm still dressed underneath. Unwittingly, Wei Ninger had not anticipated his nonchalance. Perhaps he still remembered her earlier attempts to kick him. These men are truly shameless, she muttered under her breath. Clearly it was he who acted inappropriately. Yet he dares to blame us women. The thought of what lay beneath his shirt sent a wave of embarrassment through her. The potential awkwardness of the situation was palpable. How can you blame me for your own indiscretion? Indiscretion? What an intriguing term. Are you perhaps from ancient times? Just say what you mean. While they exchanged words, Song Qingyu swiftly peeled off his thick green military jacket, revealing a snug camouflage t-shirt underneath. It must be said, clad in a t-shirt and sporting a cropped haircut, he exuded a distinctly sunny demeanor, markedly different from his previous formal military attire. His muscular physique presented an entirely new persona. Wei Ninger cast him a glance, then couldn't resist stealing another look. Seemingly pleased by her furtive admiration, Song Qingyu smirked. If you wish to gaze, feel free to do so boldly. I'm not shy. How brazen, she thought, biting her lip in annoyance, and then raised her eyes to the ceiling, declaring, You vain creature, I was merely observing that. Following her finger, Song Qingyu stifled a laugh, noticing two flies engaging in an amorous dance on the wall. Regarding his light-hearted remark, Wei Ninger felt a mixture of exasperation and amusement. Upon further reflection, she found herself chuckling at her own foolishness for bringing up the flies. They were innocent creatures, simply going about their business, causing her no harm. Perhaps his thoughts were too erratic, as it took Wei Ninger a moment to grasp the underlying sentiment in his words. To her surprise, she realized she still had half a day off, a revelation that was both astonishing and delightful. New employees receiving such a privilege would surely cause a stir among the others in the factory. Therefore, Wei Ninger had no intention of accepting his kindness. At present, she was already in a precarious position, with Wang Lianer and Li Wenyun facing punishment for their actions, and she too had been implicated. Not only had she avoided penalties, but she had also received a reward. Seeing her stubbornness and refusal to accept his goodwill, Song Qingyu felt a twinge of helplessness. You care about how others perceive you, don't you? I never imagined her thinking to be so antiquated. As long as you conduct yourself with integrity, why concern yourself with the opinions of others? Wei Ninger understood that he, a privileged young man, could hardly fathom the struggles of the common folk. For someone like her, lacking power and status, a single misstep could lead to being drowned in a deluge of scornful words. If not drowned, one would still be left feeling utterly repulsed. Unless one possessed sufficient strength to contend with opposing forces, survival was an arduous endeavor. Chapter 28. Who plays the game? Thanks to the generous patronage of Captain Ejia for the additional update, Wei Ning'e has always been cautious about engaging in endeavors she feels uncertain about. Although Song Qingyu appears to have her best interests at heart, accepting his goodwill might lead to dire consequences. She must prioritize her own circumstances. And regarding Song Qingyu's feelings, she can only leave it be. Thank you sincerely. Perhaps my predicament seems awkward and evokes sympathy in your eyes, but I do not perceive it as suffering. I also appreciate your hospitality today. The meal was delightful. With that, she gently shook the bottle of mineral water in her hand, smiling as she added, "This water is quite refreshing, and I shall accept it." Without waiting for Song Qingyu to respond, she turned and descended the stairs. Song Qingyu was taken aback. Her previous demeanor had been playful and charming, yet in an instant, she resolutely declined his kindness. He could only silently watch her depart, calling out as she descended the stairs, "I will make you change your mind." Wei Ning'e shrugged in resignation, inwardly sighing, "All right, I shall take that as a jest. Perhaps he will forget it as soon as he turns away." However, she had to confront her reality. As she stepped outside, squinting at the glaring sun, she walked purposefully towards the construction site. The sun blazed fiercely, its heat palpable against her skin. Perhaps due to the satisfying meal she had enjoyed or the sweet bottle of mineral water in her grasp, her spirits were surprisingly buoyant. This time, Wei Ning'e had learned her lesson. Upon her arrival, she first checked on Li Wenyuan and Wang Lianer. Li Wenyuan greeted her as though she were a savior. In contrast, Wang Lianer pouted upon seeing her, her face a mask of resentment. Yet, they were separated, each tasked with cleaning different sections of the site. The refuse they were handling was largely ignored by others, consisting of fruit peels, paper scraps, household waste, and even used sanitary napkins, brazenly mingled in the heap, creating a jarring sight. Li Wenyuan waved her over while disdainfully discarding the items she had been carrying. Seeing Wei Ning'e arrive meant she could finally take a breather. And her speed in approaching was remarkable, her tone friendly. "Oh, and Jia, you finally made it. Quickly, let us retreat to that shady spot. It's filthy and sweltering here." Wei Ning'e felt a pang of anxiety for her friend, relieved that she was speaking without hesitation. This young woman exhibited an unexpected talent for appearing simple-minded, as though her thoughts were straightforward. However, it remained uncertain whether this was her true nature or a guise of wisdom veiled in folly. Didn't he give you a hard time, did he?" Li Wenyuan asked, noticing Jia's arrival, her fair face glistening with sweat. She promptly offered her handkerchief, eager to assist. Wei Ning'e felt a twinge of embarrassment. Having just dealt with garbage, the cloth bore an unpleasant odor. "Nothing significant. Captain Song just asked me to tidy up the room, and such." Upon hearing this, Li Wenyuan's expression soured, revealing the true nature of this seemingly fortunate task. She patted Wei Ning'e's shoulder, her tone laden with implication. "Oh, is that so? It appears our Captain Song is not entirely unyielding, selecting only the more attractive individuals for such chores. You have no idea. It's common for pretty female workers to clean in the security room," Li Wenyuan remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Wei Ning'e to gauge her reaction. Noticing her expression remained unchanged, she continued, "You might not believe it, but last week, a certain Xiao Li from across the hall, petite with a heart-shaped face, emerged from Captain Song's office with a bowl of food. Secretary Song has also been seen leaving his room, sharing laughter with Captain Song."
Huh?
"I didn't realize you were so well informed. It wasn't intentional. It was quite the unfortunate accident that led to my cleaning duty," Wei Ning'e replied, attempting to deflect the conversation. Li Wenyuan, now convinced, laughed. "His face must have been quite sour. Alas, I wasn't there. Or I could have witnessed the handsome Captain Song in a fit of anger." Li Wenyuan spoke, her tone laced with infatuation. Wei Ning'e felt a sense of exasperation. It seemed Li Wenyuan had redirected her affections yet again. She sensed impending trouble for Song Qingyu and mentally offered him a moment of sympathy. "Well, it's manageable. Wei Ning replied, masking her thoughts with a simple chuckle. However, as soon as her words fell, she was met with disdain from her rodent companion. The little creature had awoken, brimming with energy, leaping onto her shoulder and bouncing around joyfully. Hey, I ask you, doesn't your heart ache when you lie? You're quite something, telling fibs without a hint of shame. Unfazed by the rodent's accusations, Wei Ning thought, what does this little creature know? Surviving in this harsh world is no small feat sometimes. A benevolent lie is necessary. After all, Song Qingyu will remain oblivious. She reached up to pull the mischievous rodent from her hair, admonishing it, what would a mere rodent understand? Just keep your antics to yourself, even if you've caught on. To her surprise, the rodent shot her an incredulous glance. Do you think you're clever? She's merely leading you on. Don't underestimate her apparent simplicity. She's no fool. Wei Ning, sensing the truth in the rodent's words, realized her instincts had been correct.
Well,
As long as you understand your limits. The two exchanged silent acknowledgments, and then the rodent pinched its nose, exclaiming, wow, the stench here is overpowering. Is there some sort of toxic biochemical weapon hidden among this refuse? It then produced a round egg from its chest, raising it high. The egg suddenly emitted a violet glow, and as it cracked open, it absorbed the tendrils of black mist rising from the ground. Chapter 29. Keep it in mind. Wei Ning gazed with great curiosity, convinced that something small and lively resided within the eggshell. She eagerly inquired, what is this? And do you possess a treasure chest upon your chest? How is it that you can simply reach in and produce something? Noticing her childlike inquisitiveness, the little mouse could only explain this is a spatial storage pouch, which can be concealed at the chest. With that, it tapped its paw, revealing a square pocket on its chest. The little black cat was a mechanical creature that required immense energy to gradually grow. Wei Ning felt a sense of disbelief. Could a mechanical kitten truly hatch from an eggshell instead of being manufactured directly? This notion seemed at odds with her understanding. Sensing her skepticism, the mouse continued. Do not underestimate it. The little black cat has a formidable appetite and can consume a great deal. Currently, it is in its juvenile stage. Thus its abilities are somewhat limited. Nevertheless, as you have witnessed, it can absorb all the methane in this area. Upon hearing the mouse's words, Wei Ning realized that the air here seemed remarkably fresher than before. The foul stench that had clung to her nostrils now nearly vanished. Instead, a subtle fragrance reminiscent of milk wafted through the air. That pouch looks quite useful. May I borrow it? She asked, reaching out to touch it. However, the moment she did so, the mouse's pouch turned transparent. This spatial storage pouch recognizes its owner, explained the mouse. Since it is not yours, you can see it but cannot utilize it. It functions similarly to the system's warehouse, albeit in a compressed space. Mine is the most basic model and rather unappealing. If we can complete more tasks and earn more points, we could purchase storage rings, which are far more aesthetically pleasing and can be worn as ornaments. After hearing the mouse's detailed explanation, Wei Ning realized that purchasing was indeed a necessity, and she felt a pang of frustration towards the system. As the host, she found herself in a position akin to that of an employee earning a meager salary. Child, do not overthink it. The principle of more labor, more gain holds true. Without effort, how can one expect rewards? Acceptance of circumstances is the way forward. Overthinking and underdoing will only lead to discontent, the system remarked. At this, Wei Ning's expression soured slightly. Did she possess no privacy at all? Get used to it. I too have endured this. In time, as your level increases, you will automatically shield your thoughts from the system. It will be unable to perceive anything you wish to keep private, unless it forcefully employs system tools to breach your consciousness. Indeed, Wei Ning was not so fragile. Upon hearing the mouse's words, she felt a surge of optimism.
all right.
I shall complete more tasks and strive to become even stronger than him. The mouse promptly communicated telepathically with the system. This benevolent falsehood is rather against the rules. Isn't it? The system, standing tall, cast a sidelong glance at it and replied, You have indeed made significant progress, but this Wei Ning is not easily deceived. Proceed with caution. Feeling the weight of pressure, the mouse lamented its predicament, unable to contend with either of them. It placed all its hopes on the already closed sphere. its whiskers twitching with determination. Bro, you must give it your all. It then corrected itself. No, we shall charge forward together. Wei Ninger, of course, would not concede.
No.
It is just the two of us here, she said, feigning curiosity as she glanced around. Knowing that Li Wenyuan could not perceive the mouse's presence, nor hear their mental exchanges, she felt considerably relieved. Indeed, but I sense something is amiss around us. And I've noticed the foul odor in the air has lessened significantly, she remarked, taking a deep breath and wrinkling her nose as she attempted to discern the scent. Perhaps it is the sun's influence. My nose feels a bit blocked, preventing me from identifying any particular aroma. Li Wenyuan smiled at her and said, You are quite fortunate. Such a fragrance, and yet you cannot detect it. I feel as though I might vomit. Li Wenyuan feigned disgust, eliciting laughter from Wei Ninger. Suddenly, she produced an item from her hand as if performing a magic trick, cheerfully exclaiming, Fear not, we have this. Seeing the unpleasant stench in the air, Wei Ninger had a sudden brainstorm. She took some tissue paper from her pouch, crumpled it into 2 small balls, and handed them to Li Wenyuan. Carrying tissue is a common habit among many girls. While boys might not see the need, for girls, it is essential for hygiene. Little did they know it would prove invaluable at this moment. Li Wenyuan burst out laughing upon seeing the items in her hands. You are quite clever, she said, eagerly accepting the 2 balls of tissue and stuffing one into each nostril. Wei Ninger did the same for herself, as they still had trash to sift through and remove from the area. Observing the 2 of them laughing and chatting, the sounds of their mirth reached Wang Lianer, who felt a pang of jealousy. As she watched the duo, she muttered under her breath, Humph, sycophant, little vixen. You 2 are birds of a feather. I curse you both to be scorched by the sun and marred by blemishes. For a girl who valued beauty, there is no curse more malicious than to have one's face marred and rendered unattractive. Deep down, her resentment was directed towards Anai Jia, the little wretch. For had it not been for her, it would have been she sharing laughter with Li Wenyuan. She loathed being punished to rummage through garbage and perform such menial tasks. Without Li Wenyuan's assistance, her life would become increasingly challenging. She needed to devise a plan to overturn this situation. What could she do? They had intended to slack off, but unexpectedly, they were caught by a plump woman who happened to oversee sanitation, essentially a direct subordinate of Song Qingyu. As the captain, Song Qingyu held a position akin to that of a general overseer, with influence over nearly all matters within the factory, save for business dealings and financial accounts. Without Li Wenyuan's support, her days would soon become arduous. She needed to conjure a strategy to alter her circumstances. What could she possibly devise? As Wang Lianer pondered, an idea sparked when she spotted someone, and a slight smile crept across her lips. An idea had taken root. Chapter 30. Beauty and grace. It turned out that what Wang Lianer had seen was not anyone else but a Yu, the earnest assistant beside Song Qingyu. This naive lad had realized his blunder only after noticing the displeasure on Song Qingyu's face. He understood that his superior held a certain fondness for Anai Jia, otherwise, he would not have sacrificed his own lunch for her. Afterward, the boss merely nibbled on a couple of cold buns, and upon reflecting on this, Yu felt a pang of guilt, realizing he had muddled things up. Therefore, once Wei Ninger departed, he began to pay close attention to the girl's movements. He learned that she had gone to the dump to help Li Wenyuan clean up the trash and promptly reported this situation to Song Qingyu. Upon hearing this, Song Qingyu first gave him a puzzled glance, then remarked, Under such a blazing sun, that delicate girl shouldn't be out there. Hearing this, Yu's heart leaped with joy as he mistakenly believed he understood his superior's intentions. He immediately assumed a stance of readiness, replying, Understood, I know what to do, Captain. Just call me Captain. There is no commander here, Song Qingyu corrected him. Yes, Captain, Yu responded, scratching his head innocently and walked away cheerfully. Song Qingyu watched his retreating figure, shaking his head slightly, muttering, This foolish boy knows nothing. Yu had interpreted his superior's words as a sign of concern for Anai Jia. Thinking that to change the boss's unfavorable impression of him, he ought to perform well. Little did he expect that upon arriving, he wouldn't even have a chance to speak with Anai Jia before being accosted by Wang Lianer. Suddenly, as Yu walked along, someone unexpectedly collided with him, causing him to jump in shock. Instinctively, He grabbed the person's arm, twisting it in a manner that resembled a pretzel. Wang Liena gasped, letting out a shriek. Hearing her cry, "Do you realize something was amiss?" And upon noticing the delicate arm he held in his grasp, complete with a long braid, he quickly released it. However, Wang Liena, having lost her support, fell to the ground unceremoniously. Witnessing the unfolding drama, Du stood dumbfounded, his mouth agape, unable to articulate his thoughts. This was truly unexpected. How could a woman have collided with him so abruptly? After a moment, he finally managed to say, "I didn't bump into you. You ran into me." He looked around, perplexed about how this woman had come crashing into him, resulting in this unfortunate incident. Wang Liena, unfazed, seized Du's arm and clung to him like a koala. "Ah, so it's you? I knew you liked that girl in Jia, and were coming to her defense. So now you're taking your revenge."
What?
This woman is making wild accusations. Du thought to himself, if the captain were to find out, he would surely be in deep trouble. His face flushed with embarrassment as he exclaimed, "Stop slandering me. It was you who ran into me." "What does that have to do with an Jia?" "Oh, I didn't expect you to be so slick, yet harbor such wicked thoughts. Perhaps she doesn't like you, and you misread her signals? I saw you eyeing her earlier." Du hadn't anticipated that Wang Liena would be so quick-witted, and he felt the weight of her words. In comparison, an Jia seemed like an ethereal goddess, and it was no wonder the captain was smitten. She was both beautiful and graceful. Are you still unconvinced? She is undoubtedly superior to you. At the very least, she wouldn't falsely accuse someone. With that, Du resolved to ignore the troublesome Wang Liena. However, to his surprise, she clung even tighter to his arm, refusing to let go. "Listen, Comrade Wang. I admit my fault, just let me go. This tug-of-war is giving us both a bad impression." Wang Liena, however, was not so easily appeased. She scoffed, "Oh, now you care about impressions? When you were secretly watching that young lady, where was your shyness? I don't care. You bullied me, and now you must take responsibility."
What?
This woman has lost her mind. Does she not realize what she just said? Du protested. "Let me go. I won't unless you sincerely apologize. Then I might consider it." "I already apologized." Du was exasperated. This woman was utterly unreasonable. Just then, Ni Jia and Li Wenyuan noticed the commotion and turned their attention towards them, seemingly approaching. Du, not wanting to leave a bad impression on Ni Jia and eager to escape Wang Liena's clutches, said, "Comrade, please be mindful of your image. You are a woman, and I am a man. Don't you value your dignity? If you continue like this, I may have to be less civil." He tried to pull her arm down, but Wang Liena seemed to have figured out that he wouldn't resort to force, clinging to his arm with a tenacity that refused to relent. "Humph. After you've treated me this way, if I don't get an apology, I'll shamelessly cling on, as it's not worth much anyway. Where did I bully you?" Du felt utterly helpless. Having never interacted much with women, he found their irrationality quite daunting. "I felt your elbow rubbing against my chest earlier." "You rubbed against me twice," Wang Liena declared boldly, intentionally pushing her chest forward. Du, taken aback, stepped back. "Stay away. I never intended to take advantage of you. You are the one clinging to me." With that, Du's patience wore thin, and he forcefully shook her off, striding away. Yet, Wang Liena decided to escalate matters further, sitting down on the ground and wrapping her arms around his thigh. With her grip so tight, unless he was truly ruthless, she wouldn't let him leave. To ensure her point, she began to shout, "Everyone, come take a look. Someone has bumped into me and is trying to escape. Come and judge this matter." "Hey, what are you doing?"
Don't say anything,
Du exclaimed, panicking as he attempted to cover Wang Liena's mouth. To his dismay, she bit his hand, causing pain to shoot through him.
"Ah!"
Du cried out, pulling his hand away, wishing he could toss Wang Liena to the ground in frustration. "I'll ask you one last time. Will you let go or not?" Du's expression darkened further, clearly angered. This honest man, having been pushed to his limits, showed that even the mildest of souls could harbor a temper when provoked. Chapter 31. A woman's weapon. Wang Liena had encountered countless men, far more than those who were less than noble like Du. Yet, she understood that regardless of the man she faced, A woman's weapon lay in her feigned weakness and the art of appearing pitiful. Her performance had yet to commence. She could not simply withdraw now, especially since there were still things she desired from Dayu. At that moment, it was the peak of working hours. And the factory buzzed with activity. The monotony of labor made any disturbance instantly draw attention. Sure enough, upon hearing the commotion, people began to call out, eager for a spectacle. "Ah, another show to watch," someone exclaimed, craning their neck to see. Recognizing Wang Lianer, another remarked, "Damn it, it's her causing trouble again. I wonder who the unfortunate soul will be this time." The tone of their voices made it clear that Wang Lianer was no stranger to such antics, and her reputation for manipulating situations was well known. "Hey, isn't that the soldier?" someone noted, spotting Dayu entangled with Wang Lianer, his expression one of exasperation. "Indeed it is. Let us go take a look." And Jia and the mischievous Li Wenyuan were present as well. Laughter erupted among the crowd. They anticipated a good show. As everyone gathered around, Dayu, whose skin was already somewhat dark, appeared increasingly flustered, his face nearly glistening with frustration. Wang Lianer, perceptive as she was, recognized Dayu's rising anger. She feigned bravado, masking her own trepidation. "What's the matter? Are you going to hit me? Go ahead, strike me down here. It would spare me the suffering of this world." With that, she began to weep, lamenting her fate compared to those born into fortune. "I have an unworthy brother who squanders his days in gambling, relying solely on me, a woman, to support his vices." Her tears flowed freely, and Dayu, momentarily taken aback, felt the intensity of her plight soften his earlier indignation. Earlier that day in the cafeteria, Li Wenyuan had mentioned that Wang Lianer owed her money, presumably for her brother's gambling habits. Dayu harbored a deep disdain for gambling, having witnessed its ruinous effects on his own family. His father, a notorious gambler and smoker, had left them destitute, leading to the early loss of his mother and his enlistment in the military. Unable to contain himself, Dayu asked, "Are you being truthful?" Noticing the shift in his demeanor, Wang Lianer felt a surge of hope, aware that her act was working. She continued her charade of vulnerability, dabbing at her tears with a handkerchief. "Of course it's true. If you don't believe me, ask anyone. I just want an apology, to be treated with some respect. I know the factory workers look down on me, consider me shameless. But if I had a choice, I wouldn't want to be this way, you know? Brother, can you help me?" Being addressed as brother tugged at Dayu's heart. Memories of his own hardships flooded back, and he found himself sympathizing with her plight. He reached out to steady her arm. "Get up. The ground is cold and dirty. If you have something to say, let us discuss it properly. Surely, there's a solution." Seeing Dayu's resolve waver, Wang Lianer seized the moment. "I wasn't really hurt. I just stumbled in my haste. You won't hold it against me, will you?" Dayu continued. "I actually came to tell you it's time for a break. The team leader remarked on your good attitude, so this will be a minor reprimand. Don't let it happen again." "Really? The team leader is so kind. I must personally thank him someday." "Oh, that's unnecessary. Just keep it in mind." Once Wang Lianer stood, she feigned a limp, forcing a pained smile. "This has only worsened my injury." Dayu, noticing her act, immediately offered, "Wait here. I have some ointment from my time in the army. I can apply some for you." Wang Lianer saw this as a perfect opportunity to glean information about Jia and Song Qingyu and eagerly accepted, masking her excitement with a hint of shyness. "Wouldn't that be too much trouble? If it is, I can manage. I'm tough." "It's no trouble at all. I'll just grab it." As the two reconciled, Jia and Li Wenyuan exchanged bewildered glances. Jia, who had initially planned to intervene, felt an unsettling worry. Something about Wang Lianer seemed too cunning for her to dismiss so easily. "Look, isn't that the tall guy with Song?" Li Wenyuan elbowed Jia,
Pointing at Dayu.
"Yes, I see him. What is Wang Lianer up to now?" Jia turned to observe the escalating scene. The argument between the two was so loud it felt as if it might bring the roof down. Honestly, what else would a woman like her do other than cause trouble? Li Wenyuan scoffed. "I suspect she has taken a liking to him and deliberately bumped into him." Jia's anger flared. She had tolerated Wang Lianer's antics until now, believing her to possess some redeeming qualities. Yet here she was, pushing her luck even further. Let us go intervene. We cannot allow her to succeed. Li Wenyuan, with her fiery temperament, was eager to confront Wang Lienu. Absolutely. This is the perfect opportunity to deal with this little vixen. As they approached, Jia called forth her companion, Xu Bao. Xu Bao, pudding? Upon receiving a response, she softened her tone. You've seen how that woman caused my fall and even hurt Captain Song. Now she is trying to ensnare that young man. What should we do about her? Intrigued, Xu Bao perked up, eager for mischief. Dealing with troublemakers is my specialty. What is your plan? Should we humiliate her or make her a fool? Chapter 32. The blurred line between truth and deceit. Wei Ninger pondered for a moment before promptly stating, this woman is of corrupt character and has shown no signs of reform. It is imperative that she learns a lesson this time. If she dares to defy again, she shall face the consequences and forever regret her actions. Wei Ninger nodded repeatedly, affirming the sentiment. Indeed, this should serve as a cautionary tale for others in the factory. One must not assume that every issue can be resolved through unreasonable tantrums. If everyone were to act in such a manner, chaos would surely ensue within the factory. Regrettably, her voice held little weight at present. If she were to assert herself too boldly, it might exacerbate the situation rather than resolve it. Fortunately, she had the assistance of Xu Bao at her side, alleviating some of her troubles. What is going on? They cannot possibly know each other from before, Li Wenyuan remarked, a perplexed expression on her face. Wei Ninger shrugged in resignation. Reflecting on the events that transpired earlier, she replied, I doubt it. When I saw them at the infirmary today, they appeared to be strangers. It seems they only became acquainted today. The two exchanged wary glances, increasing their vigilance towards Wang Lienu. Li Wenyuan silently seethed. This little vixen must have enticed you. Let us approach and inquire directly. Just then, Dayu was indeed making his way towards them, and Jia decided to adopt a wait-and-see approach. Oh, big brother, on such a sweltering day, what brings you to this filthy place? Li Wenyuan's words were audacious, cutting through the somber mood that had settled over the group, especially given the rancid stench of garbage that surrounded them. Although Xu Bao had managed to disperse some of the foul odor, being in a landfill inevitably left one with an unpleasant scent. It appeared that Dayu had said something to Wang Lienu as she did not follow him, likely deterred by the presence of the two women. Had she encountered Li Wenyuan face to face, one could only speculate what might have transpired. Upon hearing Dayu's remark, Li Wenyuan scrutinized him from head to toe before retorting, Did you say the same to that woman? Wasn't she trying to extort you earlier? In making this statement, she refrained from mentioning Wang Lienu's name, merely gesturing in her direction. No, there was just a minor misunderstanding, which has since been resolved, Dayu replied, seemingly reluctant to engage in lengthy discourse with Li Wenyuan. As he spoke, he cast a glance at Jia and continued, since the captain has spoken. You may leave for now. Just remember not to stir up any more trouble. If you do, no one will be able to protect you. It was only when Jia tugged at her arm that Li Wenyuan relented. Jia understood that Dayu would not typically speak in such a manner. Perhaps he had been influenced by Song Qingyu. However, she chose not to delve deeper into that thought. With the higher-ups having given their orders, they were finally free to leave. I believe she has her own struggles. Since you are all colleagues, it would be wise to extend some understanding. I will persuade her to return the money to you sooner, Jia said. Li Wenyuan was taken aback by Dayu's seemingly gullible nature and shot him a glare. Did she cry to you about her circumstances, claiming she had no choice because of a gambling-addicted brother? If she doesn't give him money, he will beat her.
No.
No, Dayu replied, inexplicably wishing to shield Wang Lienu's plight from others. He understood her difficult situation, but felt compelled to protect her for reasons unknown. That's good to hear. Just a word of caution, she has feigned helplessness and deceived others more than a dozen times. You are new here and may not be aware of her character. When you have time, do investigate her background. Enough of this. Let us take our leave, Jia interjected, gently pulling Li Wenyuan away. Dayu stood still for a moment before slowly turning around, a smile gracing his face as he prepared to fetch medicine for Wang Lienu. Seeing Li Wenyuan and Jia engaged in conversation with Dayu for a prolonged period, Wang Lienu felt her spirits dampen. Cautiously, she inquired, Dayu, you seem upset. They must be speaking ill of me again. Perhaps it would be best if you ignored me. I am a wicked woman. With that, Wang Lianer turned and hurried away. Do you recognize that Li Wenyuan was not a kind-hearted individual, and while Ni Jia remained silent, he understood that she was still young and naive. He wished to convey his support for Wang Lianer, hoping to prevent her from drifting further away. He quickly caught up with her, saying, Wang Lianer, things are not as you perceive. They did not say much. They merely expressed their happiness at not facing punishment, and I advised them to be more cautious in their words. Besides, with my protection, no one dares to speak ill of you. Upon hearing you utter the words, I will protect you, Wang Lianer's eyes brightened, and she radiated an indescribable joy. Thank you so much, Dayu. If I could repay my brother's debts, I would be willing to work in the factory for the rest of my life. Observing from the security room's balcony, Song Qingyu witnessed the entire exchange, only realizing the cigarette in his hand had burned down to his fingers when he became aware of his surroundings. At the intersection, he and Li Wenyuan parted ways. She rode off on her phoenix bicycle, chattering away like a little sparrow, while Ni Jia smiled shyly as she gradually made her way homeward. Chapter 33. In good spirits upon returning home, Mrs. Wang was preparing braised pork. The meat simmered in the pot, the rich sauce bubbling and enveloping the morsels, releasing an enticing aroma. Sensing the delightful scent, Song Qingyu wandered into the kitchen and exclaimed, Mom, the braised pork you made today smells incredible. Mrs. Wang was momentarily taken aback and replied, What has gotten into you today, my child? You've suddenly become quite sweet-tongued. Aren't you the one who always advises us to eat less fat? Your father was craving my braised pork, so I decided to make it. But today seems different. He has been lingering around. After allowing the pork to stew a bit longer, Mrs. Wang deemed it ready and transferred the meat to a dish before heading to the sink to clean the pot. However, upon turning back, she was astonished to see her son, without even picking up chopsticks, shoving 2 pieces of hot meat directly into his mouth, swallowing them whole despite their scalding temperature. Mrs. Wang watched in surprise, never expecting her son to enjoy her cooking so much. Her heart swelled with joy as she hesitated to enter the kitchen. Instead, peeking from the outside, nearly bursting with delight, wishing she could fly to the hospital to share this astonishing revelation with her husband. Oblivious to the fact he was being watched, Song Qingyu finished the meat and then turned to the cupboard, searching for cold tea eggs to snack on. Noticing his insatiable appetite, Mrs. Wang worried about the effect of cold food on his stomach and hurried to intervene. Son, what is the matter with you today? Didn't you have enough to eat at lunch? Those eggs are cold. Too many will upset your stomach. Just wait a moment. Dinner will be ready soon. If you're still hungry, you can go outside for some fruit. Your aunt just sent over a bunch of fresh peaches, large and ripe. Why not wash a couple and give them a try? After a moment of thought, Mrs. Wang added, Oh wait, you're allergic to peaches. Never mind, just go outside. And I'll wash a couple for you, and slice them up later. Upon hearing about the fresh peaches, Song Qingyu felt an inexplicable urge to take a glance. Ordinarily indifferent to such matters, he suddenly found himself more attentive, perhaps due to knowing that Ni Jia often went hungry and that their family wasn't well off. After consuming a few morsels, he felt some relief in his stomach. He thought to himself, I've barely eaten today and I feel starved. No wonder Ni Jia looks so unwell. She must be going even longer without enough food. With that thought in mind, he hoisted a half bag of peaches onto his shoulder and headed outside. Son, it's almost mealtime. Where are you going with those peaches? Are you giving them to someone?
Mom,
I have something to take care of and want to be home for dinner, Song Qingyu replied, not waiting for further questions as he tossed the bag of peaches into the back seat of the car, securing it with a clip and tying it firmly around the metal pillar of the seat. With that, he stepped out with an unusually cheerful demeanor. Unbeknownst to him, Pudding leapt nimbly onto a small branch, plucking a large leaf and 2 sour plums. Initially, Wei Ninger thought Pudding was merely indulging in a snack, but to her surprise, Pudding used the plums as wheels, stepping on the leaf and gliding away like a skateboard, moving even faster than Wei Ninger could keep up with. Seeing Wei Ninger's astonished expression, Pudding proudly declared, This is my skateboard. Isn't it cool? Just a reminder to not forget important matters. Pudding nodded eagerly, and the two of them were in perfect sync. Under normal circumstances, they might have struggled to find fishing gear, but with their system at hand, a simple fishing line would suffice. Pudding took on the task of cutting bamboo, declaring its capability, while Wei Ninger searched the system as storage for needles and fishing line. What she didn't anticipate was Pudding's remarkable skill. It darted into a dense bamboo grove and selected a bamboo stalk about 5 centimeters in diameter. After a quick assessment, it asked Wei Ninger if the bamboo could serve as a fishing rod. Having previously researched fishing, Wei Ninger nodded confidently, affirming its suitability. "All right, watch closely," Pudding said, opening its tiny mouth and giving the bamboo a gentle tap, which caused it to snap cleanly. Climbing up and down the stalk, it fashioned the bamboo into a smooth fishing rod, requiring no further refinement. Wei Ninger gave Pudding a thumbs up, exclaiming, "You're incredible. I'm impressed." "Of course. You should know who I am," Pudding replied, its whiskers twitching with pride as it hoisted the bamboo onto its back, stepping onto its makeshift skateboard and gliding away. "Let us go fishing." Had Wei Ninger not witnessed such fantastical events with her own eyes, she would never have believed it. The subsequent fishing expedition, which involved digging for worms, was even more miraculous. Wherever Pudding pointed, the stick in Wei Ninger's hand followed, ultimately uncovering a dozen plump earthworms. Gazing into the small jar filled with wriggling worms, Wei Ninger earnestly declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, we are counting on you today." Chapter 34. No need for excessive haste. The journey of fishing was fraught with difficulties and twists, yet Wei Ninger, undeterred by repeated failures, ultimately mastered the art of angling. Not only did she successfully catch 3 small crucian carp, but she also reeled in a 5-pound flower carp and a black fish weighing over 3 pounds. "Wow, Pudding, look at the magnificent fish I've caught." In her excitement, Wei Ninger nearly leapt from her spot. "I remarked, sister, how much longer will you take? I've already had 2 naps." After lingering for another hour, as the daylight began to fade, Wei Ninger reluctantly gathered her triumphant catch and headed home. Meanwhile, Sister Anai was anxiously stretching her neck, having prepared dinner. She added more fuel to the stove, fearing the rice crust would soften if left unattended. Anai Jia still harbored a glimmer of hope that his sister-in-law was unaware of his early return from work. Little did he know, fortune would have it that his wife encountered an acquaintance from the kiln factory on her outing, and a casual inquiry revealed that his sister had indeed finished work early. On ordinary days, his sister-in-law might have awaited his return with a wooden paddle in hand. However, today was marked by a stroke of good fortune, leading her to exercise patience. "My husband, why don't you go look for her? I hope nothing untoward has occurred," she urged. Anai Chung was skilled in crafting bamboo baskets and other items, which fetched a decent price, yet the labor was taxing on his hands, especially given his leg ailment that hindered his mobility. The compensation was modest, and had it not been for his injury, he likely would not have taken on such work. "It won't be long. Jia Jia must have been delayed by some matter," he replied. His wife, exhibiting her characteristic impatience, chimed in normally. "You show great concern for your sister. Now that twilight approaches, why are you not anxious? Could it be your mind is preoccupied with something else?" "Of course not," he retorted. "In my opinion, your sister is no longer a child. If she could find a suitable match, it would be worthwhile. I think Director Shen is rather admirable, handsome, good-natured, and genuinely considerate of Jia Jia's well-being. I ponder that if we could find her a good husband soon, it would ease our minds." As Anai Chung worked on a bamboo basket, he encountered a rough bamboo splinter, which cut his hand, causing blood to spurt forth. He felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his hand bleeding uncontrollably, and he grimaced in pain. He pressed his right hand against the wound, but the cut was too severe, leaving him no choice but to wrap his hand in his garment. Upon witnessing her husband's injury, his wife paled and hurried to his side. "What happened? How could you be so careless? At your age, you should know better than to injure yourself while weaving a basket." While she grumbled, she searched for something to staunch the bleeding. Perceiving her tone as accusatory and fueled by his irritation, Anai Chung brusquely shrugged her off, kicking the bothersome basket aside in frustration. "I can manage on my own." His wife, incensed by his dismissal, retorted, "Oh, how capable you are. When Director Shen visited earlier, you didn't even acknowledge him, behaving as if you had no regard for him. He came to our home out of respect for us. If Jia Jia were to receive his support, we would benefit as well." Anai Chung limped as he walked, his foot still recovering, and replied, "What do you know, woman? Your perspective is as narrow as a sesame seed. Do you know what others call Shen Chong at the factory?" He is dubbed a flower thief and a playboy. Do you even know who his girlfriend is?
What?
He has a girlfriend? His wife's expression shifted as she processed this information. The excitement that had previously filled her countenance was replaced by dismay, realizing that her sister may not hold the value she once believed. His fiancée is none other than the niece of our factory director, currently serving as the deputy secretary. They come from a prominent family. What could Jia Jia possibly offer in comparison? Upon hearing this, Anai Cheng's wife fell silent, her lips pursed in disdain. Humph. That Director Shen is truly a scoundrel, indulging in both opportunities. Jia Jia would be foolish to marry such a man. After speaking, she glanced at her husband's bleeding hand, the vivid blood causing her stomach to churn. Anai Cheng shook his head, stating, setting aside Shen Chang's questionable character, even if he were single, with his nature, I doubt Jia Jia would find him appealing. Just as he finished speaking, a faint sound of footsteps and the crunch of twigs broke the silence outside their door. His wife shot him a sidelong glance, saying, There's someone out there. I can see through the crack in the door. It must be the wind or perhaps a mouse. Chapter 35. I have returned. Anai Cheng, after concluding his words, ambled towards the well, submerging his bloodied hands into the half-full bucket of well water. Instantly, the crimson fluid tainted the water, turning it a deep red. However, this rudimentary method proved effective. The cold water halted the blood's flow, causing it to coagulate slightly. A ring of red blood congealed around the wound, presenting a rather ghastly sight. Anai Cheng's wife, upon witnessing this, paled visibly. Their 3 children were in the room. The eldest pretended to be diligently doing homework, though he was merely poking at paper with a pencil. The younger 2, hearing the adults' throaty exchanges, assumed a quarrel was brewing and burst into tears, calling out, Mom, Mom. Anai Cheng's wife cast a resentful glance at her husband and rushed over to comfort the children. While soothing them, she lamented, Alas, what sin have I committed in this life to end up with you? Woe is me. What did I envision marrying you would bring?
You are always so fierce with me.
Recalling Anai Cheng's earlier anger, she shuddered. This, in turn, rekindled Anai Cheng's irritation, which swiftly dissipated under the weight of his wife's grievances. He despondently cradled his head, repeatedly striking it with his hands, exclaiming, It's all my fault. Wait and see. We shall live well one day. I refuse to believe that Anai Cheng will lead a life of misery forever. He deftly resumed weaving baskets, stating to his wife, I understand you have endured much hardship. I shall stay up tonight, and by dawn, these baskets will be ready for sale. The money we earn will buy you and Jejia new clothes. At this, Anai Cheng's wife transformed her anger into delight, replying, Now that's more like it. But can we really make enough from these few baskets? We need a proper bed. De Bao and Air Bao are old enough to sleep in their own beds. Their conversation meandered through the trivialities of daily life. Meanwhile, Song Qingyu exerted considerable effort to locate the Anai household, waiting for dusk to cloak his movements. Finally, he managed to bring a bag of peaches to their yard. He intended to quietly leave the bag behind and depart unnoticed. However, fate was not on his side. He inadvertently overheard the entirety of the couple's conversation. After listening, his expression darkened. He rummaged through his pockets, gathering a sum of around 40 or 50 bills, and neatly tucked them into the bag of peaches before discreetly placing it through the dog hole into the Anai family's yard. This dog hole was conveniently situated by their gate, and with nightfall approaching, it was unlikely anyone would notice. By morning, they would undoubtedly discover it,
And it would not be lost.
Having overheard the couple's dialogue, Song Qingyu recognized that the Anai family's circumstances were far graver than he had previously imagined. Their lives contrasted starkly with his own family's affluence. The Song family had always enjoyed better conditions, with both parents employed and receiving state subsidies, allowing them to comfortably support their family of 4. As the 1980s dawned, opportunities blossomed, and the government encouraged construction and production. Song Qingyu's father performed admirably, rising from an accountant to the head of the first private kiln factory in the area, diligent and modest in his endeavors. Song Qingyu's mother, Ms. Wang, originally a textile factory worker, gradually ascended the ranks due to her commendable performance and now held a leadership position, wielding considerable influence in the factory. With such exemplary parents, It was no wonder that they nurtured an outstanding son. Song Qingyu was not inherently introverted. He simply refrained from speaking to those he disliked. However, when he found common ground with someone, his words flowed like a river, unrestrained. As he distanced himself from the NI household, he pondered the troubling situation they faced, realizing that NI Jiejia's home life was equally disheartening. Despite not having interacted with her sister-in-law or brother, he sensed that she was difficult to get along with. Conversely, NI Chung was more amiable, yet ultimately submissive to his wife's temper. Consequently, NI Jiejia, caught in the middle, likely faced a challenging existence. Had he not encountered this situation, Song Qingyu could have dismissed it entirely. Yet, he was not one to turn a blind eye to injustice. Having witnessed their plight, he felt compelled to act, to offer assistance in some form. Did he contemplate pursuing NI Jiejia romantically? Since joining the factory, he had heard rumors about Shun Chong's penchant for wooing female workers. While he was indifferent to others, he could not allow Shun Chong to harm NI Jiejia. The reason was simple. He regarded her as a younger sister. If someone bullied his sister, he, as her brother, would certainly intervene. With this thought, Song Qingyu felt satisfied with his plan. However, upon seeing NI Jiejia, he instinctively sidestepped, unable to articulate why he wished to remain unnoticed. Fortunately, her attention was wholly consumed by the fish she clutched in her hands. Observing her radiant expression and the smile gracing her lips, Song Qingyu felt as if he had discovered a new world. No wonder she had inquired about fishing. It turned out she shared that interest, giving them yet another common hobby. This revelation filled him with exuberance. True to his military training, Song Qingyu excelled at remaining inconspicuous. NI Jiejia walked past him, blissfully unaware of his presence. "Dad, Mom, look. We have fish to eat." Xiaomi, just beginning to speak, observed her brother's exuberant demeanor and excitedly sucked on her chubby little hand, giggling and completely forgetting her earlier fright. Typically, their aunt showered them with affection, always ensuring they received the best treats first. She was patient and kind, unlike their mother, who frequently scolded them. Noticing her brother's gesture, NI Jiejia paused in surprise and glanced at her brother and sister-in-law. NI Chung, aware of his wife's fiery temper, noticed her gaze fixating on the pole behind the door. He quickly hobbled over to embrace her. "Jiejia, why are you still standing there? Hurry inside." Caught off guard, his sister-in-law struggled to free herself from his grasp, inadvertently hitting NI Cheng's wounded hand. The freshly congealed blood seeped out again. NI Jiejia, initially intending to enter the house, was taken aback by her brother's injury. Even the reprimands from her sister-in-law momentarily escaped her attention. "Ah, brother, what happened to your hand?" Indeed, as NI Jiejia rushed to inspect her brother's injury, her sister-in-law seized the opportunity to kick her playfully. "Come on, you're all grown up now. Why are you still hitting? In a few days, we'll announce your matchmaking news and see how long you can keep her around." NI Chung, feeling utterly drained, found it increasingly difficult to navigate between his wife and sister. He could no longer contain his frustration. NI Jiejia was momentarily stunned, while their sister-in-law broke down in tears, lamenting, "What sin did I commit in my past life to marry into this family? I've never known a day of peace. Always burdened with children or fretting over your sister. Why do you think I'm doing this?" The second child, drooling, tugged at his mother's shirt, mumbling, "Mom, I want to eat fish. Auntie is a good aunt. Please don't scold her." The sister-in-law felt a pang in her heart at the child's words, feeling even more aggrieved. It should have been her burden to care for this entire family, yet she ended up being the villain. "Let's not say anything further. Let's go inside. This commotion would make anyone laugh." NI Chung went to comfort his wife. Wei Ninger, with a hint of concern, looked at her brother's hand and asked, "Brother, is your hand all right? I'll find some medicine for you." "Oh, I'm tough-skinned. This little scrape is nothing," he replied. "Shall we go in and eat?" Seeing the sparse dishes on the table, Wei Ninger spotted a lively fish, her eyes gleaming with desire. "How about I catch a fish for us to eat? I can fish now. We won't have to worry about a lack of meat in the future." Noticing the visible new scratches on NI Jiejie's hand, presumably from fishing, he gently remarked, "Jiejia has also worked hard today. Since you mention it, I'll wait for the dishes you'll prepare with your sister-in-law." The sister-in-law shot a glance at her younger sister-in-law. What good dishes can she make? She hardly cooks. Though Enigia's family was of modest means, her brother had always protected her, allowing her to focus on her studies and avoid much farm work. Nonetheless, she possessed the essence of a mature woman from ancient times, skilled in all that women ought to know. As she fetched scissors and placed the fish into a bamboo basket, she cheerfully declared, "Just wait a moment. I'll whip something up. You all can judge if it is delicious." Her smile showed no sign of holding a grudge for the earlier kicks. The sister-in-law's expression softened a bit. And I Qing thought, Jejia has indeed grown more sensible, but no matter how much she changes, she will always be our sister. The younger ones, hearing that their aunt would cook fish, eagerly gathered around to watch Enigia prepare the meal. Shu Bao perched on Enigia's shoulder, then hopped onto De Bao before playfully scratching Erbao's cheek. The two children were oblivious to anything unusual, their attention solely on Enigia. De Bao exclaimed, "Oh no, I need to pee," and hurried towards the door. Enigia called after him, "Slow down." Erbao laughed, "Brother, your pants are falling down. Don't get them dirty, or Mom will spank you." De Bao, embarrassed, made a face at his brother. "You talk too much. If you didn't speak, no one would think you're mute." The two brothers exchanged silly faces and spat at each other. Wei Ning approached the well and noticed the bucket was filled with blood, likely from her brother's earlier injury, causing her brow to furrow slightly. It seemed her brother was hurt more than she thought. She needed to hurry to the system's warehouse and buy him a bottle of medicine. Remembering that the system's store offered many items and she had ample points, she felt confident it would be no problem. Glancing at the small creature beside her, she instructed, "Pudding, quickly buy a bottle of medicine for my brother." This time, Pudding, eager for treats, readily complied, responding enthusiastically, "Okay." A little while later, Wei Ninger felt something heavy in her pocket as Pudding informed her, "The medicine is bought, costing 200 points." It was a small bottle, approximately 5 centimeters in height, accompanied by a pack of ointment. The bottle was plastic and the label was in English, not Chinese. Although she had not previously recognized the script, the original owner's memories, who had decent academic performance, allowed her to read it. However, the brand of this medicine was unfamiliar to her. Wei Ninger didn't dwell on the bottle or the ointment, knowing that the quality of items from the system was reliable. She decided to apply it to her brother first. Chapter 36. Good fortune falls from the sky, however. Wei Ninger could not directly present the medicine to her brother just yet. She had to wait until after dinner and devise a suitable excuse. Otherwise, her abrupt action of revealing the medicine would surely raise their suspicions. Given their modest means, they were well aware of the character of their own sister. And if Enigia could suddenly produce expensive healing balms and ointments, it would undoubtedly alarm them. Perhaps it had been a long time since she had engaged in any task, for Wei Ninger found her hands somewhat clumsy, compounded by the fact that the original owner of this body had never dealt with fish. She wrestled with the largest and plumpest catfish for quite some time. Pudding watched from the side, cheerfully encouraging her, yet offered no assistance, which made Wei Ninger glare at it in frustration. While diligently scraping off the fish scales, no larger than her fingernail, she muttered, "Who am I toiling for? It's all for you. If it weren't for you, would I be facing this scolding today?" Pudding, however, wore an expression that suggested she should not cast blame. "Hey, get your facts straight. Who is it that prompted you to come up with this idea? And do you really think that after this one time, I won TB of help again?" Unexpectedly, Wei Ninger made a gesture indicating she would say no more, pulling her hand across her mouth. Yet, as she fell silent, Pudding began to chatter to itself, exuding an air of mystery. "But don't worry. I won't let your efforts go unrewarded. Without this hustle, would you have learned to fish? Besides, didn't you say you wanted to sell fish to improve your life?" With that reminder from Pudding, Wei Ninger recalled her original intention, nodding in agreement. "You have a point. Very well, let us consider it even." A truce was declared between the girl and the mouse. It took all her strength to finally scrape off the last of the scales. Gazing at the now smooth fish, with its dark blue back and glistening white belly, she remarked, "This wild fish is truly splendid, not a hint of fat. I suspect it will taste exquisite when cooked." Pudding, who seemed rather fond of fish, had already devoured a fish bone earlier and now appeared to be digesting it with relish. It commented, "That's right. The taste of the fish depends on the quality of the water. The pond's water flows naturally from the mountains, pure and sweet, untainted by pollution. And the abundant natural aquatic plants at the pond's bottom provide these fish with a unique habitat. However, as this thought crossed her mind, Wei Ninger felt a flicker of doubt and asked, "By the way, Pudding, how do you know the water from the mountains is good, and therefore the pond's water is too?" With an enigmatic smile, Pudding twitched its whiskers and, noticing Wei Ninger's mildly irritated expression, pointed to its own nose. "You must trust my instincts. My nose is quite perceptive." Deciding to let the matter rest, Wei Ninger remained skeptical of Pudding's claims, resolving to judge for herself once she tasted the fish. Scraping off the scales was merely the first step in cleaning the fish. The real challenge lay in gutting and cleaning the innards. A novice might easily puncture the gallbladder with a careless cut, leading to a significant portion of the fish being ruined by a bitter flavor. Wei Ninger understood this well. If she couldn't locate the gallbladder accurately, she would need to make a precise incision near the mouth before carefully opening the belly and extracting the innards for cleaning. Just as she completed the initial cleaning and was preparing to fetch more water, a voice burst forth from the doorway, filled with excitement. "Incredible! Mom, Dad, and come quickly and see." Dabao's voice was as joyful as Columbus discovering new lands, practically bouncing off the walls. Perhaps it was that their household had never experienced any remarkable events, only a series of misfortunes, for the three adults seemed to ignore the exuberant boy. "I'm serious. I found something amazing." Seeing no response from the adults, Dabao, brimming with determination, pulled a snakeskin bag filled with peaches from the dog hole. Straining with all his might. It's so heavy, I can barely move it." Bao, who had been watching Ni Jia clean the fish, heard his brother's commotion and, seeing him tugging at something, immediately rolled up his sleeves and, with tiny legs in motion, shouted, "Brother, what did you find?" "I'm coming to help." Noticing only his little brother had come, Dabao quickly retorted, "Shoo, you little brat. Go grab Mom and Dad." He then looked to Wei Ninger, who had just filled a bucket with water, and pleaded, "Aunt, come quickly. There's something here, and it looks like it's packed with goodies." Wei Ninger then realized Dabao was not exaggerating. Indeed, there was something unusual in the yard. Together, they hurriedly dragged the hefty bag of peaches, likely weighing dozens of pounds, into the yard. As the bag opened, a pile of rolled-up cash tumbled out. Bao, closest to the money, leaped with delight, scooping it up and clutching it tightly to his chest. "Wow, I found money. Mom, I found money. I'm rich." Though still young, Bao understood little about money, only recognizing that the large roll in his hands represented a considerable fortune. He imagined that he could buy countless sunflower seeds and small dragon figurines with it, ensuring that his brother and Xiaomi wouldn't try to claim any for themselves. "How much is it? Mom, count it," Bao exclaimed, dashing outside without a care. "No way. This money is mine. I'm going to buy little dragon figurines." His adorable antics brought laughter to the adults, and as Dabao playfully lifted him upside down, Bao squirmed, flailing his arms and legs. In truth, Dabao was mindful of his younger brother, knowing full well that the thunderous noise often led to only a light drizzle of consequence. Chapter 37, where the money comes from. Bao, having been spanked, immediately opened his mouth and cried out. Being upside down was uncomfortable, and his face turned red from tears. Seeing that he was frightened, Dabao flipped Bao back over and set him down gently. Bao, feeling wronged, rushed into his mother's embrace, exclaiming, "Mom, brother hit me again. My bottom is all red. Boo-hoo, it hurts." After saying this, he attempted to pull down his pants to check for the redness, but his little hands lacked the strength, and he soon gave up. Originally, Bao thought that this time his mother would protect him and scold his brother, but to his surprise, she appeared stern and unyielding. With a serious tone, she said, "My dear, your brother is right. Children should not take money. If you want to eat or buy something, tell your parents and we will help you. Besides, we do not even understand where this money came from, and you want to spend it? What if something goes wrong?" Suddenly having money seemed to be a burden. With wide, glistening eyes, Bao gazed at the money in his mother's hands, afraid that if he blinked, the coins for his favorite sour plums would vanish. "Of course you can have it. Your father will give you 1 yuan now, and you can use it as you wish." After saying this, And I Chung pulled Bao close and reached into his pocket to retrieve a 1 yuan coin, placing it in Bao's palm. With money in hand, Bao felt a wave of comfort wash over him, instantly ceasing his tears. He held the coin high and exclaimed, "Oh, Bao has money," as if he were clutching several 100 yuan notes. Seeing Bao's satisfied demeanor stirred a pang of emotion within Wei Ninger.
Meanwhile,
And I Chung directed his attention to his wife's hands, urging, "Quickly, count how much money there is. It might be for my parents." She moistened her fingers and began to count the bills one by one, taking care to avoid mistakes, which made her count slowly. The stack of money appeared substantial, composed of small denominations. Once she finished counting, she reported, 42 yuan. How could it be 42? That is neither here nor there. And I Chung furrowed his brow, lost in thought. He was clearly trying to identify the kind-hearted benefactor among his acquaintances. After all, it was peculiar. Typically, gifts of money came in whole tens or hundreds. There was even a wrinkled 1 yuan and 50 cents note mixed in the pile. Not ready to give up, and I Chung bent down to rummage through the peach bag. But aside from the peaches, he found nothing else. Hearing her brother's remarks, Wei Ninger chimed in, "Brother, this definitely isn't from our parents. If it were, there would surely be a letter." She took a bill, examined it closely, then brought it to her nose to sniff, detecting a faint hint of tobacco. "But Dad doesn't he smoke, does he?" And I Chung nodded at his sister's observations, which shattered his hopes, and replied, "If it wasn't he sent by our parents, then who could it be from? Someone gave us money and food." The peaches from Yangshan were renowned, dubbed the Peach Fairy and the King of Peaches. Their skin was thin and juicy, yet it felt rather wasteful to store such exquisite fruit in a snakeskin bag. They hastily laid the peaches out on the floor to prevent any from being crushed. This remark prompted the couple to spring into action. Upon counting, they discovered there were at least 60 or 70 peaches, each weighing about 3 to 4 ounces, over 10 kilograms in total. Staring at the beautiful peaches, and I Chung wondered aloud, who could be so kind as to send us these peaches? They must know that our parents wouldn't send fresh fruit. They would likely send clothes or toys for the children instead. Could it be someone else we know? Look at this money. It was all folded before, but is now neatly arranged. Perhaps it was a hasty decision made in a rush or for some other reason, which is why the bills are crumpled. And I Chung found his sister's analysis reasonable and inquired, "Who do you think sent it?" Wei Ninger, equally puzzled, replied helplessly, "Given the weight of this bag, they likely didn't walk to our village. Perhaps tomorrow we can ask around to see if anyone saw someone with a car or a large snakeskin bag." The siblings were invigorated by this new discovery and hurried outside to investigate, asking Bao where he found the bag. Bao dashed to the side of the doghouse and pointed. Wei Ninger left a large footprint by the wall, but the other footprints were obscured by the grass. "How coincidental," she remarked, urging Pudding to assist her in the search. Pudding complained of hunger and a lack of energy, prompting her to roll her eyes in annoyance and retort, "Then just keep being hungry." And I Chung scoured the area for traces of bicycles or other vehicles. When he discovered something, his wife interjected, "Could it be that it came from your uncle, in light of the previous incident?" Anai Cheng's father had 2 brothers. Yet their relationships were strained, particularly since Anai Cheng's parents had lost contact. Additionally, Anai Cheng's family had been struggling, causing the other 2 families to keep their distance,
as if fearing they might be tainted by association.
Last time, Anai Cheng's wife had quarreled with their uncle over a patch of land left for Anai's grandparents. And since then, neither family had communicated. That penny pincher. Spare me, Anai Cheng thought, believing that distant relatives could not compare to close neighbors. Even Aunt Li next door seemed preferable. Desheng, do you think the peaches and money were sent by Director Shin? Anai Cheng's wife's suggestion caught him off guard. And he murmured, could it be? Though he uttered disbelief, his tone lacked conviction. After all, such an act could very well be within Shun's capabilities, especially considering his sympathy for their situation. After witnessing their plight, he might have discreetly sent them money and peaches, ensuring they remained unaware of his involvement.
Ah.
If that is the case, Director Shin truly is a remarkable person, Anai Cheng mused. Chapter 38. A delightful surprise upon glancing at her sister-in-law and then at her brother's expression, Wei Ninger finally discerned some unspoken implications in their conversation. She could not help but inquire, "Brother, sister-in-law, who is this director Shin you speak of? I fail to comprehend a word of what you are saying." And Qing cast a somewhat reproachful glance at his wife. Noting that his sister was indeed sensitive to the subject, he sought to downplay it, hastily responding, "It's nothing significant. Merely an acquaintance from the past. We came by today just to visit." Wei Ninger felt a twinge of skepticism, pondering the veracity of his words. She turned her attention to her sister-in-law, who was known for her straightforward nature. If she wished to uncover the truth, it would be best to coax it out of her. "Sister-in-law, I trust you. Please tell me more. How does my brother know this director Shin, yet I remain oblivious?" Consequently, Qing recounted the incident involving Shin Chong visiting their home and his intentions in detail to Wei Ninger. After listening intently, Wei Ninger promptly declared, "Brother, this person's motives are questionable. I shall not accept his pity." And Qing scrutinized his sister and asked, "Is that wise? Might this director Shun harbor resentment towards us? He is quite purposeful in his endeavors. Should we decline his goodwill, he may resort to other means. Moreover, that Song Ting is not someone to be trifled with. I would prefer not to lose our jobs without gaining anything in return." And Qing felt a sense of relief, pleased that his sister shared his concerns. He concluded, "Then let us proceed as you suggested tomorrow. Phrase it delicately, expressing our inability to accept his kind offer."
"Understood, brother," she replied. Meanwhile,
amidst the fervent discussion of the three adults, De Bao and Air Bao gazed longingly at the luscious peaches, their enticing aroma making their mouths water. They yearned to reach out and grab one, yet hesitated, fearing the fuzz on the fruit would make them appear unappealing. After a brief internal struggle, De Bao attempted to stealthily snatch one, only to have his hand swatted away. "Jejia, didn't you say you were going to prepare fish? Hurry up. We are ready to eat." "All right, brother and sister-in-law, I will be quick." After a moment of delay, having deduced the origins of the money and the peaches, Wei Ninger felt a weight lift from her heart. Nevertheless, she sensed she had overlooked something. Determined to prepare the fish, she hastened her movements. The attention of children is indeed easily diverted. Upon hearing that dinner was imminent, De Bao and Air Bao immediately abandoned their fantasies of the delectable peaches. Swallowing hard and racing to the kitchen for their meal, they seated themselves in a row, neatly arranging their chopsticks, eagerly awaiting the dishes to be served. When the food arrived, it consisted of familiar home-cooked dishes, with plenty of vegetables but scant meat, only a modest portion of shredded pork with green peppers, where the peppers outnumbered the meat. This meager serving was insufficient for the two boys, and after only a few bites, they constantly stole glances towards Wei Ninger at the stove. Perhaps their glances were too frequent, prompting their sister-in-law to inquire, "Jejia, when will it be ready?" "Soon, soon," Wei Ninger replied, swiftly slicing the fish and preparing the seasoning. The enticing aroma and sounds emanating from the stove drew the attention of those seated at the table, who craned their necks in anticipation of the fish. Fortunately, Wei Ninger worked expeditiously, and the wait was not prolonged. Soon, a delicate scent of fish wafted through the air, and when the large serving bowl was placed on the table, the circle of diners felt almost satiated merely from the aroma. De Bao glanced at their parents, who nodded in approval. He promptly picked up his chopsticks and served himself a piece, then offered two to Air Bao. "Air Bao, does it still hurt? Here, have an extra piece of fish." True to their brotherly bond, moments before they had been bickering, but now they reconciled over a piece of fish. Air Bao, having long desired to taste it, eagerly stuffed a piece into his mouth, hesitant to chew it, for it was too delicious. The fish, having been fried in hot oil, was somewhat scalding, enhanced by the addition of peppercorns. He exclaimed, "It's so hot," yet could not bear to spit it out, swallowing it whole. Aware of the fish's temperature, he resorted to taking smaller bites. For a brief moment, the atmosphere turned particularly serene, as each individual focused on savoring the fish prepared by Wei Ninger. Not a word spoken among them. Observing this silence, Wei Ninger grew anxious, fearing her dish might not be to their liking. She recalled that her dish had received a score of 90 from the system. With the enticing aroma filling the air, she wondered, is the fish unappetizing? Why is there no response? Unexpectedly, as soon as her words fell, she was taken aback by a series of cheerful notification sounds.
Ding.
Gained 100 affinity points. Gained 1 food attribute. Affinity points increased by 200. Increased by 500. Upon hearing this cascade of affinity points, Wei Ninger transformed her anxiety into elation. She had not anticipated that her modest fish dish would yield such bountiful rewards. A faint glimmer danced over the ingredients on the stove, culminating in the successful recipe she had crafted, the results exceeding her expectations. Could this be the gift from the system? How astonishing! Pudding, though not partaking in the grilled fish, had instead savored a dish even more delectable, spicy fish slices, which Wei Ninger whimsically named fish leaping over the dragon gate. Unsure of what else to call it. Fish leaping over the dragon gate? How kitsch, she mused. Observing the bubbling oil in the pot, resembling roiling river waters, Pudding suggested. Why not call it boiling fish? Boiling fish? What a splendid name. Very evocative, Wei Ninger responded, elated by the suggestion. A great dish deserved a fitting name. A captivating title would ensure its popularity. And I Chung, feeling a swell of pride, looked at his sister and remarked, Jia, you have truly grown up and can stand on your own now. I was once worried about your culinary skills, yet today you have astonished us all.
Come.
Let us toast with tea in place of wine. May our past misfortunes fade away, and may fortune and prosperity be our future. As Anai Chung spoke, he rose, his gaze sincere as he looked at his sister, his expression filled with gratitude and pride. Chapter 39, Actions Speak Louder Than Words, 3 updates. He gently patted his sister's shoulder and reassured her, there will come a day. Once my leg heals, I will take on a couple of jobs. His sister-in-law concurred, if I can't manage, I can send Xiaomi to my mother's. And I will work at the kiln as well. Though the earnings may be modest, they will certainly help with household expenses. Wei Ninger felt a deep sense of emotion. Although her brother and sister-in-law had little to their names, their love for one another and their willingness to labor for the family stirred her heart. This simple happiness was something that no one could envy. Wei Ninger cherished this familial bond, feeling it more precious than ever. She then invited her brother to sit on the stool, followed by her sister-in-law. Subsequently, she shared some of her money-making ideas with them, perhaps too shocking for their ears. After listening, their eyes widened in disbelief, and for a moment, they thought they had misheard her. Jia, are you alright? Is what you said true?
Her sister-in-law asked,
Humorously reaching out to check her forehead. After confirming her temperature was normal, she murmured, You don't seem feverish, but what you're saying sounds like a tall tale. And I Chung, being a man, was more composed in his words and actions than the more animated women. Steadying himself and seemingly clarifying his thoughts, he turned his attention back to his sister and asked carefully, Jia, what you just told us, you haven't shared with anyone else, have you? Such jokes can be amusing at home, but please refrain from speaking of them outside, lest we become a laughingstock. It seemed he believed his sister was indulging in fanciful dreams of making money, thinking it was naive of her. In their minds, Anai Jia was merely an unsophisticated girl who had just begun working at the kiln and learned a few things. They considered her aspirations to earn money outside as overly naive. If money were truly so easy to earn, their family wouldn't be in such dire straits. Brother, do you not believe me? I am speaking the truth. I have not made anything up. I even went to the town today and successfully completed a transaction. If I can earn a bit more, then my sister-in-law won't have to work outside, relieving some pressure from our household. Seeing Ni Jiajia's earnestness, her sister-in-law blinked and looked at her with a hint of skepticism. Jia, are you serious? You haven't sold any of our belongings, have you? We understand your desire to earn money, but you shouldn't sell our things. After saying this, she glanced at Jiajia's wrist, noticing her rolling up her sleeve to reveal a slender arm adorned with a somewhat antiquated bracelet. Sister-in-law, rest assured, I value this bracelet more than my own life and would never part with anything from home. This time, I merely used a bit of thread and some fabric scraps. Fortunately, the materials Wei Ninger found in the warehouse were quite ordinary, but the true magic lay in her skilled hands. To her, her cloth was incredibly valuable, though she had to bow her head under the circumstances. Really? You succeeded? What did you sell? How much did you earn? Her sister-in-law was baffled, unsure of what treasures could possibly come from her sister-in-law's bag, especially considering their family's limited possessions. How could Jia manage to conduct any profitable business? Selling a few scraps of fabric could not possibly bring in money, she thought, unconvinced. Wei Ninger refrained from elaborating further. Actions would speak louder than words. Instead, she busied herself retrieving her small bag and pulled out a shiny 50 yuan note, slapping it down on the table before them with a flourish. With a slight smile, she proclaimed, "Look, this is what I earned, though I have yet to deliver the goods." She then emptied her bag, revealing an array of miscellaneous items, predominantly thread and several large fabric pieces. Her sister-in-law appeared utterly bewildered, having expected something grand to emerge from the bag, only to find these unremarkable items. "This? You sold this for 50 yuan? Judge, please be honest with me. You haven't engaged in any illegal activities, have you?" Illegal activities? It was amusing that she even considered that. "Haha, sister-in-law, you are too funny. This is the thread for making sofa covers, along with some fabric scraps. I've gathered all the other materials I need and can begin work tonight." Her sister-in-law seemed to have an epiphany, exclaiming, "Judge, did you stay up all night? I had the impression that your light was on late into the night." "Yes, I napped a bit. I couldn't sleep, so I started making handkerchiefs. Remember I mentioned learning embroidery from a classmate? Her craftsmanship is exquisite. Thankfully, and I judge had prior knowledge," allowing her to use this as a pretext to convince her brother and sister-in-law, which was a rather clever rationale. Her sister-in-law regarded her with a hint of skepticism. "Have you been practicing on your own, every night? I recall your last work was not as good as mine." Upon hearing this, Wei Ninger felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. "I'm sorry to have made a fool of myself in front of you. I practiced secretly. My classmate encouraged me to try selling these, and to my surprise, someone actually bought them." No wonder. Her sister-in-law was starting to believe, though still unsure if Judge's handkerchiefs could indeed fetch a price. But 50 yuan for a handkerchief seems rather steep. "Sister-in-law, this amount is reasonable. The quality of the handkerchiefs is directly proportional to the materials chosen and the craftsmanship involved. The ones I made are among my finest creations. Judge, you are truly impressive. I shall take this money then." "No worries, sister-in-law. It is only right, given how well you and brother have treated me." Upon seeing Wei Ninger hand over the money, her inner voice cautioned her, "Child, if you give all the money to your sister-in-law, what will you do for supplies? You might need to purchase other things later. If I need anything else, I will address it then. For now, I have enough." The reasoning was simple. Wei Ninger was determined to turn her money-making aspirations into reality, and she anticipated that the execution would be effortless. Chapter 40. Wasting Words, Part 1. Pudding was somewhat irritated, turning its back to Wei Ninger, snubbing her with an air of disdain. "Humph, you speak so sweetly now, but don't wait until you have no solutions and expect me to come up with something. I am devoid of any ideas." Wei Ninger was well aware of its trickery. However, on the whole, it could be considered reliable. Whenever she found herself in a predicament, Pudding would not abandon her to her fate. "Just trust me, all right? There is something I wish to inquire about." "What is it?" Pudding responded with a wary expression, keeping a cautious eye on the whimsical host. It was mindful of the fact that one misstep could lead it into her cunning traps. "Do you know who sent the money and the peaches?" Wei Ninger firmly believed that these gifts could not have come from Shen Chong. Although he appeared to be quite crafty, he was also exceedingly vain. Even if he were to send money or gifts, he would insist on presenting them with pomp and circumstance, ensuring that everyone was aware of his generosity. It was inconceivable that he would resort to such stealthy means. The only plausible explanation was that the person responsible did not wish for them to know his identity. This individual aimed to remain anonymous, while avoiding any expressions of gratitude from them. In a time of scarcity, who among them could afford to lavish such exquisite peaches and neatly folded money upon her? Wei Ninger found herself at a loss and turned to Pudding for clarification. But to her dismay, it simply replied, "I don't know," dismissing her inquiry entirely. The scenery here was quite pleasant. A gentle breeze carried the faint scent of pine, and while enjoying the ribs, Wei Ninger felt that the flavor was astonishingly familiar. With the presence of this little cottage, the larger abode seemed even more harmonious. Provided the walls were not peeling. "Aren't you supposed to be all-knowing? Why is it that you don't know something so simple?" Wei Ninger shot a scornful glance at Pudding, feeling as though this little creature was persistently at odds with her, refusing to acquiesce to her wishes. After all, she was a girl, and it seemed rather unfair for a male to continuously attempt to belittle her. "I never claimed to know," Pudding retorted. Its beady eyes darted about with mischief, clearly unwilling to assist. Sensing its reluctance, Wei Ninger swiftly changed the subject, raising her voice theatrically. "Oh, is that so? How unfortunate. I was actually thinking that when I have the time, I could prepare some fried sparrows. The taste is simply delightful." Fried sparrows were indeed consumed in the southern regions, though most people lacked the courage to try them. However, during her time in the palace, Wei Ninger had often indulged in them, finding their flavor exquisite. As the saying goes, though small, the sparrow contains all its organs. The meat was exceptionally tender and offered a delightful texture. She proceeded to recount the meticulous steps for roasting sparrows, detailing how to coat them in flour, which was essential for achieving that perfect crispiness. She described how to roast them slowly over low heat until both sides turned golden. For an even richer flavor, she explained that one should brush them with lard instead of sesame oil, ensuring both sides were thoroughly coated before continuing to roast them over the charcoal. Once the skin began to sizzle and the fat permeated the meat, she would apply generous layers of honey. This honey must be of superior quality, preferably acacia honey, not the artificial kind. The latter is produced from bees fed with sugar, while true honey is gathered from blossoms. Among the nectar from rapeseed, peach, pear, and rose flowers, acacia honey stands out as the finest. Pig fat? Acacia honey? Who would have thought you knew such things? Pudding's curiosity piqued, and it couldn't resist licking its soft lips at the mention of these delicacies. Can you actually procure those? But that was not the end of it. After brushing the sparrows with acacia honey and continuing to roast them until a subtle floral sweetness wafted through the air, she would add a sprinkle of spicy pepper and a touch of salt, 5-spice powder, monosodium glutamate, and bay leaf, among other seasonings. Upon hearing this, Pudding felt overwhelmed, finding itself unable to keep track of the numerous steps and ingredients involved in preparing fried sparrows. "Can you cook that for me?" Pudding, true to its gluttonous nature, seemed to forget everything else for the sake of food. "Of course,"
Wei Ninger replied eagerly.
"Oh, wait. Just kidding. Why would I prepare it for you? You don't assist me and constantly oppose my wishes. Even if I were to gift someone, it certainly wouldn't be to a rodent that is always at odds with me. Dear sister, good sister, this truly falls outside my purview. It is something you must discover for yourself."
"Why?"
Wei Ninger asked, perplexed. "This is related to your side quest. If I were to remind you or tell you directly, it would be tantamount to cheating, and I would face punishment from the system." Hearing its tone, which seemed to carry a hint of sincerity, Wei Ninger felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. After all that, she had wasted her breath. "Well then, I shall consider this a preview for myself, just in case I need to prepare this dish later." At least she had gleaned a morsel of information regarding her side quest from this mischievous creature. Chapter 41. Sister-in-law's Subtle Thoughts. Second update. Wei Ninger had two side quests. One was to win the favor of Song Qingyu, with an upgraded version being to earn his true love. At present, she felt that reaching the final step was exceedingly challenging, leading her to temporarily abandon the pursuit. The other quest involved Li Wenyuan, specifically assisting her in extricating herself from the troubles she faced. Upon recalling Li Wenyuan, an epiphany struck Wei Ninger. How could she have overlooked this person? Surely it was she who had sent the items, as Li's family was affluent, and considering that their relationship had improved today, it was plausible that she had dispatched someone to deliver those gifts. As for the scent of smoke lingering on the banknotes, it was likely from Director Li. Having come to this realization, she ceased to dwell on the matter and waved dismissively at Pudding. "Enough, go back to where you came from. I shall find a way to clarify this myself." "Fried sparrows? You haven't even prepared them for me, yet you wish to indulge?" Pudding retorted. "You are the one who promised to make them for me. As allies in this journey, how could you be so inconsiderate? Have you ever seen me indulge alone? Just today in the security room, someone didn't even spare the fish bones, because they were delicious. Look at me following you all day, devoid of energy and on the brink of weakness. If I don't replenish my strength, who knows if I'll be able to rouse myself." Pudding gently conveyed to Wei Ninger that the more exquisite food it consumed, the sharper its mental acuity became. With heightened spirit, Wei Ninger would have an added layer of protection. "Let us see how it goes. If I earn some money, I shall prepare it for you," she replied nonchalantly. "Good. Then I shall also crave spicy king snake, scallion roasted rabbit heads, and hedgehog climbing the mountain. These are rare delicacies. With every dish pudding named, Wei Ninger felt an urge to bite her tongue, for each was something she had just contemplated silently. Good heavens, can this rodent read minds? Such a terrifying ability.
Now.
She eagerly anticipated the ability to shield her thoughts, as these two persistently intruded upon the minds of others, which was quite bothersome. The author has penned many words to elucidate the situation. However, the mental exchange between Wei Ninger and Pudding lasted less than a minute. Subsequently, they enjoyed a delightful meal together as a family. Sister-in-law and brother had not savored such delectable dishes in a long while, praising Wei Ninger's culinary skills and expressing their gratitude as they ate. Although De Bao and Air Bao were equally captivated by the fish, their passion for fishing compelled them to insist that Wei Ninger promise to take them next time, which eventually quelled their persistence. The meal brought immense joy to all. And even after dinner, sister-in-law voluntarily took to washing the dishes. Wei Ninger attempted to decline her help, but sister-in-law insisted, taking over the task. Observing her sister-in-law's newfound diligence, Wei Ninger couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, money could make even the most reluctant lend a hand. Typically, sister-in-law was not so accommodating. This reality, whether it pertained to family, friends, or foes, was unsettlingly pragmatic. In the face of self-interest during moments of crisis, or in matters of survival, few could claim to be altruistic. I shall take care of the sweeping, as the floor has grown dirty, Wei Ninger suggested, intending to tidy up the kitchen thoroughly before attending to her personal affairs, hoping her sister-in-law could assist. Mistaking her intentions for mere diligence, sister-in-law quickly remarked, "Jia, you should rest. You didn't sleep well last night. It's unbecoming for a young lady to stay up late." "I'm not tired. We need to prepare kimchi soon, and I want to clean this area first," Wei Ninger replied. Sister-in-law paused, clearly taken aback, and asked, "You truly intend for me to sell this?" She felt uncertain, as country folk consumed pickled vegetables daily.
Who would still pay for them?
She feared the potential embarrassment of being ridiculed. Not wishing to dampen her sister-in-law's enthusiasm, she refrained from voicing her doubts. Yet, she couldn't ignore the fact that Wei Ninger had previously demonstrated remarkable capability, quietly amassing a small fortune, an accomplishment that would take days of labor in the kiln. Were it not for her two energetic children, who devoured food rapidly, she might have had a chance to enjoy more. The thought of the fish's exquisite flavor made her yearn for her brother to learn this culinary skill, envisioning its future utility. Sister-in-law's brother ran a small eatery near the bus station, offering fried rice and noodles, occasionally serving warm dishes. Business was modest, but steady. If the fish's flavor was as exceptional as she imagined, their establishment could flourish. Despite the sparse competition at the bus station, patrons were discerning. The quality of dishes and their prices would determine their choices. A single unsatisfactory meal could lead to a loss of customers, and word of mouth would spread quickly. Though the station catered to transient clients, the drivers passing through were quite discerning, choosing their meals with care. Sister-in-law's brother's establishment ranked among the least successful, barely scraping by. If her brother's business thrived, perhaps she could benefit as well. Noticing sister-in-law deep in thought, Wei Ninger prompted, "Why not give it a try? You mentioned earlier that our cabbage was on the verge of spoiling. We could feed it to the chickens, yet they wouldn't touch it. Instead of wasting it, let us make some kimchi. If it turns out delicious, we could supply it to nearby restaurants. While the price may not be high, the volume could make it worthwhile. If business flourishes, we could collect cabbages from the villagers to pickle and sell." Cabbage, as it is commonly referred to in the countryside, is technically known as head cabbage. While it may not be particularly palatable when stir-fried due to its toughness, it serves as an excellent choice for pickling. Its crisp texture and low moisture content allow for a shorter fermentation period, which is why Wei Ninger felt emboldened to proceed. Most importantly, she possessed a remarkable talent for making kimchi. During her time as a palace maid, she had prepared kimchi frequently, with other maids often seeking her out for a taste when their meals did not satisfy. A few bites of her kimchi could easily accompany a bowl of rice. Furthermore, since cabbage was easy to grow, yielded abundantly, and thrived well, it had become a popular vegetable among rural cultivators. Chapter 42. The definition of exquisite cuisine previously. Wei Ninger excelled at making pickled vegetables, and now she possesses the discerning palate of a culinary deity. With an enhanced sensitivity to ingredients and culinary artistry, it is certain that the flavors she creates will be even more delightful. This endeavor is indeed not a futile venture. If successful, the villages above and below, east and west, could yield thousands of pounds of produce. The locals have a penchant for porridge in the morning, and pickled vegetables are an essential accompaniment at the dining table. If this venture proves fruitful. Ninger's sister-in-law dared not dwell further on the thought. Eager to begin immediately, transforming waste into treasure, she mused, uncertain if her ideas would bear fruit, yet one must experiment to find out.
Indeed.
Let us give it a try. It merely requires some effort. The sister-in-law was swift in her actions, cleaning the bowls and chopsticks of 5 or 6 people in no time. Her primary interest now lay in the pickled vegetables prepared by Wei Ninger. She was curious about their taste. Sister-in-law, I must step outside for a moment, Wei Ninger announced. What for? Her sister-in-law inquired. As Wei Ninger stepped outside to fetch a water bucket, she smiled and replied, You'll find out soon enough. It turned out she was sourcing spring water. The spring water here is notably pure and sweet. It is an excellent choice for both brewing and pickling. Initially, Wei Ninger could not ascertain the quality of the water until she tasted the fish of the day. The fish was exquisite, with delicate flesh and a subtle fragrance, complemented by a hint of sweetness derived from the fish's texture rather than added sugars. The distinctive quality of the fish indicated the exceptional nature of the water from which it came. With the source confirmed, Wei Ninger resolved to begin her pickling endeavor, marking her first step towards penetrating the local market and seeking her initial fortune. While embroidery commands a high price, it is limited in scope, and not everyone possesses the talent for it, making mass production challenging. After careful consideration, she devised this plan. Wei Ninger recalled a remark made by the head chef of the imperial kitchen. The pinnacle of culinary creation does not rest solely on the use of premium ingredients. Such cuisine is not the finest, as it is accessible only to a privileged few. The true essence of exquisite cuisine lies in crafting remarkable dishes from the simplest of ingredients, providing diners with profound satisfaction and joy. Those who can achieve this culinary mastery are the true luminaries of the culinary arts. Wei Ninger had long held the head chef's words in her heart, regretting her missed opportunities during her time as a palace maid, where she lacked both the chance and the qualifications to learn the art of cooking. As she ascended to the status of the Emperor's consort, she found herself relieved of the need to prepare meals. However, today, as she sought to put her skills to use, she realized her practical knowledge was limited. Without the system's guidance, her situation might have been far more dire. She needed to produce the pickled vegetables first. Once everyone tasted her creation, the results would speak for themselves. Subsequently, she enlisted Pudding's assistance to alleviate her burdens. By the time Wei Ninger prepared the water, her sister-in-law had nearly finished washing the cabbage and was busy cutting it. Observing the abundance of water, she exclaimed, You must be exhausted. Your brother's legs are not in good shape, and he cannot help. We should perhaps make a smaller batch of pickles first. All right, you take the lead. Whatever you decide, I will follow, her sister-in-law replied with a smile. Wei Ninger then personally selected the stones for pickling and the pickled peppers. In southern Anhui, pickling is a cherished tradition, and households typically have ample pickling jars on hand. These items require thorough cleaning and airing before reuse. Though Southerners are not particularly fond of spicy food, they do enjoy adding a hint of chili to every dish. The most favored types of chili among homemakers are dried red chilies and chopped chilies, both of which serve as seasonings, each imparting unique flavor profile. Ginger and garlic are also indispensable for making pickles. If possible, a touch of 5-spice seasoning can be added to lend a subtle aroma to the pickled vegetables. The brine for pickling is also of great significance. Some believe that a century-old broth is essential to achieve that timeless, delectable flavor that lingers in one's memory. However, merely contemplating such ancient broth can be unsettling, as it may harbor harmful nitrites when stored improperly. Hence, Wei Ninger opted for spring water over the well water available at home. Sister-in-law, please boil the water. I will handle everything else, she instructed. Recognizing her sister-in-law's confidence, she agreed to let her take the lead.
Sure.
The best pickling water is cold boiled water. Bring the spring water to a boil and set it aside for use. Wei Ninger began the pickling process. Although cabbage retains some moisture, it is essential to salt it beforehand to draw out excess water. Once this is done, the pickling process can commence with the addition of salt for a second time. This method allows the cabbage to absorb flavors more effectively while occupying less space. After completing the pickling, the layers of vegetables were carefully placed into the jars, pressed down firmly, and secured with flat stones to prevent air from entering. This technique ensures that the pickled vegetables remain crisp and fragrant, free from sourness. As she busily engaged in this task, her sister-in-law finished boiling the water and promptly turned her attention to bathing the 3 children. In the evenings, children are particularly prone to fatigue. Even watching television can lead them to fall asleep quickly, making bath time a significant undertaking. Wei Ninger did not expect her sister-in-law to assist with the pickling, as this initial endeavor was filled with uncertainties that required her personal oversight. Chapter 43. Learn quickly. By the time Wei Ninger finished preparing the pickles and sealed the jars, it was already around 7 or 8 in the evening. Her sister-in-law was busy soothing Xiaomi to sleep, and since there were no pressing matters that needed attention today, she exchanged pleasantries with them before retreating to the room to watch television. When Wei Ninger emerged from her bath, dressed in fresh clothes, she was surprised to find that her brother was still occupied. She approached him to share a few words, and after their conversation, he finally completed the bamboo baskets he had been weaving for the day. He informed Wei Ninger of his intention to sell the baskets the following day, intending to use the proceeds to purchase clothes for them. Wei Ninger was not entirely satisfied with her current attire. In the past, she had no options, but now she could choose what to wear. Proficient in sewing, she quickly interjected that there was no need for him to worry about buying clothes. "Brother, you need not concern yourself with this matter. Tomorrow I will speak with my sister-in-law, and she can buy a piece for herself and a few outfits for the children. It is far more economical to purchase fabric and make clothes than to buy ready-made ones. Additionally, I have grown accustomed to wearing the clothes I sew myself, and I am not yet in the habit of buying from stores." Hearing her reluctance, her brother furrowed his brow slightly, his eyes reflecting a hint of concern. "Silly girl. What girl doesn't love new clothes? Besides, you can earn money now, why be so frugal? You haven't bought new clothes in nearly half a year. With the change of seasons, you cannot always wear last year's old garments. It would be rather shabby if the neighbors see you always in the same outfit." With her brother's words weighing heavily, Wei Ninger quickly reassured him, "Brother, I will take care of my own clothing. You needn't worry about such things." And I Qing pondered for a moment, then nodded and began to tidy up. As Wei Ninger tucked her hands into her pockets, she suddenly remembered that she had yet to apply medicine to her brother's injuries. Earlier, during her free time, she had purchased some ointments and treatments for his foot and hand injuries from the system shop, spending some of her points to acquire them. "Oh, right. Brother, I almost forgot. I have some ointment for your wounds, as well as a cream that can be applied directly to your foot and hand injuries." With that, she swiftly opened the bottle, preparing to tend to his injuries. And I Qing looked at his sister with a hint of skepticism. "That medicine must have cost quite a bit. Where did you buy it? Did you go to Dr. Wang again for a favor? Did he say anything?" Wei Ninger squatted down in front of him, rolling up his pants to expose the injury on his calf, which was red and swollen. Upon seeing the wound, she silently thanked her foresight in purchasing the medicine. Given the severity of his injury, it would likely take at least a month for proper healing. "Brother, you needn't worry about anything else. Just focus on applying the medicine. Your recovery is my greatest wish." Noticing her brother scrutinizing the label on the medicine bottle, she deliberately shielded it with her hand, concealing the brand name, which was obscured by a mass of English letters. "All right then, I won't say anything more. Your kindness towards your brother is well noted." And I Qing felt a surge of gratitude and was comforted by the realization that his sister had matured significantly, becoming more responsible. Reflecting on the words of their parents before they left, he found himself lost in thought. "Brother, the medicine is applied. How does it feel?" Thank you, Jia." And I Qing smiled at his sister. Jia disposed of the used medicine containers and the removed bandages directly into the stove. The medicine seemed quite effective after application, and I Qing's previously furrowed brow relaxed considerably. Unable to contain his praise, he remarked, "Dr. Wang has indeed acquired new medicine. This one works remarkably well." Everyone in the village was well aware of the effectiveness of Dr. Wang's medicine. However, Visiting a larger hospital took considerable time and required a longer journey. Thus, when villagers experienced minor ailments, they would simply obtain medicine from Dr. Wang. The effects of the medicine from his clinic were often slow, leading some to claim he sold counterfeit remedies, a notion Dr. Wang staunchly denied. Wei Ninger found her brother's perspective amusing, but chose not to correct him. If he ever inquired about the matter with Dr. Wang, she could easily deflect the conversation. Sometimes, a little white lie is necessary to avoid causing unnecessary worry. Following that, Wei Ninger returned to her work, which involved making sofa covers for Mrs. Wang. The old sewing machine, a dowry item from her sister-in-law, was seldom used, so she brought it to her room. It took her some time to master the foot pedal, and she relied on instructions from the system shop to learn the process step by step. Initially, she pricked her finger while learning to sew, nearly bringing her to tears. But after over an hour of practice, she finally got the hang of it. By the time she reached midnight, the outline of the sofa cover was beginning to take shape. Wei Ninger was no fool. She learned quickly, and once she mastered the sewing machine, she realized how it could replace hand sewing. Thus, she could create her own clothes without the need for hand stitching, solely relying on the sewing machine. When she finally paused to inspect the nearly completed sofa cover, it was well past 2 o'clock. After a yawn, she found herself swiftly drifting into a deep slumber as soon as her head hit the pillow. Jejia, why are you tearing fabric? Clothes sold outside are only a few dollars each, and quite fashionable. With a bit of spare cash in hand, her sister-in-law felt a flutter of excitement. She planned to visit her brother first today to inform him of Jejia's culinary skills and hear his thoughts on the matter. Sister-in-law, just listen to me. If you desire a particular style of clothing, purchase the fabric accordingly. In a few days, I will conjure up some lovely garments for you. After yesterday's events, her sister-in-law had developed a certain immunity to her little sister's eccentricities. It seemed that anything strange that came from her lips was no longer surprising. Chapter 44. This May Not Be Good, Part 2. As she entered the room to fetch something, she noticed a heap of thread beside her sewing machine, which prompted her sister-in-law to wonder if it was used by an Jia. Could it be that you've taken up sewing? Her sister-in-law asked with a hint of skepticism, though secretly she was quite astonished. An Jia had never shown an interest in such tasks before. It was hard to believe she had suddenly acquired this skill.
Indeed.
Sewing machines are quite straightforward, akin to embroidery. I learned it through my own exploration, Wei Ninger replied candidly, realizing that she would frequently engage with a sewing machine in the future. She had come to the realization that her previous hand sewing was exceedingly slow.
Now,
with this newfound ability, she anticipated that her next embroidery project would be considerably simpler. Oh my Qing, do take a look at your sister. She seems to have transformed into a genius, mastering everything she attempts. Her sister-in-law's words carried a touch of sarcasm. However, Qing held a deep admiration for his sister, believing that whatever she pursued was undeniably right and her decisions infallible. After the medicine his sister had given him the previous night alleviated much of his pain, he no longer endured sleepless nights. Since his injury, restful sleep had been elusive. His leg remained swollen and sensitive to touch. Yet now, with the pain diminished, he felt invigorated. With a proud chuckle, he replied, "Of course. Just look at who my sister is. If Jia were to take the college entrance examination, she might even secure the title of female champion." His sister-in-law, feeling a pang of jealousy at her husband's unwavering support for his sister, retorted, Jia, look at your brother. He never seems to act appropriately. When I was expecting to bow and air bow, he was never this cheerful. The title of female champion seems a distant dream. Perhaps she could become a skilled seamstress instead, which could be quite promising. With the imminent examinations, if she could acquire the examination admission ticket and participate on schedule, passing would qualify her for the high school entrance examination. After finishing breakfast and changing into her work attire, Wei Ninger prepared to head to work. As she was leaving, her sister-in-law reminded her to inquire about whether the items and money came from Shenzhou. She nodded in agreement. Brother, let us hold off on using that money and the peaches until I find out more. Though we may be poor, we must be clear about what we receive. I share your sentiment. Off you go, and I'll await your news this evening. Also, ensure you rest. You're looking quite worn out with those dark circles under your eyes. Unbeknownst to her, Shin Chong had either been waiting for Wei Ning or deliberately, or it was merely coincidence. Just as she was about to enter the factory, she spotted him in the office area, enjoying a breakfast of soy milk and fried dough sticks. Hey, and Jia, come over here. Since it was still early, not many were heading to work. Initially taken aback, and Jia saw him gesturing for her to approach, seemingly wanting to speak privately to avoid the attention of others, prompting her to hasten over. Good morning, Director Shin. Is there something you need to discuss with me? Wei Ninger addressed him in a formal tone, which made Shin Chong suspect that Ni Chung and his wife hadn't communicated clearly with Ni Jia. There's a minor matter to discuss. Come to my office, he replied, but she insisted, Director Shin, let's discuss it here. I don't have much time before work. Shin Chong glanced at his watch and said, there are still 20 minutes left. It's just a quick conversation, come on up. Seeing her hesitate, he waved the breakfast in his other hand, which included tea, eggs, and buns. It seemed he had ulterior motives for this early morning pleasantry. If yesterday, Wei Ning had held some reservations about Shin Chong, today she felt no fear. With putting by her side to assist in case of danger, she also possessed a newfound strength. She was eager to test her abilities. Shin Chong had attempted to take advantage of her on multiple occasions, and she was ready to respond assertively. Are you out of your mind? I thought you wanted me to join you for breakfast. I bought this especially for you, he said, feigning annoyance, though he concealed it well. By the way, what have you thought about the matter I mentioned yesterday? Shin Chong inquired. Assuming he referred to the visit to her home, Wei Ning pretended ignorance. I'm not sure which matter you're referring to. Perhaps we can discuss the meal later. His frustration was palpable. He felt a mix of love and exasperation towards her. You're deliberately playing coy, aren't you? It's regarding the machinery. Your brother and sister-in-law must have mentioned it to you. I'm only looking out for your best interests. Oh, that matter? I've decided against it. Thank you for your kindness, but I'm quite satisfied with my current position, she replied, genuinely displeased. Shin Chong's irritation flared. Without further ado, he seized her arm, saying, You stubborn girl, come with me to discuss this. Without waiting for her response, he began to pull her upstairs. Wei Ning discreetly slipped her arm from his grasp, steadying herself against the stair railing. Director Shin, is it appropriate for me to visit your office this early? If Secretary Song sees us, who knows what she might think? Why bring her up? I'm merely looking to enhance our work, she wanted to interfere. Besides, my buying you breakfast is simply a show of care from a leader to an employee. Come on, let us go upstairs. Mentioning Song Tingting caused Shin Chong to feel a slight unease, but recalling that she had gone to her uncle's wedding the previous day bolstered his confidence. His tone was tinged with impatience, and his gaze upon Wei Ning held a fiery intensity. Today, she appeared particularly radiant, especially her captivating eyes. Standing above her, he had a clear view of her speaking lips and the graceful curve of her neck, revealing her exquisite collarbone and remarkably fair skin. Chapter 45, Old Tricks, Part 3. Very well. However, I must stipulate that we leave immediately after our discussion. Wei Ninger hesitated for a moment, as if finally unable to resist the persuasion, and began to follow Shin Chong's lead. Fine, even 5 minutes will suffice. I notice you often skip breakfast. It pains me to see you like this. Shin Chong wore a look of genuine concern, and upon observing how obedient Ni Jia was, he felt an immense joy, finding her increasingly pleasing to the eye. Typically, Ni Jia wore light-colored shoes to work, but today she donned a pair of black cloth shoes that accentuated her delicate feet, making her appear even more graceful and silent in her movements. Moreover, she radiated a vibrant energy accompanied by a subtle, alluring fragrance. A man of considerable experience, Shin Chong recognized this scent as that of a woman's natural allure. He inhaled deeply, reluctant to let the aroma escape, for a woman possessing such a fragrance must be utterly enchanting. Lost in his own reverie, Shin Chong quickened his pace, fearing that someone might witness his lingering gaze. The two entered the director's office, and the door slammed shut behind them. Dear sister, how I've missed you, Shin Chong exclaimed playfully as he approached to embrace Ni Jia's waist. However, she slipped away like an eel, evading his grasp and leaving behind only a trace of her delicate scent. Director Shin, your words do not align with your actions. Were we not to share breakfast together? Why have you resorted to such antics? Had it not been for him, she would have shown Xinqiang a thing or two today. Did he truly believe she was so malleable that any man could treat her lightly? If she did not teach him a lesson, she risked being pursued indefinitely. Xinqiang had intended to catch her off guard, but found himself unwilling to let her escape. Now, facing each other, he gazed into her slightly innocent eyes, which held a hint of naivety, as if she were his own sister, completely unguarded around him. A wave of guilt surged within him, rendering his feet as if rooted to the spot, his hands immobilized. The teasing words he had prepared failed to escape his lips. With a light chuckle, he remarked, "I see I've become too absorbed in my own happiness, for the more I look at you, the more I am reminded of my own sister. She is of similar age and still in school. Alas, it is a pity you are already working in the factory at such a young age. Here, take this meat bun. It's generously filled and utterly delectable. I worried you might go hungry, so I also bought you a tea egg. Make sure to eat it while it's warm. It will serve as a hearty midday meal." Xinqiang's tone conveyed a genuine concern for her well-being. "What a bounty. Director Xin, you are truly too kind." Wei Ninger feigned great delight, for she had only consumed a light porridge for breakfast and was now quite famished. She was no fool to refuse an opportunity to eat. As she savored the bun he had purchased, Xinqiang's eyes sparkled with delight. It is often said that those who receive favors are bound to feel indebted. Such a young girl was easily swayed by a few kind gestures and flattering words. "Come, I have some fresh milk. This is a privilege reserved for the leaders of our factory, and I've saved it just for you." As he spoke, he opened the door to reveal a wooden compartment containing a 500cc bottle of milk. Wei Ninger had previously used milk for bathing, finding its raw scent unappealing, and she rarely drank it unless it had been boiled and sweetened. However, in her current state of material scarcity, this milk bore a slight allure.
Oh,
"No need for that. If I were to consume all of Director Shin's fine offerings, you might silently chastise me for my greed," she replied playfully. Xinqiang was merely testing Wei Ninger, aware that milk was a sought-after commodity at the time. Yet her obedient and understanding demeanor was indeed to his liking. "Not to worry, I can hardly develop a taste for it myself. It has a faintly watery flavor. However, they say it is beneficial for men." With that, he chuckled, casting an unconscious glance at Wei Ninger. She chose to ignore the unspoken invitation in his eyes, taking small bites of the bun and relishing its delightful flavor. The buns purchased by the affluent were thin-skinned and generously filled, truly a treat. Having finished the bun, she left the tea egg untouched, opting to nibble slightly, mindful that she would need some energy for their impending confrontation. She daintily wiped her mouth, exuding an air of elegance, and gently inquired, "By the way, Director Xin, did you send something to my home yesterday? I am genuinely grateful for your thoughtfulness. Why would you go to such lengths?" "Sent something?" Xinqiang was taken aback by her question. Seeing her gaze filled with gratitude, he noted her assumption that he was the one behind the gesture. Why not accept this goodwill? "Ha ha ha, just a small token, nothing to fret over." Xinqiang's laughter was bright, yet his eyes flickered with a hint of disquiet. Wei Ninger quickly turned to her confidant, Pudding. "Do you think he is lying?" Pudding, who had long harbored disdain for Xinqiang's flirtatious nature, felt a knowing smirk creep onto her face, sensing that a delightful spectacle was about to unfold. Whether it's true or not, why not put him to the test? Finding merit in Pudding's suggestion, Wei Ninger redirected her gaze to Xinqiang, feigning profound emotion. "Director Xin, you are far too generous. How can I possibly accept such an extravagant gift? The fabric you sent me, I intend to have a garment made tomorrow, which I shall wear for you. Would that be agreeable?" Xinqiang must have lost his senses. How could he dare to claim such a thing for himself, and to fabricate such a tale? He seemed unafraid of the potential embarrassment that might arise from being found out. Perhaps he sought to earn her admiration, hoping to gain an advantage. Chapter 46. Life relies on acting upon hearing Nijia's suggestion to wear beautiful clothes for herself. Xinqiang felt a surge of excitement, momentarily disregarding everything else. He eagerly exclaimed, "Great, my dear sister. Are you truly going to wear them for me? Do you perhaps harbor feelings for me as well?" As he spoke, a hint of agitation accompanied his words, his gaze frequently darting toward Wei Ninger, yearning to leap toward her. His hand instinctively wrapped around her waist. "Wei Ninger, Sensing Shen Chong's grip, felt an urge to pull away, fearing he might have ulterior motives. Just as she prepared to retaliate with a shoulder throw, Pudding, observing the situation outside, urgently relayed a message. Miss, don't resist. Your opportunity is at hand. Someone is approaching and will soon knock on the door. Understanding the gravity of the moment, Wei Ning swiftly altered her strategy, suppressing her discomfort, and pretended to be caught by Shen Chong, feigning an inability to escape. Director Shen, what are you doing? Please let go of me. Her voice rang louder than ever, embodying the image of a delicate flower yearning for freedom, irresistibly enticing. Shen Chong felt a rush of blood surging within him, discomfort growing below, and even a mere touch could serve as a tantalizing relief. He hastily covered Wei Ning's mouth, pleading, Dear sister, let me hold you just this once. I promise I won't do anything else. Release me. If you don't, I will call for help. She threatened. Please don't shout. I would never harm you. I only wish to cherish and protect you. The subsequent words became increasingly inappropriate. Just as Shen Chong was about to push an jaw onto the desk, preparing to tear her clothing, the door burst open with a loud bang. To his surprise, he found himself in a rather compromising position, his belt undone, his face flushed with excitement. Standing at the threshold was Song Qingyu, his expression as dark as thunder, who immediately struck Shen Chong in the face.
Beast.
Song Qingyu, a formidable figure, swiftly reduced Shen Chong to tears, targeting the softer parts of his body. Shen Chong, desperate, clung to Song Ting-er's leg, pleading for rescue. Ting-er, save me. They must be in cahoots. Song Ting-er, initially shocked by the sight of Shen Chong with Wei Ning-er, was further taken aback by Song Qingyu's assault.
What do you mean by that?
Shen Chong spat blood, retorting, Captain Song, you're taking this opportunity to retaliate against me, aren't you? You're afraid I'll expose your feelings for this girl. You're talking nonsense. It's your own lack of discretion that has led to this situation. Song Qingyu shot back, casting a significant glance at Wei Ning-er. Wei Ning-er adjusted her clothing and addressed Song Qingyu and Song Ting-er. I was forcibly brought here by Director Shen, who claimed he had matters to discuss with me. I had no choice but to comply. But upon my arrival, he began to act inappropriately, as you both witnessed. Had you not arrived, who knows what might have transpired? The expressions on Song Ting-er and Song Qingyu darkened. Sensing the tide turning against him, Shen Chong grasped Song Ting-er's arm, pointing at Jia. Ting-er, please forgive me. It was her, this woman Jia, who seduced me. Wei Ning-er was infuriated, nearly spitting blood at the audacity of Shen Chong. How can there exist such a shameless man? Shen Chong, do not slander me. It was you who insisted on dragging me upstairs. I was unwilling, yet you sweet-talked me, claiming to have personally bought me breakfast and showering me with flattery. Song Ting-er, upon hearing this, could no longer contain her anger. Initially thinking Shen Chong was merely playing with the girls, she was shocked to discover the seriousness of the situation. They had witnessed him with his belt undone and in a rather undignified state. When Shen Chong, in a display of contrition, knelt and tearfully professed, Ting-er, I swear my heart belongs to you. It was truly her who lured me. She mentioned wanting to switch to a different job, a less demanding one. You know I'm soft-hearted and cannot refuse those in need. She practically threw herself into my arms and unbuckled my belt. I am innocent. Humph, little vixen. You've set your sights on my brother. Song Ting-er remarked, turning to Song Qingyu. Cousin, what should we do? Should we handle this publicly or privately? Realizing the familial connection, Wei Ning-er felt a chill. She feared that now was not the time for further complications. As she anticipated, Song Qingyu calmly suggested, Since you both claim to be wronged, let us see who can present more evidence to prove their innocence. The one unable to substantiate their claims will be deemed at fault. Shen Chong erupted in indignation. Captain Song, are you attempting to shield her? The seduction is so blatant that you would accuse me instead? Prove your claims if you can. Song Qingyu regarded him with a placid demeanor, leaving Shen Chong bewildered. He continued, Shen Chong, as a man, regardless of your involvement, you must maintain a proper attitude. You are a party member and must always be mindful of your conduct. Seeing Song Ting-er strive to exonerate him by shifting blame onto Wei Ning-er, Shen Chong felt a swell of pride. confident that Song Ting-er would bail him out once more, as she had done in the past. Yes, yes. Your admonishment is well taken, Secretary Song. I, Shun Chong, shall henceforth uphold my integrity and ensure that those with ulterior motives find no opportunity. As the two continued their theatrical performance, each one's words rang ludicrously in the air. Chapter 47. An unexpected move. Wei Ninger, rather than displaying anger, approached Shin Chong with a gentle smile illuminating her face. Director Shun, it seems your memory may be faltering. Just yesterday, you were at my home, and now you have conveniently forgotten what you said. Tell me, how can a kind-hearted person like you, who offers to help me find a job and brings gifts, not share these deeds with others? As she spoke, Shin Chong felt an overwhelming urge to slap her. How could this girl be so oblivious?
Who said that?
Who would offer you a job or deliver gifts to your home? You must be dreaming. Rising from his seat, he adjusted his clothing, wincing slightly at the pain in his cheek. A glance in the mirror reassured him that the injury was not visible. He was well aware of the affair at Ni's residence, yet he was curious to see how Anai Jia would defend herself. Typically, a woman in such a predicament would weep and display vulnerability, yet she remained unperturbed, seeking to confront both Song Tingting and Shin Chong instead. This was indeed an eye-opening experience for him. Director Shin, do you truly not remember? Are you prepared to stand by your words?
She teased.
Of course, I, Shin Chong, have never set foot in your home, nor delivered anything to you, he retorted, his tone dismissive. With that, he shot a glance at Wei Ninger, a shadow of malice crossing his features, before wrapping his arm around Song Tingting's waist, ready to depart. However, at that moment, Wei Ninger interjected, Director Shin, Secretary Song. The real drama is yet to unfold. How can you leave when the matter remains unresolved? With that, she pressed a button on a small recording device hidden in the room. A clicking sound was followed by Shin Chong's unmistakably clear voice, first accompanied by the sounds of a glass being moved and a chair being shifted, then a bright female voice chimed in. Director Shin, did you send something to my house yesterday? I truly appreciate your thoughtfulness, but why go to such lengths? Then came Shin Chong's boisterous laughter, brimming with arrogance. Just a small gesture, nothing to fuss over. Following that was his incoherent babbling during a moment of passion. Oh, dear sister, are you truly ready to show me? You must have feelings for me, don't you? Oh, sister, my heart yearns for you so much. Allow me a kiss. With a sharp clap, Song Tingting abruptly switched off the recording, unable to endure the lasciviousness of his words. She attempted to retrieve the tape, but Wei Ninger was quicker, seizing it for herself. Song Tingting's intention to destroy the recording was thwarted, and her expression soured significantly, while Shin Chong's face reflected the despair of a withered eggplant. With irrefutable evidence in hand, no amount of excuses could save him now. It dawned on Shin Chong that he was not the wolf cloaked in sheep's clothing. Rather, it was this seemingly innocent woman before him who had ensnared him. He could not fathom how she had obtained their conversation. His future now lay precariously in her hands. Even if Song Tingting wished to shield him, the unyielding Song Qingyu was a formidable obstacle. Shin Chong was overwhelmed, a torrent of resentment directed towards Wei Ninger. Anai Jia, you wicked woman, are you deliberately framing me? He lunged forward, intent on snatching the tape, but Wei Ninger deftly sidestepped his aggressive advance. As he reached out once more, his arm was seized by Song Qingyu, who flung him aside. Enough, Shin Chong. Song Qingyu glared at him, as if he were prey to be devoured. If you're a man, keep your mouth shut and think about how you will account for this. Shin Chong, outmatched, could only watch helplessly as Wei Ninger handed the tape to Song Qingyu. Captain Song, the evidence is undeniable. Director Shin's conduct is highly inappropriate. We request an explanation for the sake of the ordinary employees. Song Qingyu examined the tape before pocketing it and, with his hand in his pocket, gestured for her to step outside. The room was left with only Shin Chong and Song Tingting. Song Tingting, stripped of both dignity and composure, swung her bag and struck Shin Chong's head multiple times. You deceived me, Shun. I want to break up with you right now. She stormed out, slamming the door with a resounding crash. Shin Chong, as if awakening from a dream, rushed to the door. Ting, don't go. I swear, I have been wronged. You are the one I cherish most. Yet, Song Tingting was unmoved, her disappointment in him complete. As he chased after her, he called out, "Tingting, please listen. I truly love you. What I say is genuine. Let us marry right now." Upon hearing this, Song Tingting halted, her resolve wavering. Shun Chong's heart leaped with joy, believing his charms still held sway. However, as she turned to face him, pointing towards the nearby embankment, she declared, "Shun Chong, I no longer believe your words unless you leap from here." Nearby was a deep ravine, fed by a large reservoir that provided irrigation during droughts. Recent heavy rains had filled the banks, the water reaching depths of 1 to 2 meters. Shun Chong's expression darkened at her words. "Tingting, that's not a funny joke. Can we choose another option? I'll wash your underwear for a month or cook for you." This time, Song Tingting remained unyielding. "Today, I offer you a choice. If you truly love me, prove it with your life." Regardless of their future together, he would continue to live as he pleased. Yet, Jia would not share the same fortune. He had no intentions of letting her off easily. Chapter 48. The sudden leap. Alright, if you're going to jump, then jump. It's no big deal. Shin Chong sauntered towards the embankment, appearing calm while his heart was in turmoil. Beside the embankment, several rows of trees were planted, with only one spot featuring steps leading down, a convenience for those managing the sluice gates. Occasionally, workers from the kiln would come here to fetch water or wash items. As Shin Chong approached the railing, seemingly poised to leap, Song Qingyu could no longer stand by and watch them act recklessly. This could lead to disaster. Initially intending to speak with Jia, he inadvertently overheard the conversation between Song Tingting and Shin Chong, which was nearly impossible to ignore as they were practically shouting. Shin Chong, feeling a twinge of fear as the crowd grew larger and louder, called out, "All right, just wait. I'm jumping now. No one stop me." He continued walking. Yet no one attempted to intervene. Despite the sparse crowd at first, more people gathered shortly after. It was rush hour, and everyone knew Shin Chong was a notorious troublemaker. Today, as he threatened to jump into the river, they watched with a mix of amusement and disbelief, convinced he lacked the courage to follow through. Many felt pity for Song Tingting. With her attributes, she could have any man she desired, yet she chose Shin Chong, a superficial man, all show and no substance, who was nothing but a charming fool lacking any sense of responsibility. Some, blinded by infatuation, only saw his handsome face, ignoring all else. Standing at the railing, gazing down at the swirling, turbulent waters below, Shin Chong's ankles began to tremble. Despite his disdain for Shin Chong, Song Qingyu could not bear to witness this unfolding chaos. "Shin Chong, stop right there. Don't jump." He knew Shin Chong was merely putting on a show, yet Wei Ninger also hoped he wouldn't take the plunge. From this height, jumping into the water would be a fall of 3 to 4 meters, and no one could guarantee that Shin Chong would not meet with an unfortunate accident. What if there were large rocks hidden beneath the surface? "Shin Chong, come down. Let's discuss this calmly," Song Qingyu urged. Surprised by Wei Ninger's unexpected plea, he glanced at her. "What's this? You finally feel compassion?" Wei Ninger remained unfazed, recognizing that saving a life was paramount. After all, saving a soul was worth more than building a grand pagoda. With Song Qingyu and Wei Ninger now involved, Shin Chong began to relish the attention, unexpectedly stepping further into the railing. As he stood there, facing the rushing water, the crowd grew tense. "Oh no, he's serious." Someone gasped, unable to bear the sight. To his shock, Song Tingting urged him on, taunting, "Jump. You said you would, so go ahead." Shin Chong was delighted by her encouragement, but, as he turned, his clothing snagged on the railing, causing him to slip.
Ah!
A chilling scream escaped his lips, followed by an eerie silence. There was no sound of him hitting the water, nor another cry. Alarmed, Song Qingyu pushed through the crowd, leaping over the railing, closely followed by Wei Ninger, while Song Tingting wept and followed suit. Upon reaching the water, they found Shin Chong had fainted, his body suspended perilously, caught by a protruding rock beneath the surface. However, his situation was dire. If the fabric of his clothing could not support his weight, he would plunge into the depths below. Seeing the precarious situation, all of Song Tingting's anger turned towards Wei Ninger. "Vixen, you caused this. If it weren't for you, Shin Chong wouldn't be in danger." Wei Ninger was at a loss for words, bewildered by such irrationality. It was she who had encouraged Shin Chong to jump, seeking a demonstration of his loyalty.
Now,
In the face of calamity, she was being blamed. Song's secretary, get it straight. You are the instigator, not me. Song Qingyu made several attempts to reach Shin Chong's arm but was always just out of reach. As Shin Chong teetered on the brink, tears welled in Song Tingting's eyes. It's you. You caused this. I want you to pay for this. In a fit of rage, she shoved Wei Ninger. With little room to maneuver, Wei Ninger could not maintain her grip on the railing and lost her balance as she was shoved. Song Qingyu felt an impending weight above him, and, before he could react, someone fell directly onto him. In a splash, both Wei Ninger and Song Qingyu plunged into the water. Wei Ninger, a poor swimmer, was overwhelmed by fear, her mind blank as she instinctively grasped for something to hold onto. As they fell, Song Qingyu realized it was Wei Ninger who had fallen onto him. Instinctively, he reached out to protect her from hitting the water headfirst. But she wrapped her legs around his waist, clinging to him like a desperate octopus. After they submerged, there was an agonizing silence. No one surfaced, and fear gripped the crowd, who assumed they had drowned. Fortunately, Du arrived shortly thereafter, diving into the water with others to rescue them, while those on shore worked to pull Shin Chong, who had fainted again, from danger. In the haze of unconsciousness, Wei Ninger feared she was about to die again and closed her eyes. When she awoke, she found herself in a hospital, dressed in a patient gown, her hair released from its confines. Attempting to rise, she realized her body was too weak. As she shook her head, an unfamiliar memory flooded her mind, and she finally recognized the identity of the person who had pushed her into the water, none other than Song Tingting. Chapter 49. Who dares in reality? Shin Chong was caught in the act of violating Wei Ninger by Song Tingting in his office. Under the pretext of needing to speak with Wei Ninger, Song Tingting lured her to a secluded grove behind the kiln, adjacent to a deep pond. Song Tingting first unleashed a torrent of abuse upon the original character, Anai Jia, reducing her to tears. Subsequently, she demanded that Anai Jia sever all ties with Shin Chong and leave the kiln unconditionally. Naturally, Anai Jia was unwilling, especially since she was the victim and thus engaged in a heated argument with Song Tingting. In the ensuing scuffle, Song Tingting accidentally pushed Anai Jia into the pond, leading to her drowning. It can be said that originally, Anai Jia had no connection with Song Qingyu. Her arrival was solely to complete a task, which inadvertently led to some involvement with him and the emergence of two side missions. While she would never commit murder, she felt that Shin Chong and Song Tingting, the despicable man and woman, should not escape unscathed. Wei Ninger was attempting to sort out her thoughts when she heard the loud voice of her sister-in-law, Yang Chui.
at the door.
You two murderers, if anything happens to my Jia Jia, I will not let you off the hook. At this moment, Song Tingting was at the hospital, having visited Shin Chong, who had been rescued but was pale and had vomited twice due to shock. Seeing Shin Chong in such a state, Song Tingting felt all her anger dissipate and surprisingly began to inquire about his well-being. One must admit, her taste in men was rather peculiar. A man like him still had women who cherished him. After the scare, Shin Chong no longer needed to feign vulnerability. What more could Song Tingting say? However, just as she exited Shin Chong's ward, she was confronted by Anai Jia's sister-in-law. What kind of crazy woman are you? Hurry up and get lost. Song Tingting frowned, and immediately two security personnel approached to escort Yang Chui away. Shin Chong was placed in a special ward, as was Song Qingyu, with Anai Jia next door. How dare you try to remove me? My Jia Jia was pushed into the water by you, and she still hasn't regained consciousness. You heartless woman deserve to be deceived. Song Tingting was already in a bad mood and didn't want to draw attention to their affairs. But Yang Chui's loudmouth made it impossible to keep it under wraps. Filled with resentment, Song Tingting gritted her teeth and remarked, "Birds of a feather flock together. You are just as insufferable as Anai Jia." She attempted to dismiss Yang Chui like a bothersome fly, but in the next instant, she was unceremoniously thrown out. After hitting the ground and realizing what had just occurred, her face flushed with anger. "Anai Jia, what do you mean by this?" Wei Ninger stood there, her eyes devoid of warmth, her demeanor suffocatingly oppressive, as if she had become an entirely different person. "That's exactly what I mean. Do you expect me to be courteous to someone who wishes for my demise? A flicker of panic crossed Song Tingting's eyes as she was helped up by the nearby individuals, blood seeping from her hands. Yet, she remained silent out of guilt, refusing to acknowledge it. Don't slander me. What did you see that made you think I wanted to harm you? I was merely excited when I saw Chong in danger. Whether she spoke or remained silent was inconsequential at this point. I am prepared to sue you for attempted murder, and I will also charge Shin Chong with indecency. Wei Ninger's voice was soft yet crystal clear, causing both Yang Cui and Song Tingting to momentarily freeze. And I Jia, have you lost your mind? I know my cousin is here. So, I knew you wouldn't face any consequences. Now that you are unharmed, can't we discuss this civilly? No, I have solid evidence and I have witnesses. I am not afraid of an unjust judge. As she spoke, Wei Ninger deliberately waved the recording tape in her hand, which had been retrieved by Pudding when she fell into the water. However, Pudding did not intervene, having witnessed Song Qingyu's heroic rescue. Seeing the tape, Song Tingting bit her lip and, after dismissing everyone else, looked at Wei Ninger. Name your price. What will it take for you to let this go? Wei Ninger then stated her conditions. Upon hearing them, Song Tingting exclaimed angrily, "You are asking for too much." Wei Ninger responded with an expression of indifference. Whether you comply is up to you. I am tired of this wretched place. If you are unwilling to part with your money, then prepare to face imprisonment. Feeling somewhat better, Wei Ninger prepared to leave the hospital. As she made her exit, Song Tingting finally could not contain herself. Fine, I agree. But I never want to see you or your brother at the kiln again. As long as Song Tingting agreed to pay to avoid disaster, she was more than willing to comply. All right, a hand for money and a hand for goods. Don't keep me waiting too long. My patience is limited. After Wei Ninger made her exit to find her sister-in-law, Yang Cui, seeing her safe and having subdued that wicked woman, could hardly believe her eyes. She quickly grabbed Wei Ninger's arm and whispered, "Jia Jia, what happened? That woman didn't give you any trouble, did she?" Wei Ninger briefly recounted the agreement made with Song Tingting. Her sister-in-law was pleased but soon grew concerned. What will your brother do if he doesn't work at the kiln anymore? Wei Ninger had already devised a plan. We could open a small restaurant near our school, selling spicy fish. Previously worried about finances, she now felt confident with money in hand, believing there would be no shortage of good business. That could work. But your brother can't cook. Isn't that where I come in? You?
Yes.
Does my sister-in-law doubt my culinary skills?
No. It's just that this all happened so suddenly.
Yang Cui found it hard to comprehend her sister-in-law. During the negotiation with Song Tingting, she had been assertive, quickly forcing a compromise. Now, she was proposing such a bold idea that left Yang Cui in disbelief. Chapter 50. Where did that beautiful girl go? Upon seeing him, Song Tingting burst into tears, vehemently accusing Ni Jia of wrongdoing. Yet, as Song Qingyu listened, his frown gradually relaxed. This girl truly lived up to his expectations. She was remarkably clever. To his surprise, she had managed to silence Song Tingting, not only refraining from mentioning the previous day's incident, but also agreeing to offer her a substantial sum of 5,000 yuan as hush money. At that moment, 5,000 was no trivial amount. Had it not been for Song Tingting's genuine fear of imprisonment, she would likely have stubbornly refused to relent. What do you call this? A self-inflicted calamity. Have you ever considered that if I hadn't intervened and caught Ni Jia, she might have plummeted straight down? You would then be deemed the murderer. Reflecting on that tense moment sent a shiver down Song Tingting's spine, causing her to pout in frustration. It wasn't intentional. I merely acted impulsively. Who knew she would be so fragile? Enough, the incident is past. Let us not dwell on it, Song Qingyu replied, preparing for his discharge. In truth, the water in the dam was not too deep. With his towering height of nearly 6 feet 3 inches, he could easily stand in the water with just a slight lift on his toes. However, Ni Jia seemed to be in a state of panic, clinging to him tightly. That sensation felt rather peculiar. He found himself oddly fond of her embrace. Nevertheless, he needed to have a conversation with her. He couldn't just leave without addressing the situation. Cousin, are we really going to let Ni Jia go just like that? Doesn't that seem a bit too lenient? Do you have a better plan? Song Qingyu shot her a glance. Song Tingting couldn't help but reply, Cousin, Why do I sense you're consistently siding with her? The affair with Shen Chong isn't a major issue, is it? After all, Shen Chong was merely guilty of attempted misconduct and flirting with an unmarried girl. The most they could face internally would be a public apology. Upon hearing her cousin's words, Song Tingting paused, momentarily taken aback. She had indeed considered it. Yet her feelings for Shen Chong remained unwavering. Cousin, thank you. I understand you mean well. However, this path is mine to tread, and I shall bear its burdens. Sweet or bitter? Song Qingyu could only shrug, indicating he had done his part. Afterward, he changed into his clothes and prepared to leave the hospital. When Mrs. Wang arrived at the hospital, she found her son already packed and heading out, with Song Tingting accompanying him. Upon spotting her, Song Tingting called out, "Aunt." Mrs. Wang acknowledged her with a response, though her eyes were scanning the surroundings. After a brief search, she noticed no other young girls aside from Song Tingting and could no longer restrain herself from asking her son, "Son, I heard you saved a beautiful girl. Where is she?" Song Qingyu was exasperated with his mother. It seemed she was more concerned with Ni Jia than his well-being. He replied, "So, Mrs. Wang, you don't care whether your son is all right, but you're worried about someone else?" Feeling a bit embarrassed, Mrs. Wang quickly retorted, "Oh, come now. Of course. I care about you, my son. But I know you're an excellent swimmer. That poor girl must have been terrified falling into the water." While speaking, she instinctively embraced Song Qingyu and gently patted his arm, relieved to see him looking well. Meanwhile, Song Tingting began to feel a pang of jealousy. She hadn't anticipated her cousin's fondness for Ni Jia would extend even to his aunt wanting to meet her. Unable to hold back, she muttered, "And I think you should save your breath. That woman is no pushover, and thankfully, nothing happened between her and my cousin." Mrs. Wang's expression shifted as she inquired, "Has something happened? I heard someone say you pushed her into the water." Song Tingting's demeanor instantly changed. "Who said that? They certainly have a long tongue." Mrs. Wang glanced at her niece and remarked, "Those matters from your factory, they're whispered about the moment they happen. Moreover, I've heard that Qingyu has taken quite a liking to a new girl at the factory." After saying that, Mrs. Wang scrutinized her son's expression. Noting he appeared unbothered, yet she pondered his unusual behavior over the past few days. Song Qingyu then remarked, "I thought you were quite busy, Mrs. Wang. What brings you to the hospital today? Have you found a designer to fill the vacancies at your factory?" Mrs. Wang was pleasantly surprised by her son's concern for her, replying with a smile, "Well, as luck would have it, I was just about to tell you. I've found a promising candidate. She's not only attractive, but her skills are exceptional. I showed her embroidered handkerchiefs to the professor, and even he acknowledged that her embroidery technique has been passed down for decades." Song Qingyu was taken aback, for he knew his mother had long sought someone to assist with design at her textile factory. The art of embroidery was a traditional craft, and modern society often leaned towards quick profit and gender equality, making it rare for women to dedicate themselves solely to such time-honored pursuits. "Well then, if you found someone suitable, you should promptly invite her. Perhaps you could take me along to meet her. We're going to pick up some goods today. Do you remember when you mentioned her making sofa covers for us?" I believe I recall. It was the morning of the day before yesterday." "Yes, let us go. Where does she live?" By this time, mother and son had exited the hospital. The fresh air outside was invigorating. As Song Qingyu stood at the entrance, he instinctively scanned the vicinity for a familiar figure but saw none. Mrs. Wang, delighted to have her son accompany her, momentarily forgot the exact name of the girl she had spoken to. After a moment of contemplation, she finally said, "The little girl mentioned she lived near your factory, in a village not far from there. What was it called?" A thought crossed Song Qingyu's mind, and he blurted out, "Xiaoko Village?" Chapter 51. A certain kind of boy named class leader Song Qingyu was unsure whether it was mere coincidence or a divine arrangement. Yet he genuinely wished to have another conversation with Ni Jia. Her sudden indifference warranted an explanation after all. In their vicinity, there were only a few villages, either Shangyao or Xiayao. Even a 3-year-old would be aware of such trivialities, so why would he need to inquire? After speaking, Song Qingyu cast an amused glance at his mother. Upon hearing his words, Mrs. Wang chuckled as well and remarked, "Indeed, you young folks have such agile minds. As for me, having aged, my memory is not what it used to be. Wei Ninger intended to approach her class teacher to request her examination certificate. However, today was the day of the school sports meet, and classes had been dismissed early. Undeterred, she ventured to the student dormitory in search of familiar classmates to inquire about the situation. As they walked and conversed, their eyes scanned the surroundings until, unexpectedly, someone called her name. Anijia, is that you? A boy's voice, pure and clear, rang out. Soon, a tall and handsome figure came into her view, accompanied by a graceful girl. Upon seeing the boy, Wei Ninger felt a sense of familiarity. He resembled someone she knew. This individual was indeed the class leader, named Song Qingqing. It was only then that Wei Ninger made the connection. While Wei Ninger was momentarily lost in thought, the girl beside her suddenly spoke. Judge, where have you been lately? I've searched for you several times, but couldn't find you. Song Qingqing promptly responded, yes, with the upcoming examinations. We were planning to deliver your certificate to you. Deliver my certificate? Wei Ninger's eyes brightened at the thought. It seemed her classmates were quite considerate. The girl who had spoken was named Meng Xiaoming, the vice class leader, while Wei Ninger had previously served as the academic committee member in their class. The bespectacled, refined-looking Song Qingqing was indeed the leader of Class A3. Song Qingqing, do you have an older brother? Wei Ninger found herself inexplicably curious about her classmate's family rather than the examination certificate. Yes, my brother is Song Qingyu. Didn't I mention before that I have a handsome brother who is in the military? He added cautiously, glancing at Wei Ninger. Judge, you wouldn't happen to have a crush on my brother, would you? Hey, let's stick to the main topic, Meng Xiaoming interjected, her expression slightly awkward. Sister Yang Chui, being older and more experienced than these youngsters, sensed the tension and quickly said, Judge, your classmates brought your examination certificate. You should thank them, otherwise we might have to come back again tomorrow. Her words jolted Wei Ninger into action. Yes, thank you both so much. Upon hearing her grateful words and witnessing her cheerful demeanor, Song Qingqing paused, his gaze inadvertently following her. Meng Xiaoming seemed entirely focused on Song Qingqing, noticing how he was captivated by Wei Ninger as she examined her certificate. Qingqing, didn't you say you would take me to the movies today? Now that Jia has her certificate, our task is complete. Let us hurry along, Meng Xiaoming said, placing her hand on Song Qingqing's arm, her gaze slightly challenging Wei Ninger. Song Qingqing embodied a refined young man, fair-skinned, with a gentle voice. He was quite handsome, sporting glasses that enhanced his poise, and his attire was meticulously chosen, indicative of a well-bred upbringing. Initially, Wei Ninger had not paid much attention to Meng Xiaoming's demeanor. She recognized her as a high-achieving student who often displayed a sense of superiority, dismissing the boys who pursued her. It was surprising to see Meng Xiaoming showing such interest in Song Qingqing today. Could it be that she believed she liked him? Oh dear. What a significant misunderstanding this could be, Wei Ninger mused. Meng Xiaoming seemed momentarily conflicted, but ultimately yielded to Song Qingqing's authority. She glanced at Wei Ninger and remarked, Jia, your skin seems to have tanned quite a bit lately. Have you been working at the kiln? Being a female worker must be quite tough. Xiaoming. Song Qingqing appeared to be suppressing something, unable to hold back his response. Meng Xiaoming refrained from further comments, waving goodbye as she walked toward a nearby magnolia tree. Visibly displeased, the school playground was surrounded by a ring of lush magnolia trees, their subtle fragrance invigorating to the senses. For Wei Ninger, it was her first encounter with such a picturesque campus, and she found it intriguing. As for boys like Song Qingqing, her interest was minimal. The thought of Meng Xiaoming's anxious demeanor, as if she were competing for a boy's attention, amused her. Yang Ai, could you please get me a bottle of water? I'm feeling a bit parched, Song Qingqing said, withdrawing 5 yuan from his pocket. Also, please get Jia a bottle of orange soda. She loves it. What's going on here? Wei Ninger was left utterly perplexed. Sister Yang took the money and replied, All right, I'll go buy it. It appeared they were indeed acquainted. However, Jia seemed a little too reserved, treating boys as if they were a formidable force, refusing to accept any gifts from them. Perhaps today, after exchanging a few words, Song Qingqing had rekindled a glimmer of hope in his heart. As for how Song Qingqing and Yang Chui knew each other, Wei Ninger remained oblivious. Chapter 52. natural innocence upon observing Yang Chui making her way to the school gate's convenience store with money in hand. Song Chengcheng gestured to Wei Ninger and gently inquired, "It has been quite a while since we last met. Would you accompany me for a leisurely stroll?" Wei Ning nodded, gradually moving forward. A silence enveloped them, creating an unexpectedly awkward atmosphere. They exchanged glances, both finding humor in the coincidence of their simultaneous utterance. "You go first," Song Chengcheng replied with courteous charm, his voice imbued with a softness that naturally endeared him to her. Indeed, handsome and academically accomplished young men often find it easier to attract the affections of the opposite sex. Wei Ninger offered a faint smile and glanced at him. To her surprise, Song Chengcheng's gaze sparkled with newfound brightness. A subtle flush graced his fair complexion, enhancing his already striking features. Summoning considerable courage, Song Chengcheng regained his composure and feigned casual interest in her words while secretly observing her, as if the mere blink of an eye might cause her to vanish. Although Wei Ninger refrained from stealing glances at his expressions, she could distinctly sense a pair of eyes fixated upon her. "Thank you so much, class leader. Without your assistance, I doubt I would have had this opportunity." "Not at all. Ever since your family faced difficulties, I have wanted to reach out to you. But I visited your home twice and did not find you there," Song Chengcheng replied, his tone tinged with a hint of disappointment. However, this matter left Wei Ninger with no recollection, leading her to ponder if perhaps the issue lay with his sister-in-law. It would explain why Song Chengcheng referred to her as Aunt Yang, and perhaps he felt guilty for not addressing the matter directly due to the circumstances. The current situation was indeed different. Wei Ninger had secured a substantial sum of money for her family. 5,000 yuan. In an era where monthly salaries barely reached a few hundred, constituted a fortune. Wei Ninger was unperturbed by the prospect of Song Chengcheng being unable to provide the funds. If she harbored intentions of harm, she would undoubtedly find a way to compensate. "My apologies. It was likely because I was not at home. However, such a situation should not arise again," Wei Ninger remarked, surprised by Song Chengcheng's shyness. He resembled a bashful maiden, reddening at the mere act of speaking. The contrast between him and his more assertive brother, Song Qingyu, was striking. Lost in thought about the usually dominant Song Qingyu, Wei Ninger hurriedly departed without a backward glance. She recalled how he had endured extra sips of water to save her, primarily because she had clung to him like an octopus, her feet tightly gripping his body. Had the water been deeper, and given Song Qingyu's robust nature, it was likely they would have both perished. "I believe a bit of review before the exams should suffice for passing the upcoming assessments. The high school entrance examination will undoubtedly be more challenging, yet time remains. And I should be able to manage," she mused. Upon hearing this, Song Qingyu appeared quite pleased and eagerly inquired, "Which school do you intend to apply to?" "I haven't decided yet. What about you?" she responded. Song Qingyu paused, gazing at her with a gentle smile that revealed a row of even teeth. "Jia, have you forgotten? We agreed to apply to Wannan Teachers University together." "That?" Wei Ninger was taken aback, struggling to recall. Nevertheless, she maintained a nonchalant demeanor and replied, "That was a previous aspiration of mine. However, I think other majors are also appealing. What are your thoughts on Jilin Experimental School?" Her desire to study in the Northeast stemmed from a wish to locate the original owner's parents. Surely, something must have transpired, for they had been silent for over a year. Song Chengcheng was taken aback by her choice of such a distant location, momentarily stunned. "What made you consider that place?" He mused aloud, as if reassuring himself, "I understand now. You must be longing for your parents. I believe uncle and aunt are safe." It seemed that in the past, Jia and Song Chengcheng had grown quite close, as he appeared to be well acquainted with her family matters. "Thank you." Wei Ninger paused, suddenly realizing that perhaps Song Qingyu was stationed nearby, explaining his frequent hunting trips in the mountains. The original owner's parents likely worked on a farm in Changbai Mountain, not far from their military base. This revelation made her eager to consult Song Qingyu about the situation. Unexpectedly, Song Chengcheng spoke again, as if gathering immense resolve. "Jia, if you truly wish to go there, I would also apply to the same school. Please, do not jeopardize your future for my sake," Wei Ninger implored. At a loss for words to describe her class leader. Previously, she had considered him gentle and amiable, yet today he seemed almost adorably naive. Furthermore, She had no interest in pursuing that path, as it would yield no fruitful outcome. Not at all. If you have confidence in it, I believe I would not fare poorly at that institution either. Her spirited declaration captured the attention of numerous classmates strolling through the campus who had previously overlooked them. Class leader, it's getting late. I should be on my way. And thank you for the orange soda. With that, Wei Ninger swiftly took her leave, grasping her sister-in-law's arm as they headed toward the school gate, leaving a dejected Song Qingqing behind. Her sister-in-law, noticing her urgency, wondered if Wei Ninger had caused some trouble for Song Qingqing. Chapter 53. Once upon a time, Yang Cui gazed at her sister-in-law, sensing an undeniable change in her demeanor. It was as if she had undergone a complete transformation, her personality now a stark contrast to her former self. In the past, Anai Jia was exceedingly introverted, burdened by the ambiguity surrounding their parents' identities, which led to the siblings being labeled as bad kids. They faced ostracism from their peers in the village, subjected to ridicule. And Anai Jia lacked even a single good friend. Even her own cousin would conspire with classmates to bully her. Consequently, Anai Jia grew increasingly timid and cautious. When Yang Cui married into the family, Anai Jia was still in elementary school, a sensitive young girl who had become frightened by even the slightest elevation in voice. As she matured, her demeanor became even more reserved, her actions subdued. The only thing she could do was diligently study and strive for excellence. As a result, she was consistently recognized as an outstanding student, receiving certificates and awards from her teachers at the end of each term. Occasionally, she would even receive token monetary gifts. As the school was aware of their circumstances, yet everyone struggled to make ends meet. Song Qingqing, the class monitor, was one of the few male peers with whom Anai Jia could engage in conversation, due to his gentle nature. Observing her sister-in-law with her head down and a straw clenched between her teeth as she intently savored her orange soda, Yang Cui could no longer contain herself.
Jia.
Is there something off about your class monitor? You haven't done anything to him, have you? Wei Ninger had just opened the bottle of orange soda, relishing its delightful taste, as it was a flavor she had never tried before, sweet, fragrant, and effervescent, providing a whimsical sensation. She was thoroughly enjoying herself until her sister-in-law's inquiry nearly caused her to choke.
Cough.
Sister-in-law, what are you saying? I merely had a conversation with the class monitor. Perhaps the allure of the orange soda was too enticing, for it roused Budding, who had been napping quietly. Wow, what a delightful scent! Budding exclaimed, leaping onto Wei Ninger's arm, eager to snatch the soda bottle. Indeed, you are quite considerate, my little companion. Wei Ninger could only respond with a roll of her eyes at the mouse's pretentious demeanor. Budding, you ought to be more mature. If word of this spreads, it would surely be a source of ridicule. After all, you are my pet. Can we not exhibit some decorum while eating? The mouse, cradling the orange soda bottle, cautiously licked it before confidently sipping from it. As it drank, it smacked its lips and cast a sidelong glance at Wei Ninger, adopting a tone of experience as it admonished her. You, my dear, have become rather proud since your circumstances have improved. One must remember to remain humble. Enduring hardship is the path to greatness. Have you completed your tasks? Have you secured any funds? Noticing Wei Ninger's expression, her eyes widened and her cheeks puffed. Appearing ready to explode with indignation, the mouse finished the soda in one go and gently patted her frail shoulder. Oh, it's merely a matter of enjoying your treat. Hurry now, there's an exciting spectacle ahead. Your ability to fulfill the task beautifully lies in your hands. A task? Wei Ninger's eyes sparkled with intrigue, uncertain whether it involved Li Wenyuan or Song Qingyu. So far, she had only 2 side quests. Now that she knew Song Tingting was the one who had pushed her into the water, she planned to demand 5,000 from her, hoping to extract a significant amount. Should she and Shun Chong remain obstinate, she would not hesitate to be ruthless. Let us go and see, the mouse declared, stuffing the soda bottle into its pouch. Wei Ninger was taken aback. What peculiar habit was this? A mere bottle, yet it was treated with such reverence. Meanwhile, the mouse settled on Wei Ninger's shoulder, half closing its eyes in a state of relaxation. Was it pretending to be profound? Coincidentally, just as Budding had finished speaking and Wei Ninger was preparing to scout for her target, she suddenly noticed a commotion as a throng of people rushed past her. They shouted excitedly, "Hurry, let us see. There's something happening up ahead. What's going on?" "There's a crowd gathering." A loud, plump, middle-aged woman exclaimed, waving her arms like overcooked lotus roots. "I heard someone is about to jump into the river." Another, leaner woman in her 40s chimed in, her voice piercing. "Really? What's the situation?" The plump lady inquired, now intrigued. The two women exchanged whispers, and after their conversation, their faces lit up with a blend of curiosity and gossip. "Let us go. We've stumbled upon something so entertaining," they exclaimed, eager to investigate the source of the disturbance. "My goodness, how can there be such shameless women nowadays?" The plump aunt remarked. "Hey, what era are we in?" Those young girls, the moment they see a high-ranking official's son, they practically throw themselves at him. "Humph. If she were my daughter, I wouldn't hesitate to break her legs," the lean woman retorted. The plump lady smiled, but what they discussed afterward became indistinct as they hurried forward. Their pace was swift, and soon they pushed their way to the front of the crowd. The plump woman, using her ample frame, shoved through the throng, creating a path with her hands. She gestured for her companion, and they successfully squeezed to the forefront. However, as they settled in, a surge of even louder commotion erupted from the crowd, indicating that something else had transpired. Budding suddenly opened its eyes, as if it had spotted something even more captivating. "How intriguing," it murmured. After a brief moment, Wei Ninger and her companions noticed that nearly 50 people had gathered ahead. Some even climbed trees to get a better view, munching on sunflower seeds as they swung their legs in anticipation. "What's so intriguing?" the mouse remarked cryptically. "You'll find out soon enough." Wei Ninger suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to swat the mouse. Chapter 54. The cause. As Wei Ninger pondered her thoughts, a sudden notification from the system resonated in her ears. Before her, a line of text materialized. It was not the first time she had witnessed such an occurrence. Her expression remained unchanged as she glanced up and then gently stroked Pudding's little paw. The mouse beside her wore a proud demeanor, seemingly asserting, "I told you so." The message read, "The protagonist of the side quest, Li Wenyuan, is currently facing trouble. Will the host assist in resolving the issue?" 3 options presented themselves. 1. Save.
2.
Do not save. 3. Spectate. Wei Ninger found the system's playful nature increasingly amusing. The task was clearly outlined. Completing the first task required assisting Li Wenyuan in dispelling rumors to protect her reputation. Upon successful completion, Wei Ninger would be rewarded with 1,000 points and a vial of mental elixir. Before acquiring any martial prowess, she had been uncertain of the elixir's true utility.
Now,
she understood it to be a wondrous potion that could endow her with extraordinary strength. Even if she were exhausted and lying on the ground, a sip of the elixir would instantly transform her into a figure of immense power. She could defeat an elephant with a mere punch. The thought of such formidable strength sent shivers down her spine. As Wei Ninger contemplated how to divert her sister-in-law's attention, she was pleasantly surprised to find that Yang Cui was already captivated by the commotion ahead. However, she remained uncertain of her sister-in-law's intent. Noticing her sister-in-law's innocent face, tinged with curiosity as she gazed towards the bustling scene, Yang Cui exclaimed, "Jejia, it seems something is happening up ahead." "Indeed, there are quite a few people gathered. Shall we take a look?" Yang Cui's enthusiasm was palpable as she eagerly took her sister-in-law's hand, and together they swiftly made their way to the scene. With her height and strength, Yang Cui effortlessly pushed through the crowd, clearing a path for them. Those nearby, preparing to voice their complaints about her assertiveness, were momentarily taken aback when their gazes met Wei Ninger's strikingly beautiful face and her expressive eyes. The young man, who had intended to protest, suddenly found himself tongue-tied, unable to utter a word as he swallowed hard. Even a little girl nearby was left in awe, turning to her mother to exclaim, "Wow, Mommy, that sister is so pretty." The girl's innocent shout attracted the attention of the crowd, and Wei Ninger, eager to reach the front, repeatedly apologized as she made her way through. Yang Cui, noticing the commotion, felt a swell of pride, attributing their progress to her influence. She thought to herself that soon they would be wealthy, and her confidence had notably increased. The difference in how one perceived others was undeniable. Just as the young man realized what was happening, he took the initiative to clear the way, stating, "Excuse me, please." The crowd parted silently at his request, allowing Yang Chuiyi and Wei Ninger to advance with ease. Wei Ninger offered a faint smile to the young man, who appeared momentarily stunned before he sheepishly scratched his head and grinned. However, this interaction went unnoticed by Wei Ninger as her focus remained on the unfolding situation. The mouse observed the young man, who seemed utterly smitten, and couldn't help but scoff, pondering why men turned into fools in the presence of women. Did women have such an irresistible allure? Upon reaching the scene, Wei Ninger immediately recognized Li Wenyuan, who had recently mended her relationship with Wei Ninger. From the nearby murmurs, she gleaned crucial information. Li Wenyuan had been exchanging glances with a handsome young man present. Unfortunately, his fiancée had caught them in the act, leading to a confrontation. The pregnant woman, seeking to strike Li Wenyuan, was restrained but later fell and accused Li Wenyuan of pushing her. As tensions escalated, the woman's family arrived, demanding that Li Wenyuan accompany them to the police station. However, Li Wenyuan's aunt intervened, resulting in a tug-of-war between the two parties. Wei Ninger observed the chaos, with the pregnant woman seated on the ground, appearing distressed, while the man at the center of the drama was frantic yet powerless to quell the turmoil. In a moment of inspiration, Wei Ninger whispered an idea to her sister-in-law. Yang Chuiyi, suddenly armed with a chipped enamel cup and a wooden stick, began to shout, "Quick!
Run!
The police are coming!" This proclamation surprisingly proved effective, as a palpable fear of the police caused the crowd to scatter. However, it soon became evident that the fleeing individuals were not mere spectators, but rather vendors fearing repercussions for their illicit activities. Wei Ninger seized the opportunity to pull the bewildered Li Wenyuan to safety. Li Wenyuan, on the verge of tears, embraced Wei Ninger, exclaiming, "Ninger, I knew you were a good person." At this moment, Wei Ninger seized the chance to inquire about Li Wenyuan's predicament. It turned out that Li Wenyuan had come to the hospital due to abdominal pain, intending to seek traditional medicine for her recovery. Unexpectedly, she encountered a man named Li Gang, with whom she had previously ended a relationship amicably. However, it seemed that Li Gang, a notorious flirt, had moved on to an engagement while continuing to court other women. Chapter 55. A moment of deception upon receiving her prenatal examination results. The expectant mother unexpectedly discovered that Li Wenyuan and her fiancé were engaged in amiable conversation, igniting her jealousy. Without hesitation, she charged toward Li Wenyuan, who, sensing the impending danger, swiftly retreated. However, the pregnant woman informed her family and followed Li Wenyuan to her residence, threatening to leap into the river if she did not come down to clarify the situation. With no choice but to comply, Li Wenyuan descended to confront them, only to be captured by the pregnant woman's relatives. Desperate, she called for help from Li Gang. Though Li Gang was known for his infidelity, he was not devoid of kindness and quickly pleaded with the woman's uncles to release Li Wenyuan. In the ensuing chaos, the pregnant woman accidentally stumbled, splashing her grievances onto Li Wenyuan. Initially caught in a precarious situation, Li Wenyuan was unexpectedly rescued by her aunt, who, upon witnessing the altercation, intervened on her behalf. "Wenyuan, this is a complete misunderstanding. I believe we can clarify this to everyone's satisfaction," Wei Ninger advised. The matter required direct confrontation, as Li Wenyuan's reputation in town was already tarnished, and any accusations of her enticing her fiancé could lead to future complications. That vile woman! I would rather die than apologize. How blind could Li Gang be?
Li Wenyuan exclaimed, frustrata.
"Jia, what should we do?" "Wait for me. I need to speak with my colleagues," she replied. At that moment, Li Wenyuan's aunt, having successfully extricated herself from the crowd, appeared visibly shaken, expressing her concern for Li Wenyuan. "Dear, what kind of trouble have you gotten into? We must not provoke a pregnant woman." Li Wenyuan, feeling utterly wronged, protested, "Aunt, I did not lay a finger on that woman. They're being unreasonable." "Clear the way," shouted several men, having procured a board to carry the distressed pregnant woman, hastily making their way to the hospital. Li Wenyuan, seething with anger, thought that had it not been for the expectant mother, she would have stood her ground. "Fine. Let us follow them and clarify things once their tempers cool." But Li Wenyuan remained unconvinced. "No buts. Trust me, it's better to resolve this peacefully. You will encounter these people again, Do you wish to be branded as a seductress? Wei Ninger gently nudged her arm, urging her to remain calm. Let us approach them with grace. If complications arise, we can devise a plan. Meanwhile, the pregnant woman's family waited anxiously outside as she writhed in pain, crying out in distress. Suddenly, Wei Ninger approached them silently, causing a wave of apprehension among the men. What do you intend to do? One inquired, while another searched for anything to use as a weapon. With a cold gaze, Wei Ninger addressed them. Do you wish for a safe delivery or a tragic outcome for both mother and child? Of course, we desire a safe delivery, they replied hastily. Then remain calm and wait. Everything will be well, she assured them, though they remained skeptical. How can a girl like you know such things? Are you attempting to deceive us? As Wei Ninger turned her gaze, her expression revealed discomfort in the confrontation. Your aura is dark. Avoid venturing out in the coming days to steer clear of misfortune. In disbelief, one man scoffed, attempting to dismiss her warning, but as he reached for her collar, he felt a sharp pain in his arm, resulting in a dislocated shoulder. His companions, sensing the shift in the atmosphere, rushed to subdue Wei Ninger, only to find themselves kneeling helplessly before her. Chapter 56. Doubtful assurance. As Wei Ninger smiled mischievously, she addressed the elder brother, expressing that such grand gestures were unnecessary. In business, one must adhere to principles and integrity. Ill-gotten gains are not worth pursuing, for those who engage in wrongful deeds shall ultimately meet their demise. With that, she seemed to float into the hospital room, instilling a chilling sensation among all present. The man behind her, after fumbling for words, finally managed to rise with assistance, muttering, "This girl seems a bit uncanny. How does she know I'm a small-time businessman? I tell you, my friend here possesses a certain clairvoyance. I had to plead with her for quite some time before she agreed to help. Now that she has offered her guidance, you ought to express your gratitude instead of thinking of violence." Li Wenyuan, perplexed yet compelled to trust an Jia, regardless of whether her claims were mere fabrications or deliberate mystique, was captivated by her earlier demeanor. Meanwhile, the two men exchanged bewildered glances, straining to discern the sounds emanating from the ward. To their astonishment, the previously unsettling cries of a laboring woman had suddenly ceased, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. Their expressions morphed into something indescribably strange. A short while later, a doctor clad in a white coat emerged, his demeanor noticeably more relaxed. He announced, "Family members of the patient in bed 403, the patient's emotional state has stabilized. You may enter now." He added with a hint of annoyance, "If you had brought a skilled practitioner sooner, it would have eased our worries." Skilled practitioner? The two men exchanged glances, hastening to enter the room. Upon entry, they beheld Wei Ninger with her long hair cascading down her shoulders, her large, glistening eyes fixed upon them. Instinctively, the men halted, a flicker of fear prompting them to step aside. "Your sister is now safe. Next time you wish to extort someone, do not trifle with the lives of pregnant women and children." Her words painted their faces with hues of embarrassment and shame. Li Gang, who had remained silent until now, suddenly appeared invigorated, gazing at Li Wenyuan with excitement. "Yuan, your colleague is quite remarkable. Please introduce us." Despite their father's hoarse throat, Li Wenyuan felt a surge of relief wash over her. A carefree smile finally graced her face. "Father, rest assured, I will learn from Jia and strive to set a good example." Li's father waved her off, handing her a stack of money before casting a glance into the hospital, remaining silent as he departed. With Wei Ning's consent, Li Wenyuan purchased some nutritional supplements for the expectant mother and clarified the misunderstandings between her and Li Gang. Ultimately, the pregnant woman realized she had wrongfully accused Li Wenyuan, acknowledging that her family had indeed overstepped, leading to a satisfactory resolution. Before departing, the two brothers remained skeptical of Wei Ning's words, yet could not resist inquiring about any methods to alleviate their concerns. Wei Ninger replied promptly, "Engage in more virtuous deeds and refrain from malevolence. Good will be rewarded, and evil will meet its recompense." As Wei Ninger and Li Wenyuan left, Li Gang's gaze lingered, filled with longing. The two brothers, however, furrowed their brows, exchanging whispers. "That girl must be spouting nonsense. I think so too." Yet the pregnant woman, filled with belief, insisted, "Brothers, do not speak in jest. This divine lady foretold that I will bear a son, and that he will be destined for greatness. We shall see," another brother scoffed. However, as they exited the hospital and stepped onto the street, the man foretold by Wei Ninger faced a calamity, being struck by a speeding vehicle. Once they returned from the hospital with their injuries bandaged, they were struck by the accuracy of Wei Ninger's prediction. Another brother encountered trouble on the third day, as his store was reported, attracting the scrutiny of the authorities. But that is a tale for another time. Meanwhile, the spirit known as Pudding successfully merged with Wei Ninger, assisting her through the turmoil. Yet, it left her feeling utterly drained, having expended a considerable amount of spiritual energy. Aware of Pudding's sacrifices, Wei Ninger resolved to spend her accrued points in the system's marketplace to procure medicine for Pudding. Pudding, in its weakened state, waved a hand dismissively. "These ordinary medicines are of no use to me. Only those infused with spiritual essence can aid my recovery." Confused, Wei Ninger inquired, "What constitutes a spiritual herb?" "Herbs cultivated in your back garden using the spirit spring," Pudding replied, its voice faint. Spirit spring? Wei Ninger recalled that her system space contained only a dried-up well. It appeared that this entity had many secrets yet to reveal. Sensing her curiosity, Pudding reassured her, "You will discover the truth in due time. For now, I must rest, though the duration is uncertain." With that, it curled up, gradually becoming translucent until it shrank into a diminutive form. After resolving the matter, Pudding and Wei Ninger exchanged identities, restoring her to her previous appearance, albeit with retained memories. Although it felt akin to awakening from slumber, Pudding had indeed utilized its original form to swap identities, a skill that seemed quite advantageous. While Wei Ninger pondered, she reminded Li Wenyuan not to divulge these events to others lightly, as each exertion of power required substantial energy, necessitating at least half a month for recovery. Unsure of Pudding's awakening timeline, she mused that a typical rest might span 1 or 2 days. But this exertion likely demanded additional recuperation. Moreover, she remained oblivious to whether Pudding's warnings about the two individuals would indeed come to pass. With the younger sister finally able to leave, Yang Cui had nearly strained her neck in anticipation. Upon entering the hospital, she had expressed her discomfort, preferring to wait beneath a tree rather than enter, uncertain whether her aversion stemmed from a fear of hospitals or a concern for germs. Coincidentally, the two sisters-in-law had discovered a promising small storefront not far from the school, with an annual rent of merely 500 yuan. After inspecting the location, both felt immensely satisfied, considering the modest rental fee in light of current market conditions. They planned to initiate a small business and deemed it wise to refrain from significant investments initially. Meanwhile, Song Qingyu and Ms. Wang had waited all afternoon for Ni Jia, and as dusk approached, the eldest child stood behind his younger siblings, gazing at them with a silly grin. "Wow, Mom bought me today," exclaimed the eldest, salivating at the sight of the raw meat, yearning to take a bite. However, being a civilized individual, he resisted the temptation, licking his lips instead. Chapter 57. Iwerk Xiaomi had just learned to walk, her steps still unsteady, arms outstretched, swaying adorably as she moved. Yang Tsuea, witnessing her daughter's charming gait, was unable to contain her laughter, her eyes nearly closing from joy. She scooped up the chubby Xiaomi and planted a kiss on her cheek, prompting a fit of giggles from the little one. "Mama, hug," Xiaomi exclaimed, stretching her tiny arms in an attempt to wrap around her mother's neck. But her short reach left her scrambling on her tiptoes, a sight both amusing and endearing. Yang Tsuea glanced into the room, noting the absence of Anai Chung, and her curiosity piqued. "Debao, where is your father?" Assuming her eldest might be fibbing, she playfully swatted his arm and pulled him closer, wanting to scrutinize his expression. If he were lying, his gaze would surely betray him. "Now, speak honestly, where has your father gone?" Debao, feeling the sting of her playful hit, blinked rapidly, and with a pitiful look, replied, "Mom, why did you hit me?" He really went out, his eyes now clear. He gazed at her with a mix of innocence and concern. "Impossible. Your father's leg isn't healed yet. How could he have ventured up the mountain?" The only explanation that made sense was that Anai Chung had deceived Debao, sneaking out for a smoke. Yang Tsuea disapproved of his smoking habit, a frequent source of discord between them. Resolving to confront the situation, she stood up, determined to catch him in the act. DeBeo, sensing his mother's disbelief, quickly grabbed her arm. Mom, he really did go out. He walked out on his own, his leg is better now. If you don't believe me, check the knives. He took both of them. At DeBeo's insistence, Wei Ninger considered the possibility that the medicine she had procured from the system might be effective. For nearly 3 months, her brother had struggled with his leg due to a lack of proper treatment, causing a cycle of recurring pain. Could it be that a single application of her ointment had yielded such remarkable results? Contemplating what Pudding had mentioned about a miraculous spring, a spark of hope ignited in Wei Ninger's eyes. Sister-in-law, perhaps DeBeo speaks the truth. My brother may indeed have gone out. He has been cooped up at home for too long. Now that his leg has improved, he surely needed some fresh air. As Yang Tsuea spoke, she cradled Xiaomi and headed toward the small storage room, where tools were kept. Pulling the cord for the light, the dark space was illuminated with a warm orange glow. She glanced at the usual spot for the knives, finding it conspicuously empty. Indeed, they were gone. A look toward the corner revealed that even the twine used for bundling bamboo was missing. Reluctantly, Yang Tsuea had to accept the truth. She turned off the light and stepped outside, waving to Wei Ninger. Your brother really has gone out. Let's not concern ourselves with him. Today, we'll make dumplings. I'll prepare the dough, and sister-in-law can handle the filling. Wei Ninger chuckled, amused by Yang Tsuea's sudden humility. All right then, let us not be modest. We'll each do our part. I'll start on the filling. DeBeo, rolling up his sleeves confidently, declared, I'll help you wrap the dumplings. However, Yang Tsuea dismissed him with a wave. Go on, finish your homework. Let Erbao entertain Xiaomi in the house. Don't let them cause a ruckus. If the dumplings are ruined, no one will eat tonight. DeBeo was taken aback by his mother's swift rejection of his offer before he had even demonstrated his skills. Feeling a bit disgruntled, he pointed a finger at her with a pitiful expression. Just one. I'll wrap just one. Very well, little rascal, go to your homework first. I'll call you when we're ready. Yang Tsuea relented. With a cheerful heart, DeBeo set off to tackle his assignments. Meanwhile, Qing triumphantly raised his hand, revealing a plump gray rabbit. The Ni family hadn't enjoyed meat in quite some time, and this rabbit was a delightful catch. Yang Tsuea's eyes sparkled with excitement upon seeing it. Qing grinned as he waved the rabbit before Wei Ninger. Judge, look. I caught this in our trap today. Your idea about waiting for the rabbit truly worked. The trap we set together actually caught something. She set down what she was holding and examined the rabbit before glancing at Qing's leg, astonished. Your leg is really better? Qing smiled, revealing a row of pristine white teeth. Placing a hand on his sister's shoulder, he gleefully exclaimed, Judge, you're so good to me. The medicine you gave me yesterday was miraculous. I applied it, and by morning, I felt so much better. Wei Ninger blinked in surprise, her heart swelling with joy. Her hunch had been correct. The medicine from the system truly was a wonder. Yet, she knew she couldn't reveal the truth, lest her brother and sister-in-law perceive her as a strange anomaly. With a soft smile, she said, It's not that extraordinary. We just got lucky this time. The medicine happened to work for your injury. Qing scrutinized her for a moment, then quietly asked, That medicine didn't come from Dr. Wang, did it? Did someone else give it to you? Seeing her sister remain silent, he patted her shoulder and sighed. All right, I won't pry. Just know that I'll remember this favor. Relieved that her brother had dropped the subject of the medicine's origin, Wei Ninger silently exhaled, realizing that sometimes silence is the best answer. However, when she looked back at the rabbit, she was astonished to see it shedding tears, accompanied by soft whimpering sounds. Initially startled, she leaned in closer only to hear the rabbit speak. Master, please don't kill me. I can help you in exchange for your mercy. A talking rabbit? Had it somehow gained sentience? Wei Ninger regarded it thoughtfully, attempting to communicate mentally to see if it could comprehend her. You can truly speak and wish for your life. To her astonishment, the rabbit vigorously nodded, continuing, Yes. If you spare me, I will repay your kindness by serving you. Chapter 58. Rebirth of the Factory Flower. In 1987, Wei Ninger was astonished to discover that the animals she encountered could speak. This was indeed peculiar. It seemed that her current situation could not be interpreted through the lens of ordinary human experience. Perhaps she had acquired some extraordinary ability of which she was yet unaware. Wei Ninger momentarily forgot the task she had completed for Li Wenyuan, resolving her difficulties and earning a reward from the system, a devil fruit that allowed her to comprehend human thoughts, including those of animals. It was not that this rabbit had become sentient. The rabbit immediately expressed immense gratitude, showering her with appreciative words. As she held the rabbit, Wei Ninger turned it over and felt its soft fur, her mouth agape in surprise. "Oh my, brother, sister-in-law, why do I see tears streaming from this rabbit's eyes?" After saying this, she gently pressed on the rabbit's small leg, and indeed, 2 large tears squeezed out from its big eyes, strikingly realistic. Wei Ninger silently praised the rabbit's acting skills while feeling a sense of novelty. It appeared that in the future, when Pudding slept, she could communicate with the gray rabbit. An illicit thrill that brought her a touch of delight. Is it possible for a rabbit to cry? Yang Chui, who had anticipated a dinner of rabbit meat, had already begun boiling water. The pot was now bubbling vigorously, and half of the room was engulfed in steam. Rushing over, she was taken aback to see the rabbit's eyes brimming with tears, an image that tugged at the heartstrings. "Indeed, look at this rabbit. It is crying," she exclaimed, unable to suppress the goosebumps that formed on her arms. The superstitious villagers believed in such supernatural occurrences, often choosing to trust in their existence rather than dismiss them. In their culture, if a cow was seen shedding tears during the slaughter, it was deemed inauspicious to proceed, as it would bring misfortune to the household. And Aicheng, upon hearing this, also rushed over, expressing his astonishment. "Truly, look how sorrowful this rabbit appears." He recalled that the village elder, Wang Bo, had mentioned that consuming animals that weep was ill-fated, suggesting, perhaps we should let it go. Given the village's custom of sparing weeping cattle, the couple hesitated, weighing the deliciousness of the rabbit meat against the fate of their household. Unexpectedly, as soon as Wei Ninger finished speaking, she received a notification from a system indicating she had gained 500 favor points from the gray rabbit. The idea of receiving such a significant amount of favor from a small rabbit made her chuckle. Upon reading the rabbit's information, she learned that its name was Dehui, a 3-year-old female. At 3 years old, Dehui was considered a young rabbit, as their lifespan typically extends to about 10 years, with larger breeds possibly living 1 or 2 years longer. Yang Chui had initially intended to release the rabbit, and upon hearing Anai Cheng's words, she quickly suggested, "Since Wang Bo has mentioned it, perhaps we should keep it at home. Saving a life is more virtuous than building a 7-story pagoda. And releasing this rabbit could be seen as a good deed for our Dabao and heir Bao." Wang Bo was the most knowledgeable elder in their village, often involved in community affairs. He was known to perform feng shui consultations and never charged for his services, finding joy in a simple meal, especially if it included meat and wine. Intriguingly, everything he had ever seen or spoken about had proven to be remarkably accurate. However, his elusive nature meant that seeking his assistance was not always straightforward, leading the villagers to trust him unconditionally. Indeed, there is some truth to that. And Aicheng nodded in agreement. He was surprised to hear such eloquence from his usually blunt wife, who would typically seize any edible opportunity. He couldn't help but chuckle. "Oh, has the sun risen from the west today? Not only are you speaking so poetically, but you are also willing to spare such a plump rabbit." Yang Chui was known for her frugality, often scavenging for edible weeds along the road, insisting that even the smallest morsel was worth collecting. As Anai Cheng's words lingered in the air, Dehui, frightened, clung tightly to Wei Ninger's clothing, its large eyes shimmering with tears that threatened to spill at the slightest provocation. The rabbit's intense will to survive brought a smile to Wei Ninger's face as she gently patted its head, reassuring it, "Do not worry. I have promised to save you." Dehui nodded, settling quietly beside her. Seeing his wife once again reciting the same old mantra, Anai Cheng felt exasperated. Sensing that a quarrel was imminent, Wei Ninger swiftly took on the role of peacemaker. "All right, brother, you must be tired after a long day. Go wash your hands and rest. We will have dumplings soon. Sister-in-law, I will roll out the dough, and you can wrap the dumplings. Let us work quickly. I suspect the little ones are also hungry." Rolling out the dough required skill, for without it, the wrappers would vary in size. some even breaking apart at the slightest touch, rendering them suitable only for steaming rather than boiling. As soon as Wei Ninger finished speaking, Bao pitifully clung to the doorframe, lamenting his hunger. However, his attention was quickly diverted to the little rabbit. De Hui sensed the malice in the small hands reaching out and trembled slightly. Yang Cui, noticing that De Bao and Bao were hungry, exchanged a glance with Ai Chung and said, "All right, let us proceed with that plan." Afterward, she glanced at Wei Ninger, who understood her sister-in-law's intent and began rolling out the dough while recounting the events of the day. Upon hearing that his sister had nearly drowned, Ai Chung's expression changed with concern, but relief washed over him when he realized she was unharmed. He refrained from vocally expressing his desire for retribution. After listening, he clenched his fists and remarked, "Jia Jia, you did well. Those who bully us deserve to face consequences." Chapter 59. The rebirth of the factory flower in 87. However, Ai Chung was somewhat taken aback by the substantial amount of money Song Tingting compensated them. Wei Ninger was rather vague in her explanation, deliberately omitting the incident where Shen Chong had acted inappropriately towards her. She feared that her brother would react impulsively and confront Shen Chong to seek retribution on her behalf. Ai Chung was confused. The sum seemed excessive, making him question whether they should accept it at all. Yang Cui interjected, "De Chung, I believe you've lost your wits. Song Tingting wanted to take Jia Jia's life. Surely Jia Jia's life is worth this much. After all, Jia Jia is destined for university. And having a college graduate in our family opens up vast prospects." She continued, elaborating on how if Ai Jia were to marry a wealthy man in the future, the possibilities were endless, even speculating on what Ai Jia would be doing 30 years hence. One must admit, Yang Cui was quite the character, undoubtedly an exemplary sister-in-law. "I still think it's somewhat inappropriate. We're decent folks and shouldn't engage in such matters," Ai Chung remarked. Wei Ninger promptly pressed her brother back into his seat, assuring him, "Brother, rest assured, I will not engage in any unlawful activities. The reason Song Tingting willingly offered this is that I caught her in other compromising acts. I have a plan." She then shared her aspiration of opening a small restaurant and informed her brother that he could no longer work at the kiln. "Brother, we shall open a small restaurant. I have already scouted a location with sister-in-law. I will diligently prepare for the upcoming high school entrance examination and aim for Jilin University." Ai Chung was astonished by his usually reticent sister. Once she had made up her mind, her courage exceeded his own. The notion of attending Jilin implied she wished to seek out their parents. After contemplating for a moment, he murmured, "It's all my inadequacy that has burdened you." "Brother, we are family. There's no need for formality," she replied. Yang Cui was quick to wrap a multitude of dumplings, while Wei Ninger, having rolled out the dough, joined in the task. The three children each took a piece of dough, clumsily shaping it. Before they could form anything resembling a dumpling, their faces were dusted with flour, resembling little kittens. Xiaomi was the most gleeful, attempting to eat his creation before bursting into tears, presumably due to the lack of flavor. After their meal of dumplings, Wei Ninger completed her evening routine and prepared for her nightly tasks. The sofa cover she had been working on was nearly finished. De Hui, her loyal companion, followed her closely as she sewed, contentedly munching on the vegetables she tossed his way. By the time she finished, it was nearly dawn. Standing up to admire her flawless handiwork, she stretched her sore back, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. De Hui has fallen asleep," she noted, observing her companion dozing with half-closed eyes, likely oblivious to her greeting. As she climbed to the upper bunk, the stars outside twinkled playfully at her, and she felt her body succumb to fatigue. Indeed, this borrowed body was quite weak. Just as she was about to drift off, a notification from the system caught her attention. Due to the host's virtuous deeds in saving De Hui and assisting Li Wenyuan, she had earned points. She successfully acquired 3,000 points, and the system's spiritual spring had officially opened, allowing her to cultivate. With newfound energy, Wei Ninger mused about the possibility of growing herbs to provide some spiritual energy for Pudding, who had been visibly weakened after assisting her multiple times. Regardless of the details, she decided to explore further. Beneath the notification were instructions about planting spiritual herbs and vegetables. Watering the crops with the spiritual spring would enhance their growth. Typically, A vegetable would require 3 months in the outside world, but within the system's garden, it would take less than a week. She noted the common vegetables such as tomatoes, radishes, and water spinach, which could be easily found at home. Cucumbers and green beans required only 3 days for cultivation. This was an excellent opportunity. Should she manage to grow them, selling the produce wouldn't raise any suspicion. Wei Ninger was particularly interested in seasonal vegetables, reasoning that selling a cabbage in the middle of summer might attract unwanted attention. In her elation, she promptly entered the system's warehouse, venturing into the garden and chaotic realm. From a distance, she could sense a refreshing aura, invigorating and soothing. Approaching a spring, she found the water reminiscent of a typical creek, yet remarkably vibrant. Unable to resist, she scooped some up and took a hearty sip, savoring the crisp and slightly sweet flavor. Could this be the legendary spiritual spring? Interestingly, after just a sip, the water replenished itself, automatically refilling the spring. No matter. I shall plant first. I need the spiritual herbs. Wei Ninger eagerly browsed the system shop, scanning through the goods. Many items were exorbitantly priced, leading her to focus on what she could afford. Resurrection grass was priced at 500 points for 10 stalks, while blood-boosting root cost 1,000 points for 5 stalks. She decided to purchase cucumber and green bean seeds. After making her selections, she exchanged her points for the items. Upon confirming her order, the requested goods appeared in small packages. She then began her planting endeavor. With only a small plot of land, she could cultivate 4 types of plants. Once her soil reached level 2, she could grow 2 additional varieties. The cultivation period for spiritual herbs was longer than that of vegetables, but Wei Ninger was patient, watering and fertilizing as she awaited the miraculous results. Having stayed up all night, Wei Ninger, ever industrious, set out early the next morning without having breakfast, carrying her creations. Just as she was about to leave, Qing awoke. Seeing his sister toiling under the stars, he felt a pang of concern. Jia, once you finish this batch, let us take a break. You're just a young girl. Staying up late is not good for your eyes or health. Feeling her brother's care, Wei Ninger's heart warmed. Such a sense of being cherished was truly delightful. Chapter 60, Rebirth of the Factory Flower. In 87, Wei Ninger had no brother, only a sister with whom she shared a deep bond. After her sister's untimely demise, she found herself alone, bearing the weight of the world on her shoulders. Without anyone to shield her, any semblance of protection came with ulterior motives, leaving her in a constant state of vigilance, even in slumber. It wasn't until she became the Emperor's woman that the rivalry between them ceased, persisting until her last breath. Brother! Wei Ninger silently called out in her heart, feeling a warmth envelop her. Coincidentally, Qing had matters to discuss with Song Tingting, so he awaited her arrival at home, confident that she wouldn't feign ignorance due to the incident. Perhaps due to the effects of the spiritual spring water, Wei Ninger found herself moving much faster today than on her previous trip to town, arriving in nearly half the time. Could it be the result of consuming this elixir? According to Pudding, the spring within the system was a treasure, possessing extraordinary properties. Not only did it replenish her spiritual energy, but it also invigorated any living creature. Initially, she paid little heed to this information, but now, as she noticed she didn't break a single sweat and felt her body grow lighter, she began to believe in the spring's remarkable benefits. With this realization, she instinctively entered the spring space, glancing at the system's warehouse. The crops she had planted the previous day had yet to sprout, but upon entering, she was greeted by a refreshing aura and vibrant life force. The system's space transitioned from chaos to clarity. Although the spring water was still limited, she could see it bubbling forth, requiring her to bend down and stretch out her arm to reach it. As for the specific effects of the spring, she needed to observe whether the vegetables and herbs she planted yielded results. Fortunately, Wei Ninger had a good memory. She distinctly recalled the tall, grand locust tree at the entrance of the house, where Mrs. Wang had taken her. Spotting the towering tree from a distance, she hurried towards her destination. However, upon arriving, she found the large red door firmly closed. As she approached to knock, a long arm reached out ahead of her, belonging to someone who also intended to knock. They instinctively exchanged glances. "Oh!" they both exclaimed. "Jia, class monitor? Is this your home?" Wei Ninger was taken aback. unaware that Song Qingqing was here too. Overwhelmed with surprise, she found herself at a loss for words, still believing Jia knew this was her cousin's home. But her ignorance seemed peculiar. He couldn't help but ask, "Do you not know whose house this is?" Wei Ninger pondered briefly. Mrs. Wang's demeanor was courteous and well-mannered, reminiscent of Song Qingqing's own disposition. Suddenly it dawned on her, "I came to find Mrs. Wang. Could she be your mother?" Jia could be quite clever at times, yet adorably naive at others. Covering her mouth, she chuckled. "Have you ever seen someone knock on their own door? This is my uncle's house. I'm here to find my cousin." Song Qingqing's first instinct was to turn and leave, needing a moment to process the shocking revelation. How could the warm and friendly Mrs. Wang possibly be the mother of that ice-cold man? It seemed utterly implausible. Just then, the door swung open unexpectedly, revealing Song Qingyu's sharply defined face, devoid of expression. "Where do you think you're going?" he asked brusquely. Song Qingqing was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated the tension between his cousin and Jia. Assuming his brother was bullying her, he stepped forward protectively, pulling Jia behind him. "Brother, she is my classmate. I've mentioned her often." Song Qingyu, still simmering with anger, brusquely shoved Song Qingqing aside. "This doesn't concern you. Go inside." However, Song Qingqing refused, his expression stubborn. "Brother, Jia is my classmate. Can you please refrain from treating her this way? I'll say it again, this is none of your business." With that, he seized Jia's arm, whispering, "Come with me. I need to ask you something." Jia, unable to resist his pull, followed Song Qingyu, glancing back at Song Qingqing. "Class monitor, I'll be fine. We'll just talk for a moment." Though still worried, Song Qingqing feared his brother's wrath and sharp gaze. He cast a concerned look at Jia and said, "Go ahead. If anything happens, call for me. I'll be right here." Song Qingyu scoffed. "Xiao Cheng, I never knew you were so sentimental." Song Qingqing's face flushed redder than a ripe tomato, and after a moment, he stammered, "Brother, what are you talking about? Jia and I are just classmates. As class monitor, it's only natural for me to care." Song Qingyu shot a glance at the instigator, pulling Wei Ninger beneath the grand locust tree, pushing her against the trunk and using his long arm to block her escape. The proximity between them might lead one to believe they were about to share an intimate moment. Yet Wei Ninger perceived that Song Qingyu's expression suggested he could devour her whole. "Let me be clear, my cousin is quite solitary. Do not harbor any notions about him." Wei Ninger rolled her eyes at Song Qingyu, thinking him ridiculous. Who could possibly have ideas about him? "We are merely classmates." Irritated by his posture and tone, she attempted to push his long arm away, but found her strength insufficient, as it remained unyielding. Puzzled, she reflected that with her combat prowess, she shouldn't feel so weak. Perhaps he was simply too formidable. After careful consideration, she resolved to avoid provoking a soldier. "Very well, if you're pleased, let me pass. If there is nothing else, I must take my leave. Unless we clarify matters, you shall not depart." In truth, Song Qingyu had not been entirely unaffected. He had noticed Wei Ninger's delicate hands attempting to prod his arm and had underestimated her strength, nearly causing him to falter. His face flushed slightly as he adjusted to a more comfortable position, fixing his gaze on her. "Let us be clear. I do not wish for someone with questionable intentions to engage with my cousin." Chapter 61. Rebirth of the Factory Flower. In 87 at this moment, Wei Ninger was genuinely infuriated. Grasping her bag, she hurled it towards Song Qingyu's head. "Once more, I shall clarify, I am here to deliver something, not to engage in a romantic entanglement with anyone," she declared. "Who on earth would want to court you two brothers?" Upon finishing her words, she instinctively executed a maneuver she must have picked up from somewhere, pushing her palm towards Song Qingyu's chest, while bending her left knee slightly to thrust towards his lower abdomen. The lower abdomen, particularly 2 centimeters below, is a man's most vulnerable point. Regardless of whether one is a martial artist or an ordinary person, the instinct to protect that area arises when it feels threatened. Consequently, it is easy for the opponent's weaknesses to be exposed. Song Qingyu was no exception. He instinctively seized Wei Ninger's wrist, attempting to pull her forward. Noticing the opening on his right side, she swiftly lowered her body and slipped past him. Just as Song Qingyu neutralized her move, he found her slipping away like a slippery eel, eluding his grasp. With a glint of surprise in his eyes, Song Qingyu questioned her. Who on earth are you? Now beyond his control, Wei Ning'er wore an innocent expression. Raising her bag, she smiled at him. Thank you for your leniency, Captain. I must take my leave as I have other matters to attend to. As she departed, entering her own home, a wave of confusion washed over him. Could she possibly be? With this thought in mind, he followed closely behind. Just as he was about to step through the door, he was unexpectedly confronted by Song Qingcheng, who appeared at the entrance, a smile on his face, but instinctively blocking the way. Seeing this, Song Qingyu's temper flared. Remove your hand. Otherwise, do not blame me for disregarding our brotherly bond. Taken aback by his brother's unyielding demeanor, Song Qingcheng realized that a direct confrontation was futile and resorted to persuasion. Brother, it's not even working hours. There's no need to be so stern. What do you know? With that, Song Qingyu forcefully pushed aside Song Qingcheng's arm, determined to discover Wei Ning'er's intentions. At that moment, his mother and Wei Ning'er emerged from within. Side by side, Mrs. Wang wore a radiant smile, as if she had just received wonderful news, warmly linking arms with Wei Ning'er, their camaraderie suggesting a deep familiarity. This unexpected sight left the two brothers at the door momentarily stunned, completely bewildered by the unfolding events inside. Song Qingyu's confusion deepened. How had Wei Ning'er and his mother grown so close? When had this familiarity blossomed, without his knowledge? He halted, turning to his mother. Mom, when did you two meet? Mrs. Wang, noticing his serious expression, gestured him over. Son, come here. I wish to introduce you to someone. As he approached, he glanced at Anai Jia. Mom, there's no need for introductions. I'm already acquainted with her. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Wang's face lit up with joy. That's splendid. No need for introductions then. She then turned to Anai Jia. Miss Anai, where did you go yesterday? My son and I planned to visit your village, but were unable to find you. Seeing the awkward atmosphere between the two, Mrs. Wang decided not to press further. Well, since you're both old acquaintances, I shan't introduce you. However, son, you must come and see Anai Jia's work. She is truly a prodigious talent in embroidery. With that, she eagerly displayed the exquisite sofa cover crafted by Anai Jia. The cover was a breathtaking sight. Upon unfolding it, one could see a rainbow of colors, and fully opened, it revealed a picturesque rural scene adorned with vibrant flowers and birds. Each character, tree, and plant was rendered with such lifelike detail that it seemed to pulsate with vitality, captivating one's gaze. Such artistry is typically reserved for the walls of a museum. Song Qingcheng gazed at the sofa cover in disbelief, while Song Qingyu's suspicions regarding Anai Jia's true identity intensified. Ordinary individuals could not produce such masterpieces. How had she achieved this? He gently took Wei Ning'er's hand, examining it closely. Her delicate fingers were remarkably fair, her skin seemingly flawless. Such hands were undoubtedly born for embroidery. As she observed, Mrs. Wang nodded in approval. Jia, do you have any plans today? Would you accompany me to the factory? I wish to introduce you to our factory director personally. Wei Ning'er did not expect Mrs. Wang to be so eager, but she acquiesced. If it is convenient for you, Auntie Wang, I would be glad to accompany you, though I fear someone may be unwilling. Her words hinted at deeper implications, yet Mrs. Wang, not one to be easily deterred, cast a knowing glance at her son. Here, I am in charge. Should anyone have objections, they must first pass through me. With curiosity driving him to uncover the secrets surrounding Wei Ning'er and fearing she might create further complications, Song Qingyu quietly unlocked the garage. Within lay a black Santana, standing elegantly like a gentleman awaiting his master's arrival. Wei Ning'er regarded the imposing vehicle with intrigue, her face alight with curiosity. In this time, bicycles were rare, and a Santana was a prized possession. Even Song Qingcheng, who usually concealed his emotions, gazed at the family car with envy, longing to take it for a spin. Yet, this vehicle belonged not to Song Qingyu, but to their father's business, as a factory director required a certain presence when conducting affairs outside the plant. Chapter 62. Rebirth of the Factory Flower in 87. As Song Qingyu took his place in the driver's seat and gently maneuvered the car out, Song Qingcheng could not restrain himself from stepping in front of the vehicle. Brother, you're impressive. You can drive without a word. When will you teach me? Song Qingyu cast a glance at his enthusiastic cousin and replied, "It's a simple matter, but whether you can learn is another question."
Brother, there's no need to belittle me.
Once my high school entrance exams are over, I will have the time to learn. I refuse to believe I can't master it. Song Qingqing's expression was one of deep grievance. After speaking, he cautiously glanced at Wei Ninger, fearing her disdain. He smiled at her, saying, "Ninger, once I learn to drive, I will definitely take you for a spin." The sensation of speeding down the road is simply exhilarating. Wei Ninger nodded in agreement. That sounds wonderful. She had never been in a car before, and seeing their excited expressions made her feel that it must be quite thrilling. However, her enthusiastic agreement did not guarantee an opportunity to experience it. Upon hearing Wei Ning's affirmative response, Song Qingqing's spirit soared. His confidence stemmed from his parents' promise that if he excelled in his studies, they would buy him a car. This indicated his significant standing within his family, which possessed considerable means. At that time, the price of a car equated to several years' worth of income for an ordinary family, making it unattainable for most. Song Qingyu observed his younger brother and Wei Ninger thoughtfully, realizing the depth of his brother's infatuation. He felt it was imperative to keep a watchful eye on him, ensuring that he was not deceived by a girl like Wei Ninger. Such matters were best handled by him alone, he privately mused. As they prepared to leave, Wei Ninger noticed a somewhat familiar object before her. Curiosity piqued. She pointed to a snakeskin bag resting in their yard and asked, "Andy, what is this bag used for? It looks quite distinctive." For reasons unknown, Song Qingyu suddenly sensed a hidden meaning in her words. He discreetly signaled his mother, but to his surprise, Mrs. Wang did not catch his hint and cheerfully responded, "Oh, this is a bag of fruit sent by my relatives from the countryside. You wouldn't believe how delicious those peaches are." Coughing awkwardly, Song Qingyu felt a wave of discomfort. Wei Ninger, still curious, inquired, "Captain Song, is your throat bothering you?" Mrs. Wang looked at her son with mild curiosity. "Qingyu, you seem unusually impatient today." "Don't worry, it won't take much of your time." Throughout the journey, Mrs. Wang dominated the conversation, with Wei Ninger chiming in occasionally, while Song Qingyu remained largely silent. Uncertain if it was merely her imagination, Mrs. Wang felt as though something had transpired between her son and Wei Ninger. Their visit to the textile factory proceeded smoothly, as Mrs. Wang indeed kept her word, showing Wei Ninger around the production workshop and the design room. After a comprehensive tour, she even introduced Wei Ninger to their factory director, and the two engaged in pleasant conversation. The director's response to Wei Ninger's work was similar to Mrs. Wang's. He expressed eagerness for her to consider a position as a designer at their factory. Wei Ninger, however, was primarily focused on balancing her education and earning a living, and thus did not immediately agree, opting for a non-committal response. After she spoke, Song Qingyu glanced at her, initially assuming her interest was solely driven by financial gain. The salary offered by the textile factory was thrice that of her previous job at the brick kiln, which was merely for design work. The additional benefits, including allowances for meals and transportation, as well as summer heat subsidies, could potentially amount to around 1,300 to 1,500 yuan a month. This sum equated to several months' wages from her former job, making her hesitance all the more perplexing. Stopping the car in front of a CAF, Song Qingyu looked at Wei Ninger and asked, "Would you mind joining me for a drink? I would like to have a serious conversation with you." Intrigued by the lively atmosphere emanating from the CAF, which she remembered as a place for singing and socializing, Wei Ninger was curious about Song Qingyu's apparent hostility towards her. Just days prior, he had been quite amiable, discreetly bringing gifts of money and fruit to her home. What was his true intention? "All right, it looks quite appealing. Let's take a look," she replied. Song Qingyu remained silent as he parked the car and led her inside. Upon entering, they were greeted by the sight of a young woman singing and dancing, dressed in revealing attire, attracting notable attention. Others were seated, enjoying drinks and conversations in the spacious venue. Choosing a private room, Song Qingyu picked up the menu to order. To his surprise, the CAF was bustling with patrons. Noticing Wei Ninger's curious demeanor, he felt a surge of protectiveness as several men cast overt glances her way. Irritated by the attention she garnered, he pulled her arm, saying, "What are you doing, counting bricks?" He ushered her into a small room, shutting the door behind them, thus enveloping them in a cocoon of quiet. The sudden silence caught Wei Ninger off guard. Observing the serious expression on the man across from her as he flipped through a notebook, she asked, "Captain Song, did that sound a bit jealous? Did someone upset you?" She looked at him with feigned innocence, as if unaware of anything amiss. "No," he replied, looking up at her and pushing the menu toward her. "Take a look and see if there's anything you'd like to eat." Scanning the colorful menu, Wei Ninger suggested, "How about a cup of peach juice? Yesterday, a kind soul left a bag of peaches at my doorstep. To be honest, they were quite delicious." In truth, Wei Ninger had not touched the peaches and had instructed her younger siblings not to either. Until the origin of the items was clarified, nothing should be disturbed. Chapter 63, Rebirth of the Factory Flower. Upon hearing this, Song Qingyu lightly raised his thick, sword-like eyebrows. His long fingers glided over the drink menu, and he ordered a glass of orange soda for Wei Ninger, saying, "You should have this. Its flavor is quite delightful. I've heard that the others are merely brewed with brown sugar." He spoke as though he were quite knowledgeable about the matter. "It seems you frequent this place often," Wei Ninger remarked, gazing at the man across from her, perplexed by his apparent concern over her choice of peach juice, as if those two words had struck a nerve. Song Qingyu promptly refuted her assumption. "You've misjudged me. This is my first visit here. However, I have been to similar establishments while on assignments." "So that's how it is," Wei Ninger nodded. The two sat facing each other, the atmosphere somewhat awkward. Fortunately, it wasn't too long before a waitress entered, carrying a tray laden with a few items: a bottle of ice-cold beer, a glass of orange soda, and a plate of sunflower seeds, which included several bags of preserved plums. "Please enjoy, and let us know if you need anything else," the waitress, a woman in her 30s, said, casting a lingering glance at the attractive pair. "Please ensure the door is closed when you leave," Song Qingyu instructed. "Of course." The waitress glanced back at him as she exited. "Drink up. Your lips must be parched," Song Qingyu said as he picked up the bottle opener from the plate and uncapped Wei Ninger's soda. He opened his chilled beer and took a hearty swig. Wei Ninger was bemused by his choice to drink cold beer. Did he harbor some resentment? "What are you drinking beer for when there's neither liquor nor food?" She pondered, then quickly rose to the service counter to order him a plate of peanuts. She placed the dish before him, but he ignored it, downing nearly half the bottle in one go. After consuming the cold beer, his inner turmoil seemed to dissipate considerably. "I feel as if I can no longer comprehend you," Song Qingyu mused. "What do you mean?" Wei Ninger asked, nibbling on her peanuts and savoring the sweet aroma of orange soda. "Speak plainly. What is your true intention behind this?" "You ensnared my cousin under the guise of a student, approached my mother through embroidery, successfully capturing her attention. In the kiln factory, you've become a newsworthy figure. I must admit, your skills are rather impressive." "I don't understand what you're saying," Wei Ninger replied, sensing that Song Qingyu had been in the team for too long, viewing everyone with suspicion. "You don't understand? Allow me to remind you. Where do you find the audacity to demand 5,000 from Song Tingting? Your methods against Shun Chong seem premeditated. Such schemes are not typically conceived by a mere young girl." Wei Ninger met his gaze, her eyes betraying no hint of panic. She leisurely sipped her orange soda and continued, "What if I told you these ideas are entirely my own? Have you ever heard of the 36 stratagems? I wonder if you're familiar with the 4th and 7th stratagems: to wait at ease for the labor of others and to create something from nothing. Thus, I will not show leniency to the wolves that have tormented me. Are you implying you've done a good deed?" After they exited, she took the initiative to settle the bill, not wishing to owe anyone a favor. After paying, she found that only a few coins remained in her pocket, leaving it emptier than a mere t-shirt pocket. He felt as though he had struck a punch into a mound of cotton. What exactly did this woman want? Song Qingyu drove away, fully expecting to encounter Wei Ninger along the way. However, to his surprise, he saw no sign of her until he arrived home, as if she had vanished from the world. Upon reaching the factory, he sought out Song Tingting, only to be informed that she had not yet arrived for work. Shun Chong had also taken a sick leave, all due to that troublemaker Ni-Jia. Song Qingyu felt a vague sense of discomfort, unable to articulate what was amiss. During lunch, he spotted Li Wenyuan, who eagerly approached him. "Captain Song, why hasn't he and Ni-Jia reported for work today?" she inquired. Unaware of the agreement between Song Tingting and Ni-Jia, She has chosen not to return, Song Qingyu replied curtly.
Why?
Did you dismiss her? Captain, I must say, Anai Jia is truly exceptional, diligent, and responsible. If anyone should be dismissed, it should be me. Li Wenyuan's voice trembled with emotion, lamenting the lost opportunity to bond with Wei Ninger before it had even begun. What happened? Don't overthink it. She made this choice herself.
Ah.
Li Wenyuan's jaw dropped in surprise. Noticing her astonishment, Song Qingyu added, since you're so eager to know the reason, why not ask her after work? Li Wenyuan felt compelled to express her gratitude to Anai Jia, who had assisted her immensely the previous day. Right, I'll go to her house after work. What should I bring? She murmured as she walked away, deep in thought. Song Qingyu watched her, momentarily dazed. This Li Wenyuan, once an adversary of Wei Ninger, now seemed to have been won over. What was the true nature of Anai Jia? That day, Song Qingyu drifted through his hours, utterly unaware of his own actions. His mind consumed with thoughts of Anai Jia. The name that echoed most in the factory was also Anai Jia's, and it felt as though his head might explode. After work, he found himself inexplicably drawn to the Xinhua bookstore. The small storefront was filled with a myriad of books. He walked directly to the section on ancient texts, his fingers skimming the shelves until he stumbled upon the 36 stratagems. The book stated, the 4th stratagem is to wait at ease for the labor of others. The 7th is to create something from nothing. What a notion! To create something from nothing, to wait at ease for the labor of others. Could it be that having suffered enough, she had finally begun to strike back? Yet, he had not noticed any signs of such intelligence before. It seemed she had suddenly transformed into someone astute. Song Qingyu was left in a state of perplexity. Chapter 64. Rebirth of the Factory Flower in 87A. Such a long journey completed in less than 20 minutes. Indeed, this spring possesses miraculous properties. I wonder what the effects would be if one were to bathe in this water. Yet, a sense of fear lingers within her, fearing that Wei Ninger might expose her. After all, her life is far more precious than money. Wei Ninger glanced at Song Tingting, noticing the fatigue etched on her face, which, despite the powder she applied, could not conceal her exhaustion, likely a result of sleeplessness the previous night. I have a piece of advice for you. Shen Chong is not your true soulmate. Keep your distance from him as much as possible, she cautioned. Song Tingting merely scoffed. My affairs are none of your concern. She resolved never to return to this place, as it represented the greatest humiliation of her life. Judge this money? Anai Chung inquired, eyeing the large bundle filled with green bills, an amount he had never encountered before. Wei Ninger, aware of the substantial sum, directly handed 500 to her brother and the same to her sister-in-law, storing the remainder in the system's repository for her future business endeavors. Judge, you have finally come to your senses, she affirmed. Indeed, I share the same sentiment. I will support you in whatever you choose to do. Yang Chui, busy in the kitchen preparing lunch, chimed in, finding merit in Wei Ninger's words. Anai Chung cast a sidelong glance at his wife, remarking, with you as the elder, it's remarkable how quickly the bad behaviors are learned. Yang Chui retorted, yes, you uphold the law and behave as a good citizen, yet when we are on the brink of starvation, who will offer you a morsel of food or lend us any money? She continued, did you not notice how Song Tingting, who previously ignored us, had to obediently part with her money today? This is what we call a financial loss that averts disaster. I find it quite gratifying. She then gave Wei Ninger an encouraging glance. Seeing his wife and sister-in-law in such a harmonious exchange, Anai Chung felt a pang of astonishment. His once shy sister, who had been like a timid rabbit, pale and frightened by any commotion, oblivious to the world beyond her books, seemed to have transformed entirely. Judge, let me tell you, even in the pursuit of wealth, we must tread cautiously. Such quick money is something we should avoid in the future, he advised. Noticing her brother's rising irritation, Wei Ninger softened her tone. Brother, she is merely seeking solace through her wealth. If I were to bring her to justice, 5,000 would hardly suffice. Do you understand how grave the charge of intentional homicide is? Anai Chung contemplated his sister's words, recognizing their validity. If they pursued legal action with so many witnesses present, Song Tingting would undoubtedly face imprisonment. Very well, just this once. But are we truly preparing to open a restaurant? he questioned, uncertain of his sister's intentions. Yes. I will rent a storefront tomorrow. If our business flourishes, we can convert the second floor into living quarters, making it easier for Daba and Erbao to attend school. Yang Chui wholeheartedly agreed, recalling the difficulties they faced crossing the river when it rained, the water rising perilously and making their journey arduous.
Yang Kuye.
Declare that as long as Jejia secures the shop at the school gate, I will comply with whatever she asks of me. And Ching shot a look at his wife. You certainly adapt quickly to changing winds. She may be young and inexperienced, but that does not mean you should encourage her recklessness. Jejia's pursuits are those of an adult. Are you suggesting that I simply stand by and allow her to squander our resources? Silenced and unable to counter her husband's logic, and Ching ultimately conceded, fine. I will follow your lead. Thus, their plans were set in motion. Wei Ning'e awaited the growth of her homegrown vegetables while preparing for her upcoming exams. The shop had already been rented and was undergoing simple renovations, as Ching noted that they could manage the work themselves without hiring anyone. Since they were operating a small establishment, as long as it remained clean and functional, they would make do. Wei Ning'er's vision was to offer a signature dish of boiling fish alongside barbecued delights. In the mornings, they could prepare tea eggs, steamed buns, porridge, and pickled vegetables, providing students with a quick breakfast before school. After classes, they could enjoy convenient barbecue options, while the signature boiling fish would cater to those dining in. Jejia, do you think this plan will work? Yang Chui, with her usual exuberance, was filled with excitement yet apprehensive about the venture. In stark contrast to Wei Ning'er's calm demeanor, she felt a flutter of anxiety in her heart. Sister-in-law, rest assured, we are not merely seeking a day's business. We aspire for longevity in this enterprise. Our principles hinge on quality products, affordable prices, and attentive service. Remember these 11 words, and we will succeed. With Wei Ning'er's confidence, Yang Chui felt a wave of optimism wash over her, nodding in agreement. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. Focus on your studies, should anyone seek fish. I will alert you. In the following days, Wei Ning'er would rise early, armed with her fishing rod. Within mere hours, she would catch several large catfish or grass carp, occasionally reeling in a few small crucian carp. Regrettably, Pudding was still asleep, blissfully unaware of her chatter. Chapter 65. Rebirth of the Factory Bell. In 87, Wei Ning'er has honed her fishing skills remarkably well. Whenever she catches a sizable fish, she hands it over to the store, while she cleans and prepares the smaller crucian carp, skewering them with bamboo sticks to roast. Once grilled, she places them under the sun to dry, making them not only visually appealing but also fragrant. These delicacies are all meant for Pudding, as she believes in keeping her promises. The new shop rented by the Ni siblings boasts a prime location, featuring a spacious storefront of several dozen square meters, complemented by a kitchen and dining area that can accommodate numerous tables. Remarkably, there is also a small courtyard at the back. Ni Chung, showing great diligence, managed to clear a patch of land within half a day. Following his sister's suggestion, he decided to plant some vegetables and flowers in the courtyard. Prior to their tenancy, the space had been occupied by a filthy snack shop, with the backyard overflowing with garbage and leftover food. After a thorough cleaning, the place transformed completely. The second floor, including a balcony and 3 rooms, measures approximately 90 square meters and is now ready for habitation. The elder brother and sister-in-law, taken aback by such a substantial investment, expressed their reluctance to spend money while secretly feeling quite pleased. Unbeknownst to them, Ni Jia has unwittingly become the head of the household, making decisions on significant matters. With Ni Chung following her lead, Yang Chui has also softened her demeanor, speaking with newfound confidence, yet she treats Wei Ning'er with utmost courtesy. Wei Ning'er, after all, is working for the benefit of their entire family. As long as they manage the business diligently, what more could they ask for? They decided to name their new snack shop after themselves, calling it Jia Chung Snack Restaurant. To their surprise, business flourished right from the opening day, with a generous discount of 15%. Such a deal had never been offered before in this area, and although the brother and sister-in-law were hesitant, they couldn't resist Wei Ning'er's persuasion. The local residents, known for their simplicity, appreciate quality food at reasonable prices. Once they develop a favorable impression, they are likely to return as loyal customers. The complimentary pickles were an overwhelming hit, nearly overwhelming the entrance with eager patrons. Witnessing this success, Yang Cui, while collecting payments, couldn't contain her joy, exclaiming, "Oh, Jia, you are truly remarkable. If only we had made more pickles." Wei Ninger smiled gently and replied, "Sister-in-law, this is merely the beginning." Yang Cui, ever enthusiastic, lavished praise upon her, and as the supply of pickles dwindled, she enlisted Ai Chung to help gather cabbage from their garden during their free time. "De Chung, Cui, your family has struck it rich. Renting such a large shop. Surely your parents sent you money?" Their neighbors, suddenly overly friendly, bombarded them with inquiries, yet the couple maintained an air of mystery, evading the questions. The neighbors, ever curious, pressed on, determined to uncover the truth behind the Ni family's sudden windfall, but the couple remained steadfast in their silence. "Aunt Yang, do you need more staff at your restaurant? I could lend a hand. I wouldn't ask for much. Just a meal would suffice." Yang Cui, not easily fooled, thought to herself, "Heavens! Are you planning to sneak in to learn the trade? I know your son and daughter-in-law run their own eatery. Aunt Wang, your son and daughter are already business owners. You should enjoy your ease instead of working." Meanwhile, Wei Ninger was diligently studying, having practiced her writing for several days. Despite possessing the memories of the original owner, Ai Jia, she struggled with the correct writing posture. It took her several days to write seamlessly with a ballpoint pen. After completing a piece, her hand felt nearly cramped. "Indeed, nothing comes without effort," she mused, shaking her slightly sore hand. Just then, she received a notification from her system regarding her crops ready for harvest. She had planted cucumbers and eggplants, and, to her delight, they were ready to be picked sooner than expected. Cautiously, she entered the system warehouse and selected harvest. The eggplants and cucumbers appeared significantly larger and more vibrant than those typically grown in the fields, presenting a most enticing sight. Curious about the taste, she pondered aloud as she held the freshly harvested vegetables. At that moment, a few individuals approached the entrance of her restaurant. "Dad, Mom, there's a new little eatery that just opened, and I hear the food is quite good. Shall we go in and try it?" Today marked Old Song's discharge from the hospital. His health had not improved, yet the confinement had become unbearable, prompting him to insist on leaving. For reasons unknown, upon seeing the name Jia Chung, Song Qingyu felt an overwhelming urge to dine there. Old Song, noticing the restaurant served fish, felt his interest piqued. However, Mrs. Wang disagreed, observing, "Old Song, don't indulge yourself. The doctor specifically warned you against spicy food. This restaurant's dishes appear quite fiery." Indeed, the air was filled with a tantalizing spicy aroma. Old Song, undeterred, pulled his wife aside and pleaded, "Just this once. You have no idea how torturous my days have been in the hospital. I feel as though I am suffocating." Without awaiting his wife's consent, he called out loudly, "Is anyone there? We're here to eat." Chapter 66, Rebirth of the Factory Flower in 87. Upon hearing voices outside, Wei Ninger promptly set her book aside and stepped out, instinctively greeting them with, "Welcome. What would you like to eat?" However, her demeanor faltered when she caught sight of the young man leading the group. Seeing the impeccably dressed Mrs. Wang, her expression brightened immediately. "Aunt Wang, what a surprise to see you." Mrs. Wang glanced at her son, contemplative, realizing that the unusual behavior of her child today might be due to his knowledge of Ai Jia's presence here. With a smile, she replied, "I just heard Qingyu mention that a new fish restaurant had opened, so I decided to check it out. What a coincidence." "Ah, and who might you be?" Noticing her husband was unfamiliar with Ai Jia, Mrs. Wang took the liberty to introduce her. "Ai Jia is quite a talented young lady. She used to work at your factory. It seems she has ventured out on her own now, even turning down a designer position at our factory." Wei Ninger chuckled modestly. "Aunt Wang, you flatter me. I hardly feel deserving of such praise, especially since I am currently preparing for exams. However, I would be more than happy to assist in any way." Mrs. Wang's interest piqued immediately. "Could you perhaps help me with some designs and offer some suggestions?" "Of course. Wonderful. That puts my mind at ease. I shall bring over some samples tomorrow for your reference." Director Song, observing the exchange between his wife and Wei Ninger, suddenly recalled her. His wife had been raving about the talented, beautiful girl who used to work for him. Intrigued, he inquired, What delectable dishes do you have today? Please serve us. Mrs. Wang quickly cautioned, make sure it's not too spicy. Just a taste will suffice for today. Knowing Director Song's health was fragile, Wei Ning'e prepared a non-spicy fish dish. When Song Qingyu entered and silently perused the menu, she worried that he might inadvertently say something inappropriate. You are esteemed guests. Your presence here brings me great joy. Allow me to treat you today, Wei Ning'e declared, presenting her homemade pickles and a small plate of aromatic peanuts, followed by placing the menu before them. The restaurant specialized in fish dishes, and once the fish was finished, diners would enjoy hot pot with vegetables. As Song Qingyu meticulously examined the menu, he noted the variety offered. Are you planning to make a fish hot pot? Wei Ning'e nodded, explaining. I learned about this style of dining from a friend, and I found it quite convenient to prepare. In truth, this method had long been popular in the palace. However, dining there involved many intricacies, typically with each person having their own small pot and a plethora of condiments, alongside an array of appetizers. Here, however, communal dining was favored, with large bowls or platters shared among all. Initially, she found it a bit overwhelming, but soon adapted and even came to relish the lively atmosphere of a full table. Have you ever been to the Northeast? Song Qingyu asked. Wei Ning'e, puzzled, replied, No, I haven't. Why do you ask? Just curious, he murmured, falling silent. It dawned on him that while such dining styles were rare here, they were commonplace in the North, where hearty stews like chicken with mushrooms, potatoes with vermicelli, and cabbage with pork were often prepared in communal pots. With the cold climate of the Northeast, winters felt interminably long, while the weather in southern Anhui was stifling in July. Yet, as they sat together, the atmosphere was comfortable, with a fan generating a refreshing breeze, a hint of coolness wafting through the living room. Wei Ning'e served them 2 bottles of chilled beer. Today, she had shed her heavy work attire, her dark hair braided neatly at the side, giving her a strikingly elegant appearance. Clad in a simple sleeveless shirt and a knee-length skirt, her long legs were tastefully displayed. Song Qingyu, feeling a flush of embarrassment for his wandering gaze, gulped down a large portion of his beer and nearly choked. Mrs. Wang shot her son a disapproving glance. Qingyu, take your time with the drinks. It's not every day you get to spend time with your father. Director Song, observant as always, noted his son's unusual interest in a girl, which made him chuckle inwardly. Lifting his glass, he jested, No worries. We all have our youthful indiscretions. I once downed 5 bottles in a single go for a bet and nearly faced dire consequences. Mrs. Wang, incensed, retorted, And you dare speak of that? It was all for a woman, wasn't it? Song Qingyu caught the underlying tone and inquired, Dad, perhaps you were quite the charmer in your youth, were you not? Let us not discuss drinking in front of the children, Director Song said, feeling a tinge of embarrassment as he caught a glimpse of the busy figure in the kitchen, a sense of familiarity washing over him. Chapter 67. Rebirth of the Factory Flower. In 87, Song Qingyu silently glanced at his usually composed mother, noticing a slight change in her expression when the subject of that woman arose. Wei Ning'e was busy inside and did not hear their conversation. The fish was already cooked. She brought the pot of soup to the table, needing to tend to the stove to keep it simmering. Could you assist me with something? Wei Ning'e inquired, noticing someone seated idly as she repeatedly ran back and forth due to an overwhelming amount of ingredients. Of course, Song Qingyu replied, unexpectedly feeling a wave of joy wash over him, dispelling the pent-up frustration he had carried for days. As he stood up, a hint of a smile appeared at the corners of Mrs. Wang's mouth as she observed Wei Ning'e's retreating figure. Do you find this girl somewhat familiar? Director Song cast a glance at his wife. After all these years, what more was there to say? Besides, they were now out of touch. Why harbor jealousy? Mrs. Wang sighed softly, responding, You're not still lamenting, are you? What are you talking about? Song retorted, taking a swig of wine that swirled in his mouth, leaving a subtle astringency as it slid down his throat. He turned his gaze forward, faintly recalling the days when the 4 of them had been together in school. In their school, there were 2 girls and 2 boys, all performing admirably academically. Initially, Song had taken a liking to Shin Chen, who, however, had an affinity for the more reserved Ni Jianshu. Wang Lining had always held feelings for Song from the start. When Song Yi boldly declared his affection for Shin Chen, Wang Lining chose to conceal her emotions, silently watching from the sidelines. This intricate web of relationships, coupled with their entangled lives, left many matters unresolved by the time they graduated. They went their separate ways after successfully enrolling in their desired schools. Due to family circumstances, Song Yi was sent to a party school, while Wang Lining, also with familial connections, enrolled in the same institution. Shin Chen, unable to afford the hefty tuition, attended a distant vocational school, whereas Ni Jianshu pursued his studies in the provincial capital. The friendship among the four seemed to come to an abrupt halt. Unexpectedly, Ni Jianshu, who had remained in the provincial capital for his studies, transferred to the city, where Shin Chen was studying for his internship. Upon learning this, Song Yi felt a surge of anxiety and penned several heartfelt letters to Shin Chen. By the time he discovered their news, Ni Jianshu and Shin Chen had quietly obtained a marriage certificate. At their wedding banquet, Song Yi and Ni Jianshu began a spirited drinking contest. That evening, both ended up in the hospital, with Ni Jianshu nearly suffering from alcohol poisoning. In the following days, Song Yi sank into a profound despondency. Later, under intense pressure from both families, he married Wang Lining, and 9 months later, they welcomed Song Qingyu's elder brother, Song Qingfeng. As time flowed, the river of memory, once opened, could not be dammed. Song Yi found himself unconsciously observing Wei Ninger, increasingly sensing her familiarity. "Your culinary skills are quite impressive. Who taught you?" Song Yi inquired absent-mindedly. "Oh, I learned from my sister-in-law. I was worried I wouldn't cook it well, so I hope you all don't mind," she replied. "Sister-in-law? So you have an elder brother? Is there anyone else in your family?" Song Qingyu remained silent, savoring the fish while contemplating the moments shared with Wei Ninger in the small kitchen, where words were unnecessary to understand each other's thoughts. He could no longer contain himself. Finally speaking up, "About that, Ni Jia, I was wrong the other day to lose my temper. You're not still upset with me, are you?" Wei Ninger, aware of his pride, chuckled. "If I were angry with you, would I have invited you to enjoy this fish today? Though I do regret not adding some chili and vinegar to your bowl. Would you dare?" He retorted, suddenly realizing he had misspoken. Wei Ninger, with her sparkling eyes, asked, "What did you just say?" "Oh, I said nothing. I'll take the dishes out now," he stammered. "All right." As Song Qingyu turned away in a fluster, Wei Ninger couldn't help but smile subtly, having caught his words. "Jia, why don't you join us for a meal?" Mrs. Wang suggested, noting that Wei Ninger had been busy for quite some time, and the shop was relatively empty. "No, you all eat. I'll prepare a couple more dishes for you," she insisted. "Thank you for your hard work," Mrs. Wang replied. "It's no trouble, it will be ready shortly." Mrs. Wang was taken aback by her son's unexpected politeness, nearly dropping her chopsticks in astonishment. Wei Ninger proceeded to prepare scrambled eggs with cucumber and braised eggplant, utilizing ingredients she had harvested from the system. Eager to test the flavors with everyone present, it was essential for the guests to affirm the taste, not merely her own judgment. These were simple, home-cooked dishes. As Wei Ninger gathered the ingredients, the cooking process and timing automatically flooded her mind. After days of preparing fish and various home-style meals, she had amassed considerable experience. She cracked 3 fresh eggs, all from the family's own hens, their yolks gleaming golden. As she heated a small amount of canola oil in the pan, she poured in the beaten eggs, stirring until they congealed and were plated. Fresh cucumber strips were cleaned and sliced into uniform, thin pieces, lightly salted for about half a minute to enhance their crispness. She added half a chopped green pepper, sauteed ing until the skin turned translucent, then tossed in the cucumber slices and stirred vigorously. When nearly cooked, a splash of cooking wine was added, followed by the scrambled eggs. Continuing to stir before seasoning with salt. Lowering the heat, she gave it a few more stirs before serving. "Quite impressive," she remarked, admiring the beautiful presentation of the dish. Chapter 68. Rebirth of the Factory Flower in 87. As Wei Ninger beheld the fragrant stir-fried eggs with cucumber before her, she noted with delight that the system had awarded her a score of 98, indicating a significant improvement in her culinary skills. Subsequently, she realized her system points had increased slightly. Evidently, preparing a dish with a commendable score also granted her additional points. Energized by this revelation, She resolved to diligently prepare her next dish. The oil-braised eggplant required considerable effort, primarily due to the necessity for precise heat control, skilled knife work, and an adequate amount of oil without excess. Achieving a balance of richness without greasiness demanded meticulous attention. Additionally, selecting the right minced meat and the appropriate chopped chili peppers required careful consideration. This dish posed a greater challenge in terms of both cooking technique and seasoning compared to the stir-fried eggs with cucumber. Fortunately, with her system assistance and her own culinary progress, she was able to manage the dish, which took her approximately 10 minutes to complete, although she felt somewhat underprepared according to the system's standards. If the oil-braised eggplant were to be served in a high-heat iron plate or clay pot, it would not only retain heat and moisture but also enhance the overall temperature of the dish, resulting in a more tender and flavorful eggplant. The sensation of enjoying such a dish would evoke the warmth of a hot pot in winter or the cool delight of ice cream in summer. Oil-braised eggplant is ready. Everyone come and taste, Wei Ninger announced with a radiant smile as she presented the dish. All right, let me have a taste, said Director Song, whose stern demeanor belied a kind-hearted nature. He had already caught a whiff of the enticing aroma while Wei Ninger was cooking and was now eager to sample her creation. Be careful, it's hot, Wei Ninger cautioned. Despite her warning, Director Song fell victim to the heat, burning his mouth slightly, yet he could not help but praise the dish. Delicious, truly exquisite, he exclaimed. He felt that this dish surpassed any he had previously tasted in fine dining establishments. Even the usually picky Mrs. Wang, after sampling Wei Ningyo's 2 home-cooked dishes, could not help but commend her skills. Who would have thought Jia's culinary talent was so remarkable? She truly possesses a discerning mind and excels at everything she undertakes. After tasting her dishes, Song Qingyu smiled, realizing they had made the right choice coming here, lest they miss out on such delightful flavors. In high spirits, the father and son duo each enjoyed a bottle of beer, finishing it without a hint of redness on their faces, appearing as composed as ever. Upon finishing the meal, Director Song insisted on paying, but Wei Ninger declined. If you enjoyed the meal, please help promote my little shop in the future. I still owe you quite a few favors, she said, glancing at Song Qingyu, who was looking back at her, their eyes momentarily locking before they quickly averted their gazes. Take care, Director and Aunt Wang. Wei Ninger bid them farewell as she escorted the trio to the door. Once outside, Director Song turned to Song Qingyu and remarked, Xiuyu, I've heard that you and Jia are quite close. This girl is exceptional. You should lend her a hand in the future. Having benefited from her hospitality. I understand, Dad, Song Qingyu replied, feeling compelled to add, but Mom and Dad, don't you think this girl is quite astute? With just one meal, she has won you both over. Upon hearing this, the 3 shared a knowing smile. Indeed, it seems so. However, I appreciate her straightforwardness, Mrs. Wang said to her son. Tell me, Xiuyu, is there something you're hiding from your parents regarding this girl? No, what could there possibly be? We are merely colleagues, he insisted firmly, though as he walked behind them, a slight smile crept onto his lips. Initially, he thought he would be out of breath after a few steps, yet to his surprise, Director Song felt invigorated as they neared home. Originally, Song Qingyu had offered to drive, but he had insisted on walking instead. Seeing this, Mrs. Wang expressed her concern. Old Song, you're not feeling unwell, are you? You should get in the car. However, Director Song waved his hand dismissively. No, I feel great. I'm brimming with energy. Hearing his father mention feeling warm and full of vigor, Song Qingyu felt an inexplicable warmth in his own heart, as if an unseen energy coursed through him. To his astonishment, later that evening, Director Song declared he was hungry, prompting Mrs. Wang to prepare a late-night snack. The father and son each devoured a generous bowl of rice. Noticing her husband's hearty appetite, Mrs. Wang chuckled in surprise. Old Song, why do I feel like your appetite has surged today? At the hospital you could barely finish half a bowl. Director Song, oblivious to any other reason, responded with a grin. That's because this is your cooking, he sighed. There's south no place like home. After the Song family departed, Wei Ninger took the 2 home-cooked dishes she had prepared, serving herself a small portion of each. She was eager to sample the flavors. She first picked up a piece of the stir-fried eggs with cucumber. Upon tasting it, she found the flavor delightful. combining the crispness of the cucumber with the savory essence of the eggs, a veritable feast for the palate. However, she considered it rather ordinary. Yet, as she finished her meal, a line of text suddenly appeared before her eyes. Stir-fried eggs with cucumber extracted 1 point of spiritual energy. Astonished, she pondered whether the infusion of spiritual energy from the spring had contributed to this phenomenon. Blinking in confusion, she took another generous bite, chewing a few times before swallowing, only to see the message indicate she had extracted 1.5 points of spiritual energy. Intrigued, she decided to test the oil-braised eggplant, finding that each bite also registered a point extraction, albeit a mere 0.1. She soon realized that the lower value stemmed from her not chewing sufficiently before swallowing. Curious if her culinary creations would yield similar effects for her pet pudding, she called out to the slumbering creature, placing the dishes before it yielded no response. Did she need to wait until the spiritual herbs were cultivated for it to partake? Thus, Wei Ninger scattered many seeds in the spiritual field and her small garden, eager to experiment with the efficacy of the spiritual spring on these vegetables. Most importantly, she knew that their shop's signature dishes must not falter. Chapter 69 Rebirth of the Factory Flower. In 87 In the silence of the night, Wei Ninger immersed herself in her studies until the late hours, diligently preparing for the impending examination in just 2 days. The assessment was merely a series of fundamental questions. Mastering the essential content from her textbooks would suffice for success. However, Wei Ninger believed that it was prudent to memorize a bit more, for even a top student like her could not afford to fail the examination without facing immense embarrassment. Before retiring for the night, she cast a glance at the herbs she had cultivated, delighting in the sight of their lush green growth. The display beside the herbs indicated that the harvesting time was just 1 day away. Elated, she gently touched the plants, envisioning pudding joyfully clutching the herbs and munching on them. How wonderful it would be to harvest them tomorrow. However, upon reviewing the instructions, she learned that these herbs could not be consumed directly. They required either crushing or combining with other herbs to be transformed into medicinal elixirs. The simplest method was to crush them, though such a process would significantly diminish their potency. Lacking any foundational knowledge in potion making, she would have to wait for pudding to awaken. At dawn the following day, Wei Ninger returned to her usual fishing spot. Coincidentally, a large reservoir lay just over 2 miles from their town, unclaimed by any individual, making it her preferred fishing location. Yet, a worry tugged at her mind. What if she was unable to supply fish at home during the examination? This issue needed urgent resolution. If necessary, she would have to resort to purchasing wild fish from the market. As she cast her fishing rod into the water, a bun in her mouth and a book in hand, she was wholly absorbed in her studies, refusing to waste a moment. So engrossed was she in her reading that she failed to notice the presence of another person nearby, who was also fishing silently. Suddenly, the tranquility was shattered by a loud splash, revealing that the stranger had caught an impressive quantity of fish. Clad in a black cap and a dark shirt with its collar turned up, the man obscured most of his face, rendering his features unrecognizable. He remained silent, and Wei Ninger had no grounds to ask him to leave, particularly in such a public space where anyone was free to fish. After a while, feeling disheartened by her lack of success, Wei Ninger sighed softly. Unexpectedly, another splash echoed nearby as the man reeled in a rare black fish. Strangely, it seemed as though the fish in the reservoir were drawn to him, as if responding to a silent call. Wei Ninger sat there for over an hour, and based on her usual luck, she should have caught at least 4 or 5 fish, yet today she had only landed 1 small fish, hardly enough for a meal. Resigned, she contemplated heading to the market. As she stood to leave, she shot a discontented glance at the man, blaming him for her misfortune. If he hadn't appeared so suddenly, she might have had a better haul. Just as she prepared to depart, the stranger began to reel in his line as well. A few steps later, she realized he was following closely behind her, causing a wave of anxiety to wash over her. Could it be that she was being pursued? With her striking beauty and the distance from town, one could easily speculate malicious intent. Alarmed, she quickened her pace, only to find that he mirrored her speed. Her heart raced in her chest, and in a moment of panic, she darted behind a large tree, hoping to evade him. He was a fair distance behind, and she thought it unlikely that he would catch up. Just then, Someone unexpectedly tapped her shoulder. Startled, Wei Ninger let out a shriek, only to turn and find Song Qingyu's handsome and clean-cut face. "What are you doing here?" she questioned, scanning her surroundings for the strange man. Relieved to see he was not in pursuit, she instinctively patted her chest to calm her racing heart. "I was going to ask you the same thing," Song Qingyu replied, curiosity evident in his gaze. "Have you seen a strange man in a hat around here?" "No, I just arrived," she replied. "I thought I saw someone ahead that resembled you, so I followed." "You weren't frightened, were you?" Noticing the sweat beading on her forehead and her pale complexion, he kindly offered her a clean handkerchief. Wei Ninger instinctively took it to wipe her brow and accepted the bottle of water he handed her. Taking a few sips before realizing her behavior was somewhat inappropriate, her cheeks flushing slightly. Stepping out from behind the tree, she checked her fishing basket, only to find that her catch had mysteriously vanished. The basket was tilted, the opening ajar, and it was no surprise that the fish had escaped. "Today truly is unfortunate," she lamented. "Not only did I catch no fish, but the one I did catch has also disappeared." Song Qingyu, appearing far more composed, inquired, "Is it that all the fish in your shop are caught by you? Do you know of a place where the fishing is quite good?" "Where?" Wei Ninger wondered, eager to find a reliable source of supply. "There, where there are fish as well as eels, crabs, and shrimp. Would you like me to take you there? If you like the taste, you can consider making a purchase." Wei Ninger eagerly agreed, spreading her hands in a gesture of helplessness. "Do I have any other options with my hands empty like this?" Song Qingyu couldn't help but smile at her adorable demeanor. Intrigued by his rare smile, she glanced at him, only to find his expression returning to its previous seriousness. Internally, she couldn't help but comment on how quickly his mood shifted. "Did you come by bike?" he asked, catching her gaze. "Yes," she nodded, initially unaware of why he didn't drive to work. She later discovered the charm of cycling, connecting with nature and maintaining fitness. Moreover, bicycles could traverse almost any terrain, even where roads were non-existent. "Shall we ride together?" Song Qingyu suggested, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. Without hesitation, Wei Ninger smiled and nodded. "Sure." Seeing her radiant smile made his heart skip a beat. However, unbeknownst to them, misfortune seemed to be lingering over Wei Ninger, for when she approached her bicycle, she discovered that her tire was flat. Her face fell in despair. "How can today be so unlucky? First, I encounter a lunatic while fishing, and now my tire is flat." Chapter 70, Rebirth. As the factory flower of 87. As Song Qingyu crouched down, an inexplicable flicker of joy surged within him. Was this a chance crafted by the heavens just for him? Astonishingly, his previously tranquil heart began to ripple with extraordinary emotions because of a certain someone. With his eyes shut, he envisioned her luminous dark eyes and her slender, delicate hands. He marveled at how her waist was so slender that he yearned to embrace her tightly from behind. He pondered whether this sensation could be labeled as love. Nonetheless, every moment he wished to catch a glimpse of Wei Ninger. Being a rational individual, Song Qingyu was resolute in his pursuit once he had identified his goal. Thus, after inquiring about Wei Ninger's daily itinerary from Nicheng, he made his way to the reservoir on the back mountain, hoping for a serendipitous encounter. And fate smiled upon him as they crossed paths. Later, he suggested that Wei Ninger accompany him to visit a friend's place to see some fish. This notion was spontaneous, but it was not mere chatter. One of his classmates indeed specialized in selling fish and crabs. He intended to have his friend offer a favorable price to Wei Ninger, which could foster a mutually beneficial long-term collaboration. Observing the wheels of Wei Ninger's bike, he idly inspected the tire. To his surprise, he exclaimed at her impressive biking skills and gave her a thumbs up. Wei Ninger, puzzled, stared at him for a moment before he suddenly pulled a sharp stone, about the length of half a finger, from the tire. The stone was small yet exceedingly sharp, leaving Wei Ninger bewildered. "Strange, I didn't see the stone while riding. How did it puncture my tire?" she remarked, pouting slightly in surprise. "Indeed, it is curious. Why did that stone choose to lodge itself in your tire?" Song Qingyu mused, noticing her displeasure. He then stood up and patted his bike's rear seat, suggesting, "How about I give you a ride?" At this juncture, he saw no alternative. Wei Ninger did not expect her luck to be so poor today. She only hoped Song Qingyu was not exaggerating and was eager to assess the quality of the fish he had mentioned. They set off together, engaging in light conversation as they walked. The morning air was not overly warm, accompanied by a gentle breeze that felt quite pleasant. Albeit it was an overcast day with no rain yet. Surely it won't rain, Song Qingyu asserted with confidence, despite having seen the weather forecast predicting rain for the day. Very well, let us go see, she replied. Upon reaching the town, they found a repair shop to leave the bike, and Song Qingyu took the lead on his bicycle, ferrying Wei Ning along. After about 40 minutes of riding, the sky abruptly darkened before they arrived. Noticing the desolate surroundings, Wei Ning asked, "It looks like rain is imminent. How much longer until we arrive?" Observing the ominous, ash-colored clouds, Song Qingyu nonchalantly replied, "I believe the heavens will ensure we reach safely." Unfortunately, fate had other plans. His flippant words were swiftly met with reality. Almost immediately, a torrential downpour cascaded down upon them. "Ah, it's raining. Let us find shelter," Wei Ning exclaimed, leaping off the bike and sprinting towards a large tree by the roadside, clutching her head. Song Qingyu, drenched in moments, decided to abandon caution. He tossed aside his bike and dashed into the fields. Wei Ning, bewildered, thought he must have lost his wits for choosing to run into the rain. Then, she realized his intent. He appeared to be gathering lotus leaves. What on earth is he doing? She wondered. Soon, a soaked Song Qingyu emerged triumphantly, brandishing a large lotus leaf above his head like a victorious general. He grinned. "Here's your lotus leaf hat. And these can be draped over you. We can use the rest as an umbrella." Giggling, Wei Ning replied, "What are you doing?" Song Qingyu's hair was plastered to his face, and he donned the lotus leaf hat in a rather quirky, yet charming manner. "Children here play like this. Haven't you ever done it?" he said, hopping onto his bike, wiping the seat with his sleeve.
Hop on.
"We'll be there shortly." As they rode on, the rain lessened, and thanks to her lotus leaf hat, Wei Ning remained relatively dry. In contrast, Song Qingyu's hat was soon whisked away by the wind. Wei Ning held the lotus leaf umbrella over him, the raindrops pattering on the leaves like a melodious symphony in their ears. With the wind at their feet, they felt as if they were soaring. A gust of wind suddenly hit, causing Wei Ning to lean instinctively closer, wrapping her arms around Song Qingyu's waist. He felt the warmth radiating from her, and for the first time, they found themselves in such proximity, both feeling a tinge of embarrassment. In truth, Song Qingyu felt even more nervous. He tensed up, afraid to move as her hand clung to his waist, and when he finally relaxed, his arms felt sore. Only when the bike stabilized did Wei Ning release her grasp, yet she felt a surge of heat in her ears as if she had committed a faux pas. Interestingly, upon reaching their destination, the rain ceased abruptly, as if responding to an unseen command, vanishing into the clouds. If it weren't for the fact that rain is not subject to human will, one might have thought it was all orchestrated by Song Qingyu. With the rain stopped, they exchanged glances, both slightly bedraggled, and couldn't he help but laugh. Wei Ning twirled the lotus leaf in her hand, her eyes crinkling into crescents, reminiscent of a delicate new moon. Song Qingyu, entranced by her charm, could only stammer, "Today, I admit, was a blunder on my part. Once we arrive, allow me to treat you to some fish. My friend's culinary skills are renowned, attracting many prominent patrons." "Sounds delightful. I look forward to learning from him," Wei Ning replied, her interest piqued, especially as she was currently involved in the culinary field and eager to witness a master at work. Chapter 71 Rebirth of the Factory Flower. In 87, what Wei Ning did not expect was to discover a paradise-like place here. Standing side by side with Song Qingyu, they gazed at the surrounding scenery, as if immersed in a grand landscape painting. "Wow, this place is so beautiful," she exclaimed.
Indeed.
"I never anticipated that the scenery after the rain would be so lovely." The entire village nestled against the mountains, with a particularly large reservoir at its foot. However, this reservoir was not circular but elongated, shaped by the contours of the land. From a distance, it resembled a grand W. Even more remarkable were the various water channels of differing sizes adjacent to the reservoir, all teeming with aquatic plants, some adorned with nets. "What are those for? Let's take a look." To be honest, Song Qingyu was not very familiar with the area either. It turned out that these channels were used for shrimp farming, and they could see numerous large crayfish merrily crawling in the crystal-clear waters, along with some small crabs. "Look, crabs!" Wei Ninger exclaimed, recalling her fondness for crabs back in the palace, where she prided herself on being a novice crab connoisseur. However, even in the royal court, a woman of high status could not indulge freely in her desires, as concerns over weight gain and potential discomfort loomed large. Such indiscretion could jeopardize her opportunities to attend to the emperor, and losing even one chance could have severe repercussions. Noticing Wei Ninger gazing intently at the crabs, which were merely the size of half a palm, Song Qingyu inquired uncertainly, "Do you like crabs?" He had expected her to act coy, but to his surprise, she nodded enthusiastically. "Yes." Taken aback, Song Qingyu pondered her enthusiastic affirmation. "Then we shall cook some fresh ones later." It was undeniable that this place was a treasure trove, inhabited solely by those sharing the surname Zhao. "What would you like to order?" asked Zhao Xingqing, a courteous young man, upon noticing the two newcomers' fine demeanor. "Please pack up your finest and most expensive fish, shrimp, and crabs for me," Song Qingyu replied nonchalantly, assuming an air of maturity. However, as soon as he spoke, Zhao Xingqing recognized him and approached directly. "My goodness, is that you, Qingyu?" Caught off guard, Song Qingyu had intended to maintain his facade, but found it impossible.
Cough.
"Your eyesight is too sharp.
How did you recognize me? Ha.
We've known each other since elementary school. I even remember you in your split-crotch pants."
How could I not recognize you?
Zhao Xingqing playfully patted him on the shoulder, causing Song Qingyu to wince. In a swift motion, Song Qingyu pulled Zhao Xingqing aside, almost as if choking him with an iron grip around his neck, causing him to grimace in pain. "Come on, leave some dignity for your buddy in front of others. There's no need to bring up my childhood wardrobe malfunction." Despite his thick skin, Song Qingyu still valued his image in front of beautiful women. "Forget it, she's my colleague.
And we genuinely came here to buy fish."
He punctuated his statement with a light punch to Zhao Xingqing's chest, which nearly left him breathless.
"Hey.
I only complimented the lady. You don't have to be so heartless as to want to knock me out." Zhao Xingqing protested, clutching his chest. Song Qingyu pulled him closer. "Stop your nonsense. Let me introduce you. And this is my classmate Zhao Xingqing." "I'm Zhao Xingqing," he said, extending his hand for a handshake with Wei Ninger. Startled, she hesitated, realizing after a moment that this was a modern gesture of friendliness. However, before their hands could meet, Song Qingyu yanked Zhao Xingqing away. "We'll skip the formalities since we'll be seeing each other often in the future." Confused, Zhao Xingqing regarded Song Qingyu with suspicion, feeling as though he might wrench his arm off. Yet, considering the disparity in their physical strength, he quelled the impulse and muttered, "I just wanted to greet an Jia with a handshake. Why are you causing a scene?" "No need for that. We're short on time today. We'll have plenty of opportunities to meet in the future. Now hurry and show us your goods, and let us see some of your skills." Song Qingyu believed his excuse was quite clever, though the others sensed a hint of disingenuousness in his words. They shrugged it off with a smile and proceeded to inspect the fish and crustaceans. It must be said that the selection at Zhao Xingqing's place was impressive, being homegrown. The fish were exceptionally fresh, fed on grass rather than commercial feed. The water, a blend of natural rainwater and lake water, was ideal for aquaculture. After examining the offerings, Zhao Xingqing quoted a remarkably low price, which made Wei Ninger feel slightly embarrassed. "Brother Zhao, offering me such a low price, you won't end up at a loss, will you? However, we do intend to establish a long-term partnership, and if all goes well, we'll source all our aquatic products from you. Mind your manners." "You and Jia are still getting acquainted," Song Qingyu interjected, feeling the need to temper Zhao Xingqing's exuberance, having already startled Wei Ninger on multiple occasions. "Yes. I hope you will look after us, Brother Zhao," she smiled. "Of course. Who made you call me brother?" Zhao Xingqing grinned broadly. Chapter 72. Rebirth as the factory flower of 87. Song Qingyu expressed his dissatisfaction, turning to Wei Ninger and saying, "You are biased. After all this time, you have never called me brother." Wei Ninger found his statement rather peculiar and gazed at him in confusion.
"You used to be our captain," she replied. "But I am no longer that."
Song Qingyu looked at her with a hint of expectation. Wei Ninger appeared somewhat troubled. She attempted to address him as brother but found it awkward. concluding that calling him captain rolled off her tongue more comfortably. Shaking her head, she chastised herself for entertaining such nonsensical thoughts. I think it's more appropriate to call you captain. Unless you want me to call you Invincible Universe. Invincible Universe? What kind of absurd title is that? Does Qingyu aspire to be a rogue? Zhao Xingqing could not contain his laughter, covering his mouth as he chuckled. Ahem. Just call me Xingqin, or Brother Song or Qingyu, as it feels quite odd if these titles come from Wei Ninger. How about I simply call you Song Qingyu then? He suggested. Forget it. Just stick to captain. At least it symbolizes our lifelong revolutionary friendship. Wei Ninger seemed not to grasp his meaning. Zhao Xingqing, tugging on her arm, said, forget him. Qingyu is a bit sulky. Let me cook you some fish. Wei Ninger mulled over the meaning of his words, realizing it implied something was amiss. What do you mean by cooked? She inquired. Zhao Xingqing was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter, nearly doubling over. Song Qingyu, oblivious to their amusement, pressed Zhao Xingqing for clarification. Hearing the topic arise again made Zhao Xingqing want to laugh even more. Leaning closer, he whispered to Song Qingyu, this little sister is quite amusing. I said you were sulky, and she asked if you were cooked. How delicious. Get lost. Fortunately, Zhao Xingqing was quick on his feet. Otherwise, he would have faced a swift kick from Song Qingyu, a typical yet crude expression of their camaraderie, where Zhao Xingqing often bore the brunt of the humor.
Come.
Let us toast to our reunion. After a while, Zhao Xingqing prepared a feast of the freshest dishes. The vegetables were homegrown and the fish, shrimp, and crabs were freshly caught from the lake, emanating an invigorating freshness. Such dishes required little seasoning, retaining their natural flavors with just a pinch of salt made them delightful. How did you prepare the crabs? They taste exquisite. Wei Ninger, feeling unreserved, dug in with her hands, contrasting sharply with the pretentiousness of the female guests who usually accompanied them. Zhao Xingqing found himself liking her more for this authenticity. Just steamed crabs, nothing special. The key is freshness, he replied, unexpectedly dropping a hint of sophistication that amused the others. In the past, whenever crabs were served at the palace, it was an elaborate affair, complete with golden and silver utensils, tools for extracting crab meat, and an array of condiments meticulously laid out by the palace maids.
Now,
seated at the table with a generous platter of crabs, Wei Ninger rolled up her sleeves and began to crack the claws, using scissors to snip the legs and deftly extracting the tender meat with her chopsticks. Just as she was about to indulge in the delectable crab meat, a line of text appeared before her. Would you like to consider learning culinary skills? The note indicated that it would cost 1 culinary point. If she wished to acquire all of Zhao Xingqing's culinary skills, it would require 10 points. What does this mean? Wei Ninger pondered, and upon reading the explanation, she realized that consuming 1 culinary point would allow her to steal some of Zhao Xingqing's culinary expertise. To acquire all of it would necessitate 10 points. Was this a form of a system cheat? Wei Ninger felt a tinge of anxiety, yet her curiosity propelled her to proceed. After all, she had accumulated 15 culinary points through her own cooking endeavors. Upon selecting to learn, she swiftly absorbed the steps Zhao Xingqing took to prepare the dishes, including the precise measurements and cooking times, a process that took nearly 20 minutes, just as they finished their meal. How does it taste? Is it good? Zhao Xingqing could not help but ask, eager to showcase his skills. Having started cooking at a young age, his experience was substantial, and he relished the chance to impress the younger generation. You're quite good. Your culinary skills rival his, Song Qingyu encouraged, looking at Wei Ninger with newfound trust. Under his gaze, Wei Ninger felt an unexpected reluctance to decline. Moreover, she was curious about Zhao Xingqing's reaction, so she smiled lightly. I could detail the seasoning and steps Zhao Ge took to prepare these dishes, but that's just my casual speculation, so don't take it too seriously. Of course. Song Qingyu nodded in agreement. However, Zhao Xingqing appeared unconvinced, as he prided himself on his culinary prowess. Hearing that Wei Ninger came from a family that owned a small restaurant, he assumed her skills were average, not anticipating her bold claims. You think you can impress me? If you get it right, you can choose any fish here, he challenged. But be cautious with your words. Zhao Xingqing pounded his chest, full of bravado. What am I afraid of? When I make a promise, it's as binding as can be. Once a word is spoken, it cannot be taken back. Song Qingyu corrected him. Well, It's essentially the same as saying spilled water cannot be retrieved, Zhao Xingqing declared decisively. How about this, Zhao Ge? If I guess correctly, you owe me 10 crabs and deliver 20 pounds of fish and 10 pounds of shrimp daily to my shop. For crabs, let us start with 10 a day. If my business picks up, we can negotiate for more. Deal, consider it done. Chapter 73, Rebirth of the Factory Flower in 87. Zhao Xingqing readily agreed, but unexpectedly, another voice emerged in opposition. The dissenting party turned out to be Zhao Xingqing's sister, Zhao Xingqing. Brother, you cannot agree to this. I sense a trick behind it. The three of them were conversing while dining, with Zhao Xingqing's family members working nearby. After exchanging greetings, Zhao Xingqing took the initiative to engage them further. Zhao Xingqing, however, was cautious. Fearing to embarrass her brother, she leaned in close and whispered her concerns. Regrettably, Zhao Xingqing dismissed his sister's advice outright. When adults are speaking, children should not interrupt. Zhao Xingqing pouted in frustration. Brother, I must tell you, I know this woman. She is a calamity at our school. Anyone who gets involved with her faces misfortune. It appeared that Zhao Xingqing was of a similar age to Wei Ninger, possibly even attending the same school. Be quiet. What woman? Call her sister instead. Besides, I am a man, and the words I speak are not to be taken lightly, Zhao Xingqing retorted. He then turned to Wei Ninger and Song Qingyu, saying, Let us continue our discussion. My sister is just a child, and she doesn't understand. Do not take her words to heart. With that, he lifted his glass. Let's toast, after we drink. Let Anai-Jia share her thoughts, and see if they hold any truth. Since Wei Ning arrived, she had not drunk any alcohol, nor was she particularly fond of it. On the other hand, Song Qingyu had a limited capacity for liquor. Yet, today they were not drinking beer but rather strong liquor, specifically baijiu, a traditional Chinese spirit with an alcohol content exceeding 52 degrees, which could easily overwhelm an average drinker. I'm sorry, but I do not drink, Wei Ninger said, feeling dizzy at the sight of the glass being presented to her. Why must you trouble a young lady? Let us drink together instead. Zhao Xingqing quickly turned his gaze to Song Qingyu, chuckling, I never expected you to be so considerate. I recall back in school, someone wrote you a love letter, and you shouted at them until they cried. Before Zhao Xingqing could finish his thought, Song Qingyu poured a drink into his mouth. We can drink, but must you delve into such old stories? Song Qingyu retorted, pouring another drink down Zhao Xingqing's throat. Wei Ninger couldn't help but laugh, surprised to see the usually serious Song Qingyu caught off guard by the teasing. Suddenly, a humorous thought struck Wei Ninger. Childhood friends are often the ones to bring up old wounds, while best friends are the ones to stab you in the back. She found this sentiment particularly amusing. As Song Qingyu finished his drink, he did not hesitate to down his own glass in one go. Hey, drink slowly. I've heard that rushing alcohol is harmful, Wei Ninger warned, only to find Song Qingyu glancing at her with a hint of amusement. Could this be interpreted as concern for her? Zhao Xingqing promptly positioned himself between them to prevent any further eye contact. Song Yu, do not flatter yourself. Anai-Jia is clearly showing concern for both of us. He then turned back to Anai-Jia, declaring, All right, Song Yu has taken his drink. Now it is your turn. Our beautiful Miss Anai-Jia. Let me start by discussing the crab. This is no ordinary crab, but one that has been meticulously selected. If my guess is correct, each crab weighs between 250 to 300 grams, all mature specimens. Such crabs offer a delightful taste and abundant roe. The preparation is straightforward. They are marinated with salt and cooking wine before being steamed. As Wei Ninger elaborated, a sudden loud crash interrupted her. Zhao Xingqing's mouth dropped in surprise as he accidentally knocked over his bowl in a frenzy. Fortunately, the bowl landed in the dirt and remained intact. Goodness! You are a genius! Truly a master! Zhao Xingqing exclaimed, giving Wei Ninger a thumbs up. Song Qingyu, equally astonished, was impressed by Wei Ninger's skills. Noticing their serious expressions, Wei Ninger suddenly chuckled. I was just joking, I may have cheated a bit. I have a good memory, and remembered how Zhao Ge prepared the dish earlier. You and your jokes. Song Qingyu replied in a playful northeastern dialect, bringing laughter to all three. Now let us continue drinking, and Jia, you can have a beverage. Zhao Xingqing, still in disbelief, marveled at Jia's prowess, feeling an envious pang. Why did fortune seem to favor her? May I join you? I would like to eat as well, Zhao Xingxing ventured. Wei Ninger had already noticed Zhao Xingxing's sister. Of course. I was just lamenting the lack of company for my drinks. Initially wary of Wei Ninger, Zhao Xingxing had been misled by others' opinions. However, seeing her engage amiably with her brother and Song Qingyu, she felt a sense of kinship. Thus, the scene unfolded with Zhao Xingxing and Song Qingyu drinking together while Zhao Xingxing and Wei Ninger engaged in conversation. Through their dialogue, Wei Ninger learned that Zhao Xingxing was merely a year younger than her, with average academic performance and not particularly remarkable at school. Given that Ni Jia was in a different grade, it was understandable that she wouldn't know Zhao Xingxing. Yet, Ni Jia's notoriety at school made it nearly impossible for anyone not to recognize her. Eventually, Song Qingyu and Zhao Xingxing shared a bottle of baijiu. Zhao Xingxing attempted to persuade Song Qingyu to continue with beer, but he declined. Misunderstanding Song Qingyu's mention of business as something more intimate, Zhao Xingxing chuckled lewdly, giving him a discreet thumbs up and whispering, "Impressive. Remember to share your experiences with me later." Confused, Song Qingyu replied, "What are you talking about?" Zhao Xingxing patted his shoulder, emphasizing, "Just remember to keep an eye out for girls as lovely as the ones here." He grinned as he waved goodbye to Wei Ninger. "Sister, do not worry. We will deliver everything to your shop within an hour." Wei Ninger stood up, feeling satisfied and content after a hearty meal. Chapter 74. Rebirth of the Factory Flower in 87. As Wei Ninger and her companions prepared to depart, Zhao Xingxing felt a twinge of reluctance. Zhao Xingxing, somewhat inebriated, was also disinclined to see Song Qingyu leave so abruptly. However, a crucial thought crossed his mind, prompting him to alert his good friend. Therefore, as Song Qingyu and Wei Ninger were about to take their leave, Zhao Xingxing stealthily approached and whispered in his ear, "Brother, do remember to take precautions while you're at it. We are currently in the era of family planning, and unwed parenthood might lead to some minor troubles." Precautions? Unwed parenthood? Song Qingyu grasped the meaning, and the effects of the alcohol began to fade slightly. His eyes widened in surprise, and his face, initially devoid of color, flushed like a rose. Embarrassed, he turned his head away and muttered, "What on earth are you thinking?" It was Zhao Xingxing's first encounter with Song Qingyu's bashful demeanor, which he found particularly amusing. Observing the couple's harmonious silhouette as they departed, he absent-mindedly stroked his head while smiling foolishly to himself, pondering, "Perhaps I should seek a wife too. Having someone by my side wouldn't be so bad." Unexpectedly, as soon as the words left his mouth, someone tapped him on the arm. Upon seeing her, he recoiled in surprise, stammering, "Wang, Miss Wang, when did you arrive?" Wang Yingying found Zhao Xingxing's reaction amusing and glanced at him, asking, "So, have you considered my proposal from 3 days ago? You mean to work as a chef in your establishment?" He replied, "Exactly. With your culinary skills, our business would undoubtedly flourish." Initially brimming with confidence in his cooking abilities, Zhao Xingxing felt disheartened upon realizing that a mere young girl could easily see through his pride. He became despondent, thinking, "Forget it. I'll just stay home and tend to the little things. If anyone wants to eat my cooking, I'll whip up a couple of dishes. Otherwise, we can just sell seafood." "Miss Wang, perhaps you should seek someone else." Seeing Zhao Xingxing's resolute demeanor, Wang Yingying became anxious and adopted a more assertive tone. "Zhao Xingxing, are you playing with me? We agreed 3 days ago. You promised. Do you think it was easy for me to come here? My car broke down several times along the way." Wang Yingying recalled her car stranded en route and winced at the thought of her sore heels from walking in high heels, feeling quite pitiful. Observing the almost tearful expression on her face, Zhao Xingxing felt conflicted. Suddenly, a thought of Ni Jia crossed his mind, and his eyes brightened. "I know someone. She's not very old, but has a remarkable talent for cooking. To be honest, I was quite discouraged today. Within half an hour, she discerned my culinary skills thoroughly. Her family also runs a small restaurant. Would you like to have a word with her? I find her quite intriguing." "Hey, Zhao Xingxing, are you out of your mind? I'm looking for a chef, not a little girl." Yet, as she uttered the words little girl, a peculiar thought crossed her mind. When did Zhao Xingxing become interested in young women? They had met several times, and it was apparent that Wang Yingying had developed some affection for him. However, this dense fellow was oblivious, prompting her to ask her father for a long time to persuade Zhao Xingxing to work at their restaurant. This way, They could cultivate feelings through daily interactions. Unforeseen was Zhao Xingqing's sudden change of heart today. Fine, since you recommended her, I shall take a look. However, I have a condition, Wang Yingying said, her eyes glinting mischievously as she regarded Zhao Xingqing.
Speak.
As long as it's within my ability. I'll go meet the person you mentioned, but I don't know the way, so you'll have to guide me. Sure, no problem. They haven't gone far. We might even catch up with them. Both were action-oriented, and the prospect of this intriguing endeavor spurred them into motion. As they approached, Song Qingyu staggered slightly, appearing as though he might topple over, causing Wei Ning'er considerable concern. Hey, are you alright? She noticed him leaning to the right and stepped forward to support him. Song Qingyu lifted his gaze, his face slightly flushed from the alcohol, though thankfully not excessively so, which would have been alarming. The rosy hue softened his typically icy demeanor, endowing him with a gentler masculine aura. Coupled with his striking features, he appeared quite amiable in that moment. I'm fine. It's just a bit of drink. Yet. Immediately after speaking, he tightened his grip on Wei Ning'er's arm. Unaccountably, her heart raced. It was her first time being so close to a man, and she expected to feel discomfort. To her surprise, it was quite the opposite. Perhaps I should help you to the car, Wei Ning'er suggested, realizing he could hardly walk. Thank you. They leaned on each other as they slowly made their way forward. Wei Ning'er, concerned about the long journey ahead, worried about his alcohol tolerance. How could he become this inebriated after just one bottle? Upon finally spotting Song Qingyu's bicycle, Wei Ning'er was drenched in sweat. I can't go on. Let us take a break. Feeling guilty for her exhaustion, Song Qingyu found a large stone where they could sit, shaded by a sprawling tree, offering a cool respite. Looking down, she noticed the ground strewn with golden fruits, and to her delight, she realized, oh, this is an apricot tree. In the palace, they used to gather ripe apricots to brew apricot wine. Would you like to eat some? Song Qingyu inquired, noticing her yearning gaze. Not too bad. I just think these apricots look rather fresh. Alright, just wait. Despite his unsteady gait, Song Qingyu insisted on picking apricots for her, which made Wei Ning'er feel a bit reckless. To her astonishment, he swiftly approached a nearby rice paddy, and by the irrigation ditch, he scooped a handful of water and splashed it on his face. Chapter 75. Rebirth of the Factory Flower. In 87, in just a few moments, Song Qingyu's face was drenched, his hair equally soaked. He seemed to revel in the sensation, and when he stood up, he vigorously shook his head, flinging droplets from his face and hair. The young man under the sunlight wore a captivating smile, radiating a vitality that made Wei Ning'er yearn to join him in his exuberant play. Observing his somewhat disheveled, yet endearing demeanor, a smile unconsciously graced her lips. However, she remained oblivious to the fact that someone was silently watching her. When Song Qingyu turned around and lifted his gaze, he beheld Wei Ning'er standing there, her expression a blend of amusement and intrigue, with the corners of her lips curling into a subtle smile that illuminated her entire being. The gentle breeze danced around her skirt, and the surroundings seemed to fall into a serene hush. The scene was simply breathtaking. Regrettably, Song Qingyu lacked a camera, or he would have captured the moment. Thump, thump. Song Qingyu could hear the rapid beating of his heart. At that moment, even if asked to venture into the mountains for a hunt, he would be more than willing. This indeed was a splendid remedy for his inebriation. He wiped his face with his hand, brushing his hair back, revealing his broad forehead and strikingly bright eyes. Yet, your clothes are soaked. After uttering this, he approached a large tree, and without a moment's hesitation, he placed both hands against the trunk, stretching his arms up to grasp the branches above. In one swift motion, he hoisted himself upward, as if performing a pull-up, effortlessly ascending the tree. The gracefulness of his movements left Wei Ning'er momentarily stunned, and just as she was absorbing the sight, Song Qingyu had already reached the branches above. His actions were executed with such precision and elegance that she felt compelled to add two more words, impressive and dashing. It seems you often engage in physical training. You scaled that tall tree with remarkable speed, she remarked. For us, this is no challenge. We have climbed ever taller for trees at altitudes exceeding 2,000 meters, he replied, leaving Wei Ning'er agape, her mouth slightly agape in astonishment. Have you really done it? What's your guess? Song Qingyu shot her a playful glance, his expression brimming with mischief. I don't believe you. It's too high. How could anyone climb it without being like a monkey? Wei Ninger suspected he was teasing her. The snow lotus. A legendary flower. Does it truly exist? A glimmer of longing flickered in her eyes. The vast expanse of her homeland, rich and abundant, surely held such divine wonders atop its most extreme peaks. Do you like it? Wei Ninger lifted her gaze to Song Qingyu, who was selecting a spot to begin his harvest. That's rather exaggerated. It's merely a flower growing in frigid lands, he scoffed. But it's real. Everyone tells me so. And the snow lotus can counteract all poisons, she insisted. Song Qingyu chuckled, uncertain if he should take her words to heart, then added, in any case, we won't find such flowers in our mainland. If you ever have the chance, you could visit Changbai Mountain in Jilin. It's brimming with treasures. Bear paws, deer antlers, and fresh matsutake mushrooms sought at in oil, now that a flavor to savor. Changbai Mountain? At the mention of those words, Wei Ninger felt an unexpected flutter in her heart. She looked at him and inquired, isn't it the place you mentioned for hunting? Upon asking, she suddenly felt a wave of anxiety, fearing that his response might not align with her hopes. Her fists tightened slightly, her palms growing clammy with apprehension. Take a guess, he teased. Was he being deliberately coy? Disappointment washed over Wei Ninger. Surely there was no such coincidence. Her earlier enthusiasm waned, and she weakly replied, if you're not going to say, then forget it. I won't pry. Do hurry. We might have company soon. With such a large apricot tree here, I wonder if it belongs to someone. If the owner finds us, it would be quite embarrassing. Unaware of Wei Ninger's sudden shift in mood, Song Qingyu looked down at her, who appeared disheartened, and reassured her, this tree stands by the roadside, far from any village or store. Who would plant an apricot tree here? It must be wild, so don't worry. With that, he waved his hand at her. I'm about to start. What will you use to collect the apricots? Wei Ninger glanced down at herself, realizing she was without pockets, her only option being the hem of her long skirt, which reached her ankles. She slightly lifted her skirt, suggesting, I suppose I could use this. It should hold a few. Song Qingyu examined her for a moment, then, with a playful glint in his eye, chuckled. Are you planning to walk around holding up your skirt the whole time? Others might think I'm bullying a girl. There's no need for such trouble. Just watch me. With that, he swiftly removed his shirt, twisting the sleeves into two makeshift bags. Clad in a black tank top that showcased his well-defined muscles, he demonstrated the new function of his clothing to Wei Ninger, asserting, this can easily hold a dozen pounds of apricots. Upon hearing him mention a dozen pounds, Wei Ninger felt her cheeks flush slightly, wondering if he had overheard her earlier remarks. Watch closely. It's about to rain apricots. With the agility of a monkey, Song Qingyu reached for a branch overhead, pulling it down with force, causing ripe apricots to tumble down in a cascade of yellow and orange hues. Some landed on her shoulders, others on her head, while a few fell at her feet. Instinctively, Wei Ninger ducked and ran, shielding her head. Huh? That shouldn't hurt, right? She laughed, glancing back at the playful troublemaker perched in the tree. Hey, you should make some noise when you shake the branches. Why do they keep falling on my head? Perhaps it's because you look too attractive. Chapter 76. Rebirth of the Factory Flower in 1987. What did you say? Wei Ninger couldn't quite catch his words and asked again. As soon as Song Qingyu finished speaking, he realized he had misspoken. He thought to himself, fortunately, she didn't hear that, otherwise, she might think he was too frivolous. He quickly changed the subject. I'll shake the tree this way. You go pick up the fallen fruit over there. Once I'm done, you can collect the rest. Since Wei Ninger hadn't heard what he said earlier, she nodded and obediently went to gather the apricots. The ground was muddy, so even though the apricots fell from the tree, they were hardly damaged. Even the ones that were slightly bruised were not severely affected, which left Wei Ninger quite satisfied. As she picked up the bright yellow apricots, she could hardly contain her eagerness to taste them. The key to brewing apricot wine is using fruit that has a pure flavor. If the acidity is too high and the sweetness insufficient, the resulting wine will lack quality. The ripe apricots were golden and soft, easily splitting apart with a gentle squeeze, revealing the perfectly intact apricot pits. These pits need not be discarded. They can be used to make almond cakes and roasted almonds. However, It's best to marinate the roasted almonds first to remove their bitterness, enhancing their flavor. The flesh was delicate, sweet with a hint of tartness. A delightful burst of sweetness that tantalized her taste buds. As Wei Ninger savored the apricots, her eyes sparkled with delight. They're so delicious. She decided to gather more. After a while, the two of them had collected a substantial amount, but Song Qingyu was drenched in sweat from exhaustion. Seeing her in such high spirits, he looked at her with a hint of suspicion. Did you find some money on the ground? You seem happier than that. I'm happier than finding money, Wei Ninger exclaimed as she snatched the clothes from Song Qingyu's hands. Thank you for today. I'll help you carry your clothes. Considering they would be cycling later, she wanted to assist him. Song Qingyu nodded but suggested, this is a bit heavy. I could also put it in the bike basket. No. Putting it in front will jostle it too much. Fine, you hold it. Just let me know if it becomes too heavy, he replied, then went to hurry the bicycle along. The two set off on their journey. Hey, those two are ahead, Zhao Xingqing exclaimed, waving his arms frantically. But the pair had already sped ahead. Growing anxious, he shouted, wait, Xiu Yu, hold on. Zhao Xingqing could have moved quickly, but Wang Yingying, the young lady, was wearing high heels. By the time the two of them caught up, Song Qingyu and Wei Ninger had already moved on. Wow, he's impressive, Zhao Xingqing thought. Spotting Song Qingyu remove his outer coat and merely wear a tank top. The sight of him being so close to an Jia made Zhao Xingqing feel a pang of jealousy. It's just unfortunate that I lack such charm. By the way, where's your bike? Wang Yingying asked, barely able to endure the pain with each step, feeling as if her feet were being tortured. Can we take a break? My feet are killing me. My lady, this isn't how you play, Zhao Xingqing observed her pulling off her shoes, revealing bloodied heels. He regretted his gullibility in believing her words. Especially since it was his suggestion, he thought. Isn't this just asking for trouble? Forget it, I'll carry you, Zhao Xingqing declared, willing to take the plunge. Wang Yingying's heart leaped with joy. Is that all right? Then I'll trouble you. Holding her shoes, she slowly climbed onto Zhao Xingqing's back, feeling a wave of happiness wash over her. It was Zhao Xingqing's first time carrying a girl, and he felt nervous, his palms sweating. She wasn't heavy, yet his back felt increasingly warm. What are those people doing up ahead? Wei Ninger, sitting on the back of the bicycle, noticed two individuals wielding sticks as they fiddled with a car door. Song Qingyu had spotted them long before and quickened his pace. Based on past experiences, he knew these two wouldn't be the car's owners, as the vehicle was painted pink and they had been loitering around it for quite some time. Now, they had finally made their move. As they forcefully opened the car door, one of them cheered, and the other attempted to start the vehicle. Song Qingyu dashed forward, not waiting for the second individual to sit down. He executed a front kick, sending the man sprawling 5 steps away. Ugh. You little brat, are you tired of living? The man spat, shaking off the mud from his face. Meanwhile, the one in the driver's seat thought he could just drive away, but to his surprise, the car remained steadfast, unyielding. Damn it, the car is broken. The other man exited the vehicle, raising his stick and charging at Song Qingyu. Unfazed, Song Qingyu swiftly maneuvered, forcing the two into a corner. Get down. With a swift kick, he disarmed the man with the stick and sent him tumbling into the muddy field. At this moment, the wheat had already been harvested, and most fields were prepared for rice planting. To loosen the soil for planting, farmers typically flood half the field with water. The man who landed in the mud splashed water everywhere. Seizing the opportunity, Song Qingyu approached, grabbing the man by the throat and pushing him down into the mud. He swiftly removed the man's belt and bound his hands, transforming him into a tightly wrapped parcel. Great. Excellent. Wei Ninger couldn't help but cheer for Song Qingyu, astonished by his agility. Seeing his companion subdued, the other man, unwilling to relent, unsheathed a knife. Noticing his gaze shift toward Wei Ninger, Song Qingyu's heart sank. Ha ha ha, you little brat, is this pretty girl a gift for me? The man sneered. You better scram, or I'll make this little girl suffer. As he approached Wei Ninger with the knife, she sensed the looming danger, and her expression turned serious. Chapter 77. Rebirth of the Factory Flower in 87 in a fleeting moment. As Wei Ninger found herself confronted by a man wielding a gleaming knife, she acted instinctively, lunging forward to seize the weapon from him. With a deft twist, she contorted his body and arm into an awkward position. Planting her foot firmly on his back, her voice rang out, cool and composed. "You have offended me." The man yelped in pain, cursing his misfortune for encountering these meddlesome lunatics in the countryside. "Hey, be gentle. It was my fault, beautiful lady. Please spare us. Watch your words. Who is your sister?" With renewed pressure, Wei Ninger reveled in the sensation of overpowering another. Unfortunately, before she could further indulge in the thrill of combat, she had already subdued him. She was not surprised by her newfound prowess. It was a result of the system augmenting her combat abilities. Internally, she marveled at the effectiveness of a mere boost in strength, wondering how formidable she could become in the future, and speculating about Song Qingyu's potential power as well. "Please let me go, big sister. We won't dare again." Another time? With a resounding thud, Song Qingyu shoved the tied-up man to the roadside, then ripped off the other man's belt, binding him in a similar fashion. The assailant, previously so articulate, began to plead once more, only to have Song Qingyu silence him with a mouthful of wild herbs. Wei Ninger watched, her eyes wide with astonishment. The display of Song Qingyu's brutality compelled her to reassess him. He was no timid leopard, but rather a ferocious tiger, one that devoured its prey without remorse. These two men, audacious enough to attempt theft, had clearly underestimated the consequences. Song Qingyu, aware of their ill intentions, had acted with calculated ferocity. Stealing a vehicle was a serious offense, often punishable by no less than 5 years in prison. By intervening, Song Qingyu had arguably saved them from a graver fate once the vehicle's owner reported the crime. After a brief skirmish, aside from a bit of mud on their clothes, they were relatively unscathed. As he cleaned himself in a nearby field, he noticed 2 figures approaching. Pointing them out to Wei Ninger, he remarked, "It appears the vehicle owner has arrived, though it seems there is a story behind it." Following his gesture, Wei Ninger squinted, her vision now sharp as she discerned the distance. "Isn't that Zhao Ge? He appears to be carrying someone, a beautiful woman, it seems. Judging by their gait, they must be headed this way." However, she recalled the man's earlier failed attempts to start the vehicle, ultimately leading to his confrontation with Song Qingyu. It was unfortunate for these two to provoke him. Armed with mere words, they were no match for his bare hands. "Hey, you two. How inconsiderate. I've been calling you for ages." Zhao Xingqing's booming voice nearly deafened Song Qingyu. "Keep your voice down. I can't hear you," he replied, a hint of annoyance in his tone. "Yet you left us behind." Zhao Xingqing grumbled, feeling the strain on his back from carrying the weight of the woman. "Such a fine vehicle," he mused, admiring the elegant craftsmanship and smooth lines, though the ajar door hinted at something amiss. "My car door?" Wang Yingying finally noticed the 2 muddy figures sprawled beside the vehicle, looking utterly disheveled. They must have pried it open. If we had arrived any later, the car would likely be gone. "Zhao Xingqing, how ungrateful. I helped you catch these thieves, and you can't even muster a thank you," she chastised. Feeling a tinge of embarrassment, Zhao Xingqing glanced at the 2 bound men and remarked incredulously, "You really caught these 2? Impressive." Song Qingyu merely cast a glance in his direction before shifting his focus to Wang Yingying. "Your car is damaged and needs urgent repair, otherwise, it may attract unwanted attention." Wang Yingying, suddenly cognizant, turned to Zhao Xingqing with an imploring look. "Can you fix it? I can't even drive, let alone repair a car. I might manage a bicycle." "Though." Despair washed over Wang Yingying as she exclaimed, "Then what are we to do? I thought you could fix it, which is why I suggested we travel together." Zhao Xingqing felt a surge of frustration as he regarded her, recalling her previous gaze that had seemed filled with affection. Now it felt hostile. "Can we settle this reasonably? Who is truly unfortunate here? My back is nearly breaking from carrying you." With a pitiful glance at Wei Ninger, he pleaded, "Ninger, can you help us resolve this?" Not wishing to escalate their personal conflict, Wei Ninger wisely diverted her gaze towards Song Qingyu. "Surely the captain has a solution. Perhaps he can assess the damage to the vehicle and see if it can be repaired?" "Captain? Who are they?" "Oh, I forgot to introduce him. This handsome gentleman is my classmate, Captain Song Qingyu." Zhao Xingqing whispered to Wang Yingying, "He is the head of the security team. This is Ni Jia, the colleague I mentioned earlier." Zhao Xingqing's explanation was somewhat convoluted, leaving Wang Yingying momentarily confused, though the name stuck in her mind. She extended her hand to Wei Ninger, smiling warmly. Pleased to meet you, I'm Wang Yingying. Wang Yingying's first impression had been captivated by Wei Ninger's striking beauty. Yet upon noticing Song Qingyu, she realized they were riding together, dispelling her doubts. Convinced they were romantically involved, her initial animosity toward Wei Ninger diminished significantly. And Jia, they shook hands, marking the beginning of their acquaintance. For Wei Ninger, this was her first handshake, and she found it quite delightful. Chapter 78. Rebirth in the year 1987. The factory flower. After their handshake, Wei Ninger took a moment to glance at her hand. Reflecting on the encounter with Zhao Xingqing earlier that day, she pondered whether Song Qingyu might have been overly anxious. After all, a handshake is merely a customary greeting. Shortly thereafter, Song Qingyu showcased his remarkable talent for car repair. He first inspected the vehicle's ignition in the driver's cabin and then lifted the hood for a brief examination. Noticing his air of confidence, Zhao Xingqing inquired, "Have you identified the issue? Can it be fixed?" "Indeed," Song Qingyu replied succinctly, retrieving his toolbox to commence repairs. To everyone's surprise, he adeptly resolved the problem. Zhao Xingqing, boasting about his connections, remarked, "You should inquire about my buddy's background." In truth, Song Qingyu did not disappoint. He quickly diagnosed the issue and repaired the damaged ignition switch and clutch. At that time, vehicles were precious commodities, and Wang Yingying's car was notably superior to the one owned by Song Qingyu. Consequently, despite its low fuel level, the car started without any complications as they drove into town. "How did you know?" "That's impressive," Wang Yingying exclaimed. It is worth mentioning that she had long since obtained her driver's license but, out of trepidation, had never dared to drive. Today, she had intentionally sought out Zhao Xingqing, perhaps emboldened by the influence of love. Yet, had she foreseen the day's events, she would have opted not to be so assertive and would have simply requested a driver. Zhao Xingqing, feeling rather pleased with himself, stated, "Miss Wang, you should consider who my buddy is. Xingqing, you may leave now. Drive slowly on the way. Fill up at the gas station in town, or this car will break down again," Song Qingyu advised. Zhao Xingqing's spirits sank further as he wished to drive but lacked the requisite skills. After the harrowing experience of driving, Wang Yingying was now terrified, especially with the car nearing empty. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Song? Could you kindly assist me by driving this car to town? My skills are inadequate, and I fear I might steer it into the fields," she implored. "Certainly, ladies first. I don't mind waiting. I'll keep an eye on them, lest these two take advantage of the situation," he replied. In broad daylight, Zhao Xingqing remarked on the audacity of the two men attempting to steal the car. He nearly kicked them again but ultimately refrained, leaving them trembling on the ground in fright. While in the car, Wang Yingying shared her thoughts and recounted Zhao Xingqing's earlier comments. It was then that Wei Ninger discovered Wang Yingying was her industry peer, albeit from a more established restaurant. While they were just starting out, "Miss Wang, please disregard Zhao Ji's exaggerations. My small establishment is still finding its footing. If you don't mind, I would love for you to try our fish," Wei Ninger offered. "Absolutely, that sounds delightful." Originally, they planned to wait for Zhao Xingqing in town, but due to the rapport between Wang Yingying and Wei Ninger, they decided to head directly to Jiaqing restaurant. Fortunately, there were still 2 fish left at home, enough to last until noon, when they hoped Zhao Xingqing's fish delivery would arrive. With both her brother and sister-in-law present, they warmly welcomed Wang Yingying after hearing about the day's events. Upon tasting their pickled vegetables, Wang Yingying was instantly intrigued. In her experience, the quality of a restaurant's main dishes could often be gauged by its appetizers. However, she was surprised to learn that a restaurant would serve appetizers before the main meal, especially in a small town where patrons might linger over a plate of peanuts and a couple of bottles of liquor for hours. "Miss N, I admire your boldness, but might I inquire whether this approach could lead to losses?" Wang Yingying asked, genuinely curious. "Indeed, it's true. To be honest, we were not fully prepared for our first venture. Within 3 days, we sold out of dozens of pounds of pickled vegetables," Wei Ninger explained. Their initial stock comprised homemade pickles, priced at 50 cents per dish, which amounted to several hundred yuan in total. The adage that one cannot prosper without taking risks holds true in this context. Wang Yingying, initially dismissive of the small restaurant, now scrutinized everything with newfound interest. The environment appeared ordinary, yet dining there evoked a surprisingly comfortable feeling, enhanced by the cleanliness and the flowers and vegetables growing in the front garden, alongside a large water tank containing the fish intended for their hot pot dishes. Miss Wei, have you considered marketing your culinary skills? I am quite fascinated by your business model, Wang Yingying inquired, impressed by Wei Ning's acumen. Wei Ning recognized Wang Yingying as a savvy businesswoman, adept at seizing opportunities. After discerning the operational situation, she quickly pinpointed the key issues. While the concept of selling culinary skills does exist, it often lacks recognition, and those who are aware typically undervalue it. However, Wei Ning understood that selling her skills might yield short-term financial gain, but in the long run, it could diminish their competitive advantage. Thus, she politely declined, stating, "Perhaps in the future, once our establishment is more established and I consider expanding." Chapter 79. Rebirth as the factory flower of 1987. In truth, the advanced business concepts that Wei Ning employed were unknown to her initially. She had discovered them within the system, which was rich in cutting-edge technological insights and various purported management techniques. Having implemented just one of these strategies, she began to reap the benefits. Should she choose to adopt additional methods, the outcomes would undoubtedly be exceptional. However, Wang Yingying, being astute, recognized Wei Ning's reluctance and chose to refrain from further persuasion. "And Jia, should you come to a realization, feel free to summon me. If you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to reach out. My father knows a few individuals in the city where he runs a restaurant." "Very well. I express my gratitude in advance," Wei Ning replied. Meanwhile, matters concerning Song Qingyu progressed smoothly. After refueling the vehicle, he filed a report and subsequently brought Zhao Xingqing to Jiaqing Restaurant. Upon discovering that the car had been repaired and fitted with new tires, Wei Ning inquired about the cost and prepared to retrieve the money, but Song Qingyu was displeased. "Taking money would hurt our friendship," he lamented. Zhao Xingqing, ever the chatterbox, chimed in, "And Jia, this small sum is inconsequential to brother Yu. Just ensure you treat him well in the future." Yet, Song Qingyu dismissed Zhao Xingqing's remarks with a light slap to his head. "You mischievous brat, what nonsense are you spouting?" Seeing his unwillingness to accept payment, Wei Ning momentarily acquiesced and invited them for tea instead. When Zhao Xingqing heard about Jia's delectable fish hot pot, he was insistent on trying her culinary skills. Song Qingyu, however, pulled him aside, advising, "We've just eaten. Let us allow some time for digestion before you indulge again. We can discuss it later tonight." "Fine. We'll revisit this in the evening. Let us take a leisurely drive," Zhao Xingqing suggested, eager to take Song Qingyu's car for a spin. Feeling somewhat embarrassed not to be able to drive in front of the two lovely ladies, after a brief exchange of pleasantries, they parted ways. Unexpectedly, shortly after their departure, old Song arrived alone. He promptly ordered a fish hot pot for himself. Noticing he couldn't finish such a large dish alone, Wei Ning prepared a smaller portion. This time, Director Song was unusually quiet, merely inquiring about her family's well-being before sipping some wine and taking his leave. The following days unfolded in a similar fashion. Wei Ning was preoccupied with her examinations and only learned about these visits from her sister-in-law several days later. During Wei Ning's absence, Yang Xue would prepare roasted fish and later ventured into other seafood dishes, like braised prawns and several stir-fried vegetables, coupled with the restaurant's signature pickled vegetables and spiced peanuts. The business thrived. Months later, while Wei Ning was cooking at home, she was startled by the sound of a bicycle outside. "Is anyone there?" a voice called. Yang Xue, upon hearing this, quickly stood up and peered outside, spotting a postal worker. "Jia, there's someone delivering mail," she exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Wei Ning felt a surge of anxiety. Meanwhile, Pudding, ever the gentleman, patiently awaited his roasted fish. To their dismay, the delivery turned out to be merely an enrollment advertisement. Disappointment washed over them as Wei Ning fretted, wondering if she had failed her exams. Since successfully cultivating herbs for the first time, Pudding had been invigorated, and with a recent improvement in their diet he appeared to have gained weight. However, Wei Ning found herself overwhelmed, balancing her studies with managing the restaurant. Whenever she found a moment of respite, Pudding seized the opportunity to present her with a stack of books for her to study, medical texts alongside tomes on the I Ching, 5 elements and feng shui. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she felt little interest in the medical books, but was captivated by the principles of the I Ching and feng shui, thus embarking on a journey of learning. With time, her efforts bore fruit. One morning, she noticed her brother I Cheng's pale complexion and darkened features, prompting her to advise him to exercise caution when leaving the house. Stay close to the roadside while walking, and if you ride, slow down and keep to the edge. Curious, Wei Ninger inquired about his day. I Cheng recounted a near-fatal encounter with an oncoming vehicle that had veered towards him unexpectedly. Had he not recalled Wei Ninger's warning and jumped into a nearby rice paddy, he would have surely been struck. Upon returning home, Wei Ninger brewed a concoction of black liquid for him, which restored his health. Though the incident remained a secret within the Ni household, rumors circulated throughout the town, suggesting that Ni Cheng had been possessed by a spirit. Wei Ninger, however, politely declined to offer any further assistance, explaining that each time she utilized her abilities, a 3-month interval was necessary before she could do so again. Ultimately, the two brothers came to believe her words, vowing to engage in good deeds to avert misfortune. Once they departed, Wei Ninger felt a sense of relief. The reason she hesitated to assist others stemmed from Pudding's newfound caution. After having broken his vows to help her with a task, he faced repercussions from the heavenly order. Had it not been for Wei Ninger's cultivation of spiritual herbs and the cleansing ritual she performed using the sacred spring, Pudding might still be suffering. Understanding the circumstances, both Wei Ninger and Pudding approached their tasks with increased caution. Wei Ninger was wary of using her abilities freely, as she required a qualification certificate from the system to do so. Nevertheless, her aptitude for learning was evident, and upon graduating from the system's skills school in I Ching and feng shui, she would be permitted to wield such skills. Given the sensitive nature of these matters, Wei Ninger remained apprehensive about engaging with these esoteric subjects. Before long, a family of 3 entered the restaurant. The man was strikingly handsome, and the woman even more so, accompanied by a charming little girl who resembled a doll. Yet, upon closer inspection, onlookers felt a twinge of sorrow, for the child appeared devoid of vitality. As Yang Tsuea served their meals, the little girl suddenly lifted her head and smiled at her. Yang Tsuea, initially unfazed, found the child's smile oddly unsettling, but chose not to mention it to Wei Ninger, distracted by her anxiety over the enrollment letter and focused on her studies. Wei Ninger did not venture into the kitchen. Payments were collected by Yang Tsuea, and while they were tidying up the dishes, the family had already departed. However, the following morning, Yang Tsuea awoke with a throbbing headache and beads of cold sweat on her forehead, feeling as if her head were heavy and unsteady. As time swiftly passed, the 2-month public period had come to an end, marking the day of the book's release. During this interval, numerous events transpired, including the upheaval within the online literature community, where many of my fellow authors faced the unfortunate fate of having their new works banned, leaving them in despair. Each new book is akin to a child to us authors, and the loss of one is heart-wrenching. Fortunately, my book remained unaffected and even garnered a commendable recommendation position. Regrettably, I am uncertain whether it is due to the title or my writing not being sufficiently captivating, but the increase in collections and other metrics has been less than satisfactory. I aspire to deliver even more enthralling stories in the future, and I kindly request that you add this work to your collection. Finally, I must reiterate, as the new book launches, I seek your initial subscriptions. Your support is my sole motivation. If you have a monthly ticket, feel free to cast it. If not, I do not impose any expectations. I sincerely hope to persevere this time, writing up to 1 million, 2 million, or even 3 million words. I kindly ask for your encouragement as we strive together. Once again, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to those who have consistently voted for me, left messages, and offered rewards. I cherish you all. Chapter 80. Rebirth. In 87, it was little Xiaomi who first detected her mother's unusual behavior. Typically, her mother would rise early in the morning. As a child who required little sleep, Xiaomi would wake up and, unable to doze off again, would tug at her mother to get up and play. Usually, as soon as she awoke, she would roll into her mother's arms, who would then lift her up with affection. However, Today, no matter how much Xiaomi called out, her mother remained unresponsive. To her dismay, she noticed her mother with closed eyes, shaking her head vigorously, appearing to be in great distress. Alarmed, Xiaomi began to cry out loudly, "Mommy, oh." Her cries drew the attention of Enai Cheng and Wei Ninger. When Enai Cheng woke up that morning and saw Yang Chui sleeping soundly, he refrained from waking her, wanting her to rest a little longer after a late night. He never expected that the usually well-behaved Xiaomi would suddenly burst into tears in the room. Since moving to their new home, Xiaomi and Yang Chui shared the master bedroom on the second floor, while Wei Ninger occupied the room on the balcony. The two older brothers, De Bao and Er Bao, slept in the adjacent room, ensuring they could easily look after the children if needed. Upon hearing Xiaomi's cries, Wei Ninger quickly stood up and said, "Brother, I'll go check on Xiaomi." Enai Cheng, already standing at the kitchen doorway, ready to brush his teeth and eat, patted his sister's shoulder and replied, "Jejia, you eat breakfast first. I'll go see what is happening." Knowing she needed to prepare for her outing later when Song Qingyu would come looking for her, Jejia nodded and said, "All right then." However, it wasn't long before Enai Cheng rushed back down, his expression fraught with concern. "Jejia, come quickly and see what's wrong with your sister-in-law." His tone suggested something was amiss. Wei Ninger also stood up, asking, "Brother, what's happened to her?" Enai Cheng spoke in a low voice, "Just come and see." He scooped up Xiaomi, who ceased crying but seemed startled, clutching her father's hand tightly, murmuring, "Mommy, I want Mommy." "Xiaomi, be a good girl. Mommy is sleeping," Enai Cheng reassured her. He refrained from shouting loudly earlier, as De Bao and Er Bao were still in the adjacent room, and there were other families nearby. He feared that if someone overheard, they might think something was wrong in their household. Suddenly realizing the gravity of the situation, he paled and handed Xiaomi to his sister, saying, "No. We need to take your sister-in-law to the hospital. Wait here, I will carry her there. She doesn't look well." He added, "Could you run over to Granny Wu's house and ask her to keep an eye on our place?" Granny Wu, a resident in the neighboring unit, was a pensioner living alone without children. The Enai siblings often felt pity for her and occasionally helped her out, bringing her meals now and then. In return, she would sometimes watch their home, picking up De Bao from school. Being new in the area, they did not know many people. "Wait, brother, let us check first before we decide. What exactly is wrong with sister-in-law?" Jejia interrupted, wanting to ascertain whether it was an illness or something else. If it was an illness, going to the hospital would be appropriate. If it were something else, a hospital visit might be futile. Enai Cheng replied, "It doesn't seem like an illness. It seems more like she encountered something unclean." "Then we must go see," Jejia insisted. Enai Cheng, now fully trusting his sister's judgment, nodded and ascended the stairs. "Xiaomi, be good," he encouraged, as Jejia cradled the little girl, who seemed poised to cry but stopped upon hearing her aunt's soothing words. With wide eyes, she gazed up at Jejia, draping her soft little arms around her neck, burying her head shyly in the crook of her aunt's neck. Jejia pressed the little one closer, feeling the warmth of her small frame. She held Xiaomi tightly, following her brother upstairs. Just as they entered the room, Yang Chui suddenly screamed from the bed, startling both of them. "Don't come near! Don't come near!" Her voice was piercing and imbued with terror, echoing ominously through the morning stillness. The commotion drew attention as it was early morning, and Yang Chui's loud cries were difficult to ignore. At this hour, many were either sending children off to school or preparing breakfast for work. The siblings exchanged anxious glances, quickening their pace towards the sound. Suddenly, a loud crash resonated from the adjacent room, followed by Er Bao's wails, while De Bao, startled by his mother's cries, sat up bewildered, confused by the chaos. "What's wrong with Mom?" The brothers shared a look and quickly scrambled out of bed to open the door. Yet, before they could step out, Wei Ninger blocked their way, firmly pushing Xiaomi into De Bao's arms and whispering, "You three, go back into the room. No one is to come out without your aunt's permission."
"Aunt,
"What's wrong with my mom?" The three little ones were evidently frightened, obediently retreating into the room, though Xiaomi whimpered, on the verge of tears. De Bao hurriedly grabbed a toy to distract her, but his ears were tuned to any sounds from outside, his palms clammy with anxiety. Er Bao, too, listened intently for any developments. After a while, Anai Qing finally spoke up. Do you know what happened to your sister-in-law? Does it seem like she encountered something unclean? Noticing the serious expression on his sister's face, he asked, Brother, go get some needles for me. We can talk later. While speaking, Wei Ning approached Yang Cui, who was flailing her arms with closed eyes, and gently restrained her hands. For reasons unknown, seeing Yang Cui in such a state of panic, as if terror-stricken, inspired Wei Ninger to consider a temporary remedy, administering gold needles. This ancient practice involved using needles to seal certain acupoints, providing calming and pain-relieving effects for the patient. Curiously, Wei Ninger had no formal medical training. She had only studied the art of I Ching, Bagua, and Feng Shui, and had yet to obtain her qualification certificate. She had intended to take an exam soon to secure this crucial skill, which would greatly facilitate her future endeavors. Moreover, given the peculiarity surrounding the affairs of the original protagonist's parents, she felt compelled to remain vigilant. The most critical aspect was that mastering the skill would empower her to navigate social interactions with greater confidence. Chapter 81. Rebirth of the Factory Beauty. In 87, Wei Ning had initially calculated her exam scores and was certain that the school's notification letter would arrive soon. However, as time passed without any news, her hopes began to dwindle with the new school year approaching in less than half a month. Regardless of whether she would be accepted, she needed to make plans for her future. What are you doing? Seeing her wife in such agony, writhing and struggling under her sister's restraint, he felt a surge of urgency. Brother, hurry and fetch it and call Grandma Wu to come as well. Wei Ninger, after speaking, used her nails to press on Yang Chui's acupoint, while her other hand rested on the de Jue point at the base of her neck, intending to apply pressure. To her astonishment, she discovered a severe blockage at this crucial point of the body's yang meridian. She expressed her surprise and pushed slightly to the side, realizing that it was indeed possible to alleviate the blockage. After her gentle manipulation of the meridians, Yang Chui's symptoms seemed to improve. No longer screaming in distress, she clenched her teeth, her complexion shifting from pale to a shade of bluish-purple. When Anai Chung brought over the sewing needle as instructed by his sister, he also retrieved a lighter. The sight of Yang Chui's face nearly caused him to collapse in shock. What happened to my sister-in-law? He stammered, utterly bewildered by the sudden and bizarre change in her appearance, which now resembled that of a fearsome creature. Wei Ninger furrowed her brows, equally puzzled. According to her readings, if someone fainted or exhibited strange symptoms, applying pressure to the de Jue acupoint should provide relief. Yet, it did not seem effective in Yang Chui's case. I suspect my sister-in-law has been afflicted by some malevolent energy, but it is not overly severe. However, it is imperative to identify the source of her fright and the negative influence. In the realm of healing, one must address the root cause to achieve a complete cure. Failure to identify the source could lead to complications. Yang Chui's teeth were now chattering uncontrollably, her body shaking as if caught in a sieve. Meanwhile, beads of sweat, akin to yellow soybeans, emerged on her forehead, indicating a dire situation. What should we do? Should I seek out a deity? In rural areas, superstition thrives, with individuals claiming to communicate with the divine, often causing chaos and deceit, yet sometimes succeeding in their ploys. Brother, that won't be necessary. Trust me, my sister-in-law will be fine for now. Please bring me a bowl of porridge. Anai Chung glanced at his sister, noting her focused demeanor as she pressed points, and saw that Yang Chui had ceased her movements, appearing almost asleep. He nodded and went to fetch the porridge. Once Anai Chung returned with the bowl, Wei Ninger seized the moment when her brother was distracted to add some spiritual spring water to it. Brother, help me lift my sister-in-law. She needs to eat something. Her condition might be due to low blood sugar, triggering a hysterical episode. Hysteria, often referred to as a state of confusion, can arise from exhaustion or significant emotional experiences, leading to inexplicable symptoms such as fever and incoherent speech. Anai Chung looked at his sister with a hint of skepticism. How do you know this, Jia? Shouldn't we just take her to the hospital? It's not far, after all. However, if Yang Chui were taken to the hospital, no one would be home. Grandma Wu had yet to arrive, and the children, De Bao, Air Bao, and Xiaomi, were huddled in the corner of the next room, frightened and resembling little chicks. Xiaomi, however, was being obedient in her brother's arms, highlighting the bond between children. Is it really not serious? And I Qing questioned, still doubtful. Let us wait until my sister-in-law has finished the porridge before making any decisions. For reasons unknown, he acquiesced. De Qing Jia, are you home? Came the voice of Grandma Wu. It's Grandma Wu. I will take the children downstairs. Okay. And Jia decided to wait until her sister-in-law finished the porridge to observe her reaction. She approached and gently roused Yang Cui, helping her to sit up. Upon waking, Yang Cui was bewildered, suffering from a severe headache. Overcome with embarrassment at needing assistance, she exclaimed, Jia, what happened to me? Why do you have to feed me? As she attempted to lift her arm, she realized it felt heavy and unresponsive. What is wrong with my arm? She wondered, sensing something was amiss. Not only with her arm, but also a weight pressing upon her neck. Sister-in-law, please don't move or panic. You must have overexerted yourself recently. Lean back. I'll feed you some porridge. As Wei Ning'e held the bowl, ready to feed Yang Cui, she was suddenly startled, nearly dropping the bowl. She had caught sight of an ominous, grinning face, small yet darkly sinister. Yet, when she focused to get a better look, the visage vanished, leaving her drenched in cold sweat. After feeding Yang Cui a couple of spoonfuls, her condition appeared to improve slightly. At that moment, Wei Ning'e noticed faint wisps of green gaseous energy entering Yang Cui's body. This phenomenon was exceedingly rare. Shortly thereafter, she heard an electronic voice announcing, "You have been possessed by a spirit. You have obtained the qualification of a novice yin-yang master." This revelation sent a jolt of fear through Wei Ning'e, nearly causing her to break her nails in disbelief. What is happening? I haven't even taken the exam yet. She lamented the luck of others who seemed to pass effortlessly, recalling her own struggles, where she had to vanquish 10 minor demons to succeed. Yang Cui continued to sip her porridge, her condition visibly improving, her complexion brightening. Wei Ning'e observed the green gaseous energy entering her body, realizing the spiritual spring was indeed working. However, while the spring could fortify the body and transform one's physique, it was insufficient for dispelling malevolent spirits.
Ding.
System task: assist Yang Cui in expelling the malevolent spirit. Reward: 10,000 points, with an increase of 2 points to yin-yang master skills. Wei Ning'e was momentarily taken aback, her eyes gleaming with excitement. An increase of 2 points in one go. This is impressive. Chapter 82. Rebirth of the Factory Flower. In 87, Wei Ning'e possesses a modicum of martial prowess, which renders her quite formidable. If she were to enhance her skills in yin-yang artistry by an additional 2 points, she would likely surpass the average geomancer in capability. The realm is replete with geomancers. Some are genuinely skilled, while others are mere charlatans. However, the true masters of geomancy are exceptionally powerful, often exhibiting a degree of humility. Thus far, Wei Ning'e has yet to encounter any truly formidable individuals. Nevertheless, should she choose to pursue this path in the future, such encounters are inevitable.
Oh my.
The rewards are exceedingly generous, remarked Pudding, exuding an air of confidence. But I must caution you, dear girl, this malevolent entity is not easily handled. What is a malevolent entity? Wei Ning'e inquired, the term itself sounding rather ominous. Malevolent entities are a notch above mere ghosts or vengeful spirits. They assimilate the essence of heaven and earth, and the more potent among them can take corporeal form. It is likely that what you are dealing with is on the cusp of transformation. Should they desire to amplify their strength, they require a suitable host to inhabit. Once they successfully attach themselves, they become indistinguishable from ordinary humans, albeit significantly more powerful and perilous. Upon hearing this, Wei Ning'e's brow furrowed in concern. Does this mean my sister-in-law is in grave danger? What circumstances could have summoned such a formidable entity without her provoking it? She pondered whether their overt behavior had drawn unwanted attention, even though she had not engaged in anything particularly unusual. There must be an underlying reason. Pudding, unable to discern the cause, remained equally perplexed. Yet, Wei Ning'e found herself contemplating whether to accept this task. Before she could voice her uncertainty, Pudding, having read her thoughts, provided a direct answer. Do not tell me you are reluctant to accept this. We must take this opportunity. It is a rare chance to gain 2 skill points in one task. I strongly suspect that the system is favoring you. Pudding cast a glance at Wei Ning'e filled with deep-seated resentment, likely recalling the arduous trials of her own training, which could only be described as harrowing. Yet, this delicate girl seemed to have such fortuitous luck. Merely capturing a malevolent entity could yield 2 points in yin-yang artistry skills. How enviable. Please, stop for a moment. Let me think, Wei Ninger replied, her mind a tumultuous whirl of thoughts, unsure of the best course of action. The prospect of such substantial skill points must surely be accompanied by a compelling rationale, yet she remained oblivious to the specifics of this entity's origins. As the conversation between the girl and her mouse unfolded, they were unaware that the little creature nestled within Pudding's pouch had stirred. It appeared to have caught a whiff of something intriguing, slowly opening its eyes and twitching its nose before yawning and settling back into slumber.
Well,
take your time to consider. If we abandon this task, there may not be another opportunity. However, I might not be able to assist you this time, Pudding advised. Confused, Wei Ninger queried, why not? You're not suggesting that I charge ahead while you stay hidden, are you? Not quite. It relates to the previous matter. If I do not receive orders from above, I cannot aid you. Moreover, regarding this malevolent entity, it is indeed a curious and eerie affair. It is best for ordinary people to avoid it. Yet, once it sets its sights on you, evasion becomes impossible. Let us hope we emerge unscathed this time. Are you truly going to stand by and watch without intervening? Wei Ninger rolled her eyes at Pudding, puzzled by the mouse's intentions. My moment has not yet arrived. Consider your options, Pudding replied cryptically. All right, I understand. Wei Ninger conceded, postponing her decision. Perhaps, as Pudding suggested, by not rushing into a choice now, future tasks might yield even greater rewards. She resolved to continue her studies, solidifying her expertise. Meanwhile, Yang Cui expressed her aversion to porridge, prompting Wei Ninger to assist her in lying down. Grandmother Wu, having heard from N.I. Chung that Yang Cui was unwell, made her way upstairs to check on her. Observing the beads of sweat on her forehead and the dampness of her clothing, she promptly offered to help Wei Ninger clean her up, suggesting a wash for her face and hands. Very well, I shall attend to it, Wei Ninger replied, noting that her sister-in-law's illness required immediate attention. She descended to fetch water for washing, gently cleansing Yang Cui's face and hands, and even assisting her with a light rinse before allowing her to rest. As she reflected on the journey, Wei Ninger pondered the root of the issue. It appeared that her sister-in-law's predicament was somewhat grave, as she was unable to find sleep. Wei Ninger surmised that locating the source of the disturbance was imperative for effective resolution. The crux of the matter lay in her realization that the occurrence of the malevolent entity seemed suspiciously targeted. Why was her sister-in-law afflicted while she remained unharmed? With 3 small children in the home, it stood to reason that the children might be more susceptible to negative energies than adults. Yet, she did not wish for any misfortune to befall the little ones. She was merely contemplating the situation. Sister-in-law, can you recall whom you encountered yesterday, or any peculiar events? You must think carefully. If no one exited through the front door, it suggested that someone had entered. Could it have been that peculiar delivery person? In investigating yesterday's visitors, the deliverman stood out, as all other guests were familiar, having frequented their store for quite some time.